This man spent 11 years finally clearing a game, never expecting that the moment he beat it, the game world would invade reality. All humans became players. Kang Jin-hyuk, as the only player who had cleared the game and mastered its secrets, immediately realized this was a chance to change his destiny. While everyone else was confused, he had already secured hidden items from the start, and was first to complete hidden achievements in the game, obtaining the strongest skill from his previous playthrough. Just moments ago, Kang Jin-hyuk was still a small-time streamer. He mainly played a trash game called Tower of Trials. It was called trash because the game was insanely difficult. Not only did it have labyrinths stretching over 10,000 kilometers, it also had bosses so powerful they were nearly invincible. Because it was too hard, many players gave up. Only Kang Jin-hyuk spent 11 years, finally reaching the 50th floor, when he received the system's completion notification. There was also an announcement that the game would be updated, but Kang Jin-hyuk had planned to upload his completion video and then say goodbye to this torturous game. His days of streaming 12 hours a month to earn 3,000 bills needed to change. But when he started his stream, ready to say farewell, another stream caught his attention. In the footage, the Tower of Trials from the game had actually appeared in the real world, along with the notification that the Tower of Trials update was complete. All humans became players and received notice that if they didn't clear it within 90 days, humanity would perish. Faced with the real anomaly appearing in reality, Kang Jin-hyuk didn't waste time pondering the reasons, but quickly made his decision and took action. He had clearing experience. As long as he followed his previous experience, he could clear it again, and now he first needed to obtain a rare item. Soon, Kang Jin-hyuk arrived at an underground shop. Tower of Trials was a virtual reality game. The game had some real-world locations, and this was where a hidden item would spawn. The moment he arrived, Kang Jin-hyuk was prompted that he had entered an event area. There were quite a few people around, and Kang Jin-hyuk immediately understood. These people had also played Tower of Trials to some extent. But then someone called out to Kang Jin-hyuk. It was Lee Jong-soo, a manager from his streaming company. Lee Jong-soo knew Kang Jin-hyuk was skilled at this game and wanted to cozy up to him for information. He also tried to leverage the streaming contract to control Kang Jin-hyuk. Remembering how Lee Jong-soo used to exploit small streamers like them, Kang Jin-hyuk gave him a direct headbutt, while coldly saying, "Lee Jong-soo, the world has changed. Show some respect when you speak to me from now on." Kang Jin-hyuk was secretly pleased and about to do it again when the water in the nearby fountain began to boil. The next second, a water column shot skyward. Among lush branches and leaves, a giant tree appeared out of nowhere in the fountain. Kang Jin-hyuk smiled. Just like in his memory, the mangrove of greed that bore treasures had appeared. At this moment, fruits began growing on the tree. These were fruits that could increase attribute points, but there were only 4, immediately attracting everyone's covetous attention. Then everyone rushed forward madly. Meanwhile, Lee Jong-soo cursed that they could have teamed up, but now the opportunity was lost. Kang Jin-hyuk just sneered, "Noob, don't try to boss around this expert." Soon, all fruits from the greed mangrove were picked. Some had already eaten them and gained attribute points. Suddenly, the next second, the previously calm the greed mangrove became agitated. Only then did players realize that after eating all the fruits, the greed mangrove would attack nearby people, while everyone fled in panic. Only Kang Jin-hyuk said to Lee Jong-soo, who was about to run away, "The real treasure hasn't appeared yet. Cooperate with me and get it." Lee Jong-soo thought for a moment, then smiled and nodded. Kang Jin-hyuk said, "First we need to split up and approach it from 2 sides." Lee Jong-soo immediately understood this was to confuse its vision. "The treasure is in the trunk. When we act, neither of us can hesitate, or we're done for." Lee Jong-soo nodded. The next second, Kang Jin-hyuk shouted, "Now!" and started running. But when the tree roots attacked Kang Jin-hyuk, Lee Jong-soo was nowhere to be seen. Lee Jong-soo mocked, "Idiot, I just wanted you to be the decoy." But Kang Jin-hyuk had anticipated this and smiled. The next second, the tree roots that were originally attacking Kang Jin-hyuk directly went after Lee Jong-soo in the distance. "You standing far away are the real decoy, scumbag. Now I should get the treasure." Inside the greed mangrove's trunk was an excellent item that enhanced attributes. However, the greed mangrove's vines were extremely dangerous. But Kang Jin-hyuk, as a gaming expert, just sidestepped once, making the vines crash into each other and attack the greed mangrove itself. With the impact, the greed mangrove's weak point, the mangrove core, was also exposed, just as he had experienced in the game. Then, Kang Jin-hyuk's eyes flashed with cold light as he picked up a sharp stick from the ground. Completely unaffected by the greed mangrove's frenzied attacks, dodging continuously, he was about to reach the greed mangrove. But then, a blue light appeared, followed by swarms of butterflies flying from the greed mangrove. Kang Jin-hyuk immediately recognized these as sleep butterflies that could make people drowsy. He immediately covered his mouth and nose. As long as he held his breath, he could avoid the butterflies' effects. Then with a thrust, Kang Jin-hyuk drove the wooden spike deep into the red core. At the same time, he raised one hand, instantly grabbing for something in the trunk. Leaves withered and vines dried up. The greed mangrove was defeated. The system notified that Kang Jin-hyuk, as the first person to defeat the greed mangrove, his achievement could could dominate the Hall of Fame for a day, but to avoid exposing his identity, he chose anonymous display. Then he reached forward, taking a round bead from the dead the Greed Mangrove. This was the excellent item he sought. The Greed Mangrove Essence Wood Pill. The Greed Mangrove's ordinary fruits could only increase 3 random attribute points, but the Wood Pill could directly add 12 reward points. Players gained 3 reward points per level up. One Wood Pill was equivalent to making Kang Jin-hyuk gain 4 levels. After Kang Jin-hyuk swallowed the Wood Pill, his attribute panel directly gained 12 reward points. Now he was the strongest first-level player. An hour later, Kang Jin-hyuk's video of clearing the Greed Mangrove was posted online by the system, immediately causing an online uproar. At the same time, people offered high prices wanting to contact the player who cleared the Greed Mangrove. The 1 billion salary made Kang Jin-hyuk somewhat tempted, but then he dismissed the thought. Although his life was poor, as the only clearing player, the most important thing he had was information monopoly, which was priceless. Next, he would use his information to obtain the next treasure, affected by the Tower of Trial's appearance. Historical relics outside the tower would gradually become legendary relics. They're not real, of course. Legendary relics that have powers are inside the tower. The ones outside the tower are replicas. In other words, they're copied versions. The place to obtain many legendary relics was the city's museum. However, there was only one museum in the entire city, so people coveting relics would probably gather there, and there would definitely be experts among them. Kang Jin-hyuk pushed open the door. The system notified he had entered an event area. It was very quiet around. But the next second, Kang Jin-hyuk's expression changed. A charred corpse appeared before him. Indeed, experts had arrived before him, and their purpose should all be for the legendary relic called the Great Map. This map recorded the Tower of Trial's various labyrinths, ruins, equipment, and monsters. Although it only had information for the first 10 floors, it was enough to drive people crazy. But actually, there was another legendary relic more precious than the map hidden here. On the museum's second floor, people who came to snatch legendary relics were already in chaos. An old man with fire skills and a young man with petrification skills were fighting. The old man just pointed lightly, and the man was instantly engulfed in flames. So the old man turned to go upstairs, saying, "Leave the rest to you, Lee Yuri." Lee Yuri just touched a sculpture, summoning a powerful kobold. Lee Yuri warned the looters in front of her to put everything down. These were all hers. But Kang Jin-hyuk looked around indifferently, directly picking up a precious ancient painting in front of her. Being slapped in the face, Lee Yuri said with a dark expression, "Want to test how sharp my blade is?" She then sneered, "Go, kill him." The kobold swung its weapon, charging straight at Kang Jin-hyuk. But Kang Jin-hyuk just threw a punch, directly knocking the kobold's weapon away. While others were shocked, Lee Yuri was even more stunned. Kang Jin-hyuk just smiled and said, "Seems your blade isn't that sharp." Lee Yuri told Kang Jin-hyuk not to get cocky. Then she took out 4 more statues from her backpack. The 4 statues instantly transformed into 4 kobolds with different weapons. "I admit I underestimated you earlier, but now, how about this?" Lee Yuri could control 5 kobolds with very little magic, which slightly surprised Kang Jin-hyuk. Some skill, but not much. Probably just a bit better than average. Lee Yuri snorted coldly, pretentious, really annoying. Kang Jin-hyuk said helplessly, "In that case, watch carefully at the gap between you and me." Saying this, he picked up the ancient painting in his hand, throwing it up while instantly infusing it with magic. The next second, in brilliant golden light, a massive tiger appeared beside Kang Jin-hyuk. Lee Yuri turned pale with shock, while the nearby kobolds also whimpered and growled. Kang Jin-hyuk chuckled lightly. Mere desert jackals dared to bare their teeth at the Mountain Lord. Then he gestured, "Mountain Lord, eat them all up." Instantly, the Mountain Lord's massive tiger claws struck, defeating one kobold with just one hit. Then the Mountain Lord opened its bloody maw. Tearing and biting, all kobolds died on the spot. Lee Yuri was now nearly suffocating. She had seen various ways of using legendary relics, but someone this overwhelmingly powerful was a first. Facing the Mountain Lord's intimidation, Lee Yuri collapsed directly to the ground. Then Kang Jin-hyuk came before Lee Yuri, just saying, "Hand it over, give me Tutankhamun's mask." Lee Yuri still wanted to resist, but she was met with the Mountain Lord's roar. So Kang Jin-hyuk successfully obtained the relic mask he wanted. Lee Yuri asked if Kang Jin-hyuk came here for that great map. Kang Jin-hyuk replied, "None of your business." Then stroking the Mountain Lord, he had it stay here to watch everyone, while he prepared to go to the 3rd floor. Time to get the Tower of Trial's strongest skill. When Kang Jin-hyuk came to the 3rd floor to collect legendary relics, he didn't expect an old man to be there too. There was also a barrier ahead. The old man muttered that this was his first time seeing this kind of barrier. Neither physical attacks nor magic attacks were effective. Hearing this, Kang Jin-hyuk reached forward. He sensed this was actually a reverse magic barrier. A string of letters appeared in his mind. "I know a way to break this barrier, but I have a condition. You must keep using fire magic. This way the barrier can be weakened. As for duration, it's until I go in and bring out the legendary relic I need." The old man smiled darkly. This sounded like making him a tool. "You don't have to trust me, but this is the only way. I can give you the relic map you want, and it's almost dawn. You don't want to return empty-handed." Thinking that the government should take action soon rather than return empty-handed, it was better to gamble. The old man finally sighed helplessly, just saying, "Remember to bring me the map." Fire appeared in his hands. The next second, he attacked the barrier fiercely. Taking this opportunity, Kang Jin-hyuk silently recited the string of letters he had obtained. Carpo, instantly arriving on the other side of the barrier. The old man outside urged Kang Jinyek to hurry. Kang Jinyek nodded, indicating he would, but he inadvertently sneered, provided it was within his capabilities. The legendary relics on the third floor hadn't been damaged, except for one broken cabinet. Kang Jinyek knew who did it and who set up the barrier, but he smiled slightly. The other party took what they thought was the precious legendary relic, not knowing the most precious thing was still here. He came before a legendary relic called Sangpyeong Tongbo. This was the final piece of the puzzle for creating his strongest skill. The other materials were the Persian ritual mold and the right eye from Tutankhamun's mask. Kang Jinyek put the two together, instantly releasing golden light. The system notified that two legendary relics were reacting. This was a system notification that only appeared when suitable legendary relics combined. It also told Kang Jinyek that if he continued, he would pay a corresponding price. Kang Jinyek tore off the rope of Sangpyeong Tongbo, then threw it into the golden light. 3 legendary relics were reacting. The system voice sounded, "Congratulations on successfully combining legendary relics with extremely low success rate. You have obtained SS grade legendary relic Eye of Truth." The Eye of Truth could view other players' panels and had 3 chances daily to determine if players were telling the truth. This was the most powerful of the 5 eyes in the game, but Kang Jinyek's purpose here wasn't just this. Then, with the completion notification of the hidden quest to obtain S-grade equipment through 3 B-grade or lower equipment, the opportunity had been achieved. Kang Jinyek knew he was about to obtain a skill that could copy and save countless abilities in the world, and become the strongest player in Tower of Trials. His unique skill for clearing, fusion, the acquisition difficulty was impossibly high, and as long as quest conditions were met, he could copy other players' skills. At this time, the old man outside urged Kang Jinyek to hurry. Kang Jinyek's eyes flashed with golden light. The condition for copying the old man's skill was to make him show genuine emotion. In other words, just anger him. Kang Jinyek turned to the old man and said, "You can stop using your skill now, you actually don't need to do that." The old man was puzzled why he said earlier that the prerequisite for entering the barrier was continuous skill use. While he wondered, Kang Jinyek whispered Carpo, and the barrier disappeared. The barrier earlier could only be dispelled with this incantation, and making the old man use his skill was just a ruse to deplete the old man's internal magic. Now with little magic left, insurance was set. Next was to anger him. The great map in front of Kang Jinyek contained information about all treasures on the first 10 floors of Tower of Trials, useful to others, but useless to him who knew the game inside out. So Kang Jinyek took out a lighter. The old man immediately panicked and shouted, "Kang Jinyek, what are you doing?" Kang Jinyek just whispered, "I don't need this map." Instantly flames rose from below the map. No matter who got this map, they could threaten Kang Jinyek's advantage, so the safest method was to destroy it. Seeing such a precious map destroyed like this, the old man was completely enraged. He wanted to roast this kid. Feeling the old man's anger, the system notified Kang Jinyek that copy conditions were met. Fire element skill copied successfully. Fire element could use flames and increase body resistance to fire, a decent skill. At this time, the old man activated fire element skill again. "But don't you understand why I burned the map?" Kang Jinyek sneered. The next second, fire element skill activated. The map's flames shot skyward, clearly the same skill as his own, but the old man felt the opponent's power was worlds apart from his own. Realizing the opponent didn't even need the map, he swallowed and asked, "Who exactly are you? If you want to climb the tower smoothly in the future, obediently listen to me. As for you and that little girl Lee Yuri on the 2nd floor, you should level up first. I'll contact you later." Soon after, Kang Jinyek walked out of the museum alone. This trip was very rewarding, and he began planning for the future. With the fusion skill able to copy other skills, he first needed to rank all abilities, then prioritize copying the skills he needed most. Although he couldn't monopolize all opportunities, he didn't want to miss any of the strongest, most important skills. His stomach rumbled with hunger. Kang Jinyek came to a fast food restaurant. The restaurant's TV was reporting news about the invasion of legendary relic storage locations, and legendary relic storage places worldwide had encountered the same situation. The TV then showed a recording. It was footage of him fighting others. While people in the restaurant were shocked at how strong someone could be, the news continued reporting that officials had investigated what Tower of Trials actually was, and used awakened ability users to establish a new department, the Awakener Association. From this, Kang Jinyek understood officials had completely accepted the reality of the world becoming a game. Then, a new figure appeared on the news. This person introduced himself as Han Sangjin, president of the Awakener Association. Han Sangjin's purpose was to recruit capable Awakeners to serve officials, with a base salary starting at 60 million. However, excluding the man who appeared on TV earlier, Han Sangjin solemnly said, "In my capacity as president, I propose to that Awakener, as long as you can join us, we're willing to meet all your conditions. I understand Awakener Association President Han Sangjin came specifically for me, but they underestimate me. One highly skilled player ice more valuable than 100 average players. Tonight at 7, Tower of Trials would fully open." The scene changed. Tower of Trials had opened. This is exactly like the game I played, and almost everyone here is a newbie. As a tower entry commemoration, the tower system gave everyone 100 gold coins. Gold coins were the currency inside the tower. Players could earn them by uploading their battle videos. Every 10,000 views earned 100 gold coins. Players of different levels paid different handling fees. Also, players could only use live stream functions when fighting boss monsters leading to the next floor. When players were reported for fake views or or other violations, the tower system would take corresponding punitive measures. This was the only bridge connecting climbers and ordinary tower outside residents. The broadcast system. The higher a player's clearing probability, the more fans and views they got. This was the most interesting setting in Tower of Trials. Understanding the game rules, everyone eagerly rushed in, wanting to secure prime positions for maximum benefit. Earning gold coins isn't hard for me. I don't want to leak my exclusive information by uploading videos first. I've already planned my first step. It's a special path completely different from others. Previously, when attacking Tower of Trials' 30th floor, I encountered a dead end. To enter the next floor, I turned the dozens of floors below upside down, desperately collecting hidden information fragments. Finally, I found the answer in a ruin. Only then did I understand that the character I had painstakingly trained for years was doomed from the start. To clear the game, I had to restart, but this character took 5 years. Deleting meant all efforts were wasted, but without doing so, clearing was impossible. Finally, he gritted his teeth and made the decision. Delete and restart. Now, facing the challenge after clearing, he went straight to the source that made him restart. A labyrinth called Labyrinthus. To conquer the 30th floor later, a core key was in this labyrinth. Thinking about what was inside gave Kang Jin-hyuk a headache, but his body honestly pushed open the door. Entering the labyrinth, blue dots of light illuminated the dim environment. Kang Jin-hyuk reached out, and a luminous moth landed on his hand. But his expression turned cold. Looking behind him at a group of people who had appeared, he said, "Who are you?" The leader, a woman, immediately explained they saw the labyrinth door was open and came in. The truth was, they had noticed Kang Jin-hyuk opening the labyrinth. Seeing him alone, they planned to kill him for his treasure. Kang Jin-hyuk saw through their intentions, first activating Eye of Truth to see if they had any use. In Park Hana's panel information, there was actually an interesting skill that could build rapport with others. Kang Jin-hyuk remembered he might need it against another woman. He immediately decided to copy this commune skill. The copy condition was to act together with Park Hana for 240 hours. Seeing this, Kang Jin-hyuk suppressed his killing intent and began enthusiastically introducing himself. Park Hana and others also introduced themselves one by one, but Kang Jin-hyuk was ready to betray his teammates at any time. At this moment, Park Hana moved closer to Kang Jin-hyuk, starting to ask what level he had reached when playing this game before. As she spoke, she linked arms with Kang Jin-hyuk. Commune skill activated. The atmosphere between them instantly became much closer. After learning how the commune skill worked, Kang Jin-hyuk ruthlessly pushed her away. Park Hana looked embarrassed, still confused why this guy wasn't affected by her skill. She asked again about what monsters and features this labyrinth had. Kang Jin-hyuk nodded and said, "This labyrinth's biggest feature is that it changes position every so often." Others didn't seem to understand what this meant. The next second, violent tremors came from all around. Everyone was terrified. They saw stone pillars on the surrounding walls begin to move. The drastic changes caught everyone off guard. When the tremor stopped, they found some people had disappeared in the previous changes. Someone questioned that there shouldn't be such difficult labyrinths on Tower of Trials' first floor. Park Hana quickly had the team member with directional sensing lead them out, but this woman told Park Hana her skill couldn't activate. Kang Jin-hyuk looked at these idiots, just thinking that thing should appear soon. But then Park Hana looked accusingly, stepping forward to question Kang Jin-hyuk why he didn't tell them in advance about the labyrinth's changes. Still blaming Kang Jin-hyuk for nearly getting them killed, faced with everyone's accusations, Kang Jin-hyuk sneered, "Did I ask you to follow me in?" Someone got angry hearing this and was about to fight, but the next second, with a whooshing sound, a bloody giant axe embedded in the wall. As that person fell with a crash, a bull's roar echoed as a terrifying minotaur appeared before everyone. Feeling the minotaur's intimidation, Park Hana despaired, but saw Kang Jin-hyuk suddenly charge forward. Everyone was horrified as the minotaur raised its giant axe aimed at Kang Jin-hyuk, then brought it down. Kang Jin-hyuk barely dodged, while Kang Jin-hyuk performed extreme dodging. A system notification came, "You've acquired the hidden stat gap." This was the key he came to get. The reason Kang Jin-hyuk challenged the boss but only dodged without attacking was, each successful dodge gained 0.05 gap attribute points. Every 3 gap points could close a 1-level difference with higher level monsters. This life-risking method was extremely dangerous, but a level 1 player could rapidly grow through this method. Kang Jin-hyuk, as a former clearing expert, had completely mastered the Minotaur's attack patterns, but he wasn't satisfied yet. He wanted to pursue the extreme dodge that could gain 1 gap point at once, a deadly strikes extreme dodge. This operation left Park Hana and others who had wanted to kill Kang Jin-hyuk stunned. They were already planning to quietly slip away. "But where do you think you're going?" Kang Jin-hyuk pointed to the Minotaur behind him and said, "Dodging this guy's attacks gives hidden skills. Good things should be shared, right?" The next second, the Minotaur swung its giant axe, instantly swinging towards several people. In the whooshing sound, the wall was instantly carved with a huge gash in the pool of blood. Kang Jin-hyuk still casually said to Park Hana, "You need to run around, staying still won't work." Then said to the Minotaur, "Right?" The Minotaur looked at Kang Jin-hyuk in front of it, preparing to attack again. But then violent tremors came from all around. It was time for the labyrinth to change positions again. Layer upon layer of walls instantly separated the Minotaur from Kang Jin-hyuk and others. The Minotaur could only roar in impotent rage. On the other side, seeing only 2 people left on their side, Park Hana asked in shock, "That guy won't catch up, will he?" crazy? But Kang Jinyuk said, I touched the luminous moth's powder. It will keep attracting the Minotaur to chase us. Are you crazy? Why did you do this? Kang Jinyuk gave Park Hana a look like she was an idiot, of course to increase reward points. Each time the labyrinth changed, he could rest, then wait for the Minotaur to chase over and continue dodging. Park Hana was shocked, asking how many times they'd have to repeat this before it ended. Until we leave the labyrinth. Exactly 1 month. Thinking about staying in this hellish place for 30 days, Park Hana broke down. They planned to get away from Kang Jinyuk and find an exit. Kang Jinyuk chuckled. Wandering aimlessly might be even more dangerous, hearing this devil's whisper. Park Hana gritted her teeth and decided to stay with Kang Jinyuk. But there's no free lunch in this world. Even riding the bus costs money, so hand over all your coins. After getting Park Hana and the others' coins, Kang Jinyuk immediately opened the trading post. Next, he would use his clearing memory to try synthesizing an S-grade equipment. Kang Jinyuk bought 3 trash items from the trading post for 450 gold coins. Then Kang Jinyuk whispered, equipment combination, in dazzling light. The system notified, you have obtained the Goddess Fortuna's Wheel of Fortune. The Wheel of Fortune could raise a player's luck value to maximum within 10 minutes, but usage range was limited. But as a former clearing expert, Kang Jinyuk clearly understood the Wheel of Fortune's limits. As the wheel spun, the system notified his luck value had reached maximum. Then Kang Jinyuk took out 10 enhancement book blind boxes, using them all on the short sword in his hand. Instantly, 10 successful enhancement notifications rang out. Congratulations on obtaining a +10 enhanced old dagger. As the server's first +10 weapon, the system rewards 5,000 gold coins. Also, your achievement will be displayed on the Hall of Fame for 1 day. Wielding the short sword, Kang Jinyuk prepared to continue farming gap points. So 10 days later, Park Hana and her companion were utterly defeated. These 10 days they faced Minotaur attacks daily, followed by life or death, labyrinth changes. The food was only mushrooms and moss. Feeling they couldn't continue like this, Park Hana immediately started a live stream to contact her guild for help. But in Tower of Trials, all information was blocked. The guild was powerless, and reaching this location would take 3 weeks. Thinking of this, Park Hana had another idea. Kill Kang Jinyuk, then hide in the labyrinth. Maybe they could hold out until guild members arrived. But the problem was how to kill Kang Jinyuk. When he's sleeping, that's our chance. The man beside her picked up a rock, about to smash it on sleeping Kang Jinyuk's head. But Park Hana stopped him. Kang Jinyuk's reaction speed is like a ghost's. The moment we attack, he'd probably jump up and counterkill us. The man asked what to do then. Park Hana sneered, taking out a giant bee poison stinger from her bag. 1 drop could kill 100 giant monsters. Since we're doing this, let's be thorough. The next day, Kang Jinyuk looked at the stewed mushroom and moss dish, feeling like he was on wilderness survival, but he still asked the man for more and had Park Hana get him some water. Park Hana cursed internally what a demanding person, watching Kang Jinyuk eat the poison mushrooms. She couldn't help but show a triumphant smile. Then the wooden plate fell. Black blood spurted out. The man beside them painfully clutched his throat, then collapsed as if poisoned. Kang Jinyuk sneered, idiot. Did you think I'd eat food you prepared without hesitation? While asking the man to add more food, he had already switched what they ate. Also, Kang Jinyuk opened the report page, reporting her for secretly live streaming. Live stream function is only for players challenging bosses to the next floor. Your secret use is against the rules. Park Hana still questioned what evidence Kang Jinyuk had, but Kang Jinyuk mocked, I'm so disappointed in you. Then Kang Jinyuk's finger pressed the report confirmation. Instantly warning red light flashed around Park Hana. The live stream's anonymous system was also removed. Then everyone in the stream seemed to experience an accident and exited. System warning, next time this player will face extremely cruel punishment. Hearing heavy footsteps, both turned around, seeing the Minotaur charging at them. Park Hana urged Kang Jinyuk to quickly tell her where safety was. But Kang Jinyuk snorted, why should I tell you? Park Hana hesitated. Didn't you tell me before? Kang Jinyuk had helped Park Hana before, because he needed to complete the 240-hour mission with her. Now with the mission complete, he could copy Park Hana's commune skill, so Park Hana was useless to him. Park Hana panicked, immediately saying her brother was from the guild Black Crow, but the Minotaur directly gave her an axe blow to shut her up, while Kang Jinyuk leaped into the air and snorted. Then watch carefully and see which is more terrifying, your stupid guild or me. Saying this, Kang Jinyuk's form exploded into motion, slashing the Minotaur's neck. Though the wound wasn't large, it broke through defense. Kang Jinyuk sighed. Indeed, the gap points weren't raised in vain, though he couldn't kill the opponent yet. As long as he kept dodging to increase gap points, he'd eventually be able to kill it. Moreover, he had another method to accelerate gaining gap points. Instantly, Fireball activated, disturbing the Minotaur's vision while Kang Jinyuk flashed forward, his blade slicing the bull's ankle tendon. As the Minotaur crashed down, Kang Jinyuk then verbally provoked, stop struggling, you're building muscle and the meat won't be tender. Hearing this, the Minotaur roared angrily. Kang Jinyuk whispered, almost there. The next second, with a massive bull's roar, the Labyrinth Guardian Minotaur activated level 10 Berserk. LV10 Berserk could enhance Minotaur's attack speed and movement speed by 30% for 5 minutes, and temporarily increase intelligence, enabling speech. Human, I will tear you apart and scatter you throughout this dungeon so you can never violate this place again. In the midst of this fierce battle, Kang Jinyuk just whispered, bring it on. The next second, as the Minotaur struck with its axe. Kang Jin-hyuk charged straight ahead. The two clashed in completely frontal combat. This scene left Park Hana stunned. A boss that is activated more than a dozen skills cannot be defeated even if all the members of the guild Black Crow come together. But Kang Jin-hyuk can fight head-on. What she cares more about is that, facing such a powerful monster, Kang Jin-hyuk is actually smiling at this moment. Now Kang Jin-hyuk is calm as water. In the past, he always hated the reality that he was standing still no matter how he ran. The unchanging reality would only make him feel deeply powerless. But in this world, as long as you work hard, you will get rewards immediately. At this moment, Kang Jin-hyuk's gap value has accumulated to 57 points. It is equivalent to reducing the gap of 19 levels, making him more comfortable fighting against the Minotaur. At this moment, when Kang Jin-hyuk turns his back, the Minotaur seizes an opportunity to launch an attack. But just as the fierce assault begins, Kang Jin-hyuk lands steadily on the ground. Those fists stop right in front of Kang Jin-hyuk, unable to advance another step. The Minotaur's berserk time has ended. Although berserk mode can boost maximum strength, once the time runs out, the user enters a 24-hour state of suspended animation. So now Kang Jin-hyuk can leisurely watch the 57 gap points he's earned, calculating that in 20 days he'll have enough to reach 100 gap points. At this time, Park Hana asks if it's over. Kang Jin-hyuk just smiles and says, "Didn't I tell you I'd stay here for a month? There are still 20 days left." So 20 days later, although the gap points Kang Jin-hyuk gains from each evasion have dropped to 0.015, he still manages to accumulate 100 gap points. Kang Jin-hyuk directly punches the Minotaur in the jaw, ending this month-long evasion training. Standing on the bull's horn, Kang Jin-hyuk is in a good mood. Now there's only one problem left: what to do with Park Hana. Kang Jin-hyuk bluntly says his newly opened company is hiring interns. If Park Hana has value, he can spare her life. Park Hana urgently explains that her commune skill can improve rapport with others and help with company operations. But Kang Jin-hyuk has already copied this skill. What else? I will never betray you. Seeing Park Hana's stammering appearance, Kang Jin-hyuk whispers, "Too disappointing." Then, under Park Hana's terrified gaze, I announce that the first intern of the hardcore gamer company doesn't have Brahm's ring. Before Kang Jin-hyuk can finish speaking, Park Hana shouts, "I can give you Brahm's ring! That's what my brother traded with the people of Sea Country using Goryeo ginseng. Please spare my life." Hearing this, Kang Jin-hyuk is shocked. Brahm's ring is one of the strongest equipment obtainable on the first floor. It increases movement speed, magic resistance, and can even reduce monster attributes. He immediately activates Eye of Truth and confirms Park Hana isn't lying. "Congratulations, you're now an intern at our hardcore gamer company. However, we don't pay interns, and whenever I call you, whether at S3 AM or whatever island you're on, you must come immediately." Then, amid Park Hana's confusion, Kang Jin-hyuk says, "Also, we need to sign a contract." Kang Jin-hyuk then selects Commune and Fire Element skills from his copied abilities, and activates Skill Fusion. The system prompts, "You have acquired Brand of Obedience." This might hurt a little. Park Hana still doesn't understand what this contract is about. Kang Jin-hyuk explains, "You didn't think I'd make you sign on paper, did you? Welcome to my black company, intern." Then, with a scream, the system prompts, "You have left the Brand of Obedience on Park Hana's face." Brand of Obedience. Those branded must completely obey the caster's commands. Any disobedience will result in burning agony. As the labyrinth gate opens and they see light again, Park Hana, who was trapped in the labyrinth for 30 days, finally comes out and cries with excitement. The system then announces that each player who clears the labyrinth receives 5,000 coins. Park Hana is still immersed in the joy of finally breaking even. Then hears Kang Jin-hyuk coldly say, "Hand over all your coins." So now Kang Jin-hyuk has an astounding 10,000 plus coins. Additionally, Kang Jin-hyuk demands Park Hana bring him Brahm's ring within 3 days. But Park Hana says 3 days is too short. In that case, make it 2 days. As the Brand of Obedience activates, Park Hana says pitifully, "No matter what, I'll find a way to get it." At this time, the news reports that the nation's top-ranked gaming guild is preparing to attack the 3rd floor of the Tower of Trials. But in Kang Jin-hyuk's eyes, having cleared the game before, this is simply laughable. In his view, they're rushing because they want to monopolize the tower's resources. But each floor gives 90 days to clear, and now there's no need to attack even the 2nd floor, let alone the 3rd. If you don't build a good foundation before increasing difficulty, you'll be instantly crushed by the fierce difficulty spike. Moreover, if humanity can't clear the next floor within 90 days, humanity will perish. To understand the current situation, Kang Jin-hyuk returns home and decides to first collect various information about what happened in the outside world over the past month. However, to accurately and efficiently gather information, he needs to meet a few people. Soon after, Kang Jin-hyuk arranges an offline meeting with some people he used to game with. These two are human Baldy Lee Taemin and Balgwangdong Nuclear Fist Yu Yeonhwa, along with Captain Farting Kang Jin-hyuk himself. Though the names are somewhat embarrassing, the group gets along well. Through their conversation, Kang Jin-hyuk gains a basic understanding of the game's current situation, including the actions of representative guilds from various countries, the movements of streaming broadcasters, and the newly emerged demonic group that kidnaps people to operate coin factories. Additionally, Lee Taemin mentions that recently there's been a test. Due due to the dramatically increased casualties on the second floor of the Tower of Trials. So the government's Awakener Association has set up a test that people must pass to continue challenging. Those who pass will bear corresponding identification codes. Hearing this, Kang Jin-hyuk understands this is probably the official's method to gather hidden strong players. However, he might be able to utilize this system. Furthermore, in the Awakening test, players rated F-class or below will lose their qualification to enter the second floor. Conversely, players receiving high evaluations will immediately receive invitations from officials and top-ranked guilds. Therefore, people at the Awakening test site can be divided into 3 categories: those praying they can reach F-class or above, paparazzi trying to capture news of high-level strong players appearing, and some geniuses wanting to reveal their strength. The arrivals are Park Hana and Park Hajin, siblings from the guild Black Crow. Additionally, there's another person behind them. This person is Kim Taeji, an expert from the Warrior Guild. Seeing random nobodies also queuing for the test, Kim Taeji immediately has Park Hajin and others drive away all those standing in front of them. During the instant security clearance, Kang Jin-hyuk and his group are also affected. The security guard questions what they're doing and why they're not moving aside. Kang Jin-hyuk says helplessly, "Naturally, we're queuing and waiting for our turn." Park Hajin comes over to push the bodyguard, reproaching, "You can't even handle such a small matter properly." He immediately points at Kang Jin-hyuk, telling him to get lost. Kang Jin-hyuk frowns and immediately activates Eye of Truth. While obtaining Park Hajin's status information, the condition to copy his skills is to raise the opponent's hostility to maximum. At this time, Park Hana rushes over to see what's happening, but then her face changes. Her stupid brother is actually provoking that terrifying demon. The next second, with a crack, "What are you barking about?" Park Hajin looks at this guy who appeared out of nowhere. The next second, he pulls out a dagger to teach the other party a lesson. Seeing the opponent courting death, Kang Jin-hyuk forcefully squeezes the water bottle in his hand. While disrupting the opponent's vision, he instantly thrusts forward, breaking the opponent's leg while already reaching behind him. Amid everyone's shock, Kang Jin-hyuk acts as if he's done something trivial. Park Hana, who knows Kang Jin-hyuk's strength in the crowd, is already trembling. That's enough. But at this time, Kim Taeji from the Warrior Guild approaches Kang Jin-hyuk. Kang Jin-hyuk immediately activates Eye of Truth, but amid system warnings of too large a level gap, the skill fails. Kang Jin-hyuk immediately understands this is because he's only level 1, while the opponent has reached at least level 20. Kang Jin-hyuk whispers, "Didn't expect that brat brought a babysitter." Kim Taeji just says, "Though this kid is stupid, he's still useful to me." Kang Jin-hyuk smiles mysteriously. "You mean the Goryo Ginseng? If you want to ask how I know, why not ask something more practical, like how to eliminate the side effects of Goryo Ginseng?" Enough. Hearing the opponent reveal his secret, Kim Taeji immediately activates Blackout Barrier, instantly isolating them from others. Within the barrier, though Kim Taeji guesses Kang Jin-hyuk might know something, he didn't expect Kang Jin-hyuk asking price to be 10 dungeons occupied by his guild. Kim Taeji asks how he can trust Kang Jin-hyuk's words. Kang Jin-hyuk says, "Though Goryo Ginseng has excellent effects in restoring stamina and magic power, eating it raw also causes magic poisoning. You're suffering from its side effects now, right? But the solution is simple. You can use Carassian juice, moonstone, and mandrake root mixed together. But I think you can't find where to get mandrake root, while I can tell you where to find it." Hearing Kang Jin-hyuk state a solution identical to what his guild researched, Kim Taeji already half believes Kang Jin-hyuk. "We can trade." However, Kim Taeji's tone turns cold. "Don't play tricks, or I won't let you go." But at this moment, Kim Taeji is also hesitating. 10 dungeons is too high a price, he must consider it more. But the next second, Kim Taeji's weapon breaks. "You seem to have misunderstood something. I'm the one making the proposal and giving you a chance." At this time, outside the barrier, Lee Taemin and Yu Yeonhwa are dealing with people attacking them. Yu Yeonhwa coldly snorts. Anyone not afraid of death step forward. But then, the blackout barrier dissolves, and Kang Jin-hyuk walks out. "Yeonhwa, calm down." Seeing this, the two immediately step forward asking if they should kill them. Meanwhile, Park Hajin can't believe Kim Taeji just let those people go. He's about to make a move, but is instantly grabbed by the throat. Kim Taeji coldly says, "With your level, you're far from being that man's opponent. If you dare cause me more trouble, you know the consequences." The next second, Park Hajin is thrown to the ground. At this moment, Park Hajin feels immense humiliation and swears to make Kang Jin-hyuk pay. Meanwhile, Kang Jin-hyuk successfully copies Park Hajin's skill, Shallow Breathing. Shallow breathing allows voluntary control of pulse and breathing. Now, it's time to experience that level test. Kang Jin-hyuk arrives at the strength testing area. Though he could use skills, he says just an old dagger is enough. He then ignores the low-level magic crystals for measurement and goes directly to the intermediate magic crystal. The staff member tries to remind him that ordinary people can't use that, but the system prompts that gap skill has reached maximum value. Kang Jin-hyuk's aura surges. In a flash of blade light, the knife instantly cuts through the entire magic crystal. Looking at the intermediate magic crystal split in two, the nearby staff member is dumbfounded. Many people can't even meet the magic crystal's magic requirements, and this is the first time he's seen someone slice through an entire magic crystal. The system simultaneously rates the level as S. That person immediately wants to report to superiors. But please, wait a week before reporting. The person is somewhat confused. Kang Jin-yuk just says, I have some personal reasons. And I deeply understand one principle. A nearby fist is more terrifying than distant regulations. Kang Jin-yuk then easily walks out of the testing area, but encounters a familiar person at the door. It's Park Hana, who came with Brahm's ring as agreed. After handing over the ring, Park Hana wants Kang Jin-yuk to remove the brand on her, but is cruelly rejected. He only leaves one sentence, I'll see how you perform in the future. On the other side, Yu Yeonhwa and the others are incredulous to learn that Kang Jin-yuk's evaluation level is actually F-class. Actually, Kang Jin-yuk deliberately concealed it, because players who don't pass the first round of level evaluation have a second round of testing. He wants to go to the second round testing location with an appropriate identity to get something. The second round test requires players to clear any dungeon full of monsters. The place he's going to, whether it was in the Tower of Trials 10 billion years ago or in today's game-turned-reality, has always been considered a forbidden zone that no one can conquer. So a few days later, Kang Jin-yuk changes his appearance and comes to the dungeon called the Corridor of the Corrupt. Hey, Mr. Kang, come help move things. This ruin has been occupied by a guild. To reasonably come to this place, Kang Jin-yuk registers as a porter and mixes in. At this time, a colleague asks Mr. Kang why he came to such a dangerous place. Kang Jin-yuk just smiles and responds, life's pressures. That person takes out his phone and says he has a wife beautiful like a fox and 2 children cute like rabbits, and he came here for them. Hearing these words that sound like death flags, Kang Jin-yuk breaks into a cold sweat. That person tells Kang Jin-yuk to be careful here because machines can't start inside and ambulances can't reach them. Don't worry, at least everyone in this team will return home safely. Hearing Kang Jin-yuk's confident statement, that person smiles politely. I'll take your word for it. Young people today are really spirited. Soon arriving at the destination, Kang Jin-yuk and others as the support team need to wait for the strike team that took the dungeon conquest mission to arrive before they can continue forward. But at this time, the special reward for the first Tower of Trials clearer has been delivered. A system prompt that only Kang Jin-yuk can see suddenly appears before him. Opening the special reward, luck and adaptability values each increase by 20%. Cold Heart has activated, allows you to stay calm in emergency situations. Passive skill Monopoly has been activated. When you monopolize all rewards, you can obtain the most valuable reward among them. Seeing the Monopoly skill description, Kang Jin-yuk thinks that in the Tower of Trials there are many mystery box rewards, but even among 1,000, you might not find one that yields something good. But the Monopoly skill can actually let him ignore probability and obtain the most valuable item. This skill is simply too amazing. At this time, brilliant beams of light appear behind Kang Jin-yuk. Guild Balhae's main strike team has arrived. Song Cheonhwa is the team captain. The nationally top 10 ranked gaming guild Guild Balhae successfully cleared the outer area of the Corridor of the Corrupt dungeon. But this seems strange in boss Kang Jin-yuk's eyes. In his view, this guild's strength completely doesn't support them reaching this point. At this time, the porters follow the strike team to explore deeper. The foreman tells Kang Jin-yuk to deliver water to the assisting foreigners. But seeing the symbols on those foreigners, Kang Jin-yuk's gaze sharpens. This is the elite guild from Continent U, Guild Zion. Meanwhile, in the crowd, a shorter person catches Kang Jin-yuk's attention. Kang Jin-yuk decides to choose this person to gather some intelligence. You've worked hard, have some ice water. Kang Jin-yuk simultaneously activates the commune skill. Amid the system prompt that the opponent gains a slight favorable impression of you. Thank you. Under the armor appears a handsome blonde girl. It's her! Kang Jin-yuk's heart stirs. This girl is the youngest daughter of the Lorenzia noble family from Continent U, also an all-around player who can wield divine power and possesses attack, defense, and auxiliary healing skills, known as the Saintess of Amsterdam, Teresa de Lorenzia. With Teresa here, Kang Jin-yuk now understands how this group could fight their way here. However, elite players are all attacking the third floor, so Teresa appearing here is somewhat strange. Kang Jin-yuk immediately activates Eye of Truth. The system prompts that the level gap is too large, skill activation failed. But the next second, luck and adaptability values have reduced the gap. You have activated level 2 Eye of Truth. You have seen through the opponent's status. Kang Jin-yuk is surprised but pleased, then sees Teresa's excellent attribute panel, simultaneously seeing the career quest in progress mark in the status. Kang Jin-yuk also understands Teresa's purpose for coming here. The system also prompts that Teresa is a top 100 player worldwide. When you save her from danger, you can copy one of her skills. Thank you. At this time, Teresa finishes the water and kindly thanks Kang Jin-yuk. You're welcome. Kang Jin-yuk thinks, I should be thanking you, because you've given me the opportunity to obtain the skill rated as the strongest inherent ability by the Night Circle, the Blessing of the Stars. But the question is, how can he put this woman in a predicament and then save her life? Meanwhile, strike team captain Song Cheonhwa receives bad news. A team of advanced scouts was completely wiped out. Also, a first-level guardian is watching the invaders and will awaken the dungeon guardian in 10 minutes. Seeing the alarm system triggered by some unknown fool, Song Cheonhwa nearly goes mad. If the guardian appears, their team will lose at least half its members. There are still 10 minutes. Perhaps an orderly retreat still has a chance. But no, he finally climbed to the team captain position. The first mission can't end like this. He makes a decision, continue forward. Bro, are you serious? The guardian is about to come. Others question, stop talking nonsense. If something happens, I'll take responsibility. Besides, we're not without a chance of victory, because we have the Saintess Teresa. Meanwhile, solo players who came with the guild also receive news of the Guardian's awakening. A woman tells the others not to get excited. Guild Balhae is a major guild, and they solo players just need to follow orders. But the next second, a pair of giant hands appear behind her. Blood splatters instantly. The Dungeon Guardian has appeared. Captain Song Chonhwa shouts, "Prepare for battle!" Everyone is challenging the elite monster, but even with the front line raising shields, and support players releasing buff skills. Facing the powerful Relic Guard, one axe strike nearly overwhelms the frontline tank. Even the non-guild players who came to challenge together can now only be left to fend for themselves. The solo players also know they've been abandoned, and pray in their hearts for someone to save them. The next second, amid urgent footsteps, blonde hair appear and level 4 skill sign of the cross activate. Under brilliant holy light, one person instantly kills all Relic Guards while making a cool entrance. In the blazing golden light, it's Saintess Teresa. Noticing that Relic Guards have broken through to the logistics unit, Teresa immediately decides to move to provide support. But the logistics area is already in chaos. The foreman remembers how Kang Jin-yuk previously said they could return home safely. But looking at the Relic Guard before him, he really wants to say what nonsense. But the next second, purple light flashes. "What are you talking about? I said I'd get you home safely." The foreman is shocked and shouts again, "Mr. Kang, there's another monster behind you." But Kang Jin-yuk easily dodges. While avoiding the attack, fire element skill activates. Flames instantly engulf the monster, killing it on the spot. After comforting the foreman, Kang Jin-yuk ponders who would go to the trouble of awakening the Relic Guards. At this time, Kang Jin-yuk still wants the foreman to leave quickly, but suddenly blonde hair flutters by. The foreman is instantly carried to a distance by someone, while that person coldly says, "I thought you were a kind-hearted good person, but you actually threaten non-combatants with a knife. You're the one who awakened the Relic Guardians, right? Now I'm going to arrest you." Hearing these inexplicable words, Kang Jin-yuk is stunned. "Excuse me?" But the next second, Saintess Teresa has already attacked. Then she says, "Don't resist, I won't hurt you." Looking at the smashed ground, Kang Jin-yuk thinks, "How can I believe you?" But now Teresa is too angry to be rational, and there's no chance for him to explain. In that case, while dodging an attack, Kang Jin-yuk suddenly swings his arm, instantly sending Teresa flying to the ground. Then a knife is pressed against Teresa's face. "I'm not the culprit who awakened the Guardians. If I were, I would have killed you by now." At this time, the foreman also comes over to explain that it was Kang Jin-hyuk who saved him. Hearing this, Teresa is dumbfounded. After getting up, she can't help but apologize repeatedly to Kang Jin-hyuk. Kang Jin-hyuk waves his hand. Then hearing Teresa ask, "Why are you hiding your strength?" Kang Jin-hyuk just smiles. "You, the Guild Zion, to come here to secretly obtain Peter's covenant and complete your job change, right?" While Teresa is shocked that Kang Jin-hyuk knows this. "I'm like you, also have something I want to secretly obtain, and I know all the strategies for clearing this ruin. And Teresa, you're very capable. The things we want are in the same place. How about it? Want to go together?" On the other side, hearing that Teresa wants to act alone, Song Chonhwa has a "are you crazy" expression. But Teresa mentions their previous agreement that she has complete freedom to act on her own before attacking the boss. Hearing this, Song Chonhwa is embarrassed. Finally, he waves his hand and says, "Fine, but you must return to our agreed location." Additionally, Teresa asks if she can take a porter to help, and Song Chonhwa says, "Do as you please." So Teresa's eyes light up. The porters all have grim expressions. Though Teresa is beautiful, leaving the main force to act alone is suicide. "At this time, I'll go. I'm willing to go." Kang Jin-hyuk dramatically steps forward. The others nearby quickly try to dissuade him. "The Saintess is nice, but you can't gamble with your life. Love isn't more important than life. You're too young." Hearing this, Kang Jin-hyuk plays along, saying, "Uncle, you can see my burning passion for someone. At this moment, I must brave fire and water for my love, even if it costs my life." The uncles are struck by this. Damn, this is youth. Youth, go, Mr. Kang Porter. The last romantic of this era. Hearing the discussion behind him, Kang Jin-hyuk just wants to say, "What can I say, man?" At this time, Kang Jin-hyuk and Saintess Teresa arrive at the depths of the dungeon and see monsters surrounding a strange red coffin. Teresa directly states that the job change item she needs is in that coffin. But first they need to find a way to remove the barrier outside the coffin. As the two ponder, system warning, the master of the corrupt corridor is watching you. Kang Jin-hyuk is startled, knowing this is a prompt caused by a terrifying existence hidden in the ruins. Just as he wonders why this guy has taken interest in players, Teresa simultaneously asks, "Is this from the boss? Watching us means he recognizes us." "No, it means he recognizes me." Kang Jin-hyuk's inexplicable confidence makes Teresa feel a bit awkward, so she asks, "You said you know all the functions here, so what should I do next?" The next second, Teresa soars into the air, arriving among the monsters. While all monsters are attracted, Teresa has activated level 5 skill battle song. All attributes increase by 3 points for 10 minutes. According to Kang Jin-hyuk's instructions, what she needs to do is simple: attract all the monsters' attention. Facing the siege of numerous undead creatures, Teresa then activates level 5 divinity reinforcement. As holy light restrains undead creatures, Teresa moves among the monsters like entering uninhabited territory. While all monsters are attracted by Teresa, Kang Jin-hyuk steps forward, stepping on the monsters to quickly approach the barrier coffin. But then a red-black lightning lightning flashes at his neck. Instantly, a violent explosive attack hits Kang Jin-yuk's location. System prompt: the ruin's hidden King Elite Lich has appeared. At this time, amid the rolling smoke, Kang Jin-yuk appears unharmed. He had anticipated the Elite Lich's appearance. However, among the undead monsters, several more relic guards suddenly appear, which is beyond his expectations. Though the relic guards interfere, as long as he pays attention to positioning, the Elite Lich's dark lightning can help him deal with these guards. Moreover, the Elite Lich's lightning has another characteristic: it can shatter any barrier. At this time, lightning attacks toward Kang Jin-yuk's face. Kang Jin-yuk dodges with positioning. The lightning races straight toward the barrier outside the coffin. Amid the instant shattering, the system prompts: magic barrier has been destroyed. The air seems to become awkward at this moment. Kang Jin-yuk takes advantage to break through the remaining guards. Looking at the Elite Lich before him, he coldly says, "Now you're alone. What should we do?" The next second, sword light flashes and the Lich is killed instantly. But this wasn't done by Kang Jin-yuk. Finally found you. Someone crushes the skeleton underfoot. Only one guy moves like he can predict monster actions. "I knew you'd come here. Long time no see." Kang Jin-yuk looks at the man before him and says, "Who are you?" The man, seeing that Kang Jin-yuk doesn't recognize him, asks in disbelief, "You really don't recognize me? Looks like I still have to rely on myself." Kang Jin-yuk activates Eye of Truth and immediately gets the opponent's name, Cheon Yusong. The condition to copy his skills is to defeat him using the swordsmanship he's proud of. Kang Jin-yuk also notices the long sword in the opponent's hand marked with Qianlong. He suddenly remembers the one missing from the museum. He thinks of someone who would carry this sword. That was before the Tower of Trials became reality, when he once defeated someone. After that, this guy would challenge him to duels whenever he got the chance. "So it's you, that psycho stalker. You only recognize me now. Are you looking down on me?" Kang Jin-yuk thinks this person's stubborn temper just gives him a headache. "Now that the game is restarted, I won't lose to you again. If you insist on fighting, I won't stop you. But my companion won't just stand by and watch." Cheon Yusong roars, "I won't let anyone interfere with our duel." Cheon Yusong then activates the skill battlefield selection. As the surrounding scenery gradually changes, Kang Jin-yuk reaches toward an object in the coffin. Teresa doesn't have time to intervene. Kang Jin-yuk whispers, "See you later." The next second, both disappear from the scene. Cheon Yusong pulls Kang Jin-yuk into an arena, simultaneously activating skill 1-on-1, increasing his all attributes by 10%, while decreasing Kang Jin-yuk's all attributes by 10%. Sensing that the battle situation was extremely unfavorable to him, Kang Jin-yuk just let out a cold laugh. The next second, a system notification appeared, detecting that your battle situation is extremely unfavorable. The special condition for skill fusion has been triggered. When the battle becomes extremely disadvantageous to you, far exceeding the original copy difficulty, the copy condition changes to: first copy the skill, then meet the copy condition. I want to copy Cheon Yusong's unique skill. You have copied the opponent's unique skill, Sword Song. Sword Song increases understanding of sword-type weapons by 200%. Your body can naturally find the most suitable sword techniques, while overall sensitivity reaches its peak. Seeing Kang Jin-yuk seem distracted, Cheon Yusong shouted loudly, "Kang Jin-yuk, don't be too arrogant!" and immediately charged forward to kill. Kang Jin-yuk snorted coldly, gripping his old dagger. In an instant, with Kang Jin-yuk's incomparable body control ability, he fought against Cheon Yusong on equal terms. Seeing that Kang Jin-yuk wasn't using his signature mid-range tactics and was only using a short blade, Cheon Yusong was puzzled about what Kang Jin-yuk was up to. Kang Jin-yuk smiled relaxedly and said mockingly, "A short sword is enough, and the swordsmanship is quite interesting." This completely enraged Cheon Yusong. "Even now you're still ignoring me." Instantly, Cheon Yusong swung his sword upward, activating his level 6 skill, soul-chasing sword energy. Seeing his opponent use sword energy against him, a novice in swordsmanship, Kang Jin-yuk called it excessive. "You're a novice? Stop talking nonsense!" Cheon Yusong angrily responded with an international friendly gesture to Kang Jin-yuk. Considering that using a short sword against sword energy would consume weapon durability too quickly, and who knows when the fight would end, he decided to create an ability that could counter sword energy. Kang Jin-yuk whispered, "I want to fuse Sword Song with Demon Spirit Marble." In an instant, purple light flashed. "You have activated skill fusion. You have fused skill Sword Song with equipment Demon Spirit Marble. You have obtained the unique ability Grave of Swords. Grave of Swords increases understanding of sword-type weapons by 500%. Instantly, a powerful aura surged from around Kang Jin-yuk. At the same time, you have activated Grave of Swords. You have activated skill Night of the Black Moon. Feeling Kang Jin-yuk's overwhelming presence, Cheon Yusong could hardly believe it. On the battlefield most favorable to him, his opponent didn't use his signature mid-range tactics, and despite having a clear 100% advantage over him, he still felt he couldn't defeat Kang Jin-yuk. Whether in the game or now that the game had become reality, he had given his all to defeat that guy. Why can't I still surpass you? With a cry of, "I won't accept this," Cheon Yusong frantically unleashed sword energy. Purple light flashed in Kang Jin-yuk's eyes. Between flashes of blade light, he instantly severed all the sword energy. As Cheon Yusong's face turned pale with shock, Kang Jin-yuk appeared behind him in an instant. I've fought many people. Those guys used weapons faster and stronger than your sword. Instantly, a powerful force struck down on the Qianlong sword. Then with a flick of his wrist, Kang Jin-yuk sent the Qianlong sword flying from Qian Yusong's hand. Looks like this time I win again. I can't even remember how many wins in a row this is. 138, Qian Yusong said weakly. This is the 138th time. Just kill me, Kang Jin-yuk smiled. Then the next duel will be my 139th consecutive win. You also know that the Tower of Trials isn't an easy place. Even top experts can die instantly from carelessness. So we need as many experts as possible here. A top player like you is even more indispensable. While Qian Yusong was still immersed in Kang Jin-yuk's words, acknowledging him as a top expert, Kang Jin-yuk was thinking, the copy skill has a 60-day cooldown for the same player. I won't let you run around. This way, I can wait for Qian Yusong to deliver various top-tier skills to me next time. With his hand extended, the commune skill activated. I admit I lost this time, but next time won't have the same result. After the battlefield selection was lifted, Qian Yusong said, by the way, I still don't know your real name. Kang Jin-yuk replied, our relationship isn't good enough to exchange names yet. In that case, I'll still call you by your game name. Hearing this, Kang Jin-yuk's face changed. No, don't. Captain Farting. Ha ha ha, poopy fart. You bastard, I should have told you earlier. The scene returns to the strike team. A team member detected that a formidable enemy was moving toward their direction. At this moment, panic filled everyone's hearts. Suddenly, an iron golem arrived before them, and standing on the iron golem's head was a vampire elder. He elegantly walked down. Upon seeing the humans, he even bowed respectfully. I'm one of the blood relatives of the original vampire and master of this ruin. Song Chunhua held a knife to the vampire's neck and asked, what do you want here? The vampire elder wasn't angry even though players surrounded him with swords. He said, it appears you're the leader here. I've come to take you to an interesting place. Will all of you follow me without resistance? The vampire elder deliberately cut his finger to draw blood. At this moment, everyone's feet were surrounded by the vampire elder's blood. Skill Bloodfest activated. Everyone was taken away by him. Meanwhile, Saintess Teresa was using divine power to evolve a precious item, Frozen Tear. At the same time, Kang Jin-yuk obtained the Demon Spirit Marble. He had acquired this Frozen Tear. The evolved Frozen Tear could increase a player's maximum mana. Just as Kang Jin-yuk was praising Teresa, a system voice suddenly rang out. The Master of the Corridor has sent you an invitation. To save the trapped strike team members, please enter the deepest room of the ruins. After accepting the quest, all monsters and traps will stop. Teresa's face changed. She immediately stood up to go save her teammates. But now without the strike team's support, could she really defeat the original vampire by herself? She suddenly regretted leaving the team to act alone. She had originally wanted to change her class to Paladin to protect more people, but didn't expect it to turn into the current situation. Xian Yusong on the side sighed. The strike team has nothing to do with me. I'm ready to go. But passing by Teresa, Qian Yusong said, I have something to say that might be useful to you. This guy is extremely selfish and completely untrustworthy, which is why I extremely dislike him. But I can guarantee you one thing. Currently, he's the only person in the world who can defeat the original vampire. That's all I'll say, Teresa said in a low voice. Thank you for your advice. Then she said to Kang Jin-yuk, Jin-yuk, I want to make a contract with you. My down payment isn't cheap. Is that okay? Don't worry, as long as we can save the strike team members, I'm willing to pay any price. Looking at Teresa, who still insisted. Alright, let's give it a try. System notification, quest accepted. Immediately the two arrived at the deepest part of the ruins. The amazing magical power emanating from the surroundings made Teresa secretly shocked. Don't be afraid. We already knew our opponent was strong, didn't we? And in battle, it's not always the stronger one who wins. Do you have any plan? I only have one request. No matter what happens to us inside, you must trust me. In an instant, they entered the door. What met their eyes were countless blood relatives. You finally come. I was getting bored waiting. In the room's throne, a silver-haired girl whispered. It was the original vampire, Alice von Ataraxia. What happened to the strike team people? Alice snapped her fingers. System notification, dimension severance has been lifted. Kang Jin-yuk saw the captured people. Kang Jin-yuk used true sight to observe the surroundings, and noticed that Park Ha-jin was also among them. He immediately guessed whether this kid had awakened the Guardian earlier. The reason I invited you is because of the scent emanating from your body. I've never smelled such a sweet fragrance. Ordinary people's blood can't compare to the blood fragrance you emit. Hearing Alice talking about something sweet, this was quite different from the original vampire in Kang Jin-yuk's memory. You seem very troubled. Who wouldn't be troubled being targeted by a vampire for their blood? Don't worry, I'm always conservative with fine cuisine. I'll raise you until you're 80, then kill you. I appreciate your kindness, but I don't want to live as a premium lunchbox. The moment Kang Jin-yuk finished speaking, a red flash passed by. The ground behind Kang Jin-yuk cracked. Alice said coldly, moving drinks don't need to talk. At this moment, Kang Jin-yuk bowed and said, although I have no intention of living as a mobile blood bag in the future. Kang Jin-yuk knelt on one knee and said, however, I can provide something sweeter than my own blood. Alice smiled. For blood relatives, nothing is more attractive to them than blood. What if what I propose is freedom? Hearing this word, Alice froze in place. The other blood relatives were furious. As exiles permanently imprisoned here, mentioning freedom was simply mocking them. Wait, Alice suppressed everyone's voices. You, if you can take responsibility for what you just said, then prove it to me, Kang Jinhyuk whispered while taking out a mask. My name is Kang Jinhyuk. From now on, I represent the demonic ones within the tower and will take you away from this place. Demonic ones refer to people who have betrayed humanity for various reasons like money, revenge, etc. Demonic ones are not only public enemies of all players, but also often ally with monsters in dungeons or ruins. Alice had heard about this matter. I have already made prior contact with the temple on the 27th floor of the Tower of Trials. I obtained information about your presence here and a method to deceive the seal covering this ruin. Listening to Kang Jinhyuk's eloquent speech, Teresa on the side was very shocked. At the same time, she noticed that the blood relatives around them were actually wavering after hearing about the temple. Since you know about the temple, you probably aren't lying. So you believe me now? No. Even if you really are a demonic one, how can you give me freedom? Anyone can say they can solve this age-old problem at once. But what's important is, I never trust smooth talkers. After saying this, Alice activated skill blood spears, and countless spears appeared behind Alice. Your blood is very sweet, but unfortunately, go die. In an instant, countless chains rushed toward Kang Jinhyuk. But Kang Jinhyuk stood in place without any resistance. At the moment of life and death, Teresa blocked in front of Kang Jinhyuk. Skill divinity reinforcement has been activated. In an instant, in the dazzling holy light, countless blood chains were blocked. Teresa shouted for Kang Jinhyuk to hide behind her properly, while she herself struggled with great difficulty to resist with all her strength. At the same time, she used skill divine shield to strengthen her defense. Watching Teresa's appearance of giving her all but still being weak, Alice couldn't help but smile, but her smile stopped abruptly. Teresa's divine power that restrained blood relatives still made her quite displeased. Alice activated skill blood explosion, deciding to blow Teresa away entirely. Looking at the amazing magical power before her, Teresa wondered if she could last 1 second or 2 seconds, but she smiled. No matter what, she believed in Kang Jinhyuk behind her. But suddenly, Kang Jinhyuk's dagger pierced through her body. Teresa's blood gushed out, looking at that familiar weapon that had pierced through her body. A trace of disbelief showed in Teresa's eyes. Jinhyuk, you! Alice stopped her attack upon seeing this scene. At this moment, Kang Jinhyuk asked Alice if she could now believe his determination to help her. Seeing that Kang Jinhyuk had actually betrayed the companion who saved his life, Alice said, "Interesting. Then continue to prove that you have the qualification to give me freedom." But at this moment, Teresa asked Kang Jinhyuk in a weak voice, "Jinhyuk, didn't we agree to save the other companions? Is this what you meant by your plan?" But the next second, Kang Jinhyuk raised his hand and brought down his blade. Blood splattered across Teresa's entire sacred shield. Everything fell silent at this moment. Alice's lips curved slightly upward. "Very good, you human have some ability. I believe you're on my side now. Now I'll give you a chance to prove your ability." In a flash of red light, Braham's ring appeared in Kang Jinhyuk's hand to deceive the barrier that imprisons. I specially prepared a 7-star spell. As long as your soul is sealed in this equipment, we can temporarily deceive the ruins barrier. This was the first time Alice had heard of such a method. But Kang Jinhyuk thought silently. Since the Tower of Trials opened, the reason he had maintained level 1 until now was because this 7-star soul transfer skill could only be used at level 1. System notification, you have met the level requirement. 7-star soul transfer has been activated. Skill cooldown time is 365 days and requires the consent of the target. In 1 minute, this magic circle will disappear forever. As long as you're willing, I can activate the magic immediately. Now it's your turn to choose. How will you choose? While other blood relatives were shocked that such a method existed, Alice's voice reached Bellis's mind. "My confidant, if he plays any tricks, kill him immediately and destroy the magic circle." Now, with insurance in place, Alice also made her decision. Although she was reluctant to trust a spell she was seeing for the first time, she had been imprisoned here for over 1,000 years. She had to consider whether this might be her only chance in this lifetime. "I'll ask you one last time, can I trust you? If I'm fortunate enough to gain your trust, I will never let you regret it." The moment their fingers touched, the commune skill activated. System notification, Alice has developed a slight favorable impression of you. I, Alice Fawn Ataraxia, consent to soul transfer. System notification, Braham's ring is absorbing original vampire Alice's soul. Not bad, it's quite peaceful in here. Alice's satisfied voice came from the ring. "That's wonderful." Kang Jinhyuk's voice contained hidden excitement. "I'm glad you're satisfied with your future home." Before Alice's questioning voice could ring out, unique ability. The blessing of the stars has been activated. Skill, the blessing of the stars can revive a player once who has not died instantly. In the sound of blood dripping, a person gradually rose from the ground. Kang Jinhyuk whispered, "Welcome back." Teresa thought that if she didn't have the resurrection skill, she would have been done for this time. At this moment, Alice in the ring angrily said, "How dare you treat me like this? Bellis, kill this liar for me." Teresa also had many questions at this time, but she suppressed her inner doubts and went to save the other teammates first. At this time, Bellis was furious, and seeing the original vampire sealed, he couldn't sit still anymore. He activated skill blood wave to finish off Kang Jinhyuk. Facing the towering blood wave, Kang Jinhyuk activated fire elemental skills. With elemental advantage, Kang Jin-yuk instantly cleared the blood wave. Seeing magic didn't work, the vampires simply engaged in close combat. All vampires instantly launched an assault on Kang Jin-yuk. At this time, Teresa also rescued the trapped strike team. But Captain Song Cheonhua looked like he'd seen a ghost, because in front of him, a masked person had already slaughtered all the vampires clean. He couldn't help but ask who this person was. Teresa, seeing that Kang Jin-yuk intended to hide his identity, only said he was someone she met on the way, and she didn't know clearly either. At this time, Kang Jin-yuk came to Teresa. Teresa smiled bitterly and couldn't help complaining, "I didn't expect my first death to be at the hands of a companion. It really hurt just now. But we did it." A trace of excited tears slid down Teresa's cheek. "Thank you, Jin-yuk. Thanks to you, everyone could survive. System notification, you have saved Teresa's life. Copy condition satisfied. Skill, the blessing of the stars has been copied. Now it was time to collect the treasures for clearing the ruins." But at this time, Song Cheonhua indicated that all equipment from this strategy should belong to their guild Balhae. Kang Jin-yuk sarcastically said that he had saved their lives, yet they still had the face to ask him for equipment. Song Cheonhua awkwardly explained that the guild would give him satisfactory compensation. A failed strike team captain can still be so righteous. Kang Jin-yuk cursed this person internally as truly useless. He suddenly said, "Since you want it, take it, but no matter what consequences arise, don't regret it." Song Cheonhua was confused for a moment, but then didn't care. He thought that as long as he could get these treasures, his failed attack could be redeemed. Thinking this, he reached forward. But at this moment, a red lightning instantly stung his arm. A strange mark appeared in his palm. Behind him, Kang Jin-yuk sneered, "These treasures all carry curses. Only by completely eliminating Alice can the curse be lifted. But unfortunately, Alice has now been subdued by me." A cry of alarm gradually rose. Teresa seemed to have seen something unbelievable, but, "Let's go," Kang Jin-yuk directly pulled her away. Meanwhile, late at night, a group of reporters were gathered around the entrance of the Tower of Trials, because the Awakener Association announced that tonight, a ruin within the Tower of Trials would be conquered. That ruin should have taken at least 3 weeks to complete, so its conquest now was truly unexpected. Actually, Kim Tae-chun wasn't sure either. He had received the news from a mysterious person. He felt the other party was very strong and didn't seem to be lying, so he notified the reporters. Suddenly, a system voice rang out, "The ruin, the corridor of the corrupt, has been conquered." Kim Tae-chun shuddered at the system notification. The guild strike team members also came out. In the flashlights, countless people congratulated while competing to ask about the challenge process. But suddenly a bald man burst out from the crowd. It was strike team captain Song Cheonhua, who had taken the treasure and been cursed, losing his hair. Everyone looked at Song Cheonhua, who had lost his hair and eyebrows for conquering the ruin, and shouted respect. At this time, Saintess Teresa appeared. "Everyone, the one who conquered the ruin wasn't Song Cheonhua, but him. He alone conquered the ruin. We were just spectators watching the performance." Seeing this, the Awakener Association realized that an unknown but extremely powerful player had emerged. The masked hero's conquest of the ruin caused a huge stir online. All players speculated about who this mysterious person could be. As for the instigator, Kang Jin-yuk, he was leisurely eating instant noodles at home. Only Teresa knew his identity, and she had already agreed to keep it secret, so he wasn't worried about his identity being exposed. Since that was the case, it was time to have a chat with the sealed Alice. At this moment, Alice in the ring was extremely angry from being deceived. It seemed some training would be needed for proper communication. Instantly, Kang Jin-yuk violently spun the ring in his hand. "How's that? Are you clear-headed now?" Alice said dizzily. "Despicable guy. Listen well, vampires never forget their enemies until death." "Ah, it seems you haven't recognized your situation yet." Alice shouted. "No, I'm really going to vomit." Kang Jin-yuk rolled up his sleeves and activated his self-created technique, Vampire Centrifuge. After 3 hours, Alice's pleading voice finally came from the ring. "Stop crying and come out." As magical power was injected, Alice's form appeared out of thin air before Kang Jin-yuk. The next second, Alice, who had regained freedom, was about to give Kang Jin-yuk what for, but Alice suddenly felt something was wrong. Her body had shrunk several times. Kang Jin-yuk explained that he had only released part of Alice's physical form. The current her could only be called a mini version of Alice, with less than 1% of her original strength. But Kang Jin-yuk knew that even so, ordinary vampires were no match for Alice. However, Alice felt her life was bleak, and her worldview had collapsed. "Stop crying. What I said in the ruins wasn't empty talk." Alice retorted that this wasn't the kind of freedom she wanted. "I know, but I can help you find the freedom you truly want." "What do you mean by that?" Alice Fawn Ataraxia, "As long as you're willing to help me, I'll help you eliminate those who betrayed you in the past and assist you in becoming the head of the Ataraxia family again." Just as Kang Jin-yuk was subduing Alice, the video of Kang Jin-yuk single-handedly defeating vampires was also uploaded online. While netizens marveled that a grand guild wasn't as good as a solo player, Kang Jin-yuk also arrived at the front of a guild's office building. These guilds had made huge profits after the Tower of Trials appeared, and their office buildings were ridiculously tall. However, he couldn't control whether these guilds wanted to monopolize or do other things. But earlier, they had actually tried to kill him in the ruins. That was something he couldn't tolerate. He was going to make those guys pay the price they deserved. Meanwhile, on the top floor, Shin Jiansu, president of the guild Black Crow, was getting a headache from Park Ha-jin's actions. He had sent Park Ha-jin to secretly eliminate Kang Jin-yuk in the ruins. Who knew this kid didn't complete the mission, let the target go and ran back by himself, and even awakened the guardian in the ruins, causing him, the guild president, tremendous pressure. What a waste. Shin Jiansu kicked Park Ha-jin away. The bodyguards outside the door were used to the commotion inside. Back to Kang Jin-yuk. He kicked open the door of Black Crow Guild building and swaggered in. Along the way, he directly ignored the 300 bodyguards and directly activated fire elemental skills. But the next second, intense firelight shot out and the bodyguards were all blown away. Are you this guild's boss? Kang Jin-yuk arrived at the guild president's office, looking at the masked man who appeared before him. President Shin Jiansu still hadn't figured out what was happening. Park Ha-jin on the side, however, saw this as a good opportunity to demonstrate his abilities to his boss and make up for his mistakes. He instantly rushed forward, but Kang Jin-yuk casually removed his mask while defeating Park Ha-jin with just one strike, grinding him into the ground. Shin Jiansu recognized that the visitor was the person the guild had previously tried to assassinate and threatened, "You brat, you won't have a good ending doing this." "That's not your concern." Kang Jin-yuk sat carelessly on the sofa with a go board in front of him. This careless attitude made Shin Jiansu think this was an opportunity. Shin Jiansu's hand reached for his long sword. In an instant, skill-fleeting sword activated. Kang Jin-yuk watched as the long sword approached, but a flash of light passed, and the long sword instantly shattered. Shin Jiansu saw that the opponent had shattered his weapon with just a ghost stone. Kang Jin-yuk picked up another ghost stone again, looking at Shin Jiansu with contempt. "Now we can have a proper talk. Kang Jin-yuk, is it because I sent people to kill you before that you've come for revenge? Just for such a small matter? Do you need to destroy an entire building?" With a flick, a ghost stone hit Shin Jiansu's forehead. "What do you mean such a small matter?" The opponent's shamelessness made Kang Jin-yuk want to laugh. Wait, Shin Jiansu still wanted to be stubborn. "My guild still has over 50 experts climbing the tower outside. Even if you kill me, they'll seek revenge and hunt you down. Blood can only be repaid with blood. As long as one side doesn't forgive, the killing won't stop. So Kang Jin-yuk, don't go too far." Kang Jin-yuk nodded. "Endless revenge is indeed troublesome. In that case, I'll handle it cleanly. I've decided I'll keep seeking revenge. As for forgiveness, that's for you all to decide." Shin Jiansu was still questioning what nonsense Kang Jin-yuk was talking about. The next second, ghost stones shot out in all directions. Shin Jiansu instantly became an airborne acrobat. Kang Jin-yuk looked at Park Ha-jin at his feet, thinking of Bram's ring. "Thanks to your sister, you get to live. From now on, don't appear before us again." Park Ha-jin nodded frantically like a dog. "And that guy over there pretending to be dead, get up. If you can prove you're useful to me, I'll spare your life. Introduce yourself first." "Yes, my name is Kim Hui-ung. I'm responsible for managing all of Black Crow Guild's business. You can entrust me with anything." "Good. You've also seen that the situation here isn't great. It would be a waste to directly destroy such a large guild. So I want to hand the guild over to you. You don't need to make the guild bigger, just maintain the status quo." Although Kim Hui-ung was somewhat excited, he still indicated that if he suddenly took this position, probably no one in the guild would support him. "You don't need to worry about those who oppose. I'll send another person to assist you." That day, all rank members of Black Crow Guild received notice to return to the guild, just as everyone wondered what the old boss was up to. When they returned, they saw their president lying on a car downstairs, sunbathing. When they rushed to the office, they found Kim Hui-ung sitting in the president's chair. "You brat, what the hell are you doing? Explain everything clearly, word for word." Kim Hui-ung tremblingly said the guild had been acquired. As Red Hair was puzzled, Alice appeared and said, "Didn't I say not to assign me tasks that require personal appearances? You're saying this little thing did all this." Hearing the words "little thing," Alice got a bit angry, and when angry, she needed to vent. Hearing the explosion, Kang Jin-yuk didn't need to guess that it was Alice's doing, but he had more important things to do now. It had been 2 months since the Tower of Trials appeared in reality. The world's order had also undergone tremendous changes, and everyone's survival role in the changes had become more crucial. Now with his mask on, Kang Jin-yuk was an S rank in everyone's eyes, and with his mask off, he was just an unremarkable F rank. There were no longer any conditions that could restrict him in terms of identity. Therefore, it was time for true monopoly. The next day, Kang Jin-yuk's companions gathered together. Kang Jin-yuk introduced Alice, Kim Hui-ung, Yu Yeonhwa, and Lee Tae-min. Alice had destroyed the entire Black Crow Guild building, and Kang Jin-yuk wanted to reason with Alice about it. Alice explained that it was all because those guys provoked her first, since no one had ever dared to challenge her in the past. Kang Jin-yuk thought she was really an ancestor-level troublemaker. He turned around and planned to take Alice monster hunting, while saying goodbye to the other three. Hearing that Kang Jin-yuk planned to go hunting, Alice asked puzzledly, "Are there still places to hunt now?" That's right, quality dungeons had now been monopolized by major guilds. Everyone believed that before breaking through the 3rd floor of the Tower of Trials, there were no unknown hunting grounds left. However, Kang Jin-yuk happened to know of a secret hunting location. On the 1st floor of the Tower of Trials, there was a place named for its scenery, Moon Lake. Although the scenery was beautiful, when human survival was at stake, no one was here enjoying leisure time. Kang Jinyuk's purpose for this journey lies within the waters of this lake. Somewhere along the lakeside, there are 12 decorative statues. Alice asks if there are any secret buttons on these statues. Kang Jinyuk smiles. It's not that simple. Although players discovered long ago that one of the statues has a strange groove, no one has ever found the key that corresponds to it. But Kang Jinyuk knows that its key is none other than the moonlight of this place. Using his palm to adjust the amount and angle of moonlight shining in, directing the moonlight in a specific ratio onto a reaction stone within the groove. With some time and effort, the gate to the underground will open. System notification: you have entered the Tower of Trials underground first floor. Alice is very curious, feeling the reality of the surrounding environment. It reminds her of that long-missed feeling of freedom. How about it? Kang Jinyuk smiles. Making a deal with me was a good choice, wasn't it? Alice turns her head and simply says, not bad. As the two walk downward, Kang Jinyuk activates his skill, the Blessing of the Stars, using its divine power to purify the frozen tear while continuing to increase his mana. Maintaining Alice's summoned state requires considerable mana from Kang Jinyuk. However, Kang Jinyuk suddenly wonders how the creatures in the tower view players. Humans know the game has become reality, but does Alice, who has lived for thousands of years, know she's just part of the game data? Alice, I have something I want to ask you. Suddenly, Kang Jinyuk's face becomes pixelated. Kang Jinyuk immediately understands. Seeing the terrifying scene just now, Alice asks if Kang Jinyuk said something frightening. Kang Jinyuk thinks to himself that it seems the possibility of communicating related information with creatures in the tower has been cut off at its source. At this moment, Alice becomes alert. Something's coming. In the sizzling sounds, there are crawling insect noises. Kang Jinyuk activates his fire element skill. Flames surge forward. Instantly, a giant beetle is engulfed in fire. Seeing this, Kang Jinyuk sneers. He used to call the underground first floor the spawning ground because monsters continuously crawl out from the abyss. Alice finds the swarm of bugs utterly disgusting. Kang Jinyuk sends Alice away, instantly activating the skill Blessing of the Stars. In that moment, under the dazzling holy light, all monsters' physical defense is reduced by 30%. Kang Jinyuk immediately tells Alice to assist him. Alice initially wants to resist, but thinking of the power of the vampire centrifuge, she snorts coldly and complies, immediately activating Bloodbind. Countless beetles are restrained. Kang Jinyuk activates the stat gap skill. With 100 gap points, he can reduce a 33 level difference. In an instant, sword light flashes. The congratulations for leveling up just won't stop. During this time, maintaining level 1 has been quite frustrating for Kang Jinyuk. So seeing the continuously surging beetles, while activating Grave of Swords, Kang Jinyuk just wants to say one thing: bring as many as you want, don't ever stop. The scene shifts. The boss of the Tower of Trials' third floor has left players worldwide helpless, even causing all the world's top guilds to unite and discuss countermeasures. Patrick, representative of Guild Titan, says heavily. The 8th raid on the third floor boss has also failed. This time, each guild sent 100 players, but only 9 survived. Actually, the third floor boss isn't that strong himself, but ridiculously, he can summon 100,000 statues with a table-slapping sound. Tanwei, representative of Zhanghe Guild, states bluntly that even using legendary relics with similar summoning effects doesn't work. This boss is simply unsolvable. Maria from Olympus Guild shakes her head. We conquered the second and third floors too quickly, players didn't have enough development time, and there are still too few high-level players. Park Jinho from Guild Donggun nods in agreement, saying that in addition, there are many forces like Zhanghe Guild that monopolize magic crystals and hoard massive dungeon resources, which has also worsened this situation. Hearing this, Tanwei loudly retorts, "You brat, you're targeting me!" The two immediately start arguing. Patrick sees this and thinks, sure enough, the premise of discussion is internal fighting first. But he's not in the mood for this now, stopping the two while. Maria asks Patrick if he has any plans. Patrick says with a headache that recently some demonic ones have contacted him. They said if we agree to one condition, they have a way to help us attack the third floor. Hearing about cooperating with those demonic one trash, dismissive shouts immediately fill the entire room. Teresa is also horrified at the thought of cooperating with demonic ones, but she also understands that after the game became reality, the influence of major guilds is extraordinary, and their reputation for justice has become increasingly important. In short, all organizations are desperately trying to avoid any involvement with forces like the demonic ones. At this moment, a candle flickers. From the ignited furnace fire comes a person's voice. Hearing you call us trash really breaks my heart. Having self-respect is good, but the fact that your strength is completely inadequate is also true. In rolling demonic energy, a demonic one suddenly appears before everyone. Seeing a demonic one actually come to their door, Park Jinho flips the table and moves forward to eliminate the opponent. Tanwei swings his sword, expressing the same view as Park Jinho. The demonic one sneers. Quite the temper. You can attack after hearing my conditions, because we have a way to defeat the boss. Park Jinho tells the demonic one to stop talking nonsense. Demonic ones total less than 100 people. Where do you get the strength to fight an army of 100,000? People can be created where there are none. The demonic one's staff strikes the ground hard. Dark Gravekeeper has been activated. Patrick looks out the window. Countless skeleton soldiers are actually drilling out from the earth. He knows this is a necromancy skill that most demonic ones know. However, this scale isn't enough in his eyes. Unless, Patrick suddenly looks at the staff staff in the demonic one's hand. Looks like you recognize it. This is indeed the special equipment made from 99 materials, the Staff of Greed. Tan Wei furrows his brow. Staff of Greed, plus a necromancer, could indeed possibly clear it. But this draws Maria's rebuttal. Demonic ones are still demonic ones. Park Jin-ho also thinks they should immediately eliminate the opponent now, but if the news of their cooperation with demonic ones isn't leaked, this might not be a bad method. Seeing the wavering morale, Teresa breaks out in a cold sweat. She thinks everyone has gone crazy. They should never cooperate with demonic ones under any circumstances. She suddenly thinks of Kang Jin-hyuk. If Kang Jin-hyuk were here, he would never compromise with the current situation. Just as Teresa is pondering what to do, a video invitation comes from outside. Inviter, Kang Jin-hyuk. Do you accept the video invitation? Teresa happily accepts Kang Jin-hyuk's video invitation. Kang Jin-hyuk discovers that Teresa's surroundings are chaotic and noisy. There's even a demonic one present. Seeing someone eavesdropping, the demonic one immediately demands to know where this rat came from. The next second, the video call has switched to a group call. Under the shocked gazes of the guild representatives, they discover the person in the video is actually the super rookie they've been desperately seeking. Unknown. This delights all the guild leaders who want to connect with him, making them salivate. Interesting, the demonic one also knows how formidable this unknown player is, but this boss is different from the ruins you've faced before. Only we demonic ones have the ability to clear the third floor now. Kang Jin-hyuk sneers. With that fake staff of yours, I don't think you have a chance. This draws the demonic one's rebuttal. The heart of an adult, burial clothes soaked in holy oil. Clearly you were missing these two items when synthesizing the staff. Patrick asks Kang Jin-hyuk if this statement has any basis. Kang Jin-hyuk says coldly, a real staff of greed would have a ruby embedded beneath the skull. Moreover, with only 3 floors of the Tower of Trials open, it's impossible to craft a real staff of greed. Finally, notice how those summoned skeletons look completely frail. This demonic one is obviously trying to bluff you, then swindle away a large batch of your resources and equipment before disappearing. Hearing the truth exposed, the demonic one curses, bastard, but still says, you'll regret not accepting my proposal, and this matter won't end, I'll keep watching you. As the demonic one disappears, the skeletons outside also dissipate. Seeing this scene, Patrick looks worried. He asks, so what do we do now? Kang Jin-hyuk speaks up, leave it to me, this way you won't need to ally with demonic ones and can still complete the tower attack mission. Patrick asks what this means. Are you planning to challenge solo again? Kang Jin-hyuk nods. Hearing this, the guild representatives each have their own thoughts. Even if this plan fails, it's still a chance to build a closer relationship with Kang Jin-hyuk. Not to mention, compared to cooperating with demonic ones, this choice is almost guaranteed profit. Tanwei asks, how much payment do you need? Maria directly offers that her Olympus Guild would provide financial support. Patrick still wants to express that Guild Titan's funding is more reliable, while Park Jin-ho states that Guild Dangun will provide everything. I don't want any payment. Just let me enter the 3rd floor and block off the entire area during that time so no other players can enter. Maria asks, then what's your motivation? Tanwei also expresses doubt about Kang Jin-hyuk's motives. If I must say, to help a precious companion, this is what I should do. After saying this, Kang Jin-hyuk himself finds it disgustingly cheesy, pinching his thigh hard to calm himself down. Teresa is already immersed in indescribable emotions. Park Jin-ho exclaims in admiration, shouting that this is truly admirable friendship. Seeing this, Kang Jin-hyuk smiles to himself. If it were someone else, they would undoubtedly demand deposits and rewards without hesitation, but that would be short-sighted. What he values is the guild's evaluation of him. Being willing to forego rewards for a companion, these words will bring him benefits far exceeding what he deserves. Furthermore, he has already recorded that conversation. Deleting the video after the demonic one appeared, he has other uses for it, and now, in less than a day, he has already reached level 12. Everything is going smoothly. But at this moment, a complaining voice rings out, you brat, come help quickly, do you want to exhaust me to death? It turns out Alice is desperately helping Kang Jin-hyuk grind monsters on the side. Hearing his vampire pet complain that grinding is exhausting, Kang Jin-hyuk plans to buy a mana restoration potion for Alice to replenish her mana. Who would have thought the potion has no effect on vampires at all? Vampires can only replenish mana through one method, blood-sucking. Kang Jin-hyuk tells Alice to calm down, but the next second, Alice satisfyingly wipes the corner of her mouth and asks the completely numb Kang Jin-hyuk what to do next. Kang Jin-hyuk opens the shop, just saying he needs to buy some things first, but seeing the items Kang Jin-hyuk buys, Alice asks, why are they all useless things? Kang Jin-hyuk smiles, they'll be very useful later. Speaking of which, the two arrive at the edge of an abyss. Alice, we're going to be extremely busy next, because we need to reach the end of this floor within a day. Hold on to me. The next second, before Alice can react, Kang Jin-hyuk leaps directly into the abyss. Alice asks in panic, do you know how deep this is, and you just jump? Kang Jin-hyuk remains silent, but he's very clear in his mind. He's jumped from here more than 100 times. Seeing they're about to reach the bottom, Alice now. The next second, skill reverse gravity is activated. Alice gasps and complains, you guy, your recklessness is truly frightening. But at this moment, Alice becomes alert. Kang Jin-hyuk, be careful. In an instant, fire element skill activates. Don't worry. Kang Jin-hyuk comforts Alice. The next second, In the firelight, various insects crawl out. These little bugs are useless against me. You might as well show yourself. The boss is a bit surprised. You know me? Kang Jin-yek says calmly. You're the hound who prowls the desert, Anubis. Seeing an interesting human appear, Anubis wants to play a bit more, but Kang Jin-yek directly says, don't waste time, make your move. This causes Anubis to laugh heartily. You want to challenge me? A god? At this time, Alice also senses something ominous about the guy in front of them, about to stop him and tell Kang Jin-yek to run first. Alice's concern somewhat surprises Kang Jin-yek. However, don't worry, Alice, just watch from the side. Looking at the giant Anubis before him, Kang Jin-yek says, now I'll show you what kind of person you're making a deal with. Interesting. Anubis extends his staff. Anubis activates his inherent ability, Anubis's judgment, while asking, tell me, did you hear about my story from that vampire of yours? The first question has been posed. Anubis's judgment. This is an extremely powerful skill that issues absolute judgment on the answerer as long as they answer 3 questions. Kang Jin-yek came specifically for this skill. As for the copying condition, make Anubis lose patience. The answers don't need to be truthful. Making things up is fine. Kang Jin-yek nods and says that's right. Anubis sneers and asks the second question. Did you come here for the hive? Of course, that thing can sell for quite a bit on the black market. Just as Kang Jin-yek answers the second question, a heart is placed on the phantom judge's scale behind him. So, let me ask you one final question. Do you think after coming to my territory, you can still leave alive? Kang Jin-yek sneers. If I can't handle you, I might as well find a block of tofu and bash my head against it. System notification. Opponent has answered all questions. Anubis's judgment activates. In an instant, a phantom surges out from Kang Jin-yek's body. Kang Jin-yek receives a system notification. All ability values decreased by 50%, forbidden from using inherent abilities and skills for 1 minute. Anubis sneers. Now I need an agent to carry out judgment for me. The next second, a giant black armored mantis appears before Kang Jin-yek. Facing this extremely unfavorable battle situation, Kang Jin-yek pulls out a mini gramophone. Gramophone can play a specified song, won't be destroyed until playback ends. Anubis is still wondering if this kid has been scared silly. Kang Jin-yek closes his eyes to feel the rhythm of the music, answering, of course not. As Mantis launches its attack, Kang Jin-yek extends his dance move saying, watch closely, I'm going to immerse myself in music, you stupid dog. And with the music's performance, Kang Jin-yek can perfectly dodge Mantis's attacks. That's right, this song was specifically chosen by Kang Jin-yek. The music's beat can precisely correspond to Mantis's attack rhythm. By following the beat, he can dodge perfectly. This scene leaves even Anubis dumbfounded. He immediately realizes this kid came prepared, and calculating the time, it's about right. Instantly, the effect of Anubis's judgment skill expires. A cold light flashes in Kang Jin-yek's hand. Grave of Swords activates, instantly chopping Mantis to pieces, but Mantis's severed limbs rapidly regenerate. Agents chosen by Anubis gain immortal abilities. Kang Jin-yek can win countless times, but Mantis only needs to win once. But Kang Jin-yek sneers, there's something more terrifying than death, and that's a fate worse than death. Instantly, severed limbs keep flying. Blood from Mantis's mouth flows uncontrollably. Alice on the side is completely shocked by Kang Jin-yek's strength, but she smiles slightly. She suddenly feels that Kang Jin-yek's promise to help her seek revenge might not be empty words. At this time, Mantis falls. Anubis keeps making Mantis stand up. However, even though Mantis, as an agent, is a warrior who takes pride in accepting divine choice, the fear Kang Jin-yek has given it almost makes it collapse. And now Kang Jin-yek plans to deliver the final blow to its supposedly invincible will. That is humiliation and provocation. Thinking of this, Kang Jin-yek directly sits on Mantis's head. Mantis uses all its strength to straighten its posture, then places its own blade against its own neck. Anubis's agent has died. The agent's unprecedented suicide makes Anubis question his existence. The experience of defeating Mantis levels Kang Jin-yek up, and simultaneously, a dazzling blue light shines on his body. The spellbook of the Peltaros Dukedom. Once interpreted, users can learn ice magic. This is a good item only obtainable from mid to upper floors. Kang Jin-yek instantly realizes this is the Monopoly skill activating, giving him the best possible reward. At the same time, system notification, you have learned skill ice sculpture. You have activated skill ice sculpture. Anubis snarls, I admit you've got something, but do you think you can contend with me? Kang Jin-yek sneers, you haven't even made a move yet and you're putting on airs just hiding on the 42nd floor, you coward. Anubis is startled, asking why Kang Jin-yek would fight him knowing he's just a consciousness and not the real body. Why? Because it's fun, of course. Am I a plaything in your eyes? Anubis is enraged, shouting insolent 3 times. The next second, Anubis activates the hive. The hive can summon giant bees infinitely. Kang Jin-yek activates ice sculpture, instantly killing several giant bees. But to deal with swarming monsters, ice sculpture alone isn't enough. In that case, Kang Jin-yek uses fire element skill. At this moment, Kang Kang Jin-hyuk has fire in his left hand and ice sculpture in his right. Fusion skill successfully activates. System notification: you have acquired Skill Daylight. Skill Daylight can cause large area high damage. Watching Kang Jin-hyuk descend like a god and instantly clear the field, Anubis decides to change strategy. First, he selects the Hive as his agent, adding immortal ability while also being able to summon enhanced giant bees infinitely. In an instant, an enhanced giant bee is already attacking Kang Jin-hyuk. Kang Jin-hyuk activates skill Ice Sculpture. While instantly killing the giant bee, he discovers this little thing actually splits after each death. In the blink of an eye, 1 becomes 4. Anubis has already started mocking that Kang Jin-hyuk is doomed. Kang Jin-hyuk, having anticipated this, takes out a capsule. Enlargement pill can expand an opponent's size up to 10 times. Kang Jin-hyuk waves his hand, instantly throwing the pill into the giant bee's mouth. System notification: enlargement pill will take effect in 1 minute. Kang Jin-hyuk leaps into the air, stepping on the giant bee, gripping the steering wheel with both hands. He performs a death drift. Watching a group of giant bees bumping around like headless flies, Anubis quickly becomes a commander directing the battle. Although immortal bodies plus infinitely splitting monsters would make people despair, it's not without countermeasures. After Kang Jin-hyuk lures all the giant bees near the hive, he immediately bounces and leaps into the air. System notification: you have used Mysterious Cube. A cube appears out of nowhere, instantly trapping all giant bees along with the hive. Seeing this, the various items Kang Jin-hyuk bought earlier are also put to use at this moment. You have strengthened the cube by synthesizing 4 pieces of equipment. The giant bees inside the cube sense danger and start frantically ramming, but still cannot break through. As Kang Jin-hyuk lands, fire element skill activates. In an instant, flames fill the entire cube. But that's not all. The enlargement pill takes effect simultaneously. The continuously growing giant bees are forced to harm each other in the cramped space. System notification: enlargement pill has dropped. Split and dying giant bees have become one enlargement pill after another. At the same time, massive experience points make Kang Jin-hyuk's level rise unstoppably. Anubis is directly stunned by this magical operation of grinding levels and items simultaneously. He can't believe Kang Jin-hyuk had prepared various countermeasures for him in advance. Unless this is a trap. That's right, the opponent must have known the hive's characteristics and deliberately provoked him for this purpose. In rage and frustration, Anubis makes a decision. He suddenly clenches his fist. System notification: Anubis has destroyed the hive. Kang Jin-hyuk secretly exclaims what a pity. He wanted to grind more enlargement pills for attacking the 3rd floor. Feeling himself constantly outmaneuvered by Kang Jin-hyuk, Anubis stomps his feet in anger, then points at Kang Jin-hyuk and says harshly, "You better live to reach the 42nd floor." Kang Jin-hyuk softly says, "Don't worry, I'll go up there without you worrying about it. By then, I'll personally judge you." The next second, Anubis's statue shatters. System notification: you have completed the task of destroying Anubis's consciousness. You have acquired skill Anubis's Judgment. Anubis's Judgment: as long as the opponent answers 3 questions, they will be forbidden from using skills for 1 minute. Additionally, can only be used once per target. System notification: ancient Egyptian gods are very interested in you. But the next second, several gods have shown great hostility toward you. Kang Jin-hyuk immediately understands. That little dog went to tattle to his master. Alice is still somewhat confused about what happened. Anyway, I won, and that guy got angry and went offline. Kang Jin-hyuk's level has now reached 19, after allocating some attribute points. System notification: you have a video invitation. Kang Jin-hyuk is surprised, and he tells Alice to step aside first. After the video connects, unexpectedly, it's Cheon Yu-song. He calls urging Kang Jin-hyuk for another duel. Kang Jin-hyuk is about to refuse when he hears Cheon Yu-song explain that this sparring session is somewhat special. Recently, the Awakener Association will hold a martial arts tournament, and all AA-level players, including himself, will participate. Kang Jin-hyuk says that has nothing to do with him. He previously hit his strength, and his rating is still F-level, so he's not qualified to participate. Cheon Yu-song continues meaningfully. The person who wins the tournament championship can exercise 2 rights. One is to choose any legendary relic. The other is to designate any player who didn't participate in the competition for a sparring match. Kang Jin-hyuk feels something ominous. He hears Cheon Yu-song shout, "This time I will definitely defeat you in front of everyone. But don't worry, as long as you can beat me, I can give you a black market invitation." The so-called black market refers to auction houses that provide offline trading for players after the Tower of Trials appeared. Besides using cash transactions, participants must also be invited to attend. Kang Jin-hyuk needs to buy some equipment for attacking the 3rd floor, so this is a good opportunity. At this time, the system notifies Kang Jin-hyuk that his uploaded video has made it to trending. It's the video of his agreement with various guilds to solo attack the 3rd floor. Under the continuous failures of various guilds challenging the 3rd floor, Unknown has decided to solo the 3rd level. Such a topic immediately explodes across the internet. This video soars to 50 million views, while also earning Kang Jin-hyuk 500,000 coins in compensation. Although after deducting the 90% handling fee only 50,000 remains, it's still not bad. And now, Kang Jin-hyuk yawns. He can only hope this boring martial arts tournament ends quickly. This martial arts tournament has 24 AA level players participating, and it's being live streamed throughout. Such high-level duels are meant to make people truly feel the strength of high-level players, and maintain confidence in guilds given the prolonged prolonged inability to conquer the third floor. In other words, it's a show. In the audience, people from the Awakener Association secretly admire that all contestants are very high level. However, Hong Dokbyo, representative of Guild Black Cloud, only has eyes for one person. The one he's watching is Cheon Yusong. In his eyes, Cheon Yusong's offensive and defensive rhythm is perfectly natural, and more importantly, his swordsmanship is simply masterful. He previously brought huge sums to invite Cheon Yusong to join his guild. Although rejected, he became even more optimistic about this young man. At this moment, with a bored complaint, someone sneers, "If I went up there, I would have beaten them all down long ago." The speaker is Guild Black Cloud's new generation seed player, Jung Do-yeon. In Hong Dokbyo's eyes, Jung Do-yeon has the ability to become S-level within 3 years, a guild prodigy. He values Jung Do-yeon highly. However, this guy is a bit pretentious, which isn't a good trait. At this time, the competition on stage becomes more intense. But in the tension, sword light flashes. One person charges through like entering an uninhabited realm, instantly defeating all opponents. This person is Cheon Yusong, with the declaration of a victor. Reporters also ask whether Cheon Yusong will choose a legendary relic or designate an opponent to challenge. Cheon Yusong stands with sword in hand, saying coldly, "I want to exercise my right to challenge, and my opponent is you." The sword edge points to Jung Do-yeon, who looks excited. He didn't expect Cheon Yusong to choose him, but Hong Dokbyo instantly presses down on his shoulder. "The person he designated isn't you." His blade and gaze are focused on a position higher than ours. As Jung Do-yeon questions it, the person behind him says, "You really know how to cause trouble for people." The one standing up behind Jung Do-yeon is Kang Jin-hyuk. The guild people sitting nearby are shocked and quickly investigate the opponent's identity, only to discover the challenged person is merely an F level with the lowest strength. But watching Kang Jin-hyuk calmly approach the arena, only Cheon Yusong knows how terrifying the person before him is. Kang Jin-hyuk says helplessly, "You've already lost to me 138 times. After losing this time, can you please leave me alone? Don't talk like I'm definitely going to lose." Cheon Yusong says with championship momentum, "You should have seen my strength just now." Kang Jin-hyuk nods. "Seems like you've been training very seriously recently." Cheon Yusong grits his teeth, more than seriously. To defeat Kang Jin-hyuk, he hasn't dared to stop for even a second. "Come on, use your full strength and have a proper match with me." The next second, in blue sword light, Cheon Yusong activates skill soul chasing sword dance, type 2 soul chasing flames. Seeing this, Kang Jin-hyuk activates fire element skill. In that case, you little followers should also learn to give up. After a battle, intense firelight has already melted the hall's roof. Huge icicles are scattered everywhere. In the smoke and dust, Cheon Yusong looks with indescribable confusion. "Just how many skills do you have, you brat?" The next second, he collapsed powerlessly to the ground. Kang Jin-hyuk calmly walked over to Cheon Yusong's side and took the black market invitation that had been agreed upon earlier. The other spectators were stunned to see F-rank Kang Jin-hyuk display such incredible combat power. Meanwhile, Kang Jin-hyuk approached some old acquaintances. Lee Yuri and the old man had both been defeated by Kang Jin-hyuk before, and they had promised to lend their strength when Kang Jin-hyuk needed it in the future. Now seeing that their abilities had grown considerably, Kang Jin-hyuk planned to ask Lee Yuri for her phone number for future contact. As Lee Yuri hesitated, she heard Kang Jin-hyuk say, "If it's inconvenient, forget it," and she was about to decline. "But if you don't give it, you'd better think carefully about the consequences." This frightened Lee Yuri into quickly giving him her number. At that moment, loud laughter echoed from the spectator seats. The person called out "excellent" while stepping into the arena. "I thought you were just an ordinary F rank, but I didn't expect you to be ridiculously strong." Looking at the newcomer, Kang Jin-hyuk activated his Eye of Truth, obtaining the opponent's attribute panel. At the same time, he learned that the copying condition was to recognize the opponent's true intention for approaching him. Seeing that the system seemed to have already recognized the opponent's purpose, Kang Jin-hyuk was somewhat surprised. At this point, the man introduced himself as Jung Do-yeon, saying he came on stage because he thought Kang Jin-hyuk was strong, and since he also had some ability, he wanted to make friends. Hearing this, golden light flashed in Kang Jin-hyuk's eyes. The Eye of Truth determined the statement to be false. In Kang Jin-hyuk's view, beneath the opponent's calm and composed exterior lay deep inferiority and anger, while reporters eager for juicy news surrounded them. Moreover, the guild master of Black Cloud Guild also showed an expectant expression. So his true purpose was to subdue this super rookie who had risen to fame by defeating Cheon Yusong in front of the reporters, thus attracting widespread attention. This thought flashed through Kang Jin-hyuk's mind, and the system prompted, "You have seen through Jung Do-yeon's intentions. You have copied the opponent's skill Titan's grip, which can multiply your grip strength." Seeing this, Kang Jin-hyuk almost laughed out loud. In the past, in the Tower of Trials, due to too few players, the skills he could copy were very limited. But after the game became reality, he not only got the chance to copy numerous skills, but people also delivered themselves to his door. Interesting. So you're representing Black Cloud Guild to shake hands with me? Jong Do-yeon nodded with a smile. If possible, I'd like to invite you to join our guild. If I join the guild, how much salary can I get? However much you want, we'll give you that much. Then, one last question. Do you think your grip strength is superior to mine? Jong Do-yeon's lips curved upward. Instantly, the skill titan's grip activated. While he responded, "Isn't that obvious?" But the next second, Jong Do-yeon's expression froze. His ability had somehow failed to activate just now, and at this moment, Anubis's judgment had already activated. The next second, Kang Jin-hyuk asked, "Weren't you confident in your grip strength?" The opponent cried out in pain, unable to help but kneel from the agony. Kang Jin-hyuk continued to provoke, "Why are you reacting so dramatically now?" The intense pain made Jong Do-yeon unable to resist swinging his fist at Kang Jin-hyuk. But the next second, Kang Jin-hyuk snorted coldly and directly punched Jong Do-yeon. Jong Do-yeon was instantly sent flying and collapsed unconscious on the ground. At that moment, a red lightning bolt suddenly flashed across Kang Jin-hyuk's shoulder. Amid the thunderous roar, Kang Jin-hyuk instantly dodged to a distance. At the same time, his Eye of Truth activated. Then he saw the person who had attacked him, Hong Dokpyo, the guild master of Black Cloud Guild. The condition for copying the opponent's skill was to destroy his self-esteem. It seemed the opponent was preparing to avenge his guild member Jong Do-yeon, but Kang Jin-hyuk told Hong Dokpyo to calm down, because Kang Jin-hyuk had no intention of letting his battle record advance to defeating guild bosses. Hearing Kang Jin-hyuk speak as if he had him figured out, Hong Dokpyo gritted his teeth and said, "You don't know your place." While activating his skill Blood Demon Spirit, he charged toward Kang Jin-hyuk. Seeing this, Kang Jin-hyuk raised his left arm high. Instantly, the skill Daylight activated, disrupting the audience's vision to ensure his true strength wouldn't be exposed too much. At the same time, Kang Jin-hyuk swung his longsword and activated the skill gap, instantly blocking Hong Dokpyo. Seeing this, a bead of cold sweat formed on Hong Dokpyo's forehead. His Blood Demon Spirit couldn't even stop the second-floor boss of the Tower of Trials, the giant god warrior. Yet Hong Dokpyo roared that this young man was blocking it so easily. It was ridiculous. But just as the two were about to continue fighting, a green aura filled the space between them. System notification, level 4 skill mediation has been activated. Stop it. This martial arts tournament is highly watched and you should show people a reliable image. Shouldn't you, Awakeners? The newcomer was none other than Han Sung-jin, the guild master of the Awakener Guild. Kang Jin-hyuk knew this person was the leader of domestic Awakeners, wondering why he had come at this time. Hong Dokpyo had already complained to Han Sang-jin about Kang Jin-hyuk injuring their guild members, but to Hong Dokpyo's shocked gaze, Han Sang-jin simply said, "Since it's a competition, getting hurt is normal." Han Sang-jin then approached Kang Jin-hyuk. He couldn't help but recall the message he had received 20 minutes ago. The tournament organizer had reported to him that a mysterious player with high combat power but only F-rank rating had appeared at the venue. Sensing there was more to this story, he immediately investigated the evaluator who had assessed Kang Jin-hyuk. Unexpectedly, it was Kang Jin-hyuk who had pressured the evaluator into changing the assessment results. Thinking this, Han Sang-jin felt no anger at all. Instead, he politely said, "Mr. Kang Jin-hyuk, congratulations on becoming the 16th player in the country to receive an S-rank determination. Due to our association's error in giving you an incorrect grade assessment, I offer you my most sincere apologies." Hearing that Kang Jin-hyuk was actually the newly emerged 16th S-rank, all the reporters went crazy. This was big news. Hong Dokpyo was stunned, and at his feet lay Jong Do-yeon unconscious and utterly humiliated. He had originally planned to let Jong Do-yeon steal the spotlight, but now the spotlight had been stolen by someone else. He wanted to do something to salvage the situation. Grabbing a reporter, he announced that his Black Cloud Guild was prepared with a special strategy for publicly attacking the third-floor boss. But the reporter, with his clothes grabbed by Hong Dokpyo, shook him off and didn't even want his shirt back, hurrying toward Kang Jin-hyuk instead. Looking at the shirt in his hands, Hong Dokpyo fell into deep thought, while Kang Jin-hyuk basked in the spotlight under countless camera flashes. Hong Dokpyo's expression darkened. He then threw down the shirt and left on his own. At the same time, the copying condition was met. You have copied the skill Blood Demon Spirit. Scene change, Kang Jin-hyuk was now arranged on a plane in first class. Not only did the flight attendants greet him with smiles, they also prepared an exquisite dinner for him. All this was simply because he was Korea's newly emerged S-rank player. As the nation's 16th S-rank player to emerge from nowhere, Kang Jin-hyuk not only caused heated discussion online, but even the Awakener Association's guild master, upon learning that Kang Jin-hyuk was going to Las Vegas, immediately arranged a plane for him. However, just as Kang Jin-hyuk was leisurely enjoying his meal, Alice's serious voice came from the ring. Alice told Kang Jin-hyuk to pay attention to a white-clothed man traveling with them on the plane, stating directly that there was something about him that made her feel sick. For something to make her, a vampire, feel disgusted, this person was definitely not simple. Hearing this, Kang Jin-hyuk activated his Eye of Truth, but his pupils couldn't help but contract. He learned the opponent's name was Alex, and the condition for copying the opponent's skill was actually to join the Demonic Ones Association. In other words, beneath this guy's calm exterior, he was a completely mad demonic one. At this point, Alex casually approached Kang Jin-hyuk, asking with apparent surprise if he was the new S-rank that had emerged domestically. Being targeted by a demonic one was definitely not coincidental. While Kang Jin-hyuk speculated about the opponent's intentions, he kindly and directly admitted his identity. Hearing this, Alex immediately handed over his business card and invited Kang Jin-yuk to have a drink nearby. Kang Jin-yuk was prepared to play along with the opponent and didn't refuse, so over drinks and conversation, after the two had exchanged a lot of meaningless pleasantries, Alex swirled his wine glass and tentatively said that his visit to K-Country, besides ordinary business matters, was also to expand his Awakener-related ventures. However, he sighed, saying he had encountered some minor setbacks while expanding his business. Alex then asked if Kang Jin-yuk knew about the recently popular masked player Unknown. Kang Jin-yuk nodded. I heard he's planning to challenge the third floor solo. Alex stated directly that their company had originally wanted to participate in this third floor attack, but Unknown had disrupted their plans. Although the opponent claimed to protect companions, he was actually just preventing others from ruining his own plans. Kang Jin-yuk inquired, from what you're saying, it sounds like you know Unknown? Alex nodded. Seeing this guy lying through his teeth in front of him, the actual Unknown, Kang Jin-yuk was speechless. At this point, Alex threw out the bait, taking the opportunity to invite Kang Jin-yuk to join them in attacking the third floor. Kang Jin-yuk mentioned that Unknown had previously announced that others were prohibited from entering while he attacked the third floor. Egg players have the right to act independently. With you there, we can enter, and we can also obtain the hidden items in the boss room. Kang Jin-yuk instantly understood the opponent's purpose. They wanted to use him to enter while the guilds were blocking the third floor. Kang Jin-yuk shook his head in refusal, saying he had just received his S-rank evaluation and had no intention of immediately offending other guilds. Alex smiled, saying as a businessman, he would naturally provide appropriate compensation. Have you ever heard of a type of elixir? Whether you're terminally ill or on the brink of death, it can instantly heal you. This is the holy water I have in my possession. Alex directly handed this precious item to Kang Jin-yuk. This bottle of holy water can be considered advance payment for asking your help. Of course, provided you first sign this contract. At the same time, the system prompted, Alex has activated the skill contract of the dead. Kang Jin-yuk knew that while this contract looked ordinary, once the signatory signed but failed to fulfill their promise, it would become a death contract demanding the signatory's life, but there was no danger if he didn't sign. So Kang Jin-yuk pushed the contract away, using the excuse that he must be cautious about his relationships with various guilds, and refused the opponent again. Alex sighed regretfully. In that case, please return the holy water to us. But Kang Jin-yuk waved his hand dismissively. Alex was stunned, asking what Kang Jin-yuk meant. Although I'm cautious by nature, I'm equally greedy. Whatever I set my sights on, I must obtain no matter what. Alex's expression changed, growling, what nonsense are you spouting? The next second, violent tremors shook the cabin. Alex was shocked that Kang Jin-yuk had suddenly released so much magical power. What was he going crazy about? At this moment, the tremors suddenly stopped, and the flight attendant's announcement came over the speakers. The aircraft is passing through a sudden warm air mass. Please return to your seats and pay attention to safety. Kang Jin-yuk said quietly. Seems I should follow the announcement's advice and return to my seat. Alex asked through gritted teeth. You knew my identity all along, didn't you? Kang Jin-yuk nodded, also complimenting his acting skills. Alex threatened. You won't get away with this, and Unknown will make you pay for it too. Hearing this, Kang Jin-yuk laughed mockingly. Who are you kidding? Your people got schooled so badly by Unknown at the Olympus meeting, and you still have the nerve to claim you're working with Unknown? Alex's expression changed, both shocked at how Kang Jin-yuk knew about this matter and suspicious whether the opponent had some relationship with Unknown, though it was also possible that his S-rank status had led other guilds to share information with him. Before leaving, Kang Jin-yuk didn't forget to add one more jab. You know what? If you had been nicer just now, I might have told you about Unknown. See you next time. At the same time, the plane reached its destination. Walking through the unfamiliar city, what came into view was a uniquely modern urban landscape. Is this a human city? Alice said with curiosity. It looks pretty good. As a reward for Alice helping him discover the demon, Kang Jin-yuk had agreed to let Alice come out and move around freely. However, while walking, Kang Jin-yuk still wanted to make some preparations for the upcoming action. He activated his fusion skill, instantly fusing Eye of Truth with Blood Demon Spirit. With the successful fusion notification, you have obtained Eye of Gluttony. Eye of Gluttony can bypass any barrier and comes with the additional skills Vision Share and Mind Reading. However, due to the influence of Blood Demon Spirit, frequent use carries the risk of mental contamination. Although Kang Jin-yuk had better fusion methods, this was all he could do for now. At this point, Alice pointed to a luxuriously decorated building and asked, are we going there? Kang Jin-yuk shook his head. Magic can't be used in there. We're going to another interesting place. Hearing there might be some fun, Alice's eyes immediately lit up with excitement. Then the two arrived in front of a building several times smaller. While Alice was somewhat skeptical whether there was really any fun in this shabby building before them, she heard someone shout, I saw that guy cheating with my own eyes. A blonde guy got thoroughly beaten up by someone on the street. Bullshit, you use skills too. Remember, in here, losers are idiots. Kang Jin-yuk thought to himself, exactly right. Then the two entered the building, and the interior was satisfactory enough for Alice. But the next second, Kang Jin-yuk lifted Alice up and placed her on a nearby seat, saying to the server, give her whatever she wants to drink, I'll pay the bill. Seeing that Kang Jin-yuk only planned to have her stay here, Alice immediately felt restless. Kang Jin-yuk whispered, don't worry, I'm just going to earn some chips for the auction. I'll be back soon. Meanwhile, at a card table, Pedro activated his skill Advanced Blockade while drawing two cards from the deck. This skill prevented others from tampering with the cards. Seeing his cards were good, he felt relieved. He'd already lost over $500,000 to the man across from him, but now his luck was good. It was time to turn the tables. So he decided to try playing big. Kang Jinyuk contemplated, and also pushed all his money forward, saying all in, while asking, "The stakes are quite high now, can you handle it?" Pedro responded, "Of course." Then he heard Kang Jin-hyuk ask, "Which guild manages this place?" "It's invested and operated by the Scavenger Guild." Pedro was still curious why the opponent was suddenly asking him questions. "Can't customers ask questions here?" Pedro quickly shook his head, saying you can ask whatever you want. However, he felt tense inside, guessing whether the opponent was going to use mind reading to observe his expressions. But it didn't matter. Time to reveal the cards. Now the cards were selected by his skill. Others couldn't tamper with them, but he could. Skill sleight of hand activated. Cards revealed, but the cards hadn't changed. His skill had somehow failed. Kang Jin-hyuk looked at this opponent, who planned to use underhanded tactics, and simply revealed his cards, saying, "Looks like I won." Under Eye of Gluttony and Anubis's judgment, the opponent's petty tricks were laughable. However, just as Kang Jin-hyuk was about to collect his winnings. Wait a minute. Urgent footsteps approached, as a group of people instantly surrounded Kang Jin-hyuk. Kang Jin-hyuk immediately understood. They weren't planning to let him leave with this money. "Is this how you treat customers? Someone who takes away such a large sum isn't our customer," the redhead added. "Quick, take him away." Hearing this, Kang Jin-hyuk laughed coldly. The next second, amid a whistling sound, "I suddenly remembered something I heard when I first arrived here." "What was it?" "Oh right. In here, losers are idiots. If you're going to be ruthless, don't blame me for being merciless." While dodging a bullet, Kang Jin-hyuk instantly pinned the shooter to the ground. Other customers cheered as well. Alice was immersed in the wine in her hand, asking about its name. The server replied this wine was called Kiss of Fire, symbolizing the passionate love of lovers in love. Alice murmured, "Passionate love, how boring." At this time, the black shop's manager was going crazy, asking why the guild people hadn't arrived yet, only to be told it would be at least another half hour. His heart immediately filled with dread. The opponent's strength far exceeded expectations. At this moment, his subordinate told him something big had happened. The redhead cursed, "What could be bigger than what's happening right now?" The next second his expression changed. Something really big had happened. What he held was the news of Kang Jin-hyuk being rated S-rank. There were only about 20 S-rank existences in Las Vegas, and he had encountered one here. He immediately realized that if the opponent intended to cause serious damage here, his shop would be reduced to rubble in an instant. So amid a loud shout of "Stop!" the redhead tore open his collar, then fell to his knees with a thud, saying, "Dear customer, we were blind and have offended you. Please forgive us." Kang Jin-hyuk immediately understood. The opponent had apparently learned about his S-rank status. However, this bullying the weak and fearing the strong attitude was truly disgusting. "However, I might be able to give you a chance for me to forgive you, along with my winnings, plus a satisfactory compensation payment, and we'll call it even. How about that?" Soon after, Kang Jin-hyuk's phone received a transfer notification, and at this time, his prearranged car had also arrived. This was a special car to the auction. Sitting inside, he couldn't see the scenery outside. Kang Jin-hyuk was surprised that the auction's location was so secretive, which also aroused his curiosity. When he got out of the car again, Kang Jin-hyuk found himself in front of an exquisitely decorated building. Alice was already urging Kang Jin-hyuk to quickly let her out. With light footsteps, Alice looked at the impressive decor around them and immediately smiled. "This place looks worthy of my noble blood relative status." Kang Jin-hyuk instructed Alice to keep a low profile. The auction is full of people with various ulterior motives. Walking among them, some people who had obtained inside information were already starting to discuss what genuine items might appear at this auction. Due to the appearance of the Tower of Trials, many previously unseen treasures had emerged endlessly. But at this moment, Alice caught a strange scent. It was the disgusting smell of demons that made her sick. Suddenly, a greeting voice came from beside them. "Nice to meet you. I'm Julius Kedrick, the teacher of this idiot next to me." Looking at Alex's beaten face, Kang Jin-hyuk sneered, activating Eye of Gluttony, instantly obtaining Julius's panel information. The opponent's inherent ability was a powerful skill that complemented his necromancer profession, which somewhat surprised Kang Jin-hyuk. The condition for copying the opponent's skill was to follow the opponent in learning black magic courses and achieve an A+ grade. Kang Jin-hyuk thought speechlessly whether the system didn't want him to copy the opponent's skill, giving such a ridiculous condition. Then he heard Julius say that he had come to inquire about the information Kang Jin-hyuk possessed regarding unknown, but Kang Jin-hyuk simply said maybe next time and was about to leave. However, Julius extended his staff to block Kang Jin-hyuk. "Unfortunately, there won't be a next time. I'm in a hurry. Since that's the case, then it's none of my business." Then he left directly with Alice. Julius told Alex not to be impulsive. He had other ways to teach Kang Jin-hyuk a lesson. On the other side, Alice asked whether she should directly eliminate those demonic ones. Kang Jin-hyuk sighed. "Now is not the time to cause trouble. We have business to attend to. Ladies and gentlemen, the auction is about to begin." Kang Jin-hyuk brought Alice into the auction hall. The first auction item is a meteorite with a starting price of 100,000. Although it was cheap, Kang Jin-hyuk understood it was because there were no blacksmiths who could work with meteoric iron yet. He immediately bid 300,000, then sat waiting to take it home. But amid a bid of 1 million, the demonic ones who had been at odds with Kang Jin-hyuk earlier actually outbid him. While Kang Kang Jinyuk wondered what these two were up to. Unexpectedly, every time he bid afterward, the opponent would double the price. After several auction items, Kang Jinyuk understood the opponent was targeting him, not wanting him to obtain what he wanted. Thinking this, Kang Jinyuk decided to play with the opponent. Next, Kang Jinyuk bid frantically, regardless of whether it was useful to him, even bidding without listening to the complete introduction. And Julius would follow every bid to compete. During this period, Kang Jinyuk would deliberately drive the price up to millions. Julius would also double the price and buy it himself. Seeing they had already spent tens of millions, Alex asked his teacher if they were being too wasteful with money. Hearing this, Julius directly beat up Alex. Idiot, what if he gets what he wants? Although it's a bit wasteful now, as long as we can get what that guy wants, we can use it to exchange for the intelligence we want. At this time, something appeared at the auction specifically for chess enthusiasts. The earliest international chessboard. Others weren't particularly interested in this. But amid Alice's confusion, Kang Jinyuk made his move, bidding 50,000. Julius followed with 100,000, then 150,000, 500,000, 1 million. Julius directly bid 8 million. Kang Jinyuk remained silent for a moment and called out his limit of 10 million, but with a cold laugh, Julius directly bid 30 million. At the same time, he understood this was what Kang Jinyuk wanted, and Kang Jinyuk's limit was only 10 million. Kang Jinyuk's expression changed. Earlier, he had already wasted 70 million of the opponent's money, but unexpectedly, the opponent still had so much money left. Just as the opponent was about to succeed in their bid, 100 million. Alice stood up and directly stated a despairing price. Hearing the opponent wanted to spend 100 million on a broken chessboard, Julius was also dumbfounded. Only Alice had a watch my operation look. Reassuring Kang Jinyuk, Julius knew he couldn't fail at this crucial moment. He prepared to bid 110 million, but 200 million. Alice looked disdainfully at this guy who dared challenge her, showing a deadly gaze. This completely broke Julius's defense, immediately questioning whether the opponent even had 200 million in assets. The auctioneer also asked Alice if she could prove her assets. Hearing this, Alice extended her hand, revealing a dimensional space behind her. The next second, is this enough? Under Alice's queen-like bearing, countless treasures poured forth. A staff member picked up a crown and said tremblingly, "This one alone is worth $500 million, while Alice acted as if they had never seen the world before. Kang Jinyuk could only marvel, this is absolutely top-notch. As for Julius, his face had turned black. He said to Alex, "We lost this round. Prepare to implement Plan B." Seeing Alice help him buy the chessboard, Kang Jinyuk didn't know how to thank her. Alice said nonchalantly that she was just clearing out her overflowing inventory anyway. Besides, I can't let others make my contractor lose face. Unexpectedly, Alice would say such cute words, warming Kang Jinyuk's heart, but the next second, intense flames suddenly erupted from behind them. People were horrified as the surroundings seemed about to collapse, and fled toward the exits. But with a flash of blade light, "Where do you think you're going?" Alex went mad, instantly eliminated several people. At the same time, Alex had activated his skill magical furnace. Instantly, everyone's bodies swayed, feeling intense headaches. In the chaos, there were even children crying for help. Seeing this scene, Kang Jinyuk's expression turned cold, saying in a low voice, "You disgusting creature have crossed my bottom line." Alex nonchalantly used the corpses of the dead to summon Blood Demon after Blood Demon, while looking at the trembling Kang Jinyuk and saying, "Worthy of an S rank, this kind of magic didn't bring you down. But don't worry, I'll return every bit of humiliation I suffered on the plane to you completely. Death won't be your end. Go, finish him off." As his words fell, several Blood Demons instantly charged toward Kang Jinyuk. Amid the violent impact waves, seeing Kang Jinyuk dodge, Alex was still wondering where that little rich girl had gone. Kang Jinyuk whispered, "You're too ugly, she doesn't want to see you," while thinking to himself that under the influence of magical furnace, he didn't have enough magical power to support Alice's manifestation. Moreover, the damage from magical furnace was gradually intensifying. He couldn't delay too long. Instantly his form exploded into action. Kang Jinyuk activated Grave of Swords, instantly killing several blood demons. Alex exclaimed in admiration. The next second, a magic circle formed in his hands as the dead bodies continuously fed power to him. Instantly, several more blood demons formed, and the previously killed blood demons also revived. Kang Jinyuk understood the opponent planned to rely on human wave tactics to wear him down. However, these tricks weren't enough to kill him. Kang Jinyuk instantly activated his skill Daylight, preparing to melt all the blood demons. Alex had already studied Kang Jinyuk's information and knew he had this move. He instantly controlled the blood demons to block in front of himself. But what shocked him was that his blood demons couldn't move. At this time, sharp ice was spreading beneath all the blood demons' feet. Kang Jinyuk's eyes were cold as he breathed out a puff of cold air. Alex instantly understood. The opponent had used the bright light as a distraction while secretly using ice magic. The next second, a flash of light struck directly at Alex. Alex collapsed powerlessly, still unable to believe the result before his eyes. All his blood demons were completely and utterly dead. At this moment, Kang Jinyuk approaches from behind Alex. Alex throws a smoke grenade behind him and tries to escape. He's scared now. He never expected to go from having the upper hand to being completely outmatched. and now he desperately needs to regroup with his master. But in the next second, a throwing knife hits him square in the back. As the smoke clears, Kang Jin-yuk has hit his target dead center. Moving forward, he says, making such a mess here and still trying to run. Your blood will now fill your lungs, eventually causing you to suffocate to death. However, I could spare you from the agony of suffocation. With that, Kang Jin-yuk pulls out the holy water. The elixir, just tell me about the demonic one's whereabouts. Seeing the holy water, Alex knows he still has a chance to live. He wants to speak, but his throat is full of blood and he can't make a sound. He simply writes on the ground with his own blood. But Kang Jin-yuk suddenly stomps on his hand. Since you won't tell me, don't blame me for this. Alex curses inwardly. This guy never intended to listen anyway. Then Kang Jin-yuk pulls out an object. I don't need this. Here, take it back. It's Alex's business card. Please, die as painfully as possible. The longer the better, you scum. At this point, Kang Jin-yuk discovers two treasures in the surroundings. They are the ichthyosaur heart and Michelangelo's safe. These two items are exactly the fusion materials for a large-capacity subspace backpack. With the materials ready, Kang Jin-yuk immediately activates equipment fusion. The next second, the system prompts, you have obtained a large-capacity subspace backpack. But just then, a voice saying hello appears. Two people emerge behind Kang Jin-yuk. It's the auctioneer from this auction, who is very grateful to Kang Jin-yuk for dealing with Alex and saving both of them. The little boy also says thank you. Thinking about the auctioneer's identity and how he almost took the two treasures for free, Kang Jin-yuk says embarrassedly that he'll pay for the two items. No, it's okay. The auctioneer smiles. I saw before I lost consciousness that you were the one who killed that demonic one. You saved us. And thank you for saving my only son, so consider these items as gifts. Kang Jin-yuk is stunned for a moment. Although this is his first time experiencing such a situation, it feels pretty good. Meanwhile, on the third floor of the Tower of Trial, at a place called the Cathedral of Hatred, footsteps echo. After someone deals with all the various mechanisms inside, they can't help but complain, why do I have to face the same mechanisms every time I come here? A man beside them says, stop complaining. Because of Alex's situation, he's in a bad mood. Hearing this, Melina says coldly, are you saying that I should take care of your feelings? Seeing the two about to fight over a disagreement, but then someone speaks up, stop it. A person in a black robe appears. You've been partners for over 10 years. Why do you always bicker without giving way to each other? The masked man sighs and says, I've gathered you here because there's a guy called Kang Jin-yuk who has appeared. You need to be extra careful, Melina says indifferently. That Kang Jin-yuk seems to have played this game a bit, but he's probably just an average skilled player. The masked man says coldly, don't be careless. The floor that person has reached might be higher than any of us. Melina mutters impossible. After all, anyone who's made it to the 20th floor would be treasured by those guilds. I also think you're overestimating him. We chose this obscure virtual reality game to avoid international police surveillance, so we know more about the tower than ordinary people, but others don't have our reasons. After all, no one would play such a masochistic game. Unless they're perverts, how could they possibly keep playing? The masked man sees that these two aren't taking his words seriously, and only he remains vigilant. He says coldly, anyway, you two will follow Julius from now on. You must help him complete that task. On the other side, outside the Tower of Trial, Lee Tae-min is fully armed, serving as Yu Yeonhwa's sparring partner. Yu Yeonhwa lifts her leg for a kick, powerfully kicking Lee Tae-min's handheld protective pad. Instantly, the protective gear flies away. Yu Yeonhwa asks, are you okay? Lee Tae-min just gives a thumbs up to indicate that kick was really strong. During their break, Lee Tae-min shows Yu Yeonhwa something interesting. It's a live stream video of Unknown planning to challenge the third level. And now Unknown is at a place called the Phase 3 Temple on the third level. Here stands an ancient tree. By answering the tree's 3 questions correctly, one can obtain various rewards. However, the problem is that the ancient tree's questions are extremely difficult, and no one has ever succeeded. Moreover, once the challenge fails, one will suffer punishment comparable to death. Kang Jin-yuk mutters, let's get this over with. What is the optimal depth and temperature for the marine species, Kelgorn, to live in? Hearing this perverted question, Yu Yeonhwa and her companion watching the stream exclaim, how could anyone possibly know this? Depth 175 meters, temperature 1.5 degrees, Unknown says easily. The air becomes awkward for a moment. Unknown quickly urges for the next question. The ancient tree is shocked that it hasn't even said whether that's correct. Then here's Unknown urging, what I said is the answer, hurry up. The ancient tree frowns and decides to give an even harder question. In order to consume the corpus spongiosum of a Peliani, what must you do? Simmer it on low heat with sunlight desert salt and high priest's holy water for 5 hours, and this question is answered correctly again. The final question, giant eagles of the sky plateau only mate once a year. When does this happen? Unknown directly presses the buzzer. It's when it snows for the first time in the tower. The ancient tree is stunned, but the next second, it can't help but laugh loudly. Congratulations, you got it right. You're the first person to answer all my questions correctly. And those watching the stream are also impressed by Unknown's knowledge. Although they didn't understand, they felt it was amazing. Now, according to the agreement, the ancient tree can let Unknown choose any color maple leaf from it. Red maple leaves grant fire attributes, yellow maple leaves enhance defense, and green ones increase movement speed. Yu Yeonhwa thinks that Unknown, who's about to challenge the boss's human wave tactics, might choose the speed maple leaf. Hand over your treasured black maple leaf. Unknown says something no one expected. This also makes the ancient tree's expression very unpleasant. The ancient tree's face changes and quickly says, "If you choose the red maple leaf, I'll give you the green maple leaf as well. How about that?" Kang Jin-yuk coldly snorts. "Stop the nonsense. Do you want to tarnish the reputation of tree spirits? Besides, if I report this to the administrator, you know what will happen." The next second, there's a sound of "damn it." The ancient tree's leaves wither and fall, and the tree spirit, bound by oath, grants the reward. You have obtained the black maple leaf. The black maple leaf can add an undefeatable attribute to attacks, deepening enemy damage by 1% every 3 minutes. With this, all preparations for attacking the third-floor boss are complete, and before leaving, let me deal with you guys as well. Meanwhile, outside the Phase 3 temple, a group of guild members are guarding the passage to the boss room. They're responsible for preventing others from entering and disturbing Unknown during this period, although they don't think anyone would come. But the next second, the sound of weapons dropping. 2 people are shocked. How did their other companions suddenly disappear? The next second, black demonic energy rises into the air, instantly binding the 2 people. At the same time, a large number of demonic ones appear, led by Julius, who says, "We can't delay any longer. That guy has already started." At this moment, Kang Jin-yuk has already killed a stone statue guarding the ancient tree. Kang Jin-yuk livestreams his boss challenge but maintains an aloof attitude. The audience discusses whether he can succeed, but he tells them not to be impatient. The chat questions what's wrong with this streamer, and Unknown directly says, "If you don't like this streaming style, then leave the stream." This is actually a program effect. To please audiences, some streamers immediately act cute and flirtatious. But if a streamer takes the aloof route from the beginning, it will also attract a fan base that likes this style. And now the chat, after purification, only consists of people who enjoy this streaming style. At this moment, intense battle fluctuations suddenly come from the distance. Kang Jin-yuk's expression changes. The boss room is huge and he came to the Phase 3 temple first. Could someone else have snuck in during this time? He immediately covers the camera. Ignoring the audience's protests, he directly announces, "Today's stream ends here." Then he quickly goes offline. Meanwhile, not far away on a battlefield, the demonic ones are channeling magic, driving various summoned creatures to attack the army summoned by the boss. In an instant, armored soldiers plus skeleton soldiers clash with countless terracotta warriors. And on a distant hill, Kang Jin-yuk didn't expect these demonic ones summons to be slightly more powerful than the boss's army. At this moment, the demonic ones are gradually gaining the upper hand. But the next second, one person is suddenly attacked. Then the demonic ones discover that large ice shards are appearing out of nowhere. In an instant, while the demonic ones desperately defend, they also spot Unknown in the distance. A demonic one shouts, "You're looking for death!" and instantly commands his subordinates to attack. But with the sound of arrows cutting through air, Kang Jin-yuk moves between the terracotta warriors, easily dodging the attacks. And seizing the opportunity, Kang Jin-yuk activates the skill, the Blessing of the Stars. Under pure divine power, not only are the demonic one's summons attributes reduced, but the demonic one's control is also weakened. For a moment, cold light flashes. The armored soldiers instantly turn against the demonic ones. In panic, the demonic ones quickly report to Julius, "The third stronghold has fallen." Julius curses under his breath. I can see that. This time he established 4 strongholds as battle lines against the boss. With the third stronghold breached, if the first stronghold also falls, his command line will completely collapse. At this time, Kang Jin-yuk is still fighting in the firelight. He attracts a battle statue, summoned by the boss toward the demonic one's camp. Seeing the powerful enemy approaching, several people try to dodge. The next second, Kang Jin-yuk has already reached their side. "Where do you think you're going?" Then with a sound cutting through air, the battle statue soars into the sky. Then like Mount Tai pressing down, it crashes to the ground with a thunderous impact. Other demonic ones keep reporting the battle situation to Julius, and Julius curses under his breath again. I can see that. The next second he roars, "You bastard, repeatedly ruining my plans. You're the one looking for death." Then in rolling demonic power, the skill Guardians of the Pyramid is activated. Another demonic one is shocked. This is a skill meant to be saved for attacking the boss, but Julius directly tells him to shut up. He wants to kill Unknown here. The next second, with a voice saying "Awaken," golden mummies rise from the treetops, but after releasing the skill, Julius nearly collapses from magical exhaustion. When his subordinate asks about his condition, Julius asks him to help support him. But when the subordinate approaches, Julius directly grabs his shoulder. Before the person can react to what's happening, the next second, he rapidly becomes a dried corpse. While Julius's own magical power rapidly increases, Kang Jin-yuk didn't expect him to turn on his own people. The next second, Julius removes his black robe. "Sorry to keep you waiting. Now we can start over." Julius summons countless golden mummies to destroy Unknown. These mummies have bandages as hard as iron. Their combined offense and defense create tremendous trouble for Unknown. This scene is witnessed by Melina and Li Chao hiding nearby. They privately admire that Unknown's initial decision to eliminate Julius's subordinates was correct, but he overlooked Julius's own formidable power, seeing Julius already celebrating at halftime. Li Chao is certain that the operation to eliminate Unknown no longer needs their intervention. But then Melina is stunned. She sees Unknown on the battlefield seemingly deliberately walking on a knife's edge. At this moment, Kang Jin-yuk himself gradually enters a wonderful state. In a trance, he can't help but recall a past experience, a sword cultivator once commented that his swordsmanship, while sharp, had its power scattered due to too much focus on force. The sword cultivator picked up a thick rope. A true master can exert 100 times the power with the same force, like wind dancing gracefully, using softness as the foundation, and striking with full force at the right moment. That day's scene appears in Kang Jin-yuk's mind like an illusion. Instantly, the system prompts, fragments of the skill soul-chasing sword dance have reappeared. Your understanding of the soul-chasing sword has greatly improved. The next second, the short sword in Kang Jin-yuk's hand suddenly increases in power 100-fold. Whether mummies or rocks and earth all seem like broken cloth and rotten tiles. What shocks Julius even more is that, as Kang Jin-yuk swings his sword, his magical power forms a devouring magical vortex. With a thunderous roar, the magical vortex transforms into rolling sword energy bursting forth. This is the fifth form of soul-chasing sword dance. Soul-chasing sword dance skill 5. Soul-chasing annihilation. The mighty sword energy instantly sweeps through Julius and all his men. In the moment of life and death, Julius activates his double-sided shield skill to desperately resist, inwardly cursing the Tower of Trial. It's only been half a year since it became reality. How could this kid be so ridiculously strong? The next second, his staff can no longer withstand it and suddenly shatters. His figure is sent flying like a broken sandbag. For a moment, dust swirls around. When the smoke clears, only Julius remains, crawling slowly like a beaten dog. At this moment, he's afraid. He finally realizes he can't defeat Unknown at all, and now he just wants to escape. At the same time, he shouts, "Quickly, come protect me!" trying to call Melina and the others, but the only response is from Unknown. You and your student are exactly alike, starting with great momentum, but at the first sign of defeat, you become a coward who only knows how to run. He must have learned from you. Hearing this, Julius seems to think of something and says in disbelief, "So it's you. You're Kang Jin-yuk. Give my regards to your student. Afraid he might be bored on his journey. I'll send you to join him." After dealing with Julius, the skeleton soldiers and death knights summoned by the demonic ones on the battlefield begin to dissipate. What awaits the remaining demonic ones is the enthusiastic reception of the terracotta warriors. On the other side, Kang Jin-yuk goes to another temple. Using the fifth form of soul-chasing sword dance this time also placed a tremendous burden on his magical power. However, while replenishing his magic, he also wants to take advantage of his greatly increased strength to retrieve another treasure from here. On the road, he sees a shield that was blown here. Kang Jin-yuk directly straps it to his back. The last time he used a shield was a very distant memory, and this memory is just like now. You agree, right? With a thunderous sound appearing before Kang Jin-yuk are the temple's guardians, the four great kings. The four great kings want to say overestimating yourself and launch an attack, but as Kang Jin-yuk blocks with his shield, then continuously dodges, a flash of blade light instantly kills two of the kings. At the same time, Kang Jin-yuk mutters, "Quickly hand over the key." Seeing how strong the newcomer is, one king quickly retreats while reaching into the void. In a flash of green light, a golden lotus key suddenly appears in his hand, but the next second, this king suddenly inserts the key into his own body. Kang Jin-yuk is shocked, then sees a precious lotus rising into the air. Kang Jin-yuk mutters, "Can't win, so you're calling for help? How arrogant." At this moment, dazzling light shines from the flower's top. Then, with a thunderous roar, the system prompts the bodhisattva of 1,000 arms and eyes, Avalokiteshvara, has appeared. The 1,000-armed Avalokiteshvara mutters, "The four great kings haven't called me out in a long time. I really didn't expect someone could force them to this extent." Kang Jin-yuk mutters, "What's this? I'm still going to defeat this floor's boss next. Although you're very courageous, you truly don't know your limits." Kang Jin-yuk doesn't continue the chatter and directly raises his shield. Right now, he has no intention of chatting idly with a stone statue. Sensing Kang Jin-yuk's fighting spirit, countless weapons appear in the 1,000-armed Avalokiteshvara's hands. At the same time, the 1,000-armed Avalokiteshvara sneers, "You've made a wrong decision." The next second, sounds of cutting through air ring out. Continuous impacts head straight for Kang Jin-yuk. Feeling the amazing impact force transmitted through the shield, Kang Jin-yuk's heart jumps, but immediately calms down. He has methods and opportunities to deal with his opponent, but he only has one chance and must be careful. At this time, Kang Jin-yuk's tenacity aroused the 1,000-armed Avalokiteshvara's fighting spirit. He laughs loudly, "Let's see how long you can last," and instantly charges toward Kang Jin-yuk. Kang Jin-yuk's body becomes surrounded by fierce cold air as he activates the skill ice sculpture. Countless ice crystals rise from the ground, instantly blocking the 1,000-armed Avalokiteshvara. However, with the sound of impacts, the surrounding ice crystals are completely shattered after only blocking for a moment. But even so, the 1,000-armed Avalokiteshvara doesn't smile. Instead, he says grimly, "You bastard actually used dirty Western tricks." As his words fall, something suddenly darts out from the dust and fog. The 1,000-armed Avalokiteshvara catches it easily with his fingers. The 1,000-armed Avalokiteshvara mocks, "Foolish human, with just this kind of petty trick." But before he finishes speaking, a blood-red lightning has already struck one of his arms. Kang Jin-yuk mutters, "Don't speak too early." Feeling that the red lightning is continuously causing damage to him, the 1,000-armed Avalokiteshvara's expression turns cold as he asks, "I'm clearly immune to toxins. What did you do?" "This is blood demon spirit. After being hit, it will continuously cause damage." The 1,000-armed Avalokiteshvara frowns and mutters, "No matter, I won't fall for your tricks again." The next second, the 1,000-armed Avalokiteshvara directly directly tears off his injured arm and throws it down. Kang Jinyek knows that losing one arm means nothing to his opponent, and the same trick indeed won't work twice. But Kang Jinyek takes a blue pearl from his arm. He has already obtained what he wanted. The thousand-armed Avalokiteshvara feels something is wrong. You can only blame yourself for not caring about your arm. Kang Jinyek activates the fusion skill, instantly fusing the spell book of the Peltaros Princedom with the thousand-armed Avalokiteshvara's jewel. The next second, the system prompts, you have obtained the Golden Dawn's Lemetin. The Lemetin can maximize magical power. At the same time, you have activated Eye of Gluttony, while Kang Jinyuk obtains the thousand-armed Avalokiteshvara's stats. He learns that the condition for copying his opponent's skill is to humiliate the opponent with magic and create a magnificent ice sculpture. Kang Jinyek mutters, "System, you're getting more and more creative." Then, under the thousand-armed Avalokiteshvara's puzzled gaze, Kang Jinyek takes out the mini gramophone again. Well, since the mandala skill can only be obtained here, the thousand-armed Avalokiteshvara wants to ask what Kang Jinyuk is up to. Kang Jinyuk just answers, "Don't ask, because I don't want to do this either." He dances while playing music in front of the boss. Angered, the boss directly activates the hidden skill mandala to destroy Kang Jinyuk. Instantly, countless weapons come to hand. The thousand-armed Avalokiteshvara shouts, "Die!" and launches a fierce attack on Kang Jinyuk. At this time, after the Solomon enhancement, Kang Jinyuk's ice sculpture skill has evolved into glacial sculpture. Just raising his hand, thick glaciers surge forth in front of Kang Jinyuk. The hard glaciers block all of the thousand-armed Avalokiteshvara's attacks, while Kang Jinyuk is satisfied with the glacial sculpture effect. The thousand-armed Avalokiteshvara grits his teeth. The intense battle situation is also seen by Li Chao and his companion hiding nearby. While the two secretly marvel at Kang Jinyuk's strength, Li Chao stands up but hesitates. Their mission is to eliminate Kang Jinyuk, but he also understands the thousand-armed Avalokiteshvara's strength. He's practically the second boss of the third floor. Kang Jinyuk, who can fight evenly with such an existence, is definitely not someone they two can handle. Melina mutters, "Can we two defeat him together?" Li Chao responds, "It's doubtful." Hearing this, Melina directly turns to leave, but Li Chao has other plans. Although direct confrontation won't work, he can play dirty. A coin infused with demonic energy appears in his hand. This is the coin of Caligula, which can briefly affect the target's mind. The next second, demonic energy swirls not far from Kang Jinyuk. The moment Kang Jinyuk senses this, an ominous feeling wells up. The next second, he becomes momentarily distracted, and a weapon directly cuts across his thigh. The intense pain makes Kang Jinyuk grit his teeth, but also instantly awakens him. The thousand-armed Avalokiteshvara mutters, "Daring to be distracted while fighting me." Kang Jinyuk responds, "Sorry," instantly activating a fire element skill and pressing it against his wound. While stopping the bleeding, he says, "I won't do that again, and thanks for helping me wake up." The next second, the spellbook emanates fierce cold air. As the thousand-armed Avalokiteshvara launches his attack, Kang Jinyuk also activates the ice sculpture skill. With both forces equally matched, the attacks cancel each other out, but the thousand-armed Avalokiteshvara coldly snorts, "Overestimating yourself." At the same time, the system prompts, the thousand-armed Avalokiteshvara has activated the skill Heaven's Trap. A light net instantly traps Kang Jinyuk. At the same time, golden light glows from the thousand-armed Avalokiteshvara's hands. Then the golden light transforms into arrows heading toward the trapped Kang Jinyuk. The small space is filled with the thousand-armed Avalokiteshvara's attacks. Kang Jinyuk directly activates the glacial sculpture skill. Suddenly an iceberg rises around him, seeing Kang Jinyuk only able to defend passively. The thousand-armed Avalokiteshvara directly reaches out to grasp the trapped Kang Jinyuk in his hand. Then, while squeezing up and down, the thousand-armed Avalokiteshvara has activated the skill Infinity Spear. The next second, the Infinity Spear fiercely attacks the iceberg, instantly shattering it to pieces. Seeing that Kang Jinyuk couldn't possibly survive, the thousand-armed Avalokiteshvara is about to gloat. The next second, his expression changes. "Looks like you fell for my trick again." Kang Jinyuk appears completely unharmed. Not only that, but cold light flashes from Kang Jinyuk's hand. The next second, large ice crystals directly condense beneath the thousand-armed Avalokiteshvara. In an instant, a glacial prison tightly traps the thousand-armed Avalokiteshvara. Kang Jinyuk mutters at the same time, "How can someone who relies on cultivating mind and body to improve strength have prejudice against magic? So to cure your illness, I think there's no method more effective than shock therapy." The thousand-armed Avalokiteshvara becomes furious, directly cursing to throw Kang Jinyuk into the endless hell. At the same time, the task of angering the thousand-armed Avalokiteshvara is completed. You have successfully copied the skill Mandala. Mandala can grant weapons special power and roughly predict the opponent's attack direction. Since he has obtained the skill, Kang Jinyuk throws away the wig, directly using the Mandala skill to enchant a nearby ice sculpture. The thousand-armed Avalokiteshvara can't believe Kang Jin-yuk would use his skill. But I'll put mandala to good use from now on. As for where you should go, just go there. In an instant, a giant finger heads straight for the 1,000-armed Avalokiteshvara, instantly hitting the 1,000-armed Avalokiteshvara's chest. Green light explodes, and the 1,000-armed Avalokiteshvara's statue also crumbles. After defeating the 1,000-armed Avalokiteshvara, Kang Jin-yuk obtains a golden lotus key. This is the stone pagoda key. It can summon this floor's boss anywhere on the 3rd floor. Seeing he's obtained the desired item, Kang Jin-yuk can't help but rub his shoulders. The series of challenges has truly exhausted him. However, the continuous battles have also brought his level to 21. After adding the upgrade attribute points to magical power, this finally allows him to relieve his fatigue somewhat. But suddenly he remembers something. The Tower of Trials nights are quite unusual. When night falls, not only does the temperature drop sharply, but monster attributes also double. Therefore, at night, all players either retreat outside the tower or find a safe place to stop hunting by a lit campfire. Kang Jin-yuk chooses a spot near a river, planning to rest until the next day. What Kang Jin-yuk is eating are giant shrimp unique to the 3rd floor streams. The delicious taste makes him determined to copy some cooking skills when he has the chance. But then he hears the sound of bamboo leaves rustling. The next second, with footsteps, 2 people appear before Kang Jin-yuk. It's Li Chao and Melina. Assuming Kang Jin-yuk hasn't seen them before, they directly say that due to some accident, they couldn't exit the 3rd floor before dark. Therefore, they ask if they can borrow some fire to warm themselves. Kang Jin-yuk naturally has no objection, just saying. You two seem quite frozen, and hands over a bowl of shrimp meat. Seeing the delicious food presented before her, Melina is almost drooling. But we appreciate your kindness. However, someone told us not to accept food from strangers, especially when they're wearing masks. Kang Jin-yuk smiles and says, if you're very concerned about my mask, I'm not unwilling to take it off. Seeing an opportunity to see the true face of the famous unknown, Li Chao and his companions show anticipation in their eyes. But they hear Kang Jin-yuk say, however, before that, let's play a game. Since we don't know each other, we're all curious about one another. Since that's the case, after we take turns asking each other 3 questions, I'll remove my mask. How about that? There's no need to tell the truth when answering questions. Li Chao thinks there's no harm in it and nods to Melina. So with a humming sound, a coin is tossed and falls into Melina's palm. Let's use this coin to decide who asks first. How about that? Melina guesses it should be heads. She lifts her finger. It's indeed heads. Sensing the subtle magical power on that coin, Kang Jin-yuk recognizes it as Caligula's coin. After use, it can briefly control the target's mind. Melina thinks for a moment and asks, did you enter the tower with companions? This is to confirm whether Kang Jin-yuk has any companions. Kang Jin-yuk shakes his head, indicating it's just him. Kang Jin-yuk then asks, you two also seem to be here for the boss. Why didn't you make your move? We're just waiting for the right opportunity. Challenging the boss isn't simple. Then the second question. Handsome guy, why are you climbing the tower? What do you want? Money, fame, or status? Kang Jin-yuk knows they're testing and trying to recruit him, so he just smiles. If I tell you, can you satisfy me? As long as our goals align, our compensation will definitely exceed your imagination. Kang Jin-yuk's gaze slightly narrows. Alright, now for the final question. After answering, I'll remove my mask. My final question is, does the Demonic Ones Association really think just you two can handle me? Hearing this, Melina grins wickedly. So you knew our identities all along. Although I knew you were powerful, I didn't expect you could defeat the 1,000-armed Avalokiteshvara. But that battle also exhausted you, right? Someone without recovered status has greatly reduced strength. In that case, 1 coin is enough to deal with you. The next second, Melina activates Caligula's coin to invade Kang Jin-yuk's mind. But the air becomes awkwardly quiet. Nothing happens. Li Chao shouts, Melina, what are you doing? But here's Melina say, this thing isn't working. It seems broken. No, Caligula's coin isn't broken. Under the shadow of Anubis' judgment, Kang Jin-yuk mutters, it's just that you can't use magical power anymore. This shocks Li Chao into shouting, activate plan B, but Melina without magical power can't do anything. Kang Jin-yuk places the shrimp meat in his hand on a stone slab. The system prompts, the spirits of the shrine are pleased with your offering. You can select the target that will execute Anubis' judgment. You have selected the totem, great general of the world. You have selected the totem, great general of the underworld. Witnessing the appearance of monsters never seen before, both Li Chao and his companions' faces changed dramatically. What they were facing were none other than the guardian gods of the land, the great general of the world, and the great general of the underworld. At this moment, Li Chao finally understood that his opponent had been planning to summon these 2 creatures from the very beginning of preparing that dish. Meanwhile, Kang Jin-yuk was lying comfortably to the side, watching the show. He reminded them with a warning, you'd better not make any rash moves, and you can't escape anyway. As his words fell, the great general of the underworld activated his skill access denied, creating a barrier around Li Chao and his companion. Li Chao knew that their only chance of victory was to take down Kang Jin-yuk, which would make the surrounding monsters disappear. Kang Jin-yuk said, I advise you not to act rashly. At this moment, the great general of the world had already activated his skill exemplary punishment. A massive hand pressed down directly toward Li Chao. With one slap, he was knocked to the ground. His glasses shattered, letting out a scream of agony. Melina stood frozen in place, cold sweat streaming down down her face, Kang Jinyuk approached her from behind. It's clear who's strong and who's weak. Now let's have a chat. But when he activated his Eye of Gluttony, the system prompted that the activation was cancelled due to too large a level difference. This surprised Kang Jinyuk as well. Did my luck value fail to work? So he continued asking, you humans know you can't successfully climb the tower and that humanity will perish, so why do you still obstruct players from climbing the tower? Just as Melina was about to answer, Li Chao suddenly shouted to stop her. At this moment, the great general of the world raised his massive palm again. Before he could finish speaking, the man was instantly flattened, and Melina was so frightened she collapsed to the ground. Kang Jinyuk spoke coldly, I absolutely will not let anyone who fantasizes about taking my life continue to exist in this world. That's my principle. But if you tell me some useful information, I can spare your life. Why exactly do demonic ones obstruct players from climbing the tower? Melina looked terrified. To save her life, she spoke, the guy who told us to kill you, I don't know his real name either, but we all call him Lancelot. Besides him, there are 11 other leaders. But I belong to the assassination group, so I don't know the detailed matters very well. Kang Jinyuk activated his Eye of Gluttony, and the system confirmed that Melina's words were true. Melina continued, they said that as long as we collect all 12 cursed legendary relics within the tower, even if humanity perishes, we can survive unharmed and receive corresponding huge rewards. That's all I know. After hearing this, Kang Jinyuk immediately understood their purpose. He never expected that the demonic one's goal was actually to summon the Demon King. This group was even more insane than he had imagined. He just didn't understand how they could survive even if humanity perished. When Melina asked if she could leave, Kang Jinyuk responded, no, don't worry, I'll keep my promise, but before that you need to sign a contract with me first. Melina looked puzzled, only to see magical power gathering in Kang Jinyuk's hand. He activated the brand of obedience. Kang Jinyuk said with ill intent, this is a contract that will make you obey only me from now on. Melina was sweating coldly, but this was still 100 times better than losing her life. She could only accept it tearfully. Time came to the next day. Now it was time to get down to business. Kang Jinyuk summoned the stone pagoda key he had obtained earlier, and immediately activated. In the next second, magical power shot straight up into the sky. Then the system prompted, the master of the third floor has responded to your summons. After the great door opened, countless stone statue soldiers walked out from inside. At this moment, a voice rang out, who has disturbed my rest? This was the boss of the third floor, Muhan. Then, Kang Jinyuk activated his Eye of Gluttony, but due to the large level difference, he could only see partial information, and couldn't copy his skills either. Muhan continued speaking, although countless humans have challenged my army, you are the first to use a key to call me out, but where is your army? Kang Jinyuk looked at him with a cold smile, my army? He saw Kang Jinyuk summon a blue light. The system prompted, you have summoned the first chessboard, you have summoned 2,851 magical chess pieces. Muhan looked at him and said with a laugh, that is quite the novel idea. That method would allow you to fill the role of an army alone. However, what do you plan to do with those tiny things? Kang Jinyuk also responded with a smile, don't be hasty, I'm not finished yet. At this moment, the system prompted, you have used 2,851 enlargement pills on 2,851 magical chess pieces. The chess pieces immediately became the same size as the opponent's soldiers. Muhan said calmly, I must admit you are certainly different from the other humans who have come here so far. Kang Jinyuk stood domineeringly among his army. You're qualified to judge me? Muhan frowned. What are you saying, kid? Kang Jinyuk sneered. It's precisely because you lack strength that you've been staying on the third floor, isn't it? Although the bosses of the Tower of Trials are gatekeepers of each floor, they can also influence their respective floors and expand their own power by climbing the tower like players. Hearing this, Muhan laughed. Do you think I don't step into the fourth floor because of insufficient strength? What? Aren't you just a earthbound spirit of the third floor? Whatever, think what you want. Whether you're trying to disturb my mind with this method or have other plans, it doesn't matter. Faced with the absolute difference in our military strength and my superior tactics, your only fate is death. As his words fell, the 1st Battalion stepped forward. In the next second, thousands of terracotta soldiers instantly sprang into action, advancing forward. Kang Jinyuk knew this was the opponent's probing attack. In that case, Kang Jinyuk activated his skill. The system prompted, you have activated the ability of the first chessboard. All friendly chess pieces' attack and defense increased by 30%. At the same time, Kang Jinyuk deployed chess pieces on both flanks. Amid the thunderous trampling sounds, the chess pieces had activated their skill steel endurance. For a moment, the two armies clashed and battle erupted instantly. However, Kang Jinyuk's offensive hadn't ended. The rook pieces had activated arrow barrage. Suddenly, amid the sound of arrows cutting through air, countless terracotta soldiers were annihilated, even though some shield soldiers raised their shields to block. In the next second, the bishop pieces had activated flame strike. Surging waves of fire immediately followed the arrow barrage. Seeing his 1st Battalion instantly destroyed, Muhan felt a surge of fighting spirit. In that case, Battalion 2, Battalion 3, advance. Another formation of terracotta soldiers stepped out from the army. At this time, Kang Jinyuk was leading 2 cavalry units units in a breakthrough toward the left flank. At the same time, the knight pieces had activated wedge formation. Damage increased by 200% during combat. As Kang Jin-hyuk rode his horse at full gallop, he shouted, "Wipe them out in one go." With Kang Jin-hyuk's cavalry charge, brutal slaughter instantly unfolded. Muhan calmly analyzed the war at this moment. He had to admit he had underestimated Kang Jin-hyuk's command level. Kang Jin-hyuk's offense-defense transitions were flawless, and his battlefield command timing was extremely precise. But what was this gap that appeared on the flank of Kang Jin-hyuk's army? Although it seemed like bait, it was tempting enough. The system prompted, "Muhan has activated weakness detection." He instantly obtained various information about Kang Jin-hyuk's formation. He only needed to destroy the crown above the chessboard to stop all the opponent's chess piece movements. Only the king or queen could use the crown. Muhan smiled. "As long as I destroy the crown, I can directly checkmate Kang Jin-hyuk. That would be easy." However, Muhan's gaze sharpened. "I knew this bait wasn't so simple. Turns out there's another arrangement, waiting for me to walk into the trap." At this moment, amid a slight trampling sound, with graceful bearing and wearing a crown like a queen making her entrance, it was the current chessboard's queen, Alice. Since the opponent had shown their hand, Muhan immediately deployed a battalion of terracotta soldiers to test Kang Jin-hyuk's bait. This time, Muhan sent out 3,000 soldiers, each 15 meters tall, all charging straight at Alice. But Kang Jin-hyuk shouted, "Attack!" in a low voice, completely ignoring Muhan's intentions, and still charging straight at Muhan. Muhan smiled. He had already seen through all of Kang Jin-hyuk's arrangements. Kang Jin-hyuk had left a flaw in his base camp to lure him into attacking, and set a trap targeting the crown, all to weaken the guard forces around him and thus gain an opportunity to execute a decapitation strike. But so what? The two sides fighting on the battlefield had already caused changes in the battle situation. Giant terracotta soldiers grabbed smaller terracotta soldiers in their hands, and then hurled them forcefully into the center of Kang Jin-hyuk's formation. For a moment, countless terracotta soldiers rained down from the sky. Flying stones scattered and struck around Alice. When the surroundings quieted down again, Alice was already surrounded by layers of terracotta soldiers. Alice looked at the mud around her with slight disgust. Muhan let out a cold laugh. "Checkmate, I tease over." But seeing victory within reach, Muhan's expression tightened. It was strange that Kang Jin-hyuk could remain calm even when his base was being raided. However, judging from the number of troops, the advantage was with Muhan, and he had already lured Kang Jin-hyuk deep into his camp. Now it was time to close the net and finish him off. In an instant, summoning magic was activated. Two powerful statues appeared out of thin air, the statue of David and Ukuzma. After appearing, both immediately locked their hatred onto Kang Jin-hyuk. But seeing the situation becoming increasingly critical, Kang Jin-hyuk couldn't help but smile. Although the situation looked unfavorable, there was still a chance for survival. First, regarding Alice's side, before challenging the boss, Kang Jin-hyuk had discussed with Alice whether she could guard the base camp alone. Alice said of course there was no problem. She was more worried about whether Kang Jin-hyuk could handle it, since that guy could become the gatekeeper of the third floor for a reason. Kang Jin-hyuk said frankly that this was the first time he'd seen Alice praise someone else. "Could he be stronger than you?" Alice gritted her teeth. "If I hadn't been exiled to the corridor, a mere third floor, never mind, I won't mention it. In any case, I'll watch over the base camp." At this moment, the puppets attacking the base camp had already launched their assault on Alice. Bloodlight surged in Alice's hands as she activated her skill blood spears. In the next second, blood orbs transformed into blood-red spears, instantly shooting toward the surrounding puppets. As the puppets crumbled and shattered, Alice had already activated her skill blood explosion. A bunch of small fry die. Instantly, violent explosions mixed with bloodlight enveloped all nearby puppets. When Alice landed again, Alice snorted coldly, having defeated all the puppets that had besieged her. Muhan was dumbfounded. He hadn't expected that the opponent, who looked like just a little girl, would have such power. Kang Jin-hyuk took the opportunity to mock, "Don't be surprised. Your biggest mistake was allowing me to enter your formation." The system prompted, "You have activated Blood Demon Spirit." Blood Demon Spirit reacted with Black Leaf. "You have obtained new equipment attribute, Mental Breakdown, which can make opponents lose the ability to distinguish between friend and foe." Kang Jin-hyuk smeared the aura mixed with Mental Breakdown onto the spear in his hand. In the next second, he suddenly swung it out. For a moment, purple light spread throughout the formation as the spear swept across. Countless terracotta soldiers' eyes glowed purple, and at the same time, Ukuzma also turned traitor. In the next second, with a, "I've been fed up with you for a long time," he directly slapped David across the face. Seeing his terracotta army fall into confusion, Muhan completely panicked. But at this moment, Kang Jin-hyuk shouted, "Don't be a coward, earthbound spirit. You look like a clown." At the same time, he activated his skill Glacial Sculpture, blocking Muhan's escape route. Seeing this, Muhan gritted his teeth. He left his subordinates to hold the line and tried to escape first. But seeing the massive statue blocking the way, Kang Jin-hyuk was well prepared and activated his skills Mandala and Glacial Sculpture. In an instant, the Glacial Sculpture became a bow, and the Mandala became an arrow. The system system prompted, glacial sculpture and mandala have resonated. Now is the true moment of checkmate. As a golden light surged forth, instantly piercing through the giant puppet. The golden arrow also shot straight toward Muhan's back. For a moment, dazzling light pierced through Muhan's chest. Instantly, golden light mixed with ice crystals surrounded Muhan. Finally, with a thunderous roar, a massive explosion erupted around Muhan. The system prompted, "You have defeated the third floor boss, Muhan. The fourth floor of the Tower of Trials is now open. Time remaining to conquer the next floor, 90 days. Countdown begins now." As everyone looked joyfully at the system prompt before them, Kang Jin-yek showed a "that's it" expression, instead looking forward to what rewards the boss would drop. Amid the system's repeated "you have leveled up" notifications, Kang Jin-yuk's eyes lit up. He had actually obtained an orange treasure chest. Generally, treasure chests from the first 10 floors of the Tower of Trials were the lowest grade red ones. Now that the chest grade was so high, Kang Jin-yuk understood this was his monopoly skill activating, giving him the best rewards. In the next second, the chest opened. "You have obtained pink diamond, you have obtained priority-based selection rights," and so on. Amid the system voices announcing multiple item acquisitions, Kang Jin-yuk smiled. These rewards are truly luxurious. However, Kang Jin-yuk's expression shifted again. The last item in the chest was actually the solar eclipse stone. This was an item that could play a major role on the next floor, the fourth floor. Seeing Kang Jin-yuk's mischievous smile, Alice was speechless. Every time she saw that expression on Kang Jin-yuk's face, she couldn't appreciate it. But even so, he didn't seem so annoying after all. At the same time, representatives from the world's guilds gathered together. Unknown had successfully solo cleared the third floor that they had been unable to conquer, and their feelings at this moment were truly complex. However, this also meant that the 90-day countdown for each floor was refreshed, so those fighting for humanity's survival didn't have as much pressure. But that kid Tan Wei had a sour face. Unknown solo clear didn't benefit these guilds at all. Not only had they not obtained the items from challenging the boss, but the prestige of the major guilds would also be diminished for being inferior to a single player. Hearing this, Teresa directly scolded Tan Wei. "What bullshit are you talking about? They had almost been forced to cooperate with the demonic ones before. Unknown finally cleared it and saved humanity, yet you're still talking about profit?" Saying this, Teresa looked at Park Jinho, Maria, and other guild representatives, but Teresa's expression changed as she was met with everyone's silence. Seeing this, Teresa understood. These guys were a bunch of selfish people who put their own interests above all humanity. In that case, I voluntarily withdraw from the conference starting today. Hearing this, Maria panicked. She had spent so much effort to make Teresa a member of the conference, and now Teresa wanted to leave? She disagreed. Patrick also said the conference isn't a place you can come and go as you please. This is a place for the most elite people to join in order to protect humanity. Once you leave, you can never return. Do you trust that person so much? In the next second, the door was pushed open without hesitation. Yes, I trust him. I trust him enough to entrust my life to him. At the same time, Kang Jin-yuk was enjoying a rare moment of leisure. At this time, a phone call came in. It was actually from Yu Yonhua. Yu Yonhua's voice on the other end of the phone was very low. She said her grandfather was seriously ill. Hearing Yu Yonhua seek his help, Kang Jin-yuk immediately asked for the address and was about to rush over. In his memory, Yu Yonhua was the granddaughter of the top domestic figure, legendary martial artist Yu Chonyong. In Kang Jin-yuk's impression, she was an optimistic and strong woman. But when Kang Jin-yuk saw Yu Yonhua again, what appeared before him was only Yu Yonhua, helpless like a child. Kang Jin-yuk asked Yu Yonhua to tell him what had happened. He heard Yu Yonhua say that when the Tower of Trials first appeared in reality, a batch of monsters rushed out from the tower. Her grandfather awakened during that crisis and killed all the monsters, but he was also severely injured. Until recently, his condition had gotten worse and worse to the point where he was unconscious. Looking at Yu Chanyong on the hospital bed, Kang Jin-yuk activated his Eye of Truth and instantly obtained Yu Chanyong's attribute panel. It had to be said that this panel appearing on someone who hadn't entered the tower could only be called supremely excellent. The condition for copying his skills was to save Yu Chanyong's severely injured life. At this time, another person came to the ward. It was Heo Jinsu, the healer responsible for Yu Chanyong's treatment. However, this guy immediately said that even with S-rank Kang Jin-yuk here, he probably couldn't do much for Yu Chanyong's condition. Hearing that the other party seemed to think he was putting on airs, Kang Jin-yuk said frankly that he was Yu Yonhua's old friend and came to see if there was anything he could help with. Hearing this, Heo Jinsu laughed loudly and said he was being too nervous. He thought Kang Jin-hyuk had some insights into medical treatment. But at this time, Yu Yonhua said coldly that she had no choice but to call Kang Jin-hyuk. "And you so-called professionals have been treating my grandfather for so many days with no effect whatsoever. There's nothing we can do. After all, the symptoms mainly come from the Tower of Trials. Traditional medical treatment has limited effect. Please calm down." Hearing this, the air fell silent for a moment. Yu Yonhua apologized, saying she was too emotional. After speaking, she was about to go outside the ward with Kang Jin-hyuk. But Kang Jin-hyuk activated his Eye of Gluttony. Kang Jin-hyuk's eyes were filled with unspeakable anger. The mind-reading technique attached to the Eye of Gluttony was reading Heo Jinsu's thoughts. He heard the truth. How did a master suddenly appear? Damn it, how long do we have to keep up this fake treatment? At this time, Heo Jinsu also said they had thought of a new treatment method, but it might require a large sum of money. Yu Yonhua immediately said money wasn't a problem. Even if she had to sell all the family's martial arts schools, she would raise the money. Hearing this, Heo Jinsu whispered good, but in the next second, Kang Jin-yuk directly exploded. What bullshit are you talking about, you scamming, shameless piece of trash? Hearing this, others panicked and immediately stood in front of Kang Jin-yuk saying, what do you mean? Heo Jinsu also said, Kang Jin-yuk, are you slandering me? Even if you're Yu Yeonhwa's friend, even if you're S rank, you can't talk nonsense. But at this time, his heart was thinking, this guy is testing me, but even if my identity is exposed, it doesn't matter. I've already dispersed my borrowed name accounts and cryptocurrency wallets to 7 different places. Even gods couldn't trace them. So you do have borrowed name accounts and crypto wallets, huh? Just how much have you embezzled? Hearing this, Heo Jinsu's face changed. You're making baseless accusations. What evidence do you have? At this time, in Kang Jin-yuk's perception, this guy was thinking, how much does this guy know? He wouldn't even know about the Black Cloud Guild's contact with the Tower Dwellers, would he? Hearing this, Kang Jin-yuk was stunned. Wait, Tower Dwellers? The residents inside the tower actually had contact and cooperation with humans in the outside world? Now that his deeds were exposed, Heo Jinsu could only run. But in the next second, there was a bang. Yu Yeonhwa firmly pressed the door shut with her foot, while saying coldly, good, you dare to deceive me. Let me break your legs. But just then, Kang Jin-yuk whispered, Yeonhwa, calm down. The urgent matter now is still how to treat your grandfather. Seeing this, the black-hearted Dr. Heo Jinsu knew his chance to live had come, so he immediately said that Yu Qianyong could survive until now thanks to him. He needed to go out and get medicine now, so they shouldn't be ungrateful. Seeing that this guy was still treating them like fools even at this point, Kang Jin-yuk simply said, sorry Yeonhwa, I changed my mind. You should give him a kick after all. In the next second, Yu Yeonhwa delivered a 360-degree spinning Thomas sidekick directly to that scumbag's face. Kang Jin-yuk frowned as he looked at the seriously ill Yu Qianyong. Yu Qianyong had magical power rampage syndrome. If it were an ordinary person, developing this condition to the current stage would be absolutely fatal. But Kang Jin-yuk had a way to treat it. As he spoke, a blue glow appeared in his hand. Seeing the object in Kang Jin-yuk's hand, that scumbag was shocked, recognizing it as the legendary healing artifact, the elixir. Kang Jin-yuk smiled. The elixir's healing effect was extraordinary, and its value was immeasurable, although using it on Yu Qianyong, whom he barely knew, was overly extravagant. As long as he healed Yu Qianyong, he could copy his excellent skills. This deal was completely worth it. Thinking this, Kang Jin-yuk directly poured the elixir onto Yu Qianyong. For a moment, blue light enveloped Yu Qianyong. Although it looked painful, Yu Qianyong's symptoms soon completely disappeared. Seeing this, Yu Yeonhwa could no longer hold back her tears of excitement. At the same time, the system prompted, you have met the copying conditions. You have copied the skill Pure Meditation. Pure Meditation can absorb magical power from the air and increase magical power recovery speed by 30%. While Kang Jin-yuk and the others focused their attention on Yu Qianyong, Heo Jinsu was already planning to sneak away quickly, but Kang Jin-yuk turned back and kicked him. Come with me to a quiet place, I have something to ask you. So they came to a storage room. Kang Jin-yuk whispered, don't worry, I won't kill you, just return the money you scammed from Yu Yeonhwa. Hearing such lenient conditions, Heo Jinsu was stunned. The other party shouldn't let him off so easily. But before he could think it through, Kang Jin-yuk said, of course, if you don't want to live, I don't mind killing you. So on the other side, Yu Yeonhwa's phone received a transfer notification. Outside the hospital entrance, Heo Jinsu was frantically running away. He hadn't expected Kang Jin-yuk to really let him go. Standing on the rooftop, watching that person's figure, Alice, sitting on Kang Jin-yuk's shoulder, was still a bit puzzled. You just let him go like that? Of course not. A bottom feeder like him can't provide any useful information anyway. So Alice, go follow him and see where his hideout is and who he's met. Hearing she could go out and play, Alice immediately sprinted 100 meters. Seeing this, Kang Jin-yuk smiled helplessly. He still had other things to do. Soon, Kang Jin-yuk used checking the elixir absorption as an excuse to send Yu Yeonhwa away. Kang Jin-yuk looked at Yu Qianyong still lying on the bed and said, now that there's no one else, old man, get up and talk. Hearing this, Yu Qianyong, who was lying on the hospital bed, unexpectedly opened his eyes. You knew I was awake? I thought I was hiding it perfectly, but I didn't mean to deceive you. I understand. After all, when someone has an incurable disease but a stranger suddenly appears and cures you, anyone would be cautious. Hearing this, Yu Qianyong smiled. You young man are so wise, you've said everything I wanted to say. I'm too embarrassed to say anything more. Learning that Kang Jin-yuk had a close relationship with his granddaughter and had questions to ask him, Yu Qianyong said frankly, please go ahead. Kang Jin-yuk asked, I want to know what exactly happened during that crisis when you encountered attacks from monsters inside the tower. Hearing this, Yu Qianyong touched the scars on his body and began recounting his memories. That day, Yu Qianyong was originally going to attend a martial arts conference, but he happened to encounter the Tower of Trials invading reality. On the road, space trembled and a deep purple tunnel appeared out of nowhere. Then countless monsters poured out from it. To protect the weak, Yu Qianyong naturally stepped forward. However, just as he was holding back those low-level monsters to give others time to escape, he heard a voice say, interesting. A person actually walked out from among the monsters. That person looked at Yu Qianyong and whispered, sneered. I didn't expect there to be useful people among the outsiders. Let me play with you for a while. Yu Chunyong was attacked by this person. Moreover, this person was extremely fast, far beyond his understanding, and severely injured him with just one sword strike. Recalling that person's terror, Yu Chunyong still felt lingering fear. Hearing this, Kang Jin-yuk's expression became somewhat grim. According to Yu Chunyong's description, long hair, ancient costume, and skilled with swords. This inevitably made him think of the martial arts forces from the 21st floor of the tower. He just hadn't expected these guys to actually come outside the tower. Thinking of how they often used unscrupulous means to achieve their goals, Kang Jin-yuk felt the situation was troublesome. And what was their purpose? Thinking this, Kang Jin-yuk simply told Yu Chunyong that the opponent was very likely a tower resident. Yu Chunyong expressed some concern about this, then immediately stopped caring. He just said, I heard you've known my Yeonhwa for a long time, right? Kang Jin-yuk nodded. We're old friends. In that case, how about I betroth my granddaughter to you? Hearing this, Kang Jin-yuk was speechless. Before he could refuse, he heard Yu Chunyong say, I've lived to this age and have quite some insight into people. They say that to master a field, one must spend at least 10,000 hours of experience. I quite agree with this. Now the Tower of Trials has only appeared for a few months, yet those awakened ones call themselves experts. In my opinion, they're truly unworthy of the name. But you're different. How should I put it? I can sense from you an aura that has weathered many storms, a quality that only appears on people who have overcome hardships and experienced countless trials. Hearing this, Kang Jin-yuk thought of his 50,000 hours of game time. He just said, it's not that exaggerated, I just played for a slightly longer time. Seeing Kang Jin-yuk still being so modest, Yu Chunyong said frankly, in any case, I will repay your kindness. Do you want anything? Hearing that he could actually get thanks from what was almost the most authoritative martial arts family in the country, Kang Jin-yuk smiled. Really anything? Of course, just ask. So not long after, Kang Jin-yuk walked out of the room. After he telling Yu Yeonhwa that her grandfather was fine, Yu Yeonhwa said somewhat embarrassedly that she didn't know how to thank Kang Jin-yuk. But Kang Jin-yuk showed a kind expression, don't mind it Yeonhwa. Your grandfather has already expressed his gratitude to me properly. In the ward, recalling the request Kang Jin-yuk had mentioned, Yu Chunyong couldn't help but shed tears. He hadn't expected Kang Jin-yuk to ask him for that. On the other side, Kang Jin-yuk came to the city's top hotel. While he wasn't busy yet, he needed to give himself a break. So after ordering a bunch of delicious food, Kang Jin-yuk turned on the TV, picked up his knife and fork, and prepared to enjoy this rare leisure time. Who would have thought that just a few months ago, he could only live on instant noodles? At this time, the TV was broadcasting a Tower of Trials strategy livestream. The guest invited this time was Jang Eun-sok, an expert from the top guild Dangun Guild. Jang Eun-sok was mainly here to introduce methods for improving strength to the general players. Besides ordinary level and skill upgrades, using coins obtained from the Tower of Trials to acquire suitable equipment was also an important method. But without listening to this guy's rambling, Alice looked at Kang Jin-yuk and found this guy ate incredibly fast, not leaving any for herself. Seeing Kang Jin-yuk finish eating and about to rest, Alice smiled mischievously and picked up a bottle of wine, also planning to enjoy some pleasant time watching boring human programs. At this time, Jang Eun-sik was also asked why no players had entered since Unknown cleared the 4th floor. Jang Eun-sik explained that the 4th floor was a special dungeon with 100 large-scale waves, and the key to conquest was to seize strategic points first and successfully defend them. But the problem was that if all the players who entered failed to defend their positions, the entire 4th floor would be sealed for 20 days. Each floor had a 90-day conquest time limit. If preparations were insufficient and the floor was sealed too many times, there would be enormous risks. Therefore, even though Unknown had cleared the 3rd floor and had priority in selecting strategic points, the reason he hadn't entered was probably due to this. At this time, the host was also asking whether humanity would really perish if they exceeded 90 days. Based on the tower system's priority execution rights over world rules, humanity indeed had the possibility of extinction. Soon the interview ended, and the host asked if Jang Eun-sok had time. Jang Eun-sok nodded. According to his guess, Unknown would need at least a month of preparation before entering the 4th floor. Therefore, he also had plenty of time to prepare and take the host out for some fun. But just as Jang Eun-sok got into the car, the system announced, Player Unknown declares conquest of the 4th floor. All players challenging the 4th floor, please prepare. The first battle on the 4th floor will begin in 8 hours. Hearing this, only the sound of the accelerator being pressed hard could be heard. Jang Eun-sok immediately opened the guild system and urgently issued a notice. All top experts assemble immediately to prepare for the 4th floor battle. At this moment, Jang Eun-sok was stunned. He hadn't expected Unknown to announce entry to the 4th floor so quickly, and this meant they only had 8 hours to prepare for the 4th floor. Unknown was simply crazy. On the other side, with the morning sun, Kang Jin-yuk slowly woke up from bed. This time he had enjoyed a really good sleep. Let's get ready to set off, Alice. At this time, there were only 1 hour, 37 minutes, and 51 seconds left before the first fluctuation began. The 4th floor was a special boss challenge where players needed to resist 100 waves of zombie hordes composed of ordinary and special zombies to clear it. As players, the game game system granted players 2 resistance methods. First, deploy defense towers with over 1,000 combination types as reasonably as possible. The second was to choose strongholds that could defend efficiently. However, as the protagonist, Kang Jin-hyuk had other plans. System notification: congratulations on being the first to enter the 4th floor of the Tower of Trials. Other players will also enter the 4th floor in 20 minutes. Ignoring the system notification, Kang Jin-hyuk went straight to an abandoned stadium, the Sangam World Cup Stadium. This stadium was a special stronghold in the entire 4th floor, and also Kang Jin-hyuk's purpose for coming here. He wanted to use his stronghold priority designation right to seize this stronghold first. System notification: you have successfully occupied the stronghold. You have scattered Soishi grain. You have planted 5 solar seed. You have used natural water. Plant growth speed increased by 20%. While Kang Jin-hyuk was preparing the stronghold, other players also entered the 4th floor, one after another. At this time, brother Jin-hyuk, we're here. It was Yu Yeonhwa and Lee Tae-min who came to form a team at Kang Jin-hyuk's invitation. In addition, Jin-hyuk, long time no see, there was also Saint Teresa. At this time, others also noticed the gathering of Kang Jin-hyuk's group. It didn't matter if they didn't look, but once they did, they exclaimed, how were they all famous players? Yu Yeonhwa and Lee Tae-min were also somewhat surprised about how a celebrity player like Teresa would appear here. But Teresa stated directly that she had left the guild, so she could now act freely. And this time, it was Kang Jin-hyuk's invitation, which she didn't dislike. On the contrary, she quite liked being with Kang Jin-hyuk. Soon, Kang Jin-hyuk roughly explained his idea of gathering everyone, mainly to form a team and defend at the stronghold he had selected. However, Yu Yeonhwa and Lee Tae-min felt somewhat embarrassed hearing this. When the zombie horde came, it would be like mountains and seas. Could just a few of them handle it? What's the problem with that? Difficulty makes it interesting, doesn't it? And I specifically chose the stadium as our stronghold. It wouldn't be that Sangam stadium, would it? That's a super large stronghold that requires at least 100 people to defend. My good brother, this isn't like when we used to play games online. If you die here, you're really finished. Your personality really. Seeing these people arguing, Teresa just wanted to say, why does Jin-hyuk seem so perverted? In any case, trust me, for us, that stadium is the best stronghold location. But Jin-hyuk, I also have a question. As far as I know, stronghold defense requires at least 5 or more players, and now we only have 4 people, don't we? Kang Jin-hyuk responded with, don't worry, the last person will be here soon. As soon as he finished speaking, a person descended from the sky with undisguised killing intent. It was Cheon Yu-song. But upon seeing Kang Jin-hyuk, Cheon Yu-song immediately drew his sword. He was so angry because of something Kang Jin-hyuk had said not long ago. Just the night before, Cheon Yu-song was training in a Tower of Trials dungeon. Originally, everything was going according to plan, and he didn't plan to head to the 4th floor so soon, but a suddenly popping message left him stunned. He hadn't expected that guy Kang Jin-hyuk would send him a private message, but this commanding tone made him very displeased. He was just a defeated opponent, not a slave, and seeing that Cheon Yu-seong hadn't replied for a long time, Kang Jin-hyuk immediately sent another message, full of arrogant attitude, if you come now, I'll fight you without using my left arm or right leg. Cheon Yu-seong knew Kang Jin-hyuk's personality well. He would never do anything without benefits. Subsequently, Kang Jin-hyuk kept sending challenges to Cheon Yu-seong relentlessly. Even though Cheon Yu-seong endured again and again, he finally broke down under one particular message. You scared? As they say, you can kill but not humiliate. How could a standard tough guy like him withstand such mockery? So he came to Kang Jin-hyuk's appointed location with his Qianlong sword, and Cheon Yu-seong was the 5th teammate Kang Jin-hyuk had tricked into coming. Kang Jin-hyuk then looked at Cheon Yu-seong's Qianlong sword. It was indeed an attribute sword, a weapon that could launch long-range attacks by injecting elemental magic. It completely made up for the swordsman's shortcoming in long-range attacks. Coming before Kang Jin-hyuk, Cheon Yu-seong immediately shouted, today I'll show you who is scared. Kang Jin-hyuk kindly reminded Cheon Yu-seong. The current attribute sword was still only a semi-finished product. Although the semi-finished product's power wasn't low, only the complete attribute sword could unleash its full power, and the random treasure chest on the 4th floor just happened to have the synthesis materials needed for attribute swords. Importantly, the fire attribute that Cheon Yu-seong needed. Cheon Yu-seong was now burning with anger, angrily rebuking Kang Jin-hyuk for his promises one after another. Everyone knew the random treasure chest's winning rate was ridiculously low, and Kang Jin-hyuk, who possessed the Monopoly passive, indeed had a 100% winning ability. Moreover, Kang Jin-hyuk promised Cheon Yu-seong that as long as he joined the team to defend together, he would get him the fire attribute materials and have another fight after conquering the 4th floor of the Tower of Trials. After Kang Jin-hyuk's coaxing, Cheon Yu-seong put away his Qianlong sword. With the team invitation being accepted by Cheon Yu-seong, they finally met the personnel requirement for defensive warfare. But Cheon Yu-seong's joining made Teresa worried. She feared he might do something unfavorable to Kang Jin-hyuk during the process. But Kang Jin-hyuk wasn't worried at all, even saying Cheon Yu-seong was a very simple and righteous gentleman. At this time, Yu Yeonhwa remembered something and started rummaging around. She took out an item wrapped in black cloth strips. Opening it revealed the twin dragon sword that Yu Cheon-young had promised to give her. As an heirloom passed down from ancestors, the magic power contained within was comparable to legendary relics. This made Yu Yeonhwa very curious about what method Kang Jin-hyuk had used to make her grandfather bear to part with it. And besides being optimistic about Kang Jin-hyuk, Yu Cheon-young naturally wanted to secure a good marriage for his granddaughter. After returning to the stronghold, Kang Jin-hyuk made battle plans with the 4 4 people. This made Cheon Yu-sung curse silently in his heart, so he was just looking for another scapegoat. That's why he found himself. Kang Jin-yuk, please be a decent person. And at the Sangam Stadium that Kang Jin-yuk had occupied, a group of uninvited guests had already gathered. From one person's sword, the patterns on the blade made Kang Jin-yuk think of something. This man was clearly an NPC from the game but was hiding his identity and pretending to be a player. But the protagonist Kang Jin-yuk saw through his identity from the patterns on his sword at just one glance. Recognizing that the other party was from the martial arts forces in the 21st floor of the Tower of Trials, although he didn't know the other party's purpose in seeking him, these guys were all arrogant madmen with sky-high ambitions, and Kang Jin-yuk wasn't afraid. Therefore, just as the man introduced himself as Namgung-hyun, Kang Jin-yuk directly said, "You should shut up instead. After all, you idiots from the Namgung family are famous for being missing a screw in your heads." Hearing this, Namgung-hyun was stunned. "What did you just say, you bastard?" Teresa asked if Kang Jin-yuk knew them, and Kang Jin-yuk answered that he used to know them. Seeing that Kang Jin-yuk not only insulted him, but also ignored him, Namgung-hyun was furious and was about to say some harsh words. But Kang Jin-yuk directly interrupted. "You wouldn't be trying to say, you bastard, do you know who I am? How dare you mock our Namgung family? I'll exterminate your 3 generations. If that's the kind of bullshit you want to say, please shut up. I've heard enough of it." Seeing this, Namgung-hyun gritted his teeth. "Damn it, although I don't know how you know my identity, but you bastard dare to insult our Namgung family. Kid, you'll regret this." In an instant, Namgung-hyun drew his sword, and his attribute panel appeared before Kang Jin-yuk's eyes. System notification: residents of martial arts forces are hiding in the triad. Expose all hidden members to copy any of their skills. Seeing this, Kang Jin-yuk's heart stirred. So there was more than one martial artist among this group. This formation seemed impressive, but he didn't know what their purpose was. However, regardless, the other party had delivered themselves to give him a chance to copy skills, which couldn't be missed. Kang Jin-yuk immediately notified the others to prepare for battle. In an instant, the two sides clashed, and battle erupted. Among them, Lin Tian activated the skill Mechanical King, instantly summoning a huge mechanical tank to begin remote suppression. Yu Yeonhwa activated the skill No Retreat. As long as she didn't retreat, she could gain 15% damage reduction to serve as the team's tank. Teresa also entered combat state, as a mobile unit guarding everyone's rear. Finally, Kang Jin-yuk looked at Cheon Yu-sung and said, "I need 3 minutes to play something big with them. Can you buy me some time?" A mere 3 minutes is completely unnecessary, because before that, these guys will be defeated by my hands. In battle, Teresa activated skills Battle Song and Divinity Reinforcement. For 10 minutes, all team members' attributes increased in combat effectiveness. In an instant, Lin Tian's artillery became more fierce. Yu Yeonhwa also reaped the battlefield like the god of death. Not to mention there's also an all-around warrior like Teresa. While Namgung-hyun on the side sensed the power gap between the two sides and knew he had to make his move, just as Cheon Yu-sung was cutting through everything in his path. Hearing Namgung-hyun's provocation, "Looks like not all of you are completely useless." A sword fell, and a man suddenly appeared in front of Cheon Yu-sung. In an instant, a blade flash swept past Cheon Yu-sung. It was Namgung-hyun who had been waiting for his chance. "Looks like you know how to use a sword a little, but that's about it. However, I can be merciful enough to let you, this rootless mixed swordsman, witness what true swordsmanship from a prestigious family looks like." Suddenly, sword energy burst forth from Namgung-hyun's body. In an instant, Namgung-hyun unleashed the imperial sword form and struck toward Cheon Yu-sung. In the brief clash of blades, Cheon Yu-sung's face darkened as he felt tremendous pressure from his opponent's attack. Soon falling into disadvantage with one move, Cheon Yu-sung's defense was breached. Namgung-hyun seized the opportunity and thrust his sword directly at Cheon Yu-sung's face. But at this critical moment, Teresa suddenly appeared in front of Cheon Yu-sung, narrowly blocking the strike. At this time, Kang Jin-yuk also reappeared on the battlefield, saying to Teresa, "Well done." Kang Jin-yuk immediately activated his skill Fire Element. Fire waves surged forward, directly surrounding Namgung-hyun. However, in Namgung-hyun's eyes, these were all just petty tricks that looked down on him. At this moment, Kang Jin-yuk leaped into the air. Seeing this, Namgung-hyun thought to himself that this was an opportunity. In midair, it's hard to dodge without leverage. The opponent was seeking death. But just as he was about to act, his feet suddenly stopped, as one of his feet had somehow been frozen to the ground, unable to move. "Don't you understand that even extinguished fire needs a second look?" Kang Jin-yuk taunted, while activating his skill Daylight. The next second, dazzling light waves surged from Kang Jin-yuk's hands straight toward Namgung-hyun, just as Namgung-hyun was about to take this hit head-on. But the next second, a person leaped high and activated the skill Cross Slash. A cross-shaped bloodlight appeared in midair in front of Namgung-hyun, actually blocking Kang Jin-yuk's attack. Seeing this, Kang Jin-yuk's heart stirred. He hadn't expected that move to finish finish Nam Gong-hyun anyway. The important thing was to draw out other martial artists like this. At this time, Nam Gong-hyun looked at the man who appeared in front of him and couldn't help but whisper, "Big brother. System notification. You have completed the mission. You have copied the skill Unlimited Steps." Then Kang Jin-hyuk fused Unlimited Steps with the skill Grave of Swords. System notification. You have acquired the skill Sword Steps of the King. Sword Steps of the King increases movement speed by 70% and can also be used as an attack method. Seeing another S-rank skill, Kang Jin-hyuk smiled. He had really struck it rich this time. At this moment, the newly appeared, spiky-haired man asked his younger brother if he had been hurt just now. The others were teasing. Our brother Hyun also has days when he gets beaten down. How interesting. Hearing this, Nam Gong-hyun was annoyed, still being stubborn. If you guys had helped earlier, I could have handled him myself. Anyway, stop arguing. Don't forget the sect leader sent us here to recruit that guy, not kill him. But hearing this, Nam Gong-hyun shook his head. This matter was probably hopeless, because that guy already knew they came from inside the tower and weren't players. Hearing this, the others were surprised. This was truly unexpected. So, I've been annoyed with that kid for a while now. If we can't recruit him, let's just eliminate him. But wait a minute. Although I know you're angry, we need to leave. The zombie wave has erupted. The zombie tide will arrive in 3 minutes. At this time, Kang Jin-hyuk also urged everyone to hurry up and go where they needed to go. The arena was their territory. Listen, you brat, don't get cocky. We wouldn't want a garbage stronghold like the arena, even if you gave it to us. Our place is 10,000 times better than yours. Hope you survive the first wave. We'll be back. With that, the people from the triad began to retreat. However, Kang Jin-hyuk kept his eyes fixed on the direction the triad was retreating. Their chosen stronghold was a large supermarket. With high walls on all sides and abundant supplies, it was, indeed, a good stronghold. But this stronghold had a huge flaw. We'll see about that. Next, Lee Tae-min used drones to survey the surrounding situation. He informed everyone that the zombie tide was already close to them, facing the ocean-like zombie tide. Yoo Yeon-hwa asked Kang Jin-hyuk if he really wasn't just seeking thrills. Don't worry, the solar plants I've deployed are much more powerful than ordinary zombie tides. Teresa was stunned. This was the first time she had seen such a large plant tower. Anyway, let me first explain my battle plan. Our goal is to prevent the zombie tide from occupying the flag in the center of the arena. The arena has 4 entrances: east, south, west, and north. I've already deployed solar plants at all of them. With their power, they can not only easily resist the zombie tide, but we also hope to use the stronghold's huge area to get the maximum rewards. However, although these plants are powerful, they have a 1-minute cooldown period at regular intervals. Our task is to hold off the remaining zombie tide during that 1 minute. Hearing this, Cheon Yusong directly walked to one side. Then I'll be responsible for the west direction, Kang Jin-hyuk reminded him. You better not get bitten. Those things are quite accurate when they bite. Are you saying I can't even handle those trash zombies? Because you also said earlier that you'd handle those martial artists, but ended up getting beaten up instead. Seeing Kang Jin-hyuk bringing up sore spots, Cheon Yusong could only respond with a friendly gesture. Then Kang Jin-hyuk had Lee Tae-min stay in the center, using drones to scout and provide support at any time. Yoo Yeon-hwa and Teresa would guard the north and south entrances respectively. Seeing everything was ready, everyone, prepare for battle. At this time, Kang Jin-hyuk also summoned his twin dragon sword. He couldn't wait to test the power of these twin swords. System notification: first zombie wave begins. Then, from the moment the first zombie stepped into the arena, behind it emerged a vast zombie tide that stretched beyond the horizon. Countless zombies poured into the arena entrances like madmen. At the same time, the solar plants activated sunlight. In an instant, a huge fireball shot out from the top of the plants. Fire lit up the sky, frantically melting the surrounding zombies. Feeling that amazing power, Yoo Yeon-hwa was shocked. She felt that if this continued, they wouldn't have anything to do. Soon the surging zombies had been completely incinerated, and the solar plants also entered cooldown time. But the zombies weren't just one wave. Seeing this, amid the sword-drawing sound of Kang Jin-hyuk's blade, everyone, the real defense battle begins now. Hold on for 1 minute and victory is ours. Looking at Kang Jin-hyuk behind her, Teresa's heart stirred. As if noticing Teresa's gaze, Kang Jin-hyuk also responded with a reassuring look. Suddenly, countless memories of going through hardships together with Kang Jin-hyuk flooded Teresa's mind. Since leaving the guild, she had never felt so at ease. Just as Kang Jin-hyuk said, for precious companions, what she was doing now was what she should do. So, let's fight for this trust. Through everyone's continuous fighting, Kang Jin-hyuk's team achieved a small-scale victory. Killing zombies could also drop solar energy, which could be used to upgrade plant towers or plant new plant towers. Kang Jin-hyuk used the newly acquired solar energy to purchase combative plant, ice plant, rocky plant, and explosive plant seeds, planning to continue expanding the plant towers. 2 combative plant seeds were given to Teresa and Yoo Yeon-hwa to plant in the east and south directions of the defensive stronghold. The ice and rock seeds were given to Lee Tae-min and Cheon Yusong to plant in the center and west direction of the stronghold. As for the final explosive plant, Kang Jin-hyuk had other plans. At this time, Yoo Yeon-hwa asked if these seeds could just be planted directly. Kang Jin-hyuk shook his head. Time is urgent now. We need to use special methods to grow them to a usable size. With that, Kang Jin-hyuk took out arid highland cow manure, final autumn leaf, pentellus dung beetle, gray earthworm, and various other items. Then he mixed these things together to get a large package of indescribable stuff. Then Kang Jin-hyuk said, "Baby, your dinner is here," and stuffed spoonfuls of the mixture into the plants' mouths. boss. Seeing this scene, Lin Tian just wanted to say, why do I feel like Brother Jin Yuk's mental state is a bit off? Anyway, just feed this fertilizer to the plants. I'll leave this task to you all. So where are you going, Jin Yuk? Kang Jin Yuk nodded. I'm going to clean up some trash nearby. I'll be back soon. So he left Sangam World Cup Stadium alone. As Kang Jin Yuk headed toward his target, he also noticed people from other strongholds were moving supplies. He knew this was preparation by large guilds for a prolonged battle to resist 100 waves of zombies, but only rookies would want to fight a prolonged battle here. Kang Jin Yuk looked toward an abandoned building. This was exactly his destination, and there was an item he needed here. Soon he pulled down a long cloth covering something unknown in the corner. What appeared behind it was actually an ancient mirror. Seeing this, Kang Jin Yuk looked back at the large supermarket stronghold occupied by those martial artists in the distance and sneered. Then when his finger touched the mirror surface, it actually melted into it. At the same time, in the food storage warehouse of the supermarket stronghold, an arm suddenly extended from an identical ancient mirror. The next second, Kang Jin Yuk actually passed through from the mirror. On the other side, Nam Gong Hyun was still throwing a tantrum about not beating Kang Jin Yuk. The blue-haired woman nearby would usually say a few words about Nam Gong Hyun's whining, but this time she was unexpectedly quiet. She said, we were originally supposed to cultivate forces outside the tower. Since that guy won't submit to discipline, why don't we eliminate him, as Nam Gong Hyun suggested? This made the spiky-haired leader fall into thought. Honestly, given Kang Jin Yuk's strength, he really wanted to recruit him. But as his companion said, keeping him might be a disaster. But just as he was considering this, a violent tremor came from all around. Everyone was shocked, and then they saw someone running over in panic, saying that something had happened to their food storage warehouse. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge plant broke through the floor and rose from the ground. In the smoke and dust, a figure appeared and said, my cherry saw you had too much stored food and was worried you'd get indigestion, so it ate it all for you. Why don't you quickly thank the cherry? The arrival was Kang Jin Yuk. Seeing this, the spiky-haired man was stunned, especially seeing that the plant was still continuously destroying the stronghold, which made him urgently tell Kang Jin Yuk to stop. You bastard, do you know what stupid thing you're doing? Kang Jin Yuk picked his ear. You mean that queen thing? Hearing this, the others were shocked. How did this guy know? Kang Jin Yuk continued. Before the third wave, once a large stronghold with more than 200 defenders is destroyed, the fourth floor's ruler, the mother of the death, will appear. That's the so-called queen. I was worried about finding such a large stronghold before, but fortunately here it is right in front of me. Are you crazy? You know that even if all current players unite, they can't beat you, and you still want to summon her? What exactly do you want to do? Hearing this, Kang Jin Yuk sneered, don't compare me to you guys. As for my purpose, because I'm too lazy to play this zombie game 100 times. With that, Kang Jin Yuk patted the violent plant and left it with destruction orders. The next second, he leaped up and jumped directly out of the stronghold, so you guys better sacrifice yourselves obediently. Seeing this, Nam Gong Hyun still wanted to chase after him. But the next second, vines shot up from the ground everywhere. System notification, large supermarket stronghold has collapsed. Suddenly, an unusual tremor quickly spread throughout the fourth floor. Cheon Yusong whispered, I feel like something bad is about to happen. System notification, special event triggered. At the same time, in the depths of the fourth floor, in the zombie headquarters, a female zombie gradually awakened. Her eyes looked forward as if seeing all the players on the fourth floor. System notification, to punish weak humans, the fourth floor's master Pendariel begins to act. At this time, Kang Jin Yuk came to a high-rise building. He didn't just want to introduce a boss to this tower defense game, he wanted to add some spice to it. What appeared in his hand was the solar eclipse stone obtained from the third floor. The solar eclipse stone can block sunlight and reduce all light attribute abilities by 50% in darkness, while increasing dark attribute abilities by 100%. In an instant, Kang Jin Yuk crushed the solar eclipse stone. A solar eclipse like dark light began to gradually cover the sun. When the solar eclipse fully began, all zombies under the eclipse felt a power bursting within their bodies. Teresa, being of light attribute, felt quite ominous. She could feel her divine power weakening by half out of nowhere. The solar eclipse stone's enhancement also affected the boss Pendariel. She was instantly furious. She was summoned because humans were weak and lost their stronghold, and now humans were unknowingly enhancing her attribute power, which was completely provoking her. System notification, the fourth floor's master is watching you. The fourth floor's master declares a targeted attack on your stronghold. Kang Jin Yuk smiled and said very good, then calmly uploaded 2 videos to the forum. The first video indicated that the boss appeared because the triad failed to defend their stronghold, after making players disgusted with the triad. The second video publicly announced, I'm here to clean up the triad's mess, earning himself a wave of popularity. Seeing the second video already climbing to the top 10 of the video rankings in a short time, Yu Yonhwa and the others were indeed stunned. This was madness, but having just a few of them fight the boss seemed a bit much. Given the situation, Sean Yusong wasn't dwelling on it. He just asked Kang Jin Yuk if he had any way to solve this huge trouble he had caused. Kang Jin Yuk's first sentence was, of course, I have a way to solve the boss, which made Cheon Yusong breathe a sigh of relief. But the next second, Kang Jin Yuk pointed his finger. Right at Cheon Yusong, but my plan needs your help. Suddenly, Cheon Yusong felt an ominous feeling. So not long after, Pendariel led a group of cavalry and had already arrived at Sangam World Cup Stadium. Then with her command to execute, the zombies instantly ran toward the stadium entrance like madmen. The defensive facilities already deployed in the stadium immediately launched attacks. But even though the plan plant tower's firepower was strong. The enhanced zombies clearly had resistance to their attacks. Pendariel just walked forward calmly like this. Soon the plant towers were defeated, and Pendariel also reached the center of the stadium. But her gaze locked on. What appeared before her was actually an iceberg, and sealed within the iceberg was exactly the human she was supposed to execute. Before she could figure out what was happening, a crystal fell from the iceberg. Pendariel naturally took it in her hand. Time went back to not long ago. After hearing Kang Jin-yuk's plan, Qian Yuxiang cursed, "You're really damned," then reluctantly transferred 100,000 gold coins to Kang Jin-yuk. That's right, Qian Yuxiang's biggest role was to provide financial support for Kang Jin-yuk's upcoming plan. Kang Jin-yuk then used these gold coins to purchase a large number of special items, and said, "Next, all of us will become bait." Hearing that he spent money and still had to become bait, Qian Yusong was stunned. But Kang Jin-yuk smiled. "Let me correct that. Not bait, but a killing device," saying as he held up a crystal. At this moment, what Pendariel held in her hand was exactly that lure crystal. Suddenly, dazzling light shone from the crystal. Then, splendid ice prison activated, and a huge ice prison instantly covered the stadium. All the zombies inside, including Pendariel, were sealed within. But did Zhang Zhenhe's team solve the boss of the fourth floor so quickly? But in the next second, Pendariel has already activated her skill Black Death, instantly breaking free from her restraints. Then she turns her gaze toward the humans trapped in ice, ready to finish them off. But just then, the system notification appears. "You have activated skill Swallow Breathing. You have activated skill Sword Steps of the King." In Pendariel's perception, there's someone moving at an unbelievable speed, heading straight for her base camp. Instantly, Pendariel panics. Damn it, this is a diversion tactic. If this human reaches her base camp, no matter how powerful she is, it's over. However, Kang Jin-yuk's expression shifts. At this moment, Pendariel has already realized what's happening and is quickly pursuing him. But fortunately, Kang Jin-yuk moved fast enough and has already created enough distance, giving him plenty of time to reach the boss's stronghold. However, on the way forward, there are still quite a few zombies wandering around. They also seem to have received orders and are planning to block Kang Jin-yuk's path. Seeing this, Kang Jin-yuk's figure explodes into action, instantly activating skills Grave of Sword and Blessing of the Star, while simultaneously drawing out the Twin Dragon's sword. The blade flashes. Those small fries couldn't block Kang Jin-yuk even slightly, but Kang Jin-yuk has no time to deal with these minions. Right now, his target is the boss's flag appearing not far ahead. However, just as Kang Jin-yuk is about to move forward, a flash of blade light rapidly surges toward him. In an instant, Kang Jin-yuk barely dodges it, yet he shows an unhurried expression, having anticipated this attack and knowing where it came from. At this moment, a massive pair of bloody scissors appears. Then appearing before Kang Jin-yuk is actually a giant two-headed zombie, none other than the guardian of the Queen's flag, Butcher. Seeing the Butcher appear, Kang Jin-yuk remains composed and directly chooses to charge forward to attack. Seeing his opponent being so reckless, the Butcher laughs loudly and directly opens his scissors, instantly snapping down on the Twin Dragon sword, attempting to cut both the sword and Kang Jin-yuk in half. But with the sound of metal clashing, the Twin Dragon sword remains completely undamaged. Meanwhile, Kang Jin-yuk leaps into the air, taunting at the same time. "This isn't just some ordinary blade, you bastard." At the same time, Fire Element activates, and in an instant Kang Jin-yuk directly strikes with an elemental attack, hitting the Butcher's forehead. Brilliant flames immediately burst forth on the Butcher's head. Kang Jin-yuk then takes advantage to grab the Twin Dragon sword again, knowing this level of damage won't be enough to defeat his opponent. However, he never intended to finish off his opponent this way. The most important thing about his attack was to temporarily rob his opponent of vision. In the next second, taking advantage of the Butcher's limited vision, Kang Jin-yuk swings his blade down, slashing fiercely at the body, but the Butcher, possessing undead characteristics, directly taunts that this little wound won't kill him. But wait, the good show has just begun. Instantly, the skill mandala activates, then brilliant golden light, like a rising sun, instantly shines deep within the boss's stronghold. At the same time, the system notification appears. "You have defeated the Butcher. You have obtained scissors filled with a vengeful spirit." Now Kang Jin-yuk looks at the flag nearby. As long as he pulls it out, this game will end. But just as Kang Jin-yuk walks toward the flag, a system notification appears before Kang Jin-yuk. Black Hound has revealed its presence. It wants to make a suggestion to you on behalf of the ancient gods. Seeing the words Black Hound, Kang Jin-yuk immediately understands this is that guy Anubis's subordinate. But what does this creature want with him? Thinking this, Kang Jin-yuk directly raises his head to look at the sky and says, "I'm listening, little puppy. What is it?" Hearing Kang Jin-yuk's words, the Black Hound's face shows a hint of distaste. But how could Kang Jin-yuk indulge its attitude? "What, are you mad at me? Want me to pull out this flag right now?" System notification, Black Hound feels nervous. At the same time, Black Hound hurriedly puts on a smile and says the ancient gods want to see this battle end properly. Hearing this, Kang Jin-yuk is startled. Is this because he didn't fight the boss head-on, so those upper-level spectators are dissatisfied? Or do they simply find him unpleasant? Kang Jin-yuk thinks for a moment moment and says, "Why should I agree to this? You know, as long as I pull down the flag, I can win." The Black Hound shows an expression like you'll definitely agree. At the same time, system notification, Black Hound has proposed a contract to you. Looking at the contract's contents, Kang Jin-yuk smiles. He has to admit the terms are quite good. At this moment, a thunderous roar is heard. Pendariel, who had been chasing all along, finally reaches her stronghold. However, she's somewhat confused. That human clearly arrived at the stronghold before her, but her flag hasn't been lost. But then a noise attracts her attention. Don't be surprised. Someone paid me a deposit to make me fight you, so I didn't touch it. Until then, your flag is safe. Pendariel is somewhat confused. What's a deposit? Pendariel, as a boss, is powerful but not very bright. At this moment, Kang Jin-yuk also stops what he's doing. In the next second, he raises his hand, hoisting the modified giant scissors onto his shoulder, saying, basically it's getting paid first, then doing the work. However, against an opponent like Pendariel with absurdly strong attributes, even though Kang Jin-yuk has gap points to reduce the level difference, he still faces tremendous pressure. Sure enough, the sound of breaking air is heard. By the time Kang Jin-yuk reacts, Pendariel has already rapidly appeared behind him. In an instant, Pendariel swings fiercely, directly sending Kang Jin-yuk flying. But Pendariel pauses. Under this strike, Kang Jin-yuk is completely unharmed. Seeing this, Pendariel's emotions become somewhat agitated. Then, in the next second, she lets out a furious roar as if going mad. Immediately after, her fingers horrifyingly grow wildly, transforming into countless sharp spikes, heading straight for Kang Jin-yuk. Kang Jin-yuk simultaneously activates skill Sword Steps of the King, dodging the attacks with a 70% movement speed increase. At the same time, freezing cold air appears. Kang Jin-yuk activates skill Glacial Sculpture again. In an instant, countless ice rapidly envelops Pendariel. Taking advantage of Pendariel being restrained, Kang Jin-yuk jumps high, delivering a heavy strike directly to Pendariel's neck. But Pendariel's defense is astonishing. Under this strike, she's completely unharmed. Missing with one strike, Kang Jin-yuk immediately withdraws and retreats. Pendariel coldly says, "These little tricks of yours won't defeat me." Kang Jin-yuk smiles. "Of course I know that." But before Kang Jin-yuk can finish speaking, Pendariel charges forward again. Instantly, the swinging blade light is about to tear Kang Jin-yuk apart. But the skill Glacial Sculpture activates again, directly covering Pendariel's eyes. With limited vision, this strike loses accuracy, and Kang Jin-yuk easily dodges it. Taking this opportunity, Kang Jin-yuk raises the scissors in his hand, again attacking Pendariel's weak points like her eyes. Unfortunately, this strike's effect is still minimal. What it brings in return is only Pendariel's even more ferocious counterattack. Moreover, the force of this strike is so great that Kang Jin-yuk has to use his full strength. But even so, he's still knocked into the air. Seizing this opportunity, Pendariel holds her sword horizontally, then suddenly thrusts it into the ground. At the same time, system notification, Pendariel has activated skill Requiem of the Dead. Along with the system's voice, countless spikes surge toward Kang Jin-yuk. Seeing this, the watching Black Hound shows a satisfied smile. For it, the more spectacular this duel, the better. As for Kang Jin-yuk's life or death, that doesn't matter. As a massive attack comes down, forcing Kang Jin-yuk to fall from the air, Kang Jin-yuk reaches out and summons the item he traded with the Black Hound earlier. Just moments ago, to get Kang Jin-yuk to fight Pendariel one-on-one, the Black Hound gave Kang Jin-yuk the equipment Jackal's Tooth as a deposit. And Jackal's Tooth is a superb piece of equipment that can increase attack speed by 10% and attack by 30%, completely sufficient as payment for getting Kang Jin-yuk to act. However, Kang Jin-yuk knows this equipment, besides its strong attributes, has another extremely rare function. Therefore, Kang Jin-yuk continued negotiating that he could act, but Jackal's Tooth alone wasn't enough. He needed another item as well. Black Hound asked what that was. Then Kang Jin-yuk requested an item called White Branch, a B-grade equipment material. White Branch, being medical equipment, is quite rare on the first 10 floors of the Tower of Trials. But for Anubis on the 42nd floor, it's just trash. Therefore, Black Hound nodded. Giving Kang Jin-yuk this equipment was completely inconsequential, so he agreed. Instantly, both Jackal's Tooth and White Branch were delivered into Kang Jin-yuk's hands. As payment, Kang Jin-yuk couldn't pull out the flag that would clear the game during his battle with Pendariel. With both pieces of equipment in hand, Kang Jin-yuk instantly shows an expression of just as I planned. Seeing this, Black Hound suddenly feels something bad is about to happen. Sure enough, in the next second, system notification, you are now fusing 3 pieces of equipment, White Branch, Jackal's Tooth, and scissors filled with a vengeful spirit. System notification, fusion successful. You have obtained Causality Severing Scythe. Causality Severing Scythe, a divine artifact with absolute judgment, capable of killing the unkillable and severing the unseverable. Feeling the overwhelming pressure from the weapon in Kang Jin-yuk's hands, Pendariel experiences fear for the first time. However, in the next second, system notification, due to the appearance of a divine artifact that doesn't match the 4th floor's level, the system is intervening in the battle. Due to downward adjustment, this equipment can only be used once. Seeing this, Kang Jin-yuk doesn't mind. He was just trying to see if he could obtain this superb equipment early. Although being restricted to only one use is somewhat unfortunate, it's enough to let him enjoy using it and win this battle. In an instant, Kang Jin-yuk raises the scythe, then aims it at Pendariel. An overwhelming pressure envelops Pendariel at the same time. She feels this strike is completely unavoidable. All she can do is fight to the death with one strike. Instantly, both sides launch their strongest attacks, but in the next second, Kang Jin-yuk's hand rises and blade falls. The scythe's blade collides with the black sword's tip. With the sound of shattering, Pendariel's black sword is directly shattered. This unstoppable strike then slashes toward Pendariel. Seeing this, Black Hound is shocked, completely not expecting such a turn of events in this battle. The blade light travels from top to bottom without obstruction. When Kang Jin-yuk stops, he's heard saying, "Although you're only one floor higher than Muhan from the 3rd floor, but you're much more formidable than him. Rest in peace." At the same time, system notification, you have defeated the boss Pendariel on the 4th floor. After Kang Jin-yuk solo defeated the 4th floor boss, his harvest was quite abundant. First, as a clear reward, each team member received 5 A-grade random item boxes. Secondly, after this battle, Teresa also completely became Kang Jin-yuk's fangirl, adding another subordinate who could do odd jobs. Additionally, after spending nearly 90 days barely clearing the 3rd floor, under Kang Jin-yuk's leadership, the 4th floor was cleared in less than 1 day, making Kang Jin-yuk a complete celebrity. However, at this moment, Kang Jin-yuk, the center of everyone's attention, has arrived at a restaurant, partly to thank his teammates who partied with him. On the other hand, Kang Jin-yuk also plans to take this opportunity to formally introduce Alice to everyone. After speaking with light footsteps, Alice, who has fully integrated into human society, appears cutely dressed before everyone. As for Alice's identity, Kang Jin-yuk temporarily tells everyone she's an important member of his company, the Hardcore Gamer Company. Then Kang Jin-yuk asks where Teresa is, only to be told Teresa has something to do and will come a bit later. At this moment, Kang Jin-yuk is surprised. He looks mischievously to the side. He didn't expect that even Cheon Yu-song, this eternal lone wolf, would come. However, Cheon Yu-song tells Kang Jin-yuk not to overthink it. He came for the secret about opening random boxes that Kang Jin-yuk has. Kang Jin-yuk smiles, saying as long as they drink happily together later, the secret is completely not a problem. At this moment, the doorbell rings again. The arrivals are Lee Yuri and other subordinates from the Hardcore Gamer Company. Of course, the loyal subordinates Park Hana and Kim Hui-ung still salute when they see Kang Jin-yuk. With so many people coming, Kang Jin-yuk directly leaves the bill to Alice. Alice casually pulls out her wallet, then takes out 2 gold coins, directly stunning everyone. So after ordering enough fried chicken, Kang Jin-yuk just wants to say free food and drinks are awesome. And Alice, trying fried food for the first time, is instantly conquered. She doesn't understand why these foods she normally wouldn't look at have become so delicious. Watching Alice eating heartily, Kang Jin-yuk feels quite emotional. After all, who could imagine that Alice, looking like a foodie right now, is one of the strongest beings in the tower? At the dining table during conversation, everyone is quite interested in Cheon Yu-song's real-world profession. Cheon Yu-song introduces that he was previously a medical student, which truly exceeds everyone's expectations. As the words fall, the door opens again. It's the late-arriving Teresa. Teresa, as an all-star player, instantly attracts fangirl Lee Yuri's attention. Watching the scene become lively, Kang Jin-yuk can't help but recall the past. He still remembers when he first cleared the Tower of Trials, he was just a small streamer and could only celebrate at home alone. But now, with so many lively companions around him, he can't help but feel touched. It has to be said, having such lively company is quite nice. After the gathering, Kang Jin-yuk begins checking his attribute panel. Now, after a series of battles, his level has reached 29, and all his stats are quite terrifying. His growth speed even exceeds the growth level during the same period before his previous clear. Additionally, Kang Jin-yuk also plans to handle the various reward items from clearing the 4th floor. First is the Advanced Skill Enhancement Book, which can increase any skills enhancement level by 1. Kang Jin-yuk directly uses it on the most frequently used Glacial Sculpture skill, upgrading it to level 8. Next is the most important draw box. The A-grade random draw box is a probabilistic item that obtains A-grade equipment by spinning a wheel. To use it, you just need to pull down the lever. Then, during the wheel's rotation, press the red button on it to stop the pointer and obtain the pointed item. But this wheel has a hidden setting, as long as you pull the lever without pressing the button and directly ignore the system's urging, until the system notifies that this draw has exceeded the time limit. Then, spin the wheel again. As long as you keep repeating this process, after the player repeats it 37 times, the wheel's speed will decrease by 99%. Using this method, you can easily get the item you want from the random items. Seeing this, Cheon Yu-song is dumbfounded. The various information Kang Jin-yuk has mastered really makes him look at him with new respect. Subsequently, Cheon Yu-song successfully obtained the attribute stone he wanted using the method Kang Jin-yuk taught him. As long as he fuses it with his attribute sword, his strength will greatly increase, adding several more chances of defeating Kang Jin-yuk in the future. However, what Kang Jin-yuk didn't tell Cheon Yu-song is that using this method comes with a penalty. The obtained items will automatically destroy after 1 week, meaning if enchanted onto equipment, the equipment will also self-destruct. Thinking of Cheon Yu-song's dumbfounded expression then, Kang Jin-yuk is already laughing. Here I have to criticize the protagonist Kang Jin-hyuk. Cheon Yu-song worked for you for free for a while and was conscripted for 100,000 coins, truly contributing both money and effort. For you to then destroy his equipment is too evil. Next, Kang Jin-hyuk uses the same method to draw 3 colored pills and other items. The pills also have a 1-week usage limit, but during this time he'll use them up. Using them to clear the 5th floor won't be wasteful. Of course, to prepare for the 5th floor, he has another extremely important item to prepare. Kang Jin-hyuk then uses another scroll he just drew. Instantly, system notification. You have used the Magic Grand Library entrance ticket. In the next second, light flashes. System notification. You have entered the Magic Grand Library. Deep in the library, an old man is quietly reading, but as if noticing someone entering his domain. In the next second he says, I heard someone cleared the 4th floor, but I didn't expect someone to find their way here so quickly. Anyway, welcome. I'm the person in charge of managing this library, Rick Hennessy. Kang Jin-hyuk is already planning to get a good deal from him. However, compared to Kang Jin-hyuk's plans, Rick Hennessy is more curious about how Kang Jin-hyuk found him so quickly in this maze-like library. This isn't something ordinary people can do, but Kang Jin-hyuk just casually says perhaps he's lucky. Saying this, he reaches toward the bookshelf nearby. Seeing Kang Jin-hyuk seems quite interested in the magic books around, Rick Hennessy nods and says, as a reward for coming to the Magic Grand Library, Kang Jin-hyuk can freely browse the magic books here. However, Rick Hennessy smiles again. Of course, the prerequisite is that you understand rune language, because all the magic books here are written in rune language. But in the next second, Kang Jin-hyuk smiles and says, this one is about how to break through level 6 magic. Written by the Imperial Court Mage Telemos, right? Not expecting Kang Jin-hyuk to know rune language. Rick Hennessy's pupils constrict. If it were players from later in the game who have more or less encountered rune language, Rick Hennessy wouldn't be surprised about recognizing rune language. But this guy has only just cleared the 5th floor. The implications of this go much deeper. Therefore, Rick Hennessy asks, Mr. Kang Jin-hyuk, since you arrived here, I felt you're different from ordinary players, and you seem to have a special background. Hearing the word background, Kang Jin-hyuk smiles. In the next second, Skill Anubis Judgment activates. Kang Jin-hyuk simultaneously laughs, saying, as you can see, the power of the gods is protecting me. I was able to come here thanks to their guidance. Feeling that divine aura from Anubis, Rick Hennessy is shocked. He didn't expect Anubis, as a high-level god, would so quickly choose a player he favors and even grant him power. It seems I was hasty. Those with ability should naturally be treated with courtesy. So player Kang Jin-hyuk, please accept my apology for being impolite. And as compensation for my rudeness, I can give you 1 magic book from here as a gift. Seeing this, Kang Jin-hyuk just feels awesome inside. However, he's more curious what Anubis's state of mind would be if he knew he was using his power to intimidate other administrators. He'd probably be furious. Soon managing his expression, Kang Jin-hyuk asks if he can choose any magic book. Of course, Rick Hennessy nods. In that case, I'll choose this one. Seeing the book Kang Jin-hyuk chose, Rick Hennessy is somewhat surprised and can't help but remind him. This book is written in ancient rune language. If you're not an ancient race, you probably can't understand it. But in the next second, the slap in the face immediately arrives. Kang Jin-hyuk murmurs, this book was written by Makedrian to commemorate transforming into an ancient dragon. Over 1,000 years, he kept examining ways to destroy the world's rules. Basically, it's a Chunabu lizard's random writings, but it's quite interesting. Hearing this, Rick Hennessy is immediately stumped. This kid has slapped his face twice in such a short time, really. However, he quickly smiles. As expected of someone protected by the gods, I'll have to pay more attention to you from now on. Saying this, Rick Hennessy claps his hands. His form actually slowly dissipates before Kang Jin-hyuk's eyes. Anyway, I sincerely look forward to meeting you again, player Kang Jin-hyuk. At the same time, on the other side, with the 4th floor cleared, players also begin exploring the Tower of Trial's 5th floor. However, this world's madness far exceeds ordinary players' imagination, because in this world that seems to have nothing to do with civilization. What remains is only a group of bloodthirsty, crazed believers. The players who luckily escaped from this world also shared the first-hand information. On TV, the host is just surprised that even if those cultists are crazy, it shouldn't be that any random cultist can suppress players, right? Hearing this, the man says with cold sweat streaming down, that's because this world has another crazy setting. That is, the 5th floor prohibits using any skills, and even the inventory can't be used. If he hadn't happened to have a return stone in his pocket, the man would have had to restart. Therefore, the man says for just 5,000 coins, he'll transfer this return stone. On the other side, Teresa, who finished watching the video, says to Kang Jin-hyuk, let's go to the 5th floor together. But no, Kang Jin-hyuk directly refuses. Hearing this, Teresa panics. She knows Kang Jin-hyuk has already made plans to tackle the 5th floor, but the 5th floor is really dangerous. If Kang Jin-hyuk is still going alone, she really can't feel at ease. Hearing this, Kang Jin-hyuk gets a bit annoyed. Anyway, I have my plans. Even if you keep begging me, I'll still sneak in, so... But before he can finish speaking, Teresa grabs Kang Jin-hyuk's hand. Then before you go, you have to promise me. Anyway, don't be stubborn, okay? Remembering Teresa's words, Kang Jin-hyuk just feels warmth in his heart. But regardless, he still plans to challenge the 5th floor alone. But then system notification, the sponsorship gift from the Caladium Kingdom has been delivered. delivered. Kang Jin-yuk is surprised. The Caladium Kingdom seems to be that kingdom hostile to martial arts forces. Are they sponsoring him because he slapped the martial arts forces in the face on the 4th floor? Then system notification. You have obtained skill Faint Body. Faint Body can eliminate your own presence and is not subject to the 5th floor's prohibition constraints. Seeing this, Kang Jin-yuk smiles. Anyway, this is a huge profit. Then system notification. You have arrived at the 5th floor. Your location is random. Skill use is prohibited. F-grade equipment will be issued to you. Please remember there is only one rule here. Please escape here alive. At the same time, system notification. Because you possess Macadrian's magic book, you can make one skill exempt from prohibition. You have chosen skill Eye of Gluttony. Seeing this, Kang Jin-yuk smiles. The preparation work is done. Time to tackle the 5th floor. But in the next second, system notification tracking circle has activated. Seeing this, Kang Jin-yuk is stunned. Then system notification, you have been moved to the tracking target's location. A wisp of golden hair floats up. Kang Jin-yuk's expression changes. Appearing before him is Teresa. I knew you'd come in alone, so I followed you. Kang Jin-yuk is very unhappy because on the Tower of Trial's 5th floor, players' skills and equipment are prohibited. Without sufficient coordination, individual action is far better than team action. Moreover, Kang Jin-yuk originally had a brilliant solo clear plan that's now been disrupted by Teresa's arrival. At this time, players arriving on the 5th floor, although their equipment and skills are prohibited, receive gifts from the system. Teresa got a flashlight. Kang Jin-yuk got a ballpoint pen. Although it looks useless, it really is useless. On the other side, someone got a lighter, which just happens to serve as light in the surrounding dark environment. Just as Teresa is about to turn on the light to check the surrounding situation, Kang Jin-yuk hurriedly stops her. In darkness, fire will become a target, and besides players here, there are also countless evil cultists. The moment they detect the player's presence, capture all these sacrifices, a loud shout is heard. A group of yellow-robed cultists immediately rush toward the players. Only now do the players react and extinguish the fire, but it's already too late. In the noisy chaos, it gradually moves into the distance. After the surroundings quiet down, Kang Jin-yuk and Teresa quietly peek out from the side. If they hadn't hidden quickly just now, they'd probably be chased too. At this moment, Teresa asks whether they should help those players. Hearing this, Kang Jin-yuk sighs and just says it's completely unnecessary. Anyway, after arriving in this world, you must completely follow my commands. We need to act as stealthily as possible next, so you won't be a burden in your current unprepared state. Hearing this, Teresa is stumped. She accepts that her strength is inferior to Kang Jin-yuk's, but saying she's unprepared, she can't accept that. Saying this, Teresa pulls out 2 crystals from her pocket and says, "How about this? I bought escape return stones from TV, said to be essential for the 5th floor, so I bought one for you too." Seeing this, Kang Jin-yuk slaps his forehead. Oh my god, this girl not only isn't prepared but also wasted money buying these 2 things. He's really speechless. This is worse than not preparing. On the other side, the players have also been chased to a warehouse. They can only desperately block the door, but just as others are calling for more players to resist together, one player calmly pulls out a return stone saying, "Why block this? Since we can't block it, why don't we just use the return stone to escape?" Saying this, he's about to activate the return stone, but a crisp sound is heard. In the next second, the return stone, supposedly able to leave the 5th floor anytime, shatters on the spot. Other players who bought return stones face the same situation. Now everyone finally understands that the guy on TV selling them was actually a scammer. But before they can regret or curse, violent impacts directly send everyone flying along with the door. In the horrified gazes of everyone, appearing before them is actually a muscle monster the size of 3 or 4 people. On the other side, watching the return stone in Teresa's hand also shatter into powder, Kang Jin-yuk doesn't know what to say. At this moment, the distant screams of players also reach here. Teresa, hearing this, worriedly says they should go check it out, not knowing danger has already approached her from behind. In the next second, the cultist rope is about to loop around Teresa's neck. But the situation changes in an instant. Teresa directly grabs backwards with one hand, instead instantly throwing the sneak-attacking cultist to the ground. Then Kang Jin-yuk delivers a finishing kick, directly kicking this person onto the ceiling, hanging like a lantern. But at this moment, fires light up all around. Countless cultists have completely surrounded the two. Watching the two trapped, the cultists actually begin chanting sacrificial words on the spot. But before they finish speaking, Kang Jin-yuk's hand rises and pen falls, directly interrupting this fly. Then his figure flashes, moving through the cultists as if in an unguarded zone, launching an assault. Listen well, you flies. If you keep buzzing scriptures in front of me, this is what will happen. Seeing this, the cultists are directly stunned on the spot. The opponent's strength actually crushes them, truly scaring them. However, just as a cultist wants to retreat, that big guy the players encountered earlier appears at this location again. The cultist who just retreated wants to explain to the big guy that he didn't want to flee, but the big guy directly reaches one large hand toward his head. Then, in an exploding scene, Kang Jin-yuk just says, "Teresa, now we're playing a game of hide and seek, and that big guy over there is the cat. Anyway, we absolutely can't get caught." The words barely finish when that big guy swings his weapon wildly at the two. Seeing this, Kang Jin-yuk has no intention of confronting him and directly follows the 36 stratagems, fleeing being the best. On the other side, in a hidden room, a cultist is reporting on capturing the sacrifices. The leader, hearing this, shows an evil smile. Anyway, the god needs more sacrifices. Now that the tower has opened, it's the moment when that one can descend again, so make sure to capture every sacrifice you see, leaving none behind. But before this person can continue raving, someone nearby hurriedly reminds him there's a new situation. Saying this, pointing to the surveillance screen, which shows Kang Jin-yuk and the two being chased. Seeing this, the purple-robed person is stunned. It's his first time seeing someone who can persist this long under that big guy's hands. Looking at Kang Jin-yuk's face in the screen, the purple-robed person's companion shows a reaction. The purple-robed person then asks if he recognizes him. That person nods, just saying this person is also in our plans, but he's a dangerous stumbling block. At this moment, Kang Jin-yuk and Teresa, to escape the big guy breaker's pursuit, have started fleeing with all their might. However, seeing that speed alone can't shake him off, Kang Jin-yuk has a brainstorm and hurriedly says he needs to borrow Teresa's flashlight. So, watching the two run into another corner, just as the breaker follows closely, a bright light suddenly appears ahead. The breaker, startled, directly swings his hammer, but with a thunderous sound, when the hammer lifts, there's only a shattered flashlight. The two take the opportunity to hide in the surrounding darkness. Having shaken off the pursuit, Kang Jin-yuk looks at Teresa and says, next he'll separately draw away that big guy, while Teresa needs to simultaneously do another thing. Hearing that they finally shook off that guy, but Kang Jin-yuk still wants to provoke him, Teresa hurriedly asks why. Kang Jin-yuk just says this is to save other players. Other players relied on return stones to come to the 5th floor. Now that the return stones are invalid, their situation is very dangerous. But don't worry, although the situation is a bit complex, I'll try to clear the 5th floor as quickly as possible. Hearing this, Teresa nods, but feels somewhat disappointed inside. She suddenly feels that coming here on her own initiative has somewhat held Kang Jin-yuk back. Kang Jin-yuk also perceives Teresa's thoughts, but he doesn't say anything. After all, kindness isn't a bad thing. Oh right, Kang Jin-yuk murmurs, there's one more thing you need to know. Soon, when the breaker is still searching for sacrifices everywhere, a stone hits his head squarely. Kang Jin-yuk simultaneously taunts from the side, big guy, want to play hide and seek? Hearing this, the breaker immediately agrees, excitedly raising his big hammer to give Kang Jin-yuk a hit, watching Kang Jin-yuk draw the breaker away. Although Teresa is somewhat worried, she still plans to act according to plan. Just now, Kang Jin-yuk told her how to use an item and told her she must use it at the right moment. However, he didn't say specifically when, just saying, anyway, when the time comes, you'll sense it. Therefore, without much speculation, Teresa finds a baseball bat from the side and is ready to act according to plan. Anyway, she still needs to rescue other players first. Watching Teresa walk away, Kang Jin-yuk's heart stirs. In the next second, he immediately activates Skill Eye of Gluttony, instantly obtaining the breaker's panel information, but he also receives a system warning, because the 5th floor prohibits skills, but now Kang Jin-yuk has broken through this restriction. For a moment, system notification, Rotting Heart finds you very interesting. You have obtained the 2nd job change condition. Rotting Heart proposes to you, hoping you'll become his sword. If you consent, you can change jobs to become Dark Apostle. As for what the Rotting Heart is, Kang Jin-yuk knows this is one of the absolute beings at the top of the Tower of Trials, just like Alice, generally called the Demon Lord. The 5th floor can prohibit skills also by borrowing the Demon Lord's power, so if someone here manages to break free from the restrictions, they'll attract the Demon Lord's attention. As for the 2nd job change, Dark Apostle, it's indeed quite a powerful profession, but the price is serving the Demon Lord for life. If it were those guys from the Demonic Human Association that Kang Jin-yuk encountered before, it would naturally be no problem. But how could a tiger serve as a subordinate to wild dogs? Kang Jin-yuk waves his hand, directly rejecting the Demon Lord's invitation. Perceiving this, the Rotting Heart instantly becomes enraged. A mere human dares to defy him. In an instant, strange black light appears out of nowhere, instantly stabbing toward Kang Jin-yuk's chest. System notification, you have become the target of all demon races. The curse will accompany you until death. As the curse deepens, Kang Jin-yuk not only spits black blood, but immediately after, Kang Jin-yuk wipes his mouth as if nothing happened and instead looks ahead, saying, are you just going to watch me like this? Might as well come and try. In an instant, countless cultists rush toward Kang Jin-yuk. On the other side, the previous players have all been captured by cultists. However, watching everyone about to be sacrificed as offerings to the evil god. In the next second, rapid footsteps are heard. Teresa suddenly appeared from behind the crowd. In an instant, she struck down the leader of the cultists with a single blow. At the same time, Teresa quickly urged the other players to pull themselves together, but these players were already terrified and completely unresponsive. Teresa immediately understood that without any means of escape, the players had completely lost their will to fight. However, while fending off the cultists' attacks, Teresa shouted out, everyone, don't give up, we'll all make it out safely, because my companion is conquering the 5th floor. So pick up your weapons and stand up. Meanwhile, on the other side, Kang Jin-yuk appeared as if he had been knocked unconscious and was being carried by the breaker toward the depths of the 5th floor. But even though he was captured, Kang Jin-yuk wasn't panicking at all, because this was actually Kang Jin-yuk's strategy, meant to meet the boss early and learn the boss's secrets. And the facts prove that Kang Jin-yuk made the right move, because beside the boss was now a mysterious person wearing an inverted cross necklace. However, looking at the mysterious person before him, what caught Kang Jin-yuk's attention even more was the magical power emanating from them. Although they were with the boss, the magical power wasn't the demonic power he suspected, but rather pure human magical power. Realizing this, Kang Jin-hyuk immediately activated his Eye of Gluttony to investigate further, but the status window viewing failed. The system prompted that the target was under the protection of a high-level mental barrier. Seeing this, Kang Jin-hyuk was startled and secretly grasped a capsule. He had originally planned to use this item against the boss, but now with this sudden development, the human before him made him even more curious. The next second, you have used a white pill, which will double any ability stat for 10 minutes, and Kang Jin-hyuk chose to double his adaptability stat from 10 points to 20 points. In an instant, with the boost from adaptability, Kang Jin-hyuk's Eye of Gluttony immediately broke through the target status, and when he saw that the target's class was actually Knight of the Round Table, Kang Jin-hyuk was somewhat surprised, because this was exactly what Melina had mentioned before, the high-level leadership of the demonic human association. However, what attracted Kang Jin-hyuk's attention even more was the mental barrier skill among their possessed abilities, as this was a powerful skill that could resist divine power in the future. But just as Kang Jin-hyuk was checking the copy conditions, his expression couldn't help but change, because the copy condition actually required the target to state their knight name in the round table, and before that, he had to act like a Chunabu. Seeing this, Kang Jin-hyuk was stunned. He suspected the system was deliberately messing with him to come up with such ridiculous copy conditions. At this moment, seeing Kang Jin-hyuk's silence, Hosenfeld inquired, "Don't you have anything to say before your death?" Hearing this, Kang Jin-hyuk whispered an apology. The next second, he spoke with full Chunabu energy, "Because I'm busy suppressing the darkness within my heart." Instantly, the air fell into an awkward silence. The cult leader looked at Hosenfeld and said, "Is this guy really as formidable as you claimed? I think he's even more insane than me." Hearing this, although Hosenfeld didn't understand what was happening, he could only bite the bullet and nod. "In that case, you can talk to him alone." The cult leader instantly lost interest in Kang Jin-hyuk and was about to leave. And at this moment, Alison Brahms Ring was already laughing hysterically at Kang Jin-hyuk's Chunabu act. Seeing this, although Kang Jin-hyuk was speechless, he could only pray for it to end quickly. Hosenfeld then reminded Kang Jin-hyuk that he was about to be sacrificed to the evil god, so he'd better be rational. "But do you really think you can contain my destructive madness?" How utterly foolish. Saying this, Kang Jin-hyuk actually burst into laughter. Hearing this, Hosenfeld's face turned as dark as it could get. He now felt that Kang Jin-hyuk truly had some serious problems, though with his strength, that shouldn't be the case. Then he said, "Kang Jin-hyuk, I know you're strong, but this place is different from before. With all your skills sealed, death is just a hair's breadth away." At this time, screams came from the adjacent cell. "Do you hear that sound? That's the live sacrifice ritual you people are about to undergo. Once you become a sacrifice, what awaits you is a terrifying and prolonged death process. I guarantee no one can endure that kind of pain." However, a key appeared in Hosenfeld's hand. "As long as you tell me the unknown player's information, I'll let you live. How about it?" Hearing this, Kang Jin-hyuk smiled. "It's not impossible for you to know the unknown's real name, but I never deal with strangers. As an exchange, you also have to leave your name." Hearing this, Hosenfeld was stunned, but thinking about Kang Jin-hyuk's fate, he made up his mind. "Alright, let me formally introduce myself. My name is Hosenfeld, also known as Lancelot. Are you satisfied now?" The moment the words fell, the system prompted that you have met the conditions. You have copied the skill, Mental Barrier. Mental Barrier protects your status window, while also resisting mental attacks. So tell me, who exactly is the unknown's real name? Listen carefully, I'll only say this once. Then Kang Jin-hyuk told Hosenfeld a scapegoat's name. Everyone can guess who this poor scapegoat is. And Hosenfeld, having learned the unknown's real name, showed an expression of realization. As if keeping his promise, he threw down the key in his hand, leaving only a sentence, "Hoping you die quickly before leaving." Seeing this, Kang Jin-hyuk smiled, not caring at all. But the person in the same cell with Kang Jin-hyuk saw the key and showed a look of longing. The next second, he picked up the key, then rushed toward the cell door, but he collapsed in despair when he discovered that the lock had no keyhole, and the key in his hand was completely useless. Hearing this, Kang Jin-hyuk showed an "I knew it all along" expression, just lying on the ground waiting for something to happen. On the other side, Teresa failed to rescue the players and instead got captured herself. But just as she arrived at the cell, she heard a commotion. Nearby, a player was bullying a little girl. Seeing this, Teresa quickly stood in front of the girl and questioned what the player was doing. But that player looked at her like she was an idiot and said, "Can't you tell? The one you're protecting now is a resident of the tower." Hearing this, Teresa was stunned. Tower residents weren't truly human in the real sense, but seeing the girl's cowering posture, her heart couldn't help but be moved. At this time, other players were preparing to vent their negative emotions on the girl. In their view, the trial tower appeared in reality because of the tower's residents. It was also the tower residents who trapped them here. Seeing the crowd was about to act, but stop it. This has nothing to do with the tower residents at all, and besides, this child was also captured by the cultists just like us, wasn't she? Hearing this, the girl couldn't help but look at Teresa. At this moment, Teresa standing in front of her exuded an inexplicable aura, and that aura actually made her feel at ease, and the others didn't dare to act anymore. If sacrificing one person could save the lives of an entire village, would you choose to sacrifice that person? A group of cultists came to this young girl's village. The cultists bluntly stated that as long as the village sent one person to serve as a sacrifice to the evil god, they would spare everyone else. As a result, the villagers chose the girl without hesitation and told her that since she had no parents, she should dedicate herself to the village. They even self-righteously taught the girl that this was a very very meaningful thing. Hearing the girl Andrea tell her story, Teresa sighed in her heart. Although this was a game world, the tower's residents seemed no different from normal people. This made her sympathize with Andrea even more. At this time, the cultist came outside everyone's cell and said, "Now each cell must select one prisoner as a sacrifice. If you can't choose, then everyone in the cell will be used as sacrifices." Hearing this, the players trembled in fear, all afraid of being chosen. But someone suddenly realized. Andrea wasn't a player but a game character, so wouldn't it be fine to choose her? But seeing the crowd about to act, Teresa immediately blocked everyone, wanting them to calm down. But at this time, emotions were running high and no one was willing to stop. And watching the confrontation about to erupt, the cultists showed even more evil, entertained expressions. However, at the same time, another cell showed the complete opposite scene. A hand was raised high. Kang Jin-hyuk voluntarily expressed his willingness to serve as a sacrifice. Seeing this, the others all looked at Kang Jin-hyuk with grateful eyes, and Kang Jin-hyuk was tied up as he wished, then followed the group of sacrifices toward the depths of the 5th floor. However, on the way, a capsule appeared out of thin air at Kang Jin-hyuk's mouth. Then, when no one was paying attention, he suddenly spat it out into the sewer. Seeing that no one noticed, Kang Jin-hyuk smiled wickedly. Now all his preparations for clearing the 5th floor were complete. The only thing he was slightly worried about was Teresa, but she should be safe until the sacrificial ceremony began. This way, his plan to clear the level in a different way from before seemed to be going smoothly, and there was even a hidden quest. Hidden quest for every fanatic eliminated gains 0.1% adaptability points. Eliminating the cult leader will grant 30 adaptability points. Seeing that the reward was the premium attribute of adaptability, Kang Jin-hyuk smirked. The harvest exceeded his expectations. At this time, a commotion caught Kang Jin-hyuk's attention. They had already been escorted to the sacrifice location. But before Kang Jin-hyuk could observe his surroundings, a hanging door fell. Then, accompanied by cheers of offering sacrifices to the god, another batch of players was sent over. However, with the sound of chains, Kang Jin-hyuk's pupils couldn't help but contract because the sacrifice tied to the torture pillar this time was actually Teresa. At this moment, a crazed cultist was introducing that this woman was a rare sacrifice with a noble soul. She actually voluntarily sacrificed herself for a little girl she didn't know, and such a noble sacrifice was exactly what the evil god liked. Saying this, he was about to sacrifice Teresa. But at this time, Kang Jin-hyuk clenched his fist and walked out from the crowd. He said coldly in a low voice, "I originally only wanted to eliminate the cultists here who could add attribute points." But the next second, the system prompted, "You have used Macadrian's magic book. All seals imposed on you by the 5th floor have been completely removed, but you've angered me." Looking at Teresa's condition, Kang Jin-hyuk was completely enraged. He decided to eliminate every single cultist here without leaving anyone behind. In an instant, explosive flames burst forth from Kang Jin-hyuk's hand, a fire elemental skill, and the fire element passed through the cell and landed directly on the capsule he had discarded outside earlier. Then the system prompted, "You have activated the red capsule." Endless flames immediately covered the entire cell area, instantly eliminating all the previously difficult-to-handle executioners. And the remaining ordinary cultists were greatly shocked. They hadn't expected anyone to be able to use skills on the 5th floor, and Kang Jin-hyuk silently pulled out his weapon. The next second, it transformed into flying knives, just cutting off the chains binding Teresa. In an instant, Teresa's falling figure was steadily caught by Kang Jin-hyuk. Feeling that Teresa seemed to be only unconscious and unharmed, Kang Jin-hyuk pulled out another pill while saying, "You scumbags better go to hell and repent." The next second, the system prompted, "You have used the black medicine. You have deployed the black barrier." At the same time, in the whistling cold light, the twin dragon sword instantly appeared in Kang Jin-hyuk's hand. And that wasn't all. The next second, you have activated the skill grave of sword. This time, Kang Jin-hyuk was going on a killing spree. When Teresa woke up again, the person in front of her was none other than Kang Jin-hyuk. She didn't expect to have her life saved by Kang Jin-hyuk again. Teresa didn't know how to repay this debt. However, Kang Jin-hyuk had no time to consider matters of repayment right now. His sealed abilities had just been unsealed, so he could conveniently take out the boss here while he was at it. But Teresa spoke up first, saying she needed to go to a very important place. So they came back to the cell where the players were held. Teresa opened the cells one by one and rushed toward where Andrea was imprisoned. And seeing Andrea safe and sound, Teresa's anxious heart finally relaxed. However, seeing Teresa so urgently come just to save an NPC actually confused Kang Jin-hyuk. Especially having wasted so much time meant that his unsealed abilities now only had 2.5 minutes left to use. However, looking at Andrea, Kang Jin-hyuk was somewhat surprised. If she was a tower resident, he might be able to utilize a hidden setting in the game. Speaking of which, Kang Jin-hyuk looked at Andrea and asked, "The residents of the 5th floor are all believers of the god, so why don't you worship the god, Andrea? And why were you captured?" Andrea was silent for a moment, then just said, "Because she never believed in the existence of gods. Just because she had no parents, after she grew up, the villagers could casually abandon her and offer her to the evil god. In such a world, if there is a god, then he must be a damn thing called a demon, not a god. Seeing this, Kang Jin-hyuk showed a knowing, wise look and said, "It seems we're in the same boat. After all, I was also thrown into an orphanage right after birth and grew up alone. Growing up alone is indeed hard, but we must live on with hope, right?" That's what he said, but Andrea, thinking of the boss of the 5th floor, the cult leader, showed a hesitant expression again. And seemingly sensing Andrea's thoughts, Kang Jin-hyuk whispered, "Don't worry, I'll help you eliminate that cult leader. Then you can be free and live the life you want. Of course, there's a small prerequisite. You must first become my companion, and it might hurt a little. Are you willing?" Andrea thought about it and still nodded. So the next second, Kang Jin-hyuk activated Brand of Tribulation and directly subdued Andrea. And seeing that becoming Kang Jin-hyuk's companion involved such a ritual, Teresa was puzzled as to why she hadn't experienced this. However, Kang Jin-hyuk didn't explain and was already planning to lead everyone to challenge the boss. However, at this time, the magic book's effect had already expired. Kang Jin-hyuk returned to his skill-sealed state. On the other side, in the depths of the 5th floor, the boss of the 5th floor was stroking a strange jar as if waiting for something. Kang Jin-hyuk reminded them that this boss was not simple at all. Although both players and the boss couldn't use skills, the boss's body was incredibly strong. Even more terrifying was that he possessed a cursed divine artifact that could eliminate designated people through absolute judgment. Hearing this, Teresa bluntly said that if it's absolute judgment, then wouldn't they have no way to win? But Kang Jin-hyuk shook his head. The jar had a long cooldown time, and he would find a way to block its first use. During this period, the most important thing was actually Teresa, because she had to suppress him before he used the curse a second time. But before Teresa could think too much, Kang Jin-hyuk had already arrived at the boss's door. "Anyway, as long as you trust and remember what I said, the dawn of victory will surely come." Instantly the boss door opened, and the challenge of the 5th floor boss finally began. At this time, seeing that Hosenfeld wasn't around the boss, Kang Jin-hyuk wanted to ask where that guy went, but was told that the guy had already fled, which made Kang Jin-hyuk quite regretful. He had originally wanted to eliminate him here as well. However, none of that mattered now, because the cult leader was already planning to turn Kang Jin-hyuk and the others into sacrifices for the evil god. And seeing the jar in the opponent's hand, Teresa understood this was the cursed divine artifact. And seeing the boss take action, Kang Jin-hyuk didn't waste words. Instantly coordinating with Teresa, they attacked the boss from both sides. However, both of their attacks were blocked by the boss. The boss was about to say, "Is that all?" But the next second, Kang Jin-hyuk's attack suddenly increased several levels, instantly pressing him so he couldn't move. At this time, Kang Jin-hyuk shouted, "Now!" Teresa pulled out a piece of cloth and directly circled behind to wrap it around the boss's head. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Kang Jin-hyuk launched a surprise attack on the boss's middle, but just as success seemed imminent, the boss gritted his teeth. Relying on his 82-year-old molars, he directly flung Teresa away and counterattacked with a punch, directly confronting Kang Jin-hyuk, who was rushing at him. Seeing the situation become critical, but unexpectedly, Kang Jin-hyuk not only dodged the attack but also landed a hard punch on his chin, instantly pulling back. Kang Jin-hyuk smiled. Before clearing the level, the enemies he faced with martial arts were much stronger than this cult leader. However, this didn't discourage the boss. On the contrary, the boss became excited. At this time, Kang Jin-hyuk's talent had earned his recognition, and as a reward, he planned to use his divine artifact to send Kang Jin-hyuk to heaven. In an instant, mysterious incantations came from his mouth, and the jar's surface also emitted an eerie glow. And when the glow reached its peak, offered joy to the evil god. An evil aura transformed into soul-binding ropes and shot straight toward Kang Jin-hyuk. At this life-or-death moment, Kang Jin-hyuk just shouted to Teresa, "Teresa, watch the jar's eyes and you'll know its cooldown time. Also, everything depends on you from here on." Then, instantly, Kang Jin-hyuk was pierced through the heart, and his life ended at this moment. System prompt: "You have died. The Demon King's curse left by the rotting heart on you has been removed." Seeing Kang Jin-hyuk eliminated, the boss showed a satisfied expression, then turned his gaze to Teresa. "Are you in despair? Good, because despair is the best sacrifice for the evil god." And the boss kicked Teresa away. The boss then turned his gaze to the side, where Andrea was hiding. But just as the boss was about to attack Andrea too, Teresa shouted, "Don't get near her," and flipped directly onto the boss's shoulder, then used a deadly scissor kick trying to crush the boss's head. But even though this strike sent the boss flying, it seemed like nothing to the boss. "Anyway, as long as I'm here, you won't touch a finger on Andrea." Hearing this, the boss laughed loudly. "Very well, then try." At this time, the boss's attack had gained momentum, forcing Teresa to keep retreating. And seeing that continuing like this would lead to certain death, Teresa grabbed a few tile pieces, then suddenly threw them at the electric lights on the ceiling. The boss immediately understood that Teresa planned to cut off the light and play guerrilla warfare with him in the darkness. At this time, although Teresa had this plan, her purpose in cutting the power was still to restore her condition and wait for the opportunity to use the strategy Kang Jin-hyuk had left her. However, she just heard footsteps. The boss had already attacked again before Teresa could rest enough. Seeing this, Teresa was shocked. How did he find her so quickly? But the boss just sneered coldly. Although most of the light had been destroyed by Teresa, even so, Teresa's blonde hair remained eye-catching in the dim surroundings. Although he had the ability to quickly end the battle, the boss still took his time. He was waiting for the cooldown of his divine artifact. Then he would directly sacrifice Teresa's soul to the evil god. In an instant, another punch came down. Fortunately, this time Teresa reacted and borrowed the force to escape without being caught. However, the previous strike also injured her considerably, making the situation even worse. But at this time, Teresa noticed a sharp ceramic shard in front of her. A bold idea suddenly emerged in her mind. On the other side, the boss was still wandering around looking for Teresa's whereabouts, and at the corner he saw that strand of blonde hair again. In an instant, the boss moved forward to end this cat-and-mouse game he was getting tired of, but the air fell awkwardly, silent. There was no Teresa in front of him, only a strand of cut blonde hair. At the same time, short-haired Teresa suddenly appeared behind the boss and rushed at him. That's right, to lure the boss into revealing an opening, she directly cut off her long hair. However, even with this opportunity to attack from behind, the boss's reaction was still very quick. But at this moment, a clay jar suddenly appeared and smashed on the boss's head. It was Andrea who had been hiding earlier. Taking advantage of the boss's distraction, Teresa directly snatched the divine artifact from the boss's hand. Seeing this, the boss laughed. His divine artifact required special incantations to use. What good was just snatching it? At this time, Teresa couldn't help but recall what Kang Jin-yuk had told her. At that time, Kang Jin-yuk taught her a spell and instructed her to use it at the right moment. Although Kang Jin-yuk didn't specify when, Teresa felt it was right now. Then the complex incantation was silently recited from Teresa's mouth. The divine artifact also began to glow. Seeing this, the boss panicked. That incantation was written in ancient rune language. How could Teresa know it? But without further words, what greeted him was Teresa madly activating the divine artifact. In an instant, countless ghostly spirits poured out from the jar, then rushed straight toward the boss. In a flash, the boss was completely annihilated. However, at this time, Teresa couldn't care about anything else and hurriedly ran to Kang Jin-yuk's side. She was still regretting not listening to Kang Jin-yuk and rashly coming along, which led to Kang Jin-yuk's death. But as the boss died, the system prompted, the authority of the demon king god has been removed. Skill usage restrictions have been lifted. Then the skill blessing of the star has been activated. Can resurrect once from non-instant death. In an instant, Kang Jin-yuk was resurrected. Seeing this, Kang Jin-yuk just wanted to say that dying once really hurt, and asked, "Teresa, why are you crying again?" Teresa knew she had been frightened by Kang Jin-yuk again, but all her words couldn't compare to giving Kang Jin-yuk a punch. "So could you tell me your plan in advance next time?" Teresa also inquired why there was no clear notification after defeating the boss. Kang Jin-yuk explained that this floor was special. Essentially, it was an escape level that required escaping the sealed room to succeed, and this floor had a hidden setting. The boss wouldn't disappear just because they were defeated. Someone needed to take over the boss position. So Kang Jin-yuk picked up the jar containing the divine artifact and looked at Andrea. He wanted Andrea to become the new boss of the 5th floor. Of course, being the boss had many benefits. At least Andrea could now live the carefree life she wanted. Then the system prompted, master position inherited, growing rapidly with the Dominator's prestige. In the blink of an eye, under Teresa's shocked gaze, Andrea transformed from a lowly into a young woman. However, this feeling wasn't bad. Andrea knew that Kang Jin-yuk had given her a tremendous opportunity, so she quickly expressed that as Kang Jin-yuk's subordinate, she would follow any of his orders on the 5th floor. At the same time, the system voice sounded again. "You have become the first player chosen by a boss. Your achievement has been recorded in the rankings. Anyway, from now on you can live happily." Andrea then looked at Teresa, entrusting Teresa to definitely visit her more often in the future. So with their farewells, Kang Jin-yuk and Teresa walked through the escape passage, which also meant the 5th floor was conquered. Instantly, all players received information that the 6th floor was now open. In an instant, Kang Jin-yuk, who cleared it first, once again became a trending topic discussed by players. Of course, correspondingly, the merchant who previously sold problematic return stones received a storm of online and offline criticism. However, not all players were immersed in joy at this moment. Cheon Yusong looked at Kang Jin-yuk, consecutively clearing levels, and felt his head was about to explode. He felt the gap between himself and Kang Jin-yuk was gradually widening, with a faint trend of being left behind. But at this time, the sound of knocking echoed. The next second, before Cheon Yusong could react, with violent noise, his door was forcibly broken through, and a person wearing a mask and holding a sharp sword walked right in. Seeing this, Cheon Yusong was stunned and immediately questioned what kind of person dared to cause trouble at his place. "You can call me Garwain," the person introduced himself and then said. "I just didn't expect the famous player Unknown would live in such a cramped room." Hearing the other party call him Unknown, Cheon Yusong's back went cold. A certain person's punchable smile flashed unbidden through his mind. He immediately realized it must be that bastard Kang Jin-yuk who did something to make him take the blame. So the next second, Cheon Yusong's already small home was blown up. On the other side, Kang Jin-yuk sneezed for no reason, thinking someone was thinking about him. And in front of Kang Jin-yuk, Alice was shopping lavishly, having a luxurious shopping experience. As a reward for recently helping Kang Jin-yuk teach Andrea how to be a qualified boss, Kang Jin-yuk specially extended Alice's time of existence in the outside world and allowed her to do things she liked. Of course, teaching Andrea wasn't easy. Besides maintaining the boss's demeanor, the boss's daily work and attack methods were just a small part of the boss management introduction that Alice, as a great boss, passed on to Andrea. In short, short, Andrea still needed some time to become a qualified boss for Kang Jin-yuk's use. However, compared to external forces, Kang Jin-yuk's own strength was now even more terrifying. On the 5th floor, he gained another 78 adaptability points, although his level was similar to those masters specially trained by guilds, adding in gap points and various special attribute bonuses. No one in the game now had a better configuration than him. Secondly, conquering the 5th floor gave Kang Jin-yuk an unexpected joy. Item Boundary Breaking Mirror can link to any place below the 10th floor of the trial tower, and as the player's level increases, new floors can be opened. This meant Kang Jin-yuk could now quickly travel to any selected floor within the 10 floors, and for Kang Jin-yuk, there was another benefit. Then he called his guild's manager Kim Hui-ung. As usual, he inquired about how the guild was doing. Kim Hui-ung said that now, relying on Kang Jin-yuk's huge fame, their guild was doing incredibly well. Even hundreds of people wanted to join the guild every day. Kang Jin-yuk was slightly surprised and just instructed not to expand recruitment yet. He also said he wanted to meet people on a list and asked Kim Hui-ung to help contact them. Additionally, people from the Warrior Guild also needed to be contacted for a meeting today. So he came to a cafe. Kang Jin-yuk was meeting Kim Tae-ji from the Warrior Guild, whom he had dealt with before. Although it was quite emotional that when they last met, he was still a nobody, and Kim Tae-ji was still high-spirited. But as his reputation became increasingly prominent, the current Kim Tae-ji couldn't help but become restrained in front of him. Anyway, I've been busy recently, so the Mandrake route matter was delayed. But today I want to continue discussing this business with you. Hearing this, Kim Tae-ji was stunned. If he hadn't seen Kang Jin-yuk consecutively clear the 3rd, 4th, and 5th floors with his own eyes, he would really think Kang Jin-yuk had stood him up. Kang Jin-yuk continued, "To express my apology, I want to adjust our previous contract conditions with you. I heard your guild has 10 A-level dungeons on the 3rd floor, so how about giving me one?" "You mean changing the condition from 10 first-floor dungeons to 1 3rd-floor dungeon, right? So you not only didn't keep your promise to tell me the antidote recipe, but also raised our cooperation requirements." "That's right." The honest Kang Jin-yuk showed an affirmative smile, but this directly angered the other party. In his view, the Mandrake's value was far less than a dungeon. However, just as he was preparing to leave, Kang Jin-yuk said, "Wait, I heard you're challenging a Grey Temple on the 3rd floor but haven't been able to conquer it, right? If you agree, I can help you conquer it." Hearing this, Kim Tae-ji hesitated. The conquest of that Grey Temple was his responsibility, but he hadn't succeeded for a long time. His guild was already quite dissatisfied with his performance. If Kang Jin-yuk took action, it might be an opportunity. So after settling the cooperation matter, Kang Jin-yuk took Alice to attend various concerts around the world. This wasn't Kang Jin-yuk wasting time. On the contrary, this was him doing various hidden quests to copy more music-related skills. In an instant, the moment the quest was completed, Kang Jin-yuk also received a quest notification: "You have copied the skills Perfect Pitch and Instrument Comprehension." Of course, besides music skills, there were also various food quests. Although Alice was quite satisfied with this lifestyle, she was still somewhat curious because Kang Jin-yuk didn't seem like someone who would waste time on leisure. But Kang Jin-yuk just told Alice to enjoy herself. Alice had no objections to that, and Kang Jin-yuk did have his own reasons for doing this, because he was preparing for the 6th floor's Forest of Elves. On the 6th floor lived a group of elves who rejected outsiders and protected the forest. The elves had no intention of being enemies with players. Therefore, this floor didn't require challenging a boss. You just needed to reside there for 90 days to successfully open the passage to the next floor. Most players just checked in and left. But just as each floor had its own opportunities for players to explore, the preparation Kang Jin-yuk was doing now was to obtain enough benefits on the 6th floor. At this time, Kim Tae-ji informed him that their cooperation could begin. In an instant, dazzling white light flashed. A teleportation mage took Kang Jin-yuk through several teleports and finally reached the destination. This was the class change temple on the 3rd floor. However, most players only knew they could make second job choices here, but didn't know there was also a dungeon of evil beneath it. At this time, seeing Kang Jin-yuk arrive as promised, Kim Tae-ji also began introducing the teammates he prepared for Kang Jin-yuk this time. He just didn't expect that the team leader Lee Young-won showed fanboy eyes as soon as he saw Kang Jin-yuk. Other team members were mostly the same. After all, Kang Jin-yuk's reputation as an S-level hero had been really loud recently, but this stunned Kim Tae-ji. Why did he feel this was like a fan meeting rather than a raid team? However, this also proved from the side that he chose the right people. So restating both sides' cooperation requirements, although Lee Young-won was nominally the captain, he still had to follow Kang Jin-yuk's command, and Kang Jin-yuk could obtain any byproducts during the raid process. Having given such great convenience, Kim Tae-ji only had one requirement: they must conquer this dungeon. The conditions offered were full of sincerity, so Kang Jin-yuk naturally had no problem. Before the official challenge, the raid team left 30 minutes for everyone to prepare. Taking advantage of this time, Kang Jin-yuk went to the class change temple. The class change priest at the temple immediately offered choices for several popular class change professions, but Kang Jin-yuk shook his head and rearranged them from lowest to highest popularity. In the past, he had tried all popular class changes, and none could provide him much help, except for one, Barrier Master. He still remembered how arrogant Cheon Yusong was before, relying on his barrier skills, and now with this profession, he could once again comprehensively crush Cheon Yusong. It had to be said, it was wonderful. In an instant, the class change quest request was accepted. But at this time, noisy voices rang out. A group of strangely dressed guys actually directly demanded that Kim Tae-ji from the Warrior Guild come out and talk. Seeing this, Kim Tae-ji's expression changed. The other party was the Samurai Guild that didn't get along with him, and the visitors' intent was also very direct. They saw that Kim Tae-ji had repeatedly failed to challenge the Grey Temple, so they planned to take his place and conquer it instead. Hearing this, Kim Tae-ji gritted his teeth, but before he could say anything, discussions from surrounding people rang out. They were all talking about how mighty this newly rising traditional samurai guild had been recently. Seeing that public opinion was also disadvantageous to his side, Kim Tae-ji's heart sank even more. But at this time, I'd say what you're saying isn't quite right. Walking out from the crowd was Kang Jin-hyuk. The appearance of the S-level player also made the traditional samurai guild members feel some pressure. Then they heard Kang Jin-hyuk say, "I heard you say the warrior guild kept failing because of insufficient combat power. But in my view, you're just as mediocre as them. You don't seem capable either." Hearing this, someone got angry and was about to say, "What nonsense are you talking about?" but was stopped by his own captain. Then that captain sneered, "That's because you don't understand our guild's true strength, especially regarding the combat power you mentioned. We're so strong you can't imagine. Because our guild has a true powerhouse who has reached as high as the 30th floor of the trial tower." Hearing this, Kang Jin-hyuk was shocked. Was there someone among these people who could reach the 30th floor? He had no recollection of this. The onlookers began to murmur, "A player who's reached the 30th floor." Seeing he had the upper hand, the captain continued to boast about his advantages. The captain clenched his fist, declaring that his guild would conquer the trial tower and save humanity. Though if it made him rich in the process, he could reluctantly accept that too. Kang Jin-hyuk looked at this arrogant guy with exasperation. Then Kang Jin-hyuk activated his skill eye of gluttony on him. Surprisingly, this guy wasn't lying. In that case, Kang Jin-hyuk turned his attention to everyone from the Samurai Guild. However, even after searching for a while, Kang Jin-hyuk couldn't find the player they mentioned. Fortunately, Kang Jin-hyuk had enough patience, and he eventually found him. Hidden in the crowd was a player dressed in Japanese attire, Tetsushi Yamamoto. Tetsushi Yamamoto, an Onmyuji class player, possessed the special skill Half-Future Vision. This skill allowed players to glimpse half of what would happen on the upper floors. Kang Jin-hyuk couldn't help but facepalm with a cold laugh. This skill was just too interesting. Only Tetsushi Yamamoto himself knew that this skill didn't actually reveal everything with 100% accuracy, but as long as he packaged it well, no one would doubt him even if he claimed 100% accuracy. Over time, even Tetsushi Yamamoto began to believe his own lie. Feeling Kang Jin-hyuk's gaze, Tetsushi Yamamoto felt a chill run down his spine. Though I don't know who it is, any player who can reach the 30th floor is truly impressive. Kang Jin-hyuk played along as if he didn't know. "Looks like you're being reasonable, so just obediently let us in." The captain revealed a confident smile. "You think we'll believe your empty threats?" Kim Tae-ji gritted his teeth, wanting nothing more than to punch him in the face, but a hand suddenly blocked Kim Tae-ji's path. It was Kang Jin-hyuk who stopped him, smiling as he agreed to let the Samurai Guild enter. Kim Tae-ji was completely dumbfounded. This was their dungeon, and they were just handing it over? The opposing captain was also caught off guard, but he quickly waved his hand, remarking how much easier it was to deal with an S-rank player. After all, he'd achieved his goal. As he passed Kim Tae-ji, he didn't forget to add a mocking comment, which made Kim Tae-ji's face darken with rage. Then they swaggered toward the dungeon entrance. Kim Tae-ji asked Kang Jin-hyuk in confusion why he did that. "We were just fiercely opposing them, and now you instantly agree. Doesn't that make us look like fools?" As Tetsushi Yamamoto passed by, his eyes still darted toward Kang Jin-hyuk. Something felt off, but Kang Jin-hyuk just waved his hand, saying, "If they want to play hero, how can we stop them? Let's give them a chance to be heroes. They dared to steal our dungeon." Kang Jin-hyuk's lips curled up with a scheming smile. Kim Tae-ji had no idea why Kang Jin-hyuk was smiling so wickedly. As the Samurai Guild was about to enter, Lee Yong-won turned back to ask if they were coming along, but Kang Jin-hyuk had already quickened his pace to follow. Kim Tae-ji had no choice but to go along. Everyone entered the Dungeon Grey Temple, and the system notification echoed in everyone's ears. Soon they discovered all the players who had previously attempted the challenge. They'd all been turned into stone statues. Their faces still bore expressions of terror, sending chills through anyone who looked. But don't worry, we came prepared. The samurai captain pulled out Perseus's shield to show off. Kang Jin-hyuk looked at the shield in his hand, thinking they'd clearly prepared in advance, but did they know how to use it? Ding, the second exclusive reward for the first conqueror of the trial tower has arrived. The system panel suddenly appeared before Kang Jin-hyuk. Kang Jin-hyuk clicked confirm, guessing this reward appeared now because he'd accepted the class change quest. Ding, you have obtained the Mark of the Moon. This ability will take effect after completing your class change. The Mark of the Moon could shorten barrier casting time and extend their duration. If you absorb the lost languages sealed within the tower, you can learn multiple unnamed barriers. Lost languages? Kang Jin-hyuk looked at the skill description, though he could only see it after the class change. He'd already seen it in the game before and searched desperately for guides but found no clues. So this was a reward for the first conqueror of the trial tower. Thinking of this, Kang Jin-yuk couldn't help but smile. He never knew there were aspects of the tower he didn't know about, even after clearing it and collecting all hidden trials. At that moment, Tetsushi Yamamoto was activating his half-future vision skill. Then he slowly opened his eyes. He'd successfully glimpsed some future events. Tetsushi Yamamoto leaned close to the captain's ear and whispered what he'd foreseen. Suddenly, a giant cobra appeared ahead, blocking everyone's path. The samurai captain quickly ordered his members to hold formation while the main attackers engaged. Several ranged attackers gathered their attacks and fired. The violent explosion made the giant snake thrash wildly, its piercing hiss filling everyone's ears. Seeing the giant snake about to lose control, the samurai drew their swords, ready for close combat. The captain leapt high with his shield to draw the giant snake's attention, and it chased with its gaping maw. He activated Perseus's shield and raised his arm. Dangerous energy radiated from the shield. With just one shield strike, he shattered the giant snake's head. The once threatening serpent was now completely dead. Watching the giant cobra turn to ash, Li Yongguan clenched his fist in admiration. That's amazing. If they're this strong, there's nothing left for us. Li Yongguan watched them celebrate with disappointment. Watching the dejected Li Yongguan, Kang Jin-yuk thought this kid was still too young, losing heart so quickly. If it were Alice, dealing with these guys would be as easy as waving her hand. The scene shifted to the 5th floor. How many times do I have to tell you? Not like that. I'll demonstrate one more time, watch carefully. Alice's voice was tinged with displeasure. Andrea stared at her blankly. Then she struck a pose, hand on hip, gazing disdainfully at where she pointed. I command you to submit to me. As expected of Miss Alice, your presence is so much stronger than mine. Andrea applauded in admiration. Back to Kang Jin-yuk. They'd encountered a problem. The maze ahead had 2 passages. The samurai captain pondered for a long time, but couldn't make up his mind, so he turned to Tetsushi Yamamoto. After all, with a prophet around, he didn't need to worry much. However, when Tetsushi Yamamoto used his half-future vision, these 2 passages hadn't appeared at all. That one, choose left. Tetsushi Yamamoto's already broken sentence was interrupted by Kang Jin-yuk. Of course it's the left one. A master is just different. Shallow people would definitely think in reverse and choose right. Kang Jin-yuk gestured excitedly. Watching this guy, Tetsushi Yamamoto was fuming, but he couldn't say anything. Tetsushi Yamamoto walked to the captain's side and nodded confidently. The captain's furrowed brow relaxed, and he commanded everyone to proceed left. Kang Jin-yuk followed behind Tetsushi Yamamoto, walking slowly. Looks like this guy's future vision isn't as powerful as imagined, Kang Jin-yuk thought, watching the nervous Tetsushi Yamamoto ahead. I can't believe they chose left. Kang Jin-yuk revealed a sinister smile. In his memory, whether left or right, both paths led straight to hell. The person at the front suddenly noticed a beam of light shooting out ahead. Then the beam fired toward them. The samurai captain looked back at Tetsushi Yamamoto questioningly, and Tetsushi Yamamoto feigned composure, claiming it was just an ordinary trap. As soon as he spoke, more light beams shot from the walls. The crisscrossing beams blocked everyone's path. The shield bearers and knights raised their shields and channeled magic power, trying to block the incoming fire beams. But the beams weren't blocked. They pierced straight through the shield bearer in the middle. The samurai captain shouted to channel more magic power. He protected Tetsushi Yamamoto behind him, deploying Perseus's shield to block the beams. Tetsushi Yamamoto gritted his teeth in resentment, thinking it was all that bastard Kang Jin-yuk's fault for getting him into this mess. He turned to look at Kang Jin-yuk and witnessed something incredible. Kang Jin-yuk was casting a barrier. Just as the beams were about to finish them, Kang Jin-yuk was casting a barrier on the spot. Fortunately, Kang Jin-yuk successfully cast the barrier. Now he just needed to deploy it. Barrier, weak physical screen. Kang Jin-yuk channeled magic power, and the barrier instantly covered everyone behind him. The beams were successfully blocked by the barrier, with no casualties. Li Yongguan looked at the barrier in confusion. What is this? But no one answered him. Looking at the incomplete barrier, Kang Jin-yuk knew it was because he hadn't completed his class change yet. But for a class change quest that just popped up, this was good enough. Just stay inside this barrier obediently. Kang Jin-yuk left these words and walked out. As long as you dodge the beam attacks 300 times consecutively, you can obtain a special item. Learning this news, Li Yongguan and the others were surprised, but didn't dare follow him out. Walking out of the barrier, Kang Jin-yuk explained that as long as the rhythm and timing were right, he could freely weave through the beams just like this. He could even breakdance. Li Yongguan was too shocked for words. The samurai's constant cries of agony proved the beams were deadly, yet Kang Jin-yuk was breakdancing freely among the beams. The extreme contrast made Li Yongguan want to stop thinking, and Kang Jin-yuk was even laughing. Team Leader Kim, won't we lose out if we give everything to Kang Jin-yuk? Li Yongguan recalled when he'd asked Team Leader Kim before. Li Yongguan, you're too young. Sometimes you just have to accept losses, Kim Taeji replied helplessly. If we can't suppress them, avoiding conflict is also a strategy, Kim Taeji said through gritted teeth. Watching Kang Jin-yuk breakdancing before him, Li Yongguan finally understood the team leader's words. With a click, Kang Jin-yuk finally completed the hidden quest. System notification, you have obtained the special item Burning Spark. Looking at the item in his hand, Kang Jin-yuk felt happy about his hard-earned reward. However, a samurai's scream interrupted his joy. Looking back, he saw a samurai's left hand had been severed, the intense pain nearly causing him to lose consciousness. Before even encountering the boss, the samurai guild had already suffered heavy casualties. Tetsushi Yamamoto glared angrily toward Kang Jin-hyuk. The samurai captain struggled to stand, shouting to his companions, "Everyone get up, confirm the casualties." Kang Jin-hyuk also approached with cold mockery. "Oh no, what should we do? Too bad my barrier can only hold 30 people." The samurai captain gritted his teeth in rage, veins bulging, yet he couldn't beat Kang Jin-hyuk. He could only roar at Kang Jin-hyuk. "How are you all completely unharmed? Did you know about the traps all along? So what if I did? Don't you have an expert who's cleared the 30th floor?" Kang Jin-hyuk's face turned cold. "What? People died? You actually—" The samurai captain knew he was in the wrong and didn't continue. "People died? Didn't your expert warn you?" Hearing Kang Jin-hyuk mention him, Tetsushi Yamamoto's whole body shook. "Did I force you useless trash to come in with us?" Kang Jin-hyuk's killing intent filled the air, and the captain didn't dare respond. "Just you wait! Our Japanese samurai guild won't let you get away with this." As Kang Jin-hyuk was about to leave, the samurai captain threatened. "How ridiculous. We'll see if you can make it out alive first." Kang Jin-hyuk pointed to the bursting flames behind him. "Ding, special condition achieved. Trap kills 50% of the raid party. The guardian of Great Temple has been awakened." A giant serpent wreathed in flames appeared before everyone. Seeing the terrifying fire serpent before them, the Japanese samurai had lost all their previous fighting spirit, but Kang Jin-hyuk was very pleased, saying the raid had only just begun. "If you want revenge on me, first try surviving the fire-drinking serpent." The fire-drinking serpent was far more massive than the giant cobra before. Humans weren't even as big as its eyes. At this moment, it coiled on the path, facing off with the guild members. The fire-drinking serpent broke the standoff first, opening its massive jaws and charging at them. The defeated samurai were no match for the fire-drinking serpent at all. "If you understand the situation, hand it over." Kang Jin-hyuk extended his hand toward the samurai captain. Seeing he didn't understand, Kang Jin-hyuk pointed at the Perseus's shield in his hand. "Never! Who would hand over their divine artifact?" The samurai captain clutched Perseus's shield behind him. "I see." As they talked, the fire-drinking serpent's attack had finished charging. "Then I have no choice." Kang Jin-hyuk helplessly cast glacial sculpture in front of him. An ice wall blocked the samurai's retreat. "No problem, if you won't give it to me, I'll just take it from your corpse." Kang Jin-hyuk smiled wickedly. The samurai captain wanted to say something, but there was no time left. The fire-drinking serpent unleashed its spear of hellfire. The samurai wanted to dodge, but they had nowhere to escape. "Tetsushi, get behind me and don't come out." The samurai captain once again deployed Perseus's shield. As the boss Medusa's pet, the fire-drinking serpent's attack wasn't so easily blocked. "Tetsushi, you must survive." The samurai captain used all his strength trying to block it. After the spear of hellfire ended, the samurai had been burned to charcoal. The burning red Perseus's shield fell to the ground. Its wielder, the samurai captain, ultimately failed to block the attack and was burned to charcoal, completely dead. "If you can't use it, you should have handed it over sooner. I know how to use it." Kang Jin-hyuk frosted his finger to cool down Perseus's shield. Perseus's shield, the divine artifact used by the mythical hero Perseus in his battle with Medusa. "Who exactly are you? Why do you know everything?" Tetsushi Yamamoto endured the pain to question Kang Jin-hyuk. "Why? Can't your powerful future vision predict it?" Kang Jin-hyuk sneered. "This is impossible." Tetsushi Yamamoto couldn't believe it. "You saw through my skill long ago?" Tetsushi Yamamoto collapsed weakly to his knees. "I can't see any future related to you. What connection do you have with this tower?" Just as Kang Jin-hyuk was about to speak, the fire-drinking serpent attacked again, opening its mouth to release the spear of hellfire. After reaching above Kang Jin-hyuk's head, the fire-drinking serpent unleashed the spear of hellfire without hesitation. Glacial sculpture, an ice wall, blocked the spear of hellfire. "I hate it when people interrupt me." Kang Jin-hyuk continued gathering magic in his hand. "Can you shut up already?" Kang Jin-hyuk raised his hand and released the gathered magic. Glacial prison instantly froze the fire-drinking serpent completely. Witnessing this, Tetsushi Yamamoto's jaw dropped in shock. "You just asked about my connection to the tower, right? Actually, I'm the exiled god of the tower." Hearing this, Tetsushi Yamamoto wasn't just shocked, he was terrified. He immediately knelt and kowtowed to Kang Jin-hyuk, begging for forgiveness. Kang Jin-hyuk didn't expect Tetsushi Yamamoto to actually believe his casually made-up story. Kang Jin-hyuk then asked Tetsushi Yamamoto if he wanted to join his raid party. "So, will you or won't you?" Kang Jin-hyuk continued his psychological attack. After only a moment's thought, Tetsushi Yamamoto decided to join. "Then I'll give you a brand. Betray me and you'll burn to death." Kang Jin-hyuk smiled wickedly as he activated Brand of Tribulation, and so a large red handprint appeared on Tetsushi Yamamoto's face. After instructing Tetsushi Yamamoto on what to do, Kang Jin-hyuk released the weak physical barrier. Lee Youngwon didn't expect Kang Jin-hyuk could instantly kill the fire-drinking serpent and immediately bowed to thank him. "It's too early to thank me now. I killed her pet, she won't let me go." Kang Jin-hyuk looked toward the passage ahead. As soon as Kang Jin-hyuk finished speaking, the airflow in the passage surged wildly, nearly extinguishing the flames. Countless snake hisses and the sound of something massive moving reached everyone's ears. Lee Yongwon quickly equipped his weapon. "Everyone prepare for battle. Don't make eye contact with her." The newcomers were still wondering who they shouldn't look at, unaware that a huge huge snake tail was already behind them. Then, a pair of hands cradled his head. He twisted toward the owner of those hands. It was Medusa. The man in Medusa's eyes opened his mouth to scream, but he only managed to shout Medusa before being completely petrified. After turning completely to stone, Medusa's massive snake tail shattered his body. "Insolent fools, how dare you trespass in my temple and even kill my child?" Medusa's furious voice echoed through the temple. "Great temple boss." Medusa charged at the crowd in rage, every snake on her head roaring. Powerful magic power surged toward them, and they could only struggle to resist. "Everyone focus!" Li Yongwan closed his eyes and gripped his sword tightly. "Attack!" Li Yongwan drew his sword with a shout, activating the skill command. Everyone's fear, resistance, and morale increased by 20%. The caster activated the magic Thunderous Strike, but surprisingly, Thunderous Strike had no effect on Medusa. Medusa felt provoked and furiously swung her tail. The massive snake tail sent Li Yongwan flying. "Do you fools think I'm just some petrification-only weakling?" Medusa's roar came again. Li Yongwan took another heavy hit from the tail, coughing blood and losing consciousness. Hearing her teammate get knocked down, the caster loudly asked what happened. With her eyes closed, she had no idea Medusa was already behind her. What answered her was only Medusa's giant hand about to strike down. The enraged Medusa raised her claws to strike, but they were deflected hard by Perseus's shield hitting her cheek. The shield bearer was none other than Kang Jinyek. The moment he'd been waiting for had finally arrived. Even with Medusa's massive body, Kang Jinyek still sent her flying. "Everyone retreat to a safe position. Leave the rest to me." Kang Jinyek's face was full of wicked glee. As the smoke cleared, Medusa got up and locked eyes with Kang Jinyek, while Li Yongwan led the team to escape quietly. Medusa was shocked. This human could look directly at her without being petrified, because Kang Jinyek had activated Eye of Gluttony, which granted immunity to petrification effects. "Who knows? Maybe you're just too weak," Kang Jinyek taunted. "What insolence! You'll pay for that!" Medusa activated the magic organs domain, greatly increasing magic attack power but reducing movement speed. Purple magic power swirled around Medusa. "I'll leave none of you alive." Medusa continued activating the skill venom. The small snakes on her head spewed poison. Kang Jinyek activated the skill sword steps of the king, greatly increasing movement speed and swiftly dodging the venom attacks. "You think you can hit me with such slow speed?" Seeing the venom couldn't hit him, Medusa unleashed the Viper's fatal strike. She furiously swung her claws, but Kang Jinyek had already successfully activated Perseus's shield. With both physical and magic resistance amplified threefold, he directly blocked Medusa's attack. Medusa didn't expect her fatal strike, amplified by Gorgon's domain, to be blocked. Kang Jinyek's left hand formed a sword gesture, glowing. He successfully left the marks R and F on Medusa's waist and forehead respectively. Then he raised his sword gesture and activated the barrier-sealing coffin. A rectangular barrier enclosed Medusa, chains binding her body. Kang Jinyek had done it. He successfully trapped the boss monster in his barrier. Just as Kang Jinyek was celebrating completing his class change quest, Medusa was charging up, cursing, "You despicable insect, how dare you imprison me in this place? You think this can contain me?" Medusa actually broke free from her restraints and shattered the barrier. Kang Jinyek thought this Medusa was really too annoying. Medusa swung her massive snake tail. Kang Jinyek ran wildly again, dodging Medusa's frenzied attacks. Reaching a corner, Kang Jinyek suddenly turned around. Then he activated the skill giant's palm, his hands glowing red. He thrust both hands into the wall, then pulled out two massive stones to hurl at Medusa. Medusa casually shattered these boulders with a single strike. "Fool, this is useless. Just accept your death." Medusa gradually closed in on Kang Jinyek. But how could Kang Jinyek listen to Medusa? He continued grabbing boulders to throw. Medusa gradually realized something was wrong. Though Kang Jinyek appeared to be attacking with full force, she couldn't sense any killing intent in his attacks, not even a trace. Soon Medusa discovered what was wrong. A magic circle had been drawn beneath her feet without her knowing. You realized too late. Kang Jinyek stopped attacking and mocked Medusa's slowness. Medusa finally understood. Kang Jinyek had been stepping on the charred corpses to draw rune language. 3-star barrier, sealing coffin, activate. A sealing barrier far more powerful than before imprisoned Medusa. Even stronger binding force completely restrained Medusa's movements. "You can't break this barrier. After all, it cost me so much effort." Kang Jinyek shook his foot, kicking off the charcoal from his shoe. "Stop wasting your energy and behave yourself." Kang Jinyek watched the still struggling Medusa and advised her helplessly. "Ding, congratulations on completing the Barrier Master class change quest and meeting all class change conditions." The system panel appeared before Kang Jinyek. Where had Medusa ever suffered such humiliation? Being imprisoned alive. Tears of shame sparkled in her eyes. "Ding, player has imprisoned a boss monster and successfully changed the Advanced Barrier Master class, Rune Language Analyst." Kang Jinyek looked at the system panel in shock. A Rune Language Analyst could create barriers by analyzing rune language. Kang Jinyek swallowed hard. That meant he could now create not just construct barriers with twice the performance of ordinary barriers. Wah! A hidden class really appeared. Kang Jinyek danced excitedly. So his previous guess was right. The harder the conditions achieved, the better the rewards. Just as Kang Jinyek Jin-Yuk's excited heart was pounding. A blue light surrounded his left hand. Then it spread throughout his body. Ding! Mark of the moon engraving successful. Kang Jin-Yuk was even more excited. He'd gotten the special reward too. He wanted to find someone to test its effects right now. What do you plan to do with me now? Kill me? Medusa in the seal suddenly asked. Kang Jin-Yuk said he'd strip off Medusa's snakeskin to make defensive items. Hearing this, the tears Medusa had barely held back flowed down again. Normally, players would just kill the boss. Medusa didn't understand why this guy wanted to do this to her. In fact, Medusa's petrification effect only worked inside the temple, and armor made from snakeskin would continuously deal massive poison damage to the wearer. This was one reason why Kang Jin-Yuk wasn't killing Medusa. He opened the trading house, he purchased a brass vessel, triangular goat blood, 6 wetland sharp-headed grasshopper legs, and a mantis lotus. Then Kang Jin-Yuk began frantically mixing these items. He used the mixed liquid to draw a magic circle on the ground. Through this circle, he connected to a secret channel, with electricity constantly surging from the circle. This is truly surprising. Player Kang Jin-Yuk, how do you know about this channel? Rick Hennessy appeared on the other side of the connection. Kang Jin-Yuk tossed aside the items in his hand and sheepishly claimed he didn't expect randomly mixing things would produce this. Don't play dumb. Even the gods don't know about this channel. How did you learn of it? A cold glint flashed in Rick Hennessy's eyes. Eh? Why is there a living magical beast here? Kang Jin-Yuk interrupted Rick Hennessy's questioning. A living Medusa. Rick Hennessy had never been so shocked. Kang Jin-Yuk revealed a smug smile. This guy was still the ancient mythological item collection fanatic. Rick Hennessy completely disregarded his image, practically wanting to crawl through the screen to see Medusa. Perfect timing. I was just about to finish her off. Kang Jin-Yuk summoned his weapon under Rick Hennessy's horrified gaze. Kang Jin-Yuk activated the skill grave of sword, smiling wickedly as he prepared to act. Seeing Kang Jin-Yuk was serious, Rick Hennessy frantically stopped him. He desperately wanted to obtain Medusa. How you knew about the channel doesn't matter at all. Please, I beg you, don't kill Medusa. Rick Hennessy's almost pleading tone was exactly what Kang Jin-Yuk wanted. Seeing Kang Jin-Yuk stop, Rick Hennessy rubbed his hands and quickly said he'd open a teleport gate immediately. Maybe meeting in person will bring some unexpected benefits. Rick Hennessy's final smile was extremely eerie. Kang Jin-Yuk lowered his weapon, not understanding what that last smile meant, but soon, the teleport gate prototype appeared along with electrical currents. The next moment, a massive golden teleport gate appeared before Kang Jin-Yuk. Kang Jin-Yuk strode through the teleport gate. He was amazed to discover the gate connected to the 42nd floor. Player Kang Jin-Yuk, welcome to the 42nd floor of the Trial Tower. Rick Hennessy bowed to Kang Jin-Yuk ahead, the ancient country, city of the gods, white oasis. Rick Hennessy's eyes became sinister as he stared directly at Kang Jin-Yuk. Kang Jin-Yuk was still surprised by this. It was his first time meeting a god before level 100. I thought you'd take me to the Grand Library. Are you enjoying a vacation here? I wish that were the case, but I'm here to work. Rick Hennessy straightened his collar. Mr. Kang Jin-Yuk, you should know this is the city of the gods, right? Well, they want to meet you. Rick Hennessy's face showed that eerie smile again. Rick Hennessy's tone made Kang Jin-Yuk realize his lie about being blessed by the gods had been exposed. Soon, the minor gods in the city discovered Rick Hennessy and Kang Jin-Yuk's whereabouts, because the two of them were walking straight down the main street, and the gods were discussing this among themselves. Rick Hennessy, who was leading the way, suddenly stopped and asked Kang Jin-Yuk if he recognized what was before them. There used to be a sphinx here, but now only a hole remained. Rick Hennessy explained this was because news spread that Kang Jin-Yuk had committed fraud using Anubis's name, the result of Anubis's fury. What a shame, that statue had quite a bit of artistic value. Kang Jin-Yuk crouched down and randomly picked up a stone. Aren't you afraid? These gods are the rulers of the tower's highest floors. Their power is terrifying. What's there to be afraid? This isn't the 50th floor. Kang Jin-Yuk dusted off his hands and asked Rick Hennessy dismissively. Hearing this, Rick Hennessy burst out laughing. He hadn't encountered such an interesting person in ages. This guy's really shameless, insulting my name and then daring to appear before me. Anubis clenched his fist, and Osiris sitting beside him mercilessly mocked Anubis. Rick Hennessy greets the two great lords. Rick Hennessy bowed to the two gods seated above. Kang Jin-Yuk pointed at Rick Hennessy, saying he was tricked here by this weird old man. He didn't come because he wanted to see Anubis. Insolence. Anubis roared and stomped toward where Kang Jin-Yuk stood. Mr. Kang Jin-Yuk is a guest I invited. Rick released a barrier to block Anubis's stomp. You wouldn't want to violate the tower's laws right in front of me, would you? Rick looked up at Anubis, but this time his eyes were filled with coldness. Anubis, you're so hilarious today. Osiris once again mocked the furious Anubis. However, contrary to Rick's expectations, Kang Jin-Yuk showed no reaction to Anubis's attack. In that case, we'll follow the tower's laws. Divine power emanated from Anubis's hand. Ding! Anubis has summoned a proxy warrior. The soul ferryman emerged from the coffin, radiating powerful energy. Rick didn't expect Anubis to directly summon the soul ferryman. With Kang Jin-Yuk's current strength, he couldn't match the soul ferryman, who far exceeded 6th floor boss level. Anubis issued a duel challenge to Kang Jin-Yuk. As long as Kang Jin-Yuk could last 5 seconds, he'd win. 5 seconds? Kang Jin-Yuk asked with a contemptuous laugh. Kang Jin-Yuk directly opened the trading house right in front of Anubis. He spent 2 million gold to purchase royal blood. Kang Jin-Yuk activated Blessing of the Star on the royal blood, creating the item Sacred Royal Blood. Ding! player Kang Jin-yuk, has accepted Anubis's duel challenge. The skill sword steps of the king activated. Kang Jin-yuk instantly slapped the item onto the ferryman's head. The ferryman received a critical hit with attribute countering and 15 times damage amplification, and immediately fell dead on the ground. Ding, Anubis's proxy warrior has been defeated. Kang Jin-yuk dusted himself off and taunted. That didn't even take 5 seconds. Impossible. Anubis's jaw dropped, and Osiris also didn't expect 6th floor Kang Jin-yuk could instantly kill the proxy warrior. Now, what should I choose from the Divine Temple treasury? Kang Jin-yuk had a wicked smile on his face. Never. Who accepts a duel and attacks immediately? Anubis's fury intensified. Anubis! A god wearing an eagle-headed mask now roared at Anubis. This is a promise you made yourself. Are you planning to violate the tower rules? The one speaking is none other than the sun god Horus. Damn it. Anubis can only stomp the floor in impotent rage. Whatever. After tossing out those words, Anubis storms out of the temple in anger. Anubis has always been hot-tempered. I'll take you to the treasury. Follow me. Horus turns to look at Kang Jin-yuk. The divine temple treasury is filled with all kinds of gold, silver, treasures, and precious weapons. Go ahead, pick one yourself. Horus gestures for Kang Jin-yuk to step forward. A god's promise must be kept. Horus, radiating with the aura of the sun, speaks again. Wait a moment before that. Just as Kang Jin-yuk is about to move forward, Horus stops him with his words. You'll definitely come to this floor eventually, right? Horus's words leave Kang Jin-yuk confused. Horus extends his hand toward Kang Jin-yuk. Would you be willing to choose one of us to become the resident ruler of this floor? That way, you'll truly be under our protection. Horus clenches his fist, seemingly convinced that Kang Jin-yuk will agree. Rick Hennessy's expression grows serious. He knows Horus is giving Kang Jin-yuk an early opportunity. Each player only gets one chance to choose a faction. Things just got more interesting. However, to the surprise of both Rick and Horus, Kang Jin-yuk rejects Horus's invitation. Horus asks again in disbelief, but the result is still rejection. I'm not planning to stop at the 42nd floor, so there's no need to choose your help, right? Then I'll choose this as my gift. Kang Jin-yuk continues smirking as he points to his target. What a reckless human. Veins bulge on Horus's forehead. Even he can't control his emotions now. The scene shifts. Anubis, your impulsive nature is a big problem. Horus finds Anubis standing on the balcony. Horus walks up to Anubis and continues, he took a black ancient species egg. A black one? Did he know what he was choosing? Anubis stands straight and looks at Horus. Not sure, but I can be certain that whatever he does with that egg, Horus says helplessly, humanity could face a massive disaster because of it. What, an ancient species egg? Alice is shopping on her phone, asking Kang Jin-yuk with confusion. Why would you choose that? You should know things could go really wrong if it doesn't hatch properly. Alice looks at the black egg worriedly. I mean, you'll probably survive, but if the city gets destroyed, where am I supposed to shop? Alice demands. Suddenly, Alice gets pulled into the ring. Didn't I tell you not to suddenly pull me in here? Alice's angry voice reaches Kang Jin-yuk's ears. Kang Jin-yuk ignores her and rolls up his sleeves, ready to get down to business. The black egg begins emanating an ominous aura. Kang Jin-yuk places both hands on either side of the egg, continuously injecting mana. This time I really need to maintain long-term concentration. The scales on the black egg begin to tremble as mana is injected. The only information Kang Jin-yuk knows about ancient species comes from Peihiz, the peculiar adventurer in the tower. The answer is delicious mana. Kang Jin-yuk increases his mana circulation. First, activate fire element. Then comes glacial sculpture. Add blessing of the star and pure meditation. 4 types of mana swirl around the black egg. Kang Jin-yuk blends these 4 types of mana together, and the black egg erupts with even more violent trembling. A blinding purple light explodes from the black egg in all directions. Meow. A yellow-eyed, black-skinned ancient creature breaks through the eggshell and pounces toward Kang Jin-yuk. Looking at the creature before him, Kang Jin-yuk is certain he successfully hatched the black egg. Kang Jin-yuk then concentrates his remaining mana and casts the brand spell. Finally, he materializes the mana. A blue orb filled with mana appears in Kang Jin-yuk's hand. This is a snack for you. Kang Jin-yuk holds the mana orb in front of the ancient creature. Snack? The ancient creature mimics Kang Jin-yuk's pronunciation, but not quite accurately. After sniffing it several times, it finally swallows the mana orb in one gulp. Ding! System notification. Successfully branded an unknown ancient species. Completed the great achievement of taming an ancient species. Recorded in the Hall of Fame. After the system announcement, it prompts Kang Jin-yuk that naming the ancient creature will increase loyalty. Since you have jet black fur with golden yellow eyes, I'll call you Sweet Potato. Kang Jin-yuk picks up the little one and makes eye contact. Sweet Potato immediately opens its little mouth and keeps repeating Sweet Potato. Sweet Potato is cute, but Kang Jin-yuk can't afford to raise it right now. It eats way too much mana. Ding! The system panel suddenly appears before Kang Jin-yuk. Mid-level administrator Rick Hennessy has followed your channel. A few days later at SWB Television Station. SWB Television Station director Kang Byung-chan is currently respectfully requesting the person before him to appear on a program. The person in front of him is vigorously sucking on bubble tea. Did the director always personally handle this kind of thing before? Sitting across from the director is none other than Kang Jin-yuk. Jin-yuk. The director quickly explains that S-rank players normally receive this treatment. Kang Jin-yuk drinks his bubble tea while glancing sideways at the director, surprised that he hasn't recognized him. The director asks if something's wrong. Kang Jin-yuk says it's nothing. Since the other party is pretending not to recognize him, Kang Jin-yuk won't expose him either. I agree to appear on camera, but I want to be paid in magic crystals. Kang Jin-yuk states his terms. Surprisingly, the director readily accepts this condition. Moreover, the director is willing to provide unlimited magic crystals for Kang Jin-yuk. Unlimited conditions? Kang Jin-yuk knows things won't be this simple. Sure enough, the next moment the director reveals the reason. Someone strongly insists on appearing on camera with Kang Jin-yuk. Kang Jin-yuk also readily agrees. He already has a guess about who this person is. Below SWB television station, numerous reporters have already caught wind and are waiting for the S-rank players to arrive. Hong Deokpyo makes a flashy entrance surrounded by all the reporters. Following Hong Deokpyo's gaze, another person emerges from the luxury car, and that's not all. Another person steps out together. It's none other than the S-rank players Snowflake and Cheonjo. This instantly sends the reporters into a frenzy. However, the shock has only just begun. Another car pulls up beside the road. It's Kang Jin-yuk. As soon as Kang Jin-yuk gets out of the car, he hears the reporter's screams. Facing the cameras, he can only smile. As soon as he gets out, Hong Deokpyo walks up and confronts Kang Jin-yuk head-on. Kang Jin-yuk looks at the two S-rank players behind Hong Deokpyo and can't help mocking. Looks like you have quite the network. Just as the two are facing off, reporters suddenly notice there's still someone in Kang Jin-yuk's car. It's none other than Teresa, the saint from Country D. Even more shocking, Country Z's strongest martial artist Yu Chanyong steps out from the passenger seat. Hong Deokpyo's smug smile instantly freezes when he sees these two. But that's still not all. Sword Saint Xian Yuseong also emerges amid everyone's exclamations. Snowflake and Cheonjo look at the ridiculously overpowered lineup on Kang Jin-yuk's side, their expressions darkening. Then the two leave without looking back, leaving only Hong Deokpyo standing there alone. Hong Deokpyo tries to stop them, but Snowflake refuses. If you want to show off your connections, at least do it properly. Kang Jin-yuk's mocking words pierce Hong Deokpyo's ears. Seeing all the reporters squeezing toward Kang Jin-yuk's side, Hong Deokpyo desperately grabs a reporter's pants. The reporter actually leaves his pants behind and runs off, leaving only Hong Deokpyo standing there. They're willing to give up their pants just to interview Kang Jin-yuk. Hong Deokpyo is furious. Inside the television station, Kang Jin-yuk smiles harmlessly. You seem to be really enjoying Hong Deokpyo's setback. Cheon Yuseong catches up to Kang Jin-yuk. Why did you set me up, calling me unknown? Right now, Cheon Yuseong wants to kill Kang Jin-yuk. Kang Jin-yuk maintains his harmless expression, saying he knows nothing about it. I have 16 videos proving you're the one who framed me as unknown. Kang Jin-yuk is speechless. This stalker creep even recorded videos. Cheon Yuseong mentions that the guy named Garwain is indeed strong, but he's nowhere near you, Kang Jin-yuk. On the other side, Yu Chanyong asks the saint what her relationship with Kang Jin-yuk is. Teresa's face immediately turns red, as she says he's just a trustworthy companion. Looking at the grinning Teresa, Yu Chanyong has already figured it out. Then, the video recording begins. The host asks Kang Jin-yuk what the secret is to conquering the Tower of Trials. Kang Jin-yuk says you just need to charge forward, risking your life until you succeed. The third floor is simple. Just dodge all the obstacles. He's making it sound so easy. Teresa is too embarrassed to keep listening. The other two are also speechless. How can we broadcast this content? The director presses the pause button. The program is completely ruined. Our television station has lost all face. And you still have the nerve to come collect your appearance fee? The director practically grits his teeth saying the last few words. Kang Jin-yuk says he's just following what's in the contract. The contract requires answering the questions asked. Making excuses won't work. The director's attitude is equally firm. Making excuses? Kang Jin-yuk grabs the director by the collar. You should still remember Lee Jong-soo, right? Kang Jin-yuk's body emanates killing intent. The director breaks into a cold sweat. Hearing Lee Jong-soo's name, an image surfaces in the director's mind. That's right, the same Lee Jong-soo who colluded with you using slave contracts to exploit streamers. The streamers eventually couldn't take it anymore and protested together. I happened to be among them. Thanks to you, I learned so many things, director. Do you still remember what you said back then? You said there were no problems with the contract. Now I'm returning those words to you. Do you still think I'm making excuses? Kang Jin-yuk's killing intent overflows. Beep. Identity verification complete. The director has no choice but to use his iris to open the vault. Mr. Kang Jin-yuk, this is our television station's magic crystal warehouse. According to the contract terms, you can use the magic crystals here without limit for 2 hours. The text might be small, but the contract clearly states 2 hours. I knew you'd play tricks in the contract, but 2 hours is 2 hours. All magic crystals here have anti-theft mechanisms. They can't be placed in subspace inventory. This way, Kang Jin-yuk can't take away all the magic crystals. One magic crystal takes 5 minutes to absorb. No matter how capable Kang Jin-yuk is, 2 hours would only allow him to absorb very few. Contact the staff if you need anything. I've arranged 2 for you. The director continues his fake smile. However, one of them is recording on her phone, clearly ready to ruin Kang Jin-yuk's reputation if he does anything that violates the contract. Got it. Understood. Kang Jin-yuk doesn't plan to expose him. See you in 2 hours. You two make sure to serve Mr. Kang Jin-yuk well. The director leaves with a smirk and closes the vault door. Only Kang Jin-yuk Jin-hyuk and 2 female employees remain in the vault. Ladies, want to do something fun? Kang Jin-hyuk turns around with a smile. In the director's office, the director angrily grips his photo with Lee Jong-soo. Why are you still interfering with me even though you're dead? The director angrily throws the photo into the trash. Either way, the loss of magic crystals is still limited to a controllable range. The question is how to get rid of Kang Jin-hyuk next. Mr. Kang Jin-hyuk, time's up. Are you satisfied? The director eagerly opens the vault door. However, the scene before him makes him unable to believe his eyes. The vault is completely empty. The female employees' phones are still recording, but they're petting something on the ground with hard eyes. Oh, the director's here. My sweet potato got a bit greedy and accidentally ate everything. Kang Jin-hyuk points to sweet potato lying on the ground. Snacks! Snacks! Sweet Potato calls out on the ground. The employees are still petting Sweet Potato. The director has already collapsed to the ground. Looking at the director who passed out, Kang Jin-hyuk sneers, thinking to himself, this is what you get for still playing tricks. I'll torment you for the rest of your life. Sweet Potato has already reached level 98. Strength, agility, and stamina are all around 100. Mana has reached an astonishing 192. Although Sweet Potato is very strong now, deploying it consumes Kang Jin-hyuk's mana, and Kang Jin-hyuk only has 80% mana. If Sweet Potato enters battle, Kang Jin-hyuk can only last 5 minutes. The scene shifts to SW Hotel. Cheonjo is working out. Snowflake is communicating with the Junghwa Guildmaster. Put all his allies on the blacklist. Everyone who doesn't cooperate with us will face the same fate. The Guildmaster's voice comes through the communication. The blacklist before Snowflake contains everyone who has friendly relations with Kang Jin-hyuk. The scene returns. How's that? My method of training to get stronger. Kang Jin-hyuk holds the mirror in his hand. This is the growth type item boundary breaking mirror. It can link to one location below the 10th floor and can even carry one person. Xian Yusong looks at him speechlessly. At this moment, Xian Yusong and Kang Jin-hyuk have arrived at the 6th floor. Xian Yusong doesn't understand why Kang Jin-hyuk would bring him along when he could clear the 6th floor alone. I just want to make you stronger. What's so strange about that? But Xian Yusong doesn't believe him. Then Kang Jin-hyuk activates the boundary-breaking mirror. Beams of golden light emanate from it. Xian Yusong asks which floor they're going to. Kang Jin-hyuk says of course it's the 10th floor, the warrior's resting place. The boss has 21 guardian knights. Xian Yusong moves forward with his sword. Kang Jin-hyuk asks him how it feels to see these monsters with his own eyes. Xian Yusong says except for the biggest one, he has no problem with the others. The largest knight is the 10th floor's boss, the immortal stone giant. Kang Jin-hyuk tells Xian Yusong not to worry about the boss. He just needs to defeat these guardian knights, and if he can fight the boss for 1 minute, he'll have an honorable duel with Xian Yusong. Hearing he can truly duel with Kang Jin-hyuk, Xian Yusong's eyes immediately become fierce. You better not go back on your word! Xian Yusong leaves these words and rushes forward with his sword drawn. This is the knight's resting place. Unauthorized entry is forbidden. The guardian knight roars. The other awakened guardian knights lock their gazes on Xian Yusong. Cut the crap, die! Xian Yusong's sword releases sharp sword energy. Sword song! Xian Yusong's eyes are bloodshot, wanting only to slaughter all these guardian knights. The sharp sword energy cleaves from head to toe. The guardian knights have no ability to fight back. After defeating all the guardian knights, Xian Yusong is nearly exhausted. Next, he just needs to fight the boss for 1 minute. Then he can have a real duel with Kang Jin-hyuk. Thinking this, Xian Yusong gathers his spirit and charges at the boss with his sword. Xian Yusong gets closer and closer to the boss, but the boss still hasn't awakened. The next moment, 2 red lights illuminate from the boss's silent mask. Unexpectedly, right at the start, the boss activates the absolute judgment skill invincibility. No matter what physical or magical attacks Xian Yusong releases, they're all blocked by invincibility. His elemental sword is even destroyed. Only 21 seconds? You really are weak. Kang Jin-hyuk puts on his mask and steps forward to face the boss. Skill sword steps of the king activates. Kang Jin-hyuk continuously dodges the boss's attacks. In Xian Yusong's eyes, Kang Jin-hyuk precisely avoids every single strike. The stone giant becomes thoroughly enraged. It stops attacking and roars. Then an intense light erupts from the stone giant's body. The skill sanctuary activates. Gravity increases 5-fold. Xian Yusong is pressed flat to the ground, unable to lift his head. The intense pressure makes him unable to move. With such heavy gravity, Kang Jin-hyuk shouldn't be able to dodge, right? Xian Yusong struggles to lift his head. 1-star barrier enhancement spell barrier activates. Kang Jin-hyuk raises his hand and releases the barrier. Sanctuary effect rapidly increases at 1 square of force per second. Target designation, stone giant. A massive magic circle appears beneath the stone giant's feet. The lumbering creature can't escape at all. Countless stones fly toward the stone giant and then compress. Although the stone giant is still in invincibility state, its body is being continuously compressed. Finally, it becomes a stone right before Kang Jin-hyuk's eyes. Seeing this scene, Xian Yusong completely loses consciousness. Kang Jin-hyuk just one-shot the boss. Ding. The 10th floor boss has lost combat capability. Level increased. Ding. Successfully suppressed the stone giant. Met the conditions to copy the skill invincibility. Successfully copied invincibility and shortened activation time. Opening his eyes again, Xian Yusong frantically shouts, asking where this is. This is a hospital. Park Hana is sitting beside Xian Yusong peeling an apple, answering his question. You're Kang Jin-yuk's subordinate, right? Cheon Yusong asks. Subordinate? More like a slave, actually. Park Hana sighs helplessly. Turns out that day Kang Jin-yuk brought the unconscious Cheon Yusong to Park Hana. Then Park Hana took Cheon Yusong to the hospital and was told to give him that thing. Park Hana pulls out a small black object and hands it to Cheon Yusong. Looking at the black stone Park Hana handed over, Cheon Yusong struggles to recall what happened before he passed out. That bastard. Cheon Yusong says angrily, same as always, humiliating me until the very end. Cheon Yusong grips the stone tightly. At this moment, Kang Jin-yuk is walking through the 6th floor's elf forest, taking inventory of his spoils. He's been topping the charts as unknown for 2 consecutive days. This feeling is amazing for him. Plus, uploading boss battle videos lets him earn back the gold coins spent fighting Anubis. Kang Jin-yuk is checking his panel when Alice suddenly calls out to him. She's discovered someone tailing Kang Jin-yuk. Kang Jin-yuk says he doesn't care. You knew and still don't do anything? That's not like you, Alice asks with confusion. Kang Jin-yuk says dealing with this person won't benefit where he's heading next. The tracker reports Kang Jin-yuk's every move to the recording orb in front of him. At this moment, in Country C's capital Tianren City, Junghwa Guild S-rank player Li Keqiang is kneeling while being scolded. Kang Jin-yuk has already conquered the 10th floor. And what about you? A bunch of useless trash. A sword flash passes by Li Keqiang's ear. The intense pain makes him clench his teeth. His ear has been cut off. Useless thing, can't do anything right. Li Keqiang forcibly endures the pain and continues being scolded. Do I have to go personally? The voice's owner is none other than the Junghwa Guild's leader, S-rank player Namgung Cheon. Stop the healing. Namgung Cheon interrupts the healer treating Li Keqiang. This wound is a lesson I'm giving you. Next time it won't be just an ear. Namgung Cheon sheathes his sword. Namgung Cheon turns and orders Li Keqiang to go to the 6th floor and meet up with Snowflake and the others. Burn Kang Jin-yuk and the forest together. Kill all witnesses too. Namgung Cheon has never been this angry. Back to the elf forest. The tracker receives orders to continue tailing and keeps following Kang Jin-yuk intently. However, he doesn't expect that behind him is a female elf with murderous eyes. Players who break through the 6th floor usually rest here because after 90 days the 7th floor automatically opens. But this person the elf is watching is actually being followed. Looking at Kang Jin-yuk, the elf thinks to herself, he looks lost, rather than having any special purpose. As the elf is thinking, Kang Jin-yuk suddenly fans the air and takes a big sniff, then happily runs off to the left. It's that path. The elf is shocked. Usually only veterans can navigate the forest by scent. She doesn't understand how Kang Jin-yuk did it, but fortunately there's an illusion barrier ahead of Kang Jin-yuk. This is what the elves use to prevent human invasion. Once inside the barrier, humans will walk in place until they collapse from exhaustion. The elf just needs to wait for Kang Jin-yuk to pass out, then throw him outside. Who set up this barrier? Using active trigger method to set a passive trigger barrier, the effect is cut in half. Clearly whoever said it didn't study barriers properly. Kang Jin-yuk reaches out to adjust the barrier. The one who set up the barrier is the female elf following him. Right now she's fuming with embarrassment. That bastard. Kang Jin-yuk is surprised he ran into a rookie elf this time. Ugh, so hungry. Want to eat, Kang Jin-yuk says deliberately. Then he activates the skill Otherworldly Restaurant, summoning magical cooking utensils. Then he starts cooking right there on the spot. The elf has never tried human food. Smelling the aroma from Kang Jin-yuk's cooking, she wants to taste it too. However, the smell of meat quickly alerts her. How dare you cook animal meat in the sacred elf forest? She stops hiding, leaps down from the tree branch and knocks an arrow. You're insulting the forest. She draws the bow fully and shouts angrily. Seeing the elf appear, Kang Jin-yuk chuckles lightly. Finally took the bait. Then he shouts loudly on purpose, what meat? This isn't meat. It's soy-based mock meat. Kang Jin-yuk holds out the cooked mock meat, letting the elf approach to confirm. The elf glances at it, then draws her bow even fuller. Disguise magic won't work. This is clearly meat. But the smell of soybeans drifts into her nose. She deeply inhales the scent herself, then lowers her bow and sniffs carefully again. It really is soy-based. The elves of the Tower of Trials love cooking and music most, but they forbid using animal meat in cooking. The elf sniffs and looks repeatedly in disbelief, still unable to confirm whether this is meat or not. So Kang Jin-yuk invites the elf to taste it, saying this is definitely not animal meat. Facing the aromatic dish, the elf's eyes light up, her mouth watering. She's always wanted to try human cooking. She decisively spears a piece of mock meat and is about to put it in her mouth, but she's still worried and asks Kang Jin-yuk again if this is real meat. Kang Jin-yuk's expression turns serious. Please don't insult my sincerity toward food. To me, food is more important than life. The elf finally opens her mouth and takes a big bite of the mock meat. As the mock meat enters her mouth, the elf freezes. She's never tasted food this delicious. The soy fiber perfectly mimics the friction between muscle fibers, and after processing, the bean smell is very faint. Kang Jin-yuk watches the elf continuously eating large mouthfuls of mock meat. His goal has been achieved. After confirming it's not real meat, the elf eats 3 big bowls straight. It's so delicious. I'm Sylvia, a member of the Elf Forest Strike Team. team. I apologize for my earlier behavior. As compensation, I can do one thing for you. At this moment, Sylvia still has food residue at the corners of her mouth. Kang Jin-hyuk takes the opportunity to ask Sylvia to take him to the Elf Village, the Elf Forest Village Hall, a building full of spirit and natural harmony located in the Elf Forest. I am Ben Haim, leader of the Elf Forests. Welcome. The leader sits in the main seat, beaming as he welcomes Kang Jin-hyuk. I'm Kang Jin-hyuk. But Kang Jin-hyuk's expression is quite grim because he's surrounded by hostile elves with drawn weapons. He can't see any welcome at all. You're a human who came here without permission. Did you expect a warm welcome? The white-haired elf behind Kang Jin-hyuk questions him with an unfriendly tone. Humans are not qualified to step into the sacred forest. The white-haired elf angrily knocks an arrow and aims at Kang Jin-hyuk. Kang Jin-hyuk activates Eye of Gluttony. In his memory, this guy Teslan has always been wary of humans. Didn't expect he's still like this now. Kang Jin-hyuk says he came at Sylvia's invitation, but before he finishes speaking, Teslan's arrow flies rapidly toward his face. The next moment, the arrow flying through the air is knocked away. It's Kang Jin-hyuk who summoned a sword to block the arrow. His expression darkens once more. Then he points his sword at Teslan, his entire body emanating killing intent. Seeing Kang Jin-hyuk block his arrow, Teslan's eyes flash with murderous light as he knocks another arrow. This arrow will pierce through your head. Seeing the situation going wrong, Sylvia hurries to stand between them and explains the situation. But Teslan becomes even more furious. His own kin actually brought a human into the sacred forest. Mr. Kang Jin-hyuk's cooking abilities are exceptionally outstanding. Sylvia continues explaining. Moreover, he can make dishes we've never tasted. At this point, Sylvia's saliva unconsciously flows. Ben Haim is shocked. Dishes the elves have never tasted? They're a long-lived race who've eaten countless dishes. Teslan is also conflicted. He's lived over 950 years, and there are still delicious dishes he hasn't tasted? Ben Haim immediately stands up and stops Teslan from continuing to attack Kang Jin-hyuk, because he also wants to taste that delicious never-before-tasted dish Sylvia mentioned. Teslan wants to say more, but Kang Jin-hyuk grins. As expected, elves can't resist the temptation of good food. The elves in the forest hold a moonlight festival every year. This is their holiday to express gratitude to the forest for the great harvest of figs. Figs contain mana just like magic crystals. Eating the fruit can increase mana values. Kang Jin-hyuk is invited to the festival. He directly activates otherworldly restaurant and stir-fries massive amounts of food. Watching the perfectly colored, aromatic, and flavorful food being continuously stir-fried and served, the elves immersed in food can't resist the temptation at all. Plates of mock meat dishes are brought to the table, each plate emitting an enticing aroma. The elves can barely hold back. Once everyone has arrived and all dishes are served, the elves begin feasting heartily. Sylvia didn't lie to them. This mock meat dish is truly delicious, and they've never tasted it before. Teslan looks left and right, quietly reaching his hand toward the plate of mock meat nearest him. But to his surprise, he grabs empty air. Looking sideways, someone has taken the dish away. You shot an arrow at my face and still want to eat my cooking? Go eat dirt. Turns out Kang Jin-hyuk took his dish. Teslan can only watch his companions enjoy the delicious food, trembling with frustration. Wonderful. Who knew outsiders could bring us such great joy? This Moonlight Festival is perfect. We offer thanks to the noble mother of the forest. I declare the Moonlight Festival officially begins. With Ben Haim's declaration, the festive atmosphere reaches its peak. The well-fed elves take out their instruments and dance and sing. The sound of the elves' celebration reaches the ears of players resting on the 6th floor, sparking curiosity. But everyone knows elves reject outsiders. The blonde player complains. He turns his head and is horrified to find a group of black-clothed assassins have already killed all his companions. Before his horrified words can leave his mouth, the black-clothed person's dagger has already slashed his throat. The leading black-clothed person reminds the others not to let any witnesses escape. Kang Jin-hyuk doesn't know that danger is gradually approaching. He's still casually chatting with Ben Haim. Mr. Kang Jin-hyuk, what are your thoughts on this Moonlight Festival? Ben Haim's sudden question leaves Kang Jin-hyuk momentarily unable to answer. Undeniably, your cooking is truly excellent, especially before us elves who highly value music and cooking. Outsiders want to invade us and take the figs. We're forced to counterattack. I hope you can understand. Actually, we also yearn to achieve peaceful exchanges between the great races. Ben Haim can't help but sigh. Kang Jin-hyuk says the elves are indeed quite surprising. What right does a human have to judge us? Teslan roars behind Kang Jin-hyuk. Teach, just angry because I didn't give you the mock meat. Kang Jin-hyuk mocks Teslan. Teslan's face darkens further. Your cooking is indeed excellent, but you're still a despicable human. Teslan roars fiercely. The two immediately get in each other's faces, neither backing down. How about this? I'll compete with you in archery. The loser shuts up and leaves. Kang Jin-hyuk wipes the arrow he just picked up. He just needs to beat Teslan at archery to copy his skill. Ha ha ha, you dare say you'll compete with me in archery. Teslan covers his face and laughs coldly. This is his pride as an elf. Fine, I accept your proposal. I'll completely crush you. Teslan points angrily at Kang Jin-hyuk. The elves all stop what they're doing because Teslan, the first divine archer of the elves, is competing in archery. did you hear? Teslan's archery duel. The elves rushed toward the scene in droves. Ah, Teslan is so cool, go Teslan. Teslan's support rate for this match is 100%. Kang Jin-yuk can only summon Sweet Potato to cheer for himself. Then Teslan explains the rules to Kang Jin-yuk. Kang Jin-yuk draws his bow and shoots. The arrow flies out rapidly. Unfortunately, Kang Jin-yuk's arrow hits the edge of the target. That's already good for a human, but Teslan slowly raises his bow and arrow. Your opponent is me. Thinking you can beat me with this is too naive. Teslan charges up and draws the bow fully, aiming. Sweet Potato suddenly jumps into the air, but only distracts Teslan's attention for an instant. Sweet Potato activates the skill Intimidate. Its voice carries pressure that rapidly spreads. Teslan falls into a 3-second intimidated state. In a moment of distraction, he releases the arrow. The other elves affected by the intimidation all lose consciousness and collapse. Seeing this, Kang Jin-yuk grins wickedly. Plan succeeded. All the elves at the scene collapse to the ground. Only Kang Jin-yuk remains standing. Teslan somehow manages to lift his head trembling. He's not sure what just happened, but his arrow has already hit the ground. Kang Jin-yuk grins wickedly and pulls out the powerful soundproof earplugs he had hidden in his ears. To win, there's nothing Kang Jin-yuk, won't do. Kang Jin-yuk tosses away the earplugs with a wicked grin. Even Sweet Potato on his shoulder grins wickedly, but Sweet Potato quickly sits on the ground looking dejected, calling for snacks over and over. Kang Jin-yuk wants Sweet Potato to try harder, but Sweet Potato completely refuses to move. Next time you do this, no more magic crystals for you. Kang Jin-yuk has no choice but to feed it a magic crystal. You despicable human. Don't you have any competitive spirit at all? Despicable. Teslan struggles to stand. Nope. Kang Jin-yuk's simple answer reinforces Teslan's belief that humans are despicable. Ding. System notification. You have successfully copied the skill Sure Shot. Who told me to be a filthy human? Kang Jin-yuk smiled smugly. Teslan didn't accept this defeat. Kang Jin-yuk proposed they compete again. Teslan took his stance again, threatening to kill Kang Jin-yuk if he cheated again. Teslan adjusted his breathing, calming himself. Then he activated his skill Sure Shot. Teslan drew his bow with full force, an invisible aura bursting from his body. Whoosh! The arrow shot through the air, landing firmly in the center of the target. Teslan raised the corner of his mouth smugly as the elves cheered for him. Sylvia quickly approached Kang Jin-yuk, urging him to apologize if he couldn't do it. Maybe there was still a chance to salvage the situation. Teslan was the strongest warrior among the elves, and also a master archer. Sylvia nearly shouted, trying to persuade Kang Jin-yuk to give up. The strongest? That's even better. If Kang Jin-yuk hadn't copied Sure Shot, surrendering would be inevitable, but now things were different. He activated his skill Glacial Sculpture. Ice spikes rapidly shot toward the target. Under everyone's gaze, the target was blasted into the air, spinning continuously. Teslan roared at Kang Jin-yuk, "What are you doing?" "Of course I'm raising the difficulty to my level." Kang Jin-yuk activated Eye of Gluttony. Then he fused Sure Shot with his blood demon energy into a crimson magic bullet. Teslan watched the aura emanating from Kang Jin-yuk's body. He felt certain something had just happened. Before he could ask, Kang Jin-yuk had already released his arrow. Kang Jin-yuk's arrow actually passed through the tail of Teslan's arrow. It even shattered the target into 2 halves. Keep in mind, the target was spinning up and down in the air. Teslan's jaw dropped. Kang Jin-yuk had actually surpassed him. The elves couldn't believe what they just witnessed. That target was made from fig tree wood extremely hard, yet now it was shattered. How about that? How does it feel to lose to a filthy human like me? Kang Jin-yuk walked forward to mock Teslan. You won. As a warrior of the Forest Mother, I, Teslan, will leave this place immediately. The elves felt sad about Teslan's departure. After all, they'd been together for a long time. Wait, my defeated opponent, Kang Jin-yuk called out to Teslan, who was preparing to leave. What? Are you going to humiliate me again? Teslan turned around with a dark expression. Kang Jin-yuk scratched his head, saying it was festival time, and Teslan leaving now would ruin the atmosphere. Then he grinned mischievously, making Teslan agree to change the terms of defeat. Teslan thought Kang Jin-yuk was giving him a way out, allowing him to stay in the village. However, after he actually did what Kang Jin-yuk asked, he angrily stated he'd rather have just left. The elves who had been sad now had to suppress their laughter at Teslan's appearance. Kang Jin-yuk continued grinning, saying this was clothing only the strong could wear. Clearly Teslan didn't think so. What strong warrior would wear a magical lingerie outfit? I dare anyone to laugh at Teslan. One of Teslan's fans stepped forward to scold the other elves. The next second, he was dying of laughter at the wings fluttering on Teslan's back. Teslan became even angrier, kicking his fan away. A white-haired, muscular magical boy wielding a heart-shaped magic wand was seen beating up the laughing elves. Ben Haim laughed. Teslan has long held himself as a warrior of the Forest Mother, which has isolated him from his people. This isn't so bad, actually. Kang Jin-yuk didn't expect the chief to have such good character, so Kang Jin-yuk and Ben Haim formed a united front, preparing to prank Teslan again. Just as everyone was enjoying themselves, an elf was racing toward the festival site. He ran so hard he could barely breathe, almost suffocating, but he couldn't stop. This is terrible, Chief. Something terrible has happened. His voice reached all the elves' ears before he arrived. Ben Haim's face filled with shock and anger. The elf warrior bringing the news was severely injured. Lucian, who was responsible for guarding the village perimeter, had his left arm severed. severed. Chief, there are invaders. They're heading this way. Everyone run. Many masked figures in black suddenly appeared, continuously slaying several elf guards. The assault team members were all helpless. They were brutally killed by the black-clothed attackers. Lucian wanted to share more intelligence, but his severely injured body wouldn't allow it. Sylvia quickly supported Lucian, telling him to stop talking. The chief's face no longer showed any joy. Anger made his whole body tremble. Everyone, prepare for battle, the chief roared. Watching all the elves take up weapons and prepare for combat, Kang Jin-yuk's face darkened. He had never been this angry. The elves had never invaded anyone, yet now they were being massacred. Players outside the elf forest were also being slaughtered by the black-clothed attackers. They weren't just killing people, they were setting fires in the forest, intending to level it completely. After killing people, the black-clothed attackers even sent personnel to deliver finishing blows to all the corpses' vital points. Whoosh, whoosh, the sound of arrows cutting through air rang out. A black-clothed attacker was hit by 2 arrows and died. Enemy attack! The black-clothed attacker, who had just shouted those 2 words, had his temple pierced by an arrow. The archers were Benheim and other elves. He looked at the brutally murdered young elf girl on the ground, rage soaring to the heavens. Benheim held up the body. He never imagined the children would suffer such tragic slaughter. I'm sorry. I failed to protect you. Benheim knelt on the ground in remorse. Behind Benheim, Teslan angrily gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. He would have revenge, but he wouldn't lose his reason to anger. Teslan assigned people to lead the surviving elf residents back to the village. Once you spot an enemy, shoot to kill immediately. Leave no survivors. Teslan's angry voice reached every grieving elf's ears. In the name of the Forest Mother, revenge. We do need revenge, and I happen to have a good plan. Kang Jin-yuk interrupted Teslan's rallying speech. Snowflake, the elves have begun their counterattack. We've lost contact with quite a few scouts. Hearing this, Snowflake opened the group communication channel. Attention, our ultimate target is to kill Kang Jin-yuk. We've set up barriers throughout the entire forest to prevent him from calling for help. Advance from outside to inside in an encirclement. Don't let a single blade of grass escape. We have 150 people total. The team that finds Kang Jin-yuk first should stall for time and wait for reinforcement. No matter how strong he is, he can't withstand all of us. This battle, Zhenghua Guild, will definitely win. Just as Snowflake was daydreaming, a hand suddenly appeared before her. She was instantly knocked down while moving at high speed, but as an S-rank player, she cushioned her fall, preventing more serious injury. Heh, Zhenghua Guild, so it was you. The man who ripped off Snowflake's mask stood on a tree branch. Only then did Snowflake realize her mask had been torn off in the attack. You destroyed our queuing festival. I hope you're prepared to pay the price. After seeing Kang Jin-yuk clearly, Snowflake immediately used the group communication channel to report the situation. Group C, receiving the intel, immediately turned back to join Group B. Suddenly, several arrows cutting through the air caught Cheonjo's attention. He immediately drew his sword to cut down the arrows aimed at him. Where do you think you're going, foreign mongrel? The archer was Teslan leading the assault team. Activating skill Sword Steps of the King and Grave of Sword, Kang Jin-yuk slayed several black-clothed attackers in the blink of an eye. Don't bunch together. Spread out. Snowflake urgently warned her team members, but it was too late. The black-clothed attackers trying to spread out were pierced one by Kang Jin-yuk's glacial sculpture. Snowflake, hiding in the shadows, watched the powerful Kang Jin-yuk, worried her team couldn't hold out until reinforcements arrived. But she had to stall Kang Jin-yuk, so she called out to him. Although I don't know why you returned to the 6th floor, there must be something here you want. Kang Jin-yuk searched for the tree where Snowflake was hiding, but she was too well concealed. We've been killing people and setting fires from the forest's edge all the way here. One unit has already reached the elf village. Soon what you want will be destroyed along with that village. Snowflake continued using her ability to project her voice all around. Good. I've successfully stalled Kang Jin-yuk, Snowflake thought smugly. Pooh ha ha ha. Kang Jin-yuk couldn't help but laugh out loud. Snowflake didn't understand how he could still laugh in this situation. We're about to level the village, and you can still laugh? Snowflake's angry voice continued coming from all directions. Oh my, that definitely won't do. The elf village is very important to me, Kang Jin-yuk replied with a smile. But from my perspective, what you just said is really hilarious. Li Qichang, attacking the elf village, looked at the person before him, breaking into a cold sweat. He didn't understand why the vampire queen Alice would appear in this place. Alice activated her skill blood spear formation. Countless giant spears made of blood appeared in the magic circle. The terrifying aura emanating from Alice made Li Qichang tremble all over. Die, insignificant insect. Alice raised her hand and waved. The blood spears launched. Facing such a powerful attack, Li Qichang had no ability to resist and was instantly killed. A crimson storm erupted in the center of the elf village. Severely wounded and dying, Li Qichang tried to call for help through communication, but he wouldn't live to see reinforcements. As his raised hand fell to the ground under gravity's pull, all Group A members were wiped out. Snowflake stared blankly at her panel as multiple Group A contact icons changed to user does not exist. Looking at the black-clothed figures on the ground pierced by countless blood spears, Alice only felt bored. Not one of them could put up a fight. Floating in the air under the moonlight, Alice appeared as majestic and terrifying as a descending demon. After landing, Alice suddenly noticed elves hiding behind her, peeking at her. Alice looked at their festival attire. Could elves also brew alcohol? The elves were stunned by Alice's terrifying combat power. Snowflake never imagined that Li Qiucheng, their strongest, would be instantly killed. Li Qiucheng didn't even have time to send a distress call. Looking at the murderous Kang Jinyek, Snowflake didn't know how he'd done it. Everyone scatter, form the blood demon formation. No time to think. Snowflake directly ordered her team members to form up. A falling dead leaf from a tree caught Kang Jinyek's attention, but there was no one in that direction. When he came to his senses, Kang Jinyek found himself surrounded. Snowflake activated the group's skill Inject Frenzy Poison. Wisps of deep green poisonous gas spread from her body. The effect of Inject Frenzy Poison made those affected fearless of death. Every black-clothed person present fell into a frenzied poison state. They all recklessly swung their swords at Kang Jinyek, but their attacks were too chaotic. Kang Jinyek merely dodged, and they ended up injuring each other. Another frenzied poisoned attacker suddenly appeared behind Kang Jinyek, swinging a heavy hammer down. Kang Jinyek dodged slightly, and the attacker lost his target. The frenzied poisoned attacker's completely wild fighting style was no match for Kang Jinyek. Snowflake watched Kang Jinyek below fighting like a war god. She could only place her hopes on Cheonjo. If Cheonjo didn't join her, she couldn't stop Kang Jinyek at all. Cheonjo on his end was intercepted by Teslon and fell into a tough battle. Teslon activated Sure Shot, instantly shooting 3 arrows in succession. Cheonjo had to stop and swing his sword to block. His movement was interrupted again. Sylvia activated Forest Bind. Numerous tree roots surged from underground like tentacles. The roots wrapped around Cheonjo's limbs, preventing him from moving. Teslon drew his bow fully, aimed at Cheonjo's vital points, and shot 3 more arrows. He wouldn't let any enemy who harmed his people escape. Cheonjo activated Protective Aura, increasing his defense by half, blocking Teslon's 3 arrows. Cheonjo's communication panel kept popping up with Snowflake's distress messages. He had to hurry and provide support. Seeing Cheonjo about to be restrained, but he couldn't stop here. Cheonjo's rage surged, his muscles rapidly activating throughout his body. With a furious roar, he forcefully shook off the roots binding him. Cheonjo raised his giant sword and activated Mount Tai Sword Chi, targeting Sylvia for attack. Sylvia was enveloped in killing intent and couldn't move her legs to escape at all. The sword chi fell, stirring up an exaggerated airwave in the forest. Where the sword chi passed, the earth showed deep gullies, and trees were cut in half. Relax, Sylvia. Don't be so tense. It turned out Teslon had carried Sylvia away just before the sword chi was released. After the dust settled, Cheonjo stood up, his entire body emanating overwhelming killing intent. The aura around him surged. His combat power increased more than twofold. Kang Jinyek slashed and killed the last frenzied poisoned attacker. Snowflake, you're the only one left. Won't you come out? Kang Jinyek stood dominantly among the corpses, sword in hand. As a poison mage, Snowflake had no choice but to reveal herself. Hiding further would be futile. Kang Jinyek used Eye of Gluttony to see all of Snowflake's information. The condition for copying Snowflake's skill was actually to suppress her while she was using her ability. I know you're strong, Kang Jinyek. Poison gas swirled around Snowflake's hands. Kang Jinyek instinctively took a defensive stance. One touch of my poison and you'll die. Snowflake activated 1,000 poisons, her hands filled with poisonous gas. Kang Jinyek agilely dodged the poison gas she threw. He hadn't expected her forward rush to be a feint. She could attack from range. Trees hit by the poison gas instantly rotted and split open. Snowflake's poison gas attacks were indeed powerful, but they couldn't hit Kang Jinyek at all once he activated Sword Steps of the King. After understanding the general nature of Snowflake's poison gas attacks, Kang Jinyek directly grabbed Snowflake's shoulder. I'm curious why you keep moving around so much. Kang Jinyek raised his leg, preparing for a knee strike. Watching Kang Jinyek's knee getting closer and closer, Snowflake hastily released Protective Aura, but Kang Jinyek's knee still struck solidly into Snowflake's abdomen. The intense pain in her abdomen made Snowflake vomit bitter water. I'm thinking about something. You lie down for a bit. Kang Jinyek threw Snowflake on the ground, then walked toward an empty space nearby. Watching Kang Jinyek walk away, Snowflake struggled to stand up. She had to seriously injure Kang Jinyek before Cheonjo arrived. Just as she was about to get close to Kang Jinyek, a fist came flying at her face. Kang Jinyek punched away Snowflake, who was trying to ambush him. A sudden stinging pain from his fist caught Kang Jinyek's attention. A poison needle had somehow been jabbed into Kang Jinyek's middle finger. Snowflake sat up again, trembling. Her scheme had succeeded. Snowflake had hidden the poison needle in her mouth, spitting it out when Kang Jinyek punched her face. Kang Jinyek was hit by 1,000 poisons, beginning to suffer damage to his magic circuit starting from his hand. Snowflake laughed smugly. 1,000 poisons would travel through Kang Jinyek's magic circuits, destroying his organs. There's no antidote for my 1,000 poisons. Kang Jinyek died in despair and agony. Kang Jinyek didn't respond but activated pure meditation. The poison in his right hand was instantly suppressed. The poison needle was directly expelled. Kang Jinyek mocked. Antidote? I don't need such things. Snowflake summoned a dagger. If 1,000 poisons didn't work, she could only engage in close combat with Kang Jinyek. Cheonjo shook off Teslon and rushed desperately toward Snowflake's location. Kang Jinyek used glacial sculpture, summoning countless ice crystals to pierce Snowflake's body. As a poison mage, Snowflake's close combat ability was no match for Kang Jinyek. She was directly knocked to the ground. Cheonjo ran desperately and finally reached Snowflake's location. The scene before him was Kang Jinyek Jin-Yuk suddenly swinging his blade, full of killing intent, slashing toward Snowflake. Xianzhou couldn't save Snowflake in time. He could only leap up and activate Mount Tai Sword Chi. If Kang Jin-Yuk insisted on killing Snowflake, he'd have to take this sword head-on. A massive explosion echoed through the forest. Xianzhou stood with his sword raised, protecting Snowflake. Kang Jin-Yuk had chosen not to take that sword strike. As Eye of Gluttony activated, Xianzhou's status panel appeared before Kang Jin-Yuk. If Xianzhou appeared here, Teslan's situation probably wasn't good. Ding. System notification. Xianzhou secretly loves Snowflake. For Snowflake's sake, he doesn't fear death. If you can suppress Xianzhou without injury, you can copy one of his skills. The system seemed to know what Kang Jin-Yuk needed. Not to copy Mount Tai's sword, but to let Kang Jin-Yuk choose one himself. Wait, how does the system even know my inner thoughts? Who exactly is it? Kang Jin-Yuk thought to himself. The next moment, Kang Jin-Yuk's head entered a mosaic state, with electrical current sounds continuously ringing out. His condition is strange. Good opportunity. Snowflake, get up quickly and recover. Qianzhou helped up the injured Snowflake. Snowflake asked Qianzhou how the battle was going. Qianzhou said that, of the 150 people, only the 2 of them should be left. After clarifying the intelligence, Snowflake knew that next, she and Qianzhou must fight Kang Jin-Yuk to the death. Even if the strongest Li Kaochang were here, they might not be a match for Kang Jin-Yuk. The mission has already failed. If we go back, we're dead anyway. In that case, we can only fight to the death. Snowflake tore off Qianzhou's mask and kissed him. Kang Jin-Yuk desperately shook his head to break free from the system's deliberate malfunction. Then he saw the 2 people in front of him actually kissing in this situation. In fact, Snowflake had activated Inject Frenzy Poison. Kissing could maximize its effect. Qianzhou, who already secretly loved Snowflake, now had his wish fulfilled and was strengthened by the frenzy poison. His power surged. Qianzhou instantly fell into a completely frenzied state and rushed fiercely at Kang Jin-Yuk. Kang Jin-Yuk didn't just watch either. He activated Grave of Sword, summoning Twin Dragon's Sword, Mount Tai Sword Chi, second form, unity form. Snowflake also released Viper Sword and charged forward. Kang Jin-Yuk took his stance, infusing his entire aura into the Twin Dragon's Sword, soul-chasing sword dance, Type 8, Unity of Dark Soul. In just one exchange, Qianzhou and Snowflake were both slain by Kang Jin-Yuk. Kang Jin-Yuk successfully copied 1,000 poisons and traced back to origin. 1,000 poisons can control nearly 1,000 types of toxins and gain corresponding detoxification abilities. Trace back to origin can designate a target and display its location within a 10-kilometer radius, predicting its movement trajectory. Type 8 is still so strong, though my muscles will be very sore when I wake up tomorrow. Kang Jin-Yuk left the scene gracefully. Zhonghua Guild's operation was completely wiped out. The barrier blocking communications also dissipated. In this riot, a quarter of the elf forest was burned down, and the elves suffered heavy casualties. Even the strongest warrior Teslan was seriously injured. Fortunately, Sylvia helped stabilize his condition. Chief Benheim was deeply affected and locked himself at home, no longer going out. Alice was actually the biggest beneficiary. She became an idol to the young elves and even introduced drinking culture. Kang Jin-Yuk knew all of this was because of him, so he set up barriers around the elves' territory. 8-star barrier Legion Fortress, 3-star barriers Dimensional Isolation and Strange Gate Formation. This way, only the elves in the forest could freely enter and exit this area. After all, Kang Jin-Yuk most hated others interfering with people and things related to him. News of the elf forest incident reached Zhonghua Guild headquarters. Vice President Li Aoi couldn't believe that an attack force of 150 people led by 3 S-rank players had been completely wiped out. Those at the meeting held different opinions and fell into endless arguments. Enough! An aged voice interrupted everyone's arguing. The person who arrived was a resident of the 21st floor, the head of the Murong family, Murong Shu. Everyone stood and bowed to Murong Shu, as this person's strength was extremely formidable. Murong Shu took the goal of dealing with Kang Jin-Yuk upon himself, telling Zhonghua Guild not to continue taking action, because Zhonghua Guild was no match for Kang Jin-Yuk. And Kang Jin-Yuk used soul-chasing sword techniques. The soul-chasing sword, rare even on the 21st floor, this outsider Kang Jin-Yuk had actually comprehended the 8th form. After Kang Jin-Yuk reached the 21st floor, they would still have a chance to strike. The elves busy with rebuilding suddenly discovered something incredible, surprising yet exciting, because Chief Benheim appeared in everyone's view again after many days. My people, in this attack we suffered tremendous harm. Many compatriots sacrificed themselves in self-defense, but we cannot remain in sorrow. For ourselves, for our fallen compatriots, for the Forest Mother, we must pull ourselves together. We must rebuild the forest, rebuild the village. Therefore I declare, the Moonlight Festival will be held again. The elves in the audience shed sad tears. Many of the dead elves were their relatives and friends. The elves raised their cups by the bonfire, toasting the compatriots who had returned to the Forest Mother's embrace. Kang Jin-Yuk summoned the otherworldly restaurant again, cooking dishes. Watching Kang Jin-Yuk cook, Sylvia never imagined the outsider they first met could bring them such great help. Kang Jin-Yuk handed a large plate of vegetarian meat dishes to a young elf, threatening him to finish finish it all. However, some young elves who had lost loved ones couldn't eat the dishes. Kang Jinyuk knew that even the most food-loving elves would lose their appetite when heartbroken. The sound of high heels touching the ground caught Kang Jinyuk's attention. Seeing the familiar outfit, the elves including Kang Jinyuk were all shocked. They never expected Teslan to put on the magical boy elf lingerie set again. Looks like you enjoy this outfit even more than I thought. Kang Jinyuk mocked. Teslan instantly became furious, saying that wasn't the case. Teslan said his view of humans had been too biased. Without Kang Jinyuk this time, the elves probably couldn't have resisted the attack. Therefore, he wore this outfit to show respect to Kang Jinyuk. As soon as Teslan finished speaking, a woman's clear mocking laughter came from behind him. He angrily turned to glare, but he discovered the mocker was Alice. Alice laughed so hard her stomach hurt, tears streaming out. So there are jokers among the elves too. Ahaha. Alice fell on the ground laughing, kicking her legs, completely disregarding Teslan's dark expression. The young elves who idolized Alice were infected by her laughter. They actually set aside their inner sadness and laughed along. The other elves also stopped holding back, covering their stomachs and bursting into laughter. Watching the elves let go of their sadness and join in the laughter, Teslan slowly raised the corners of his mouth. If it could reduce his compatriot's sadness by even a bit, he was willing. Mr. Kang Jinyuk, may I take a moment of your time? The chief approached Kang Jinyuk, asking quietly. Ben-Haim brought Kang Jinyuk to a structure built into tree roots. He raised his hand to open the protective barrier. Ben-Haim introduced Kang Jinyuk to the village warehouse. Only he had permission to bring people inside. Kang Jinyuk didn't expect to enter here earlier than anticipated. Ben-Haim picked up a harp, explaining it was an elven instrument that could enhance the player just by performing. Descartes is our gift of thanks to you. We will forever remember your kindness to the forest. Ben-Haim bowed and presented the harp. Kang Jinyuk pointed to items on the other side. If you're giving a gift, you could give that instead. No need for the harp. He was pointing at the preserved molar and fang of Fentikrais. Ben-Haim explained these were relics passed down through their ancestors' generations, gifts their ancestors received after treating an injured phantom beast. Although he wanted to give them to Kang Jinyuk, he didn't have the authority to decide that, and then threw the harp to Kang Jinyuk. Then Ben-Haim explained he believed that one day, according to prophecy, they would belong to someone qualified. Kang Jinyuk didn't expect these items to be in this place. Still, it was a pity he didn't get them. Scene change. Everyone fill up your drinks. The drunk Alice stood in the middle of the crowd, raising her cup and shouting, "Your alcohol is excellent. I'm very satisfied." While Alice attracted everyone's attention, Kang Jinyuk quietly approached the wine barrel. Kang Jinyuk directly poured all the potion into the wine barrel. "Don't worry, elves. If I dominate this floor, I will definitely protect you." Alice continued her drunken raving. "Queen Alice, you're the great hero who protected the village. We toast to you." The elves raised their cups and drank. Kang Jinyuk held his cup but didn't drink, instead watching Ben-Haim. Unexpectedly, Ben-Haim was also watching Kang Jinyuk. Ben-Haim gave Kang Jinyuk a meaningful look. Then he raised his cup and drank it all. Seeing Ben-Haim's expression, Kang Jinyuk didn't understand what he meant to convey. The next moment the medicine took effect. All the elves fell to the ground fast asleep. Kang Jinyuk didn't even spare Alice. She also lay on the ground sleeping. Then he stored Alice back into Brahm's ring. Kang Jinyuk came to the village warehouse. He remembered it had a 2-star protective barrier. When he placed his hand on the door preparing to forcibly break through the barrier, he didn't encounter any barrier. Kang Jinyuk finally understood what Ben-Haim's expression had been conveying. He successfully retrieved Fentikrais' molar and fang. "Thank you for your gift, chief. I'll gladly accept it." At this time, the Abomination Church on the 3rd floor. Sitting here were all elite members, discussing how they couldn't enter the 10th floor without Kang Jinyuk and Unknown's permission. Kang Jinyuk was troublesome enough. Now another unknown had appeared. Melina suddenly stood up. If only she could share the intelligence. Lancelot called out to Melina, asking where she was going. Melina said she was going out for some air. She felt burning hot just thinking about sharing the intelligence. If she actually leaked it, she'd probably die instantly. As soon as she stepped out, she saw 2 figures in long robes walking toward her. Melina summoned her weapon, preparing to block their advance. But after less than 2 exchanges, she was cut down by the opponent. The man licked the blood on his sword. His 2 prominent upper fangs revealed he was a vampire. "Tui, this blood is way too fishy. Where's the delicious part?" He looked at his companion. "These guys are so fast you can't see them with the naked eye." Melina gasped, supporting her slashed arm, thinking to herself, "There's still a woman here. How about I taste her blood?" The vampire pressed his sword against Melina's neck. She didn't dare resist at all. At the critical moment, Lancelot stood in front of Melina. Unexpectedly, Lancelot directly bowed to the vampire. "Finally someone we can communicate with." The female vampire took off her hat, her crimson eyes extremely captivating. Li Yuri sat bored in the city square. An announcement came through the broadcast that the 7th floor was now open. Ding! Yuri's system panel suddenly popped up. It was a message from Kang Jinyuk, notifying all members to gather on the 1st floor. Yuri's good mood was instantly ruined. She suddenly stood up and roared at the sky. "Kang Jinyuk, you bastard! Stop bossing me around!" Trial Tower 1st floor, Moon Lake. Well, everyone arrived quite punctually. Kang Jinyuk sat on a rock with a grin, looking at his 4 employees. "Boss, we worked overnight to finish the chess set. Can you let us go?" Yuri looked impatiently at Kang Jinyuk. Kang Jinyuk said if she didn't want to work, she could apply for resignation. Yuri immediately said she wanted to resign. "You can resign, and if a member dies, I'll even pay survivor benefits." Kang Jinyuk pulled out the fang he'd just obtained. "Oh my, jobs are really hard to find these these days. We're very grateful you gave us this opportunity. You don't know each other yet. Give brief self-introductions, then report on your respective situations. Kim Hui-ung and Park Hana each gave simple introductions of themselves. Kim Hui-ung reported that Guild Danggun's Jang Un-suk had entered the 7th floor and was searching for a certain feather. Kang Jin-yuk knew Jang Un-suk was looking for a phoenix feather, a special effect item for the 7th floor. Park Hana happily reported that Cheon Yusong had recovered and been discharged from the hospital and asked her to relay a message, "I will definitely kill you." After introducing himself, Tetsushi Yamamoto pulled out a national treasure-level divine artifact he'd stolen from his guild, the Heaven Spear Cloud Sword. Kang Jin-yuk held the Heaven Spear Cloud Sword. It didn't seem particularly special. Now that he had the fang, he'd use this sword for trading later. "Hello everyone, I'm Andrea, in charge of the 5th floor." Andrea obediently introduced herself. "All the forces on the 5th floor have submitted to me. Although no players are coming to the 5th floor currently, I'm still increasing military strength." "What do you mean the 5th floor has submitted?" Yuri asked for the other 3 confused people. Kang Jin-yuk patted Andrea's shoulder, introducing her as the boss of the 5th floor, currently his subordinate. "Why is there a boss here?" The 4 were shocked and ran frantically into the distance. "Don't run everyone, we're all on the same side." Andrea waved harmlessly. Kang Jin-yuk said, "What's the big deal about this?" Next person. "Let me introduce her. She's Melina from the Demonic Human Association." "Melina, stop spacing out and report the situation quickly," Kang Jin-yuk urged her. "Recently, forces from the upper floors of the Tower of Trials have been in contact with our association." Kang Jin-yuk didn't know which floor she was referring to. "They're vampires from the Decorans family who serve Amulam. They can bring a divine artifact from the 11th floor to Lancelot, but Lancelot has to do something for them in return. They want the Demonic Human Association to capture the prisoners who escaped from the 1st floor and bring them back." "Does Lancelot want the traitor's bracelet?" Kang Jin-yuk asked Melina. But before Melina could answer, Kang Jin-yuk felt the ring on his chest violently trembling. He had no choice but to dismiss everyone from the meeting. "Those damn Decorans, traitorous scum." Alice was furious beyond measure. "I will tear them to pieces." The killing intent in Alice's eyes was undisguised. "Kang Jin-yuk, you promised to help me get revenge, right?" Alice turned her head and asked Kang Jin-yuk with a smile. "You'll help me, won't you? You will, right? Will you?" Seeing that Kang Jin-yuk didn't answer, Alice continued pressing him. "I will definitely help you, don't worry, but we must be cautious right now." Hearing this, the smile on Alice's face gradually stiffened. Kang Jin-yuk explained that his current magical power wasn't enough to let Alice display her maximum strength. The risk was too great. But Alice wanted to say something more. "Alice, you need to control the number of times you materialize, and trust me." Kang Jin-yuk responded with a sincere smile. Alice lowered her head. She knew Kang Jin-yuk was right. "Then you have to give me all of today's chicken legs." Alice's almost tearful voice made Kang Jin-yuk feel even more tender-hearted. The scene shifts to the 7th floor of the Tower of Trials, the frozen tundra. The residents of this floor all lived in yurts. The frozen ocean made it impossible for Jang Un-seok's group to move forward, relying only on the meager warmth from candles to ward off the cold. Rather than saying there's no way, we should figure something out. Even if we all freeze to death, we must be the first to clear this floor. Jang Un-seok was scolding his subordinates when someone suddenly came in, saying that someone was approaching. Jang Un-seok walked out and found that he recognized a newcomer. It was Kang Jin-yuk. "Player Kang Jin-yuk, why are you here?" Jang Un-seok loudly questioned Kang Jin-yuk. "Of course I'm here to clear the 7th floor, but it's really cold here. Looks like it'll be a tough battle." Kang Jin-yuk breathed into his hands to warm them. Jang Un-seok said coldly that he didn't need Kang Jin-yuk's help. "What help? Do you deserve my help?" Kang Jin-yuk was speechless. Then he walked past Jang Un-seok, saying he was only interested in the phoenix feather and was just passing through. "This route was discovered and monopolized by our guild Danggun. You're invading our territory." Jang Un-seok's face darkened. Someone who didn't know better would think the entire 7th floor belongs to guild Danggun. Kang Jin-yuk's tone made no effort to hide his mockery. "If you've got the guts, try stopping me yourself from taking this route, Captain." Kang Jin-yuk deliberately emphasized the last 2 words. Even though Jang Un-seok was furious, he still didn't dare to go against Kang Jin-yuk. No other reason, he simply couldn't beat him. Kang Jin-yuk came to a forest where he saw 2 people standing by a campfire to keep warm. One of them stretched out his hand to stop Kang Jin-yuk, trying to prevent him from entering the forest. However, after seeing clearly that it was Kang Jin-yuk, "Wow, player Kang Jin-yuk, I'm your fan. What are you doing here?" Though he was shivering from the cold, he still stood in front of Kang Jin-yuk. After learning that Kang Jin-yuk wanted to enter the forest, he immediately raised his hand to stop him. But if Kang Jin-yuk wanted to go in, they couldn't stop him. In the next second, Kang Jin-yuk appeared behind him. Although they failed to stop Kang Jin-yuk, he was indeed worthy of being his idol. After Kang Jin-yuk walked away, his companion remembered to notify their captain. After receiving the news, Jang Un-seok ordered these 2 to catch up with Kang Jin-yuk and team up with him. Although extremely reluctant to enter the dangerous forest, they had no choice. Seeing them dare to refuse, Jang Un-seok directly threatened them. If they didn't go, it would be disobeying orders. Kang Jin-yuk looked at the bloodstains before him. These were traces of Guild Danggun's visit, but there were no bodies at the scene. Looking up, a huge stone tablet was carved with the emblem of a fierce beast, and there were recently left claw marks. "Didn't you say it was dangerous? Why did you follow me? Kang Jin-hyuk looked at the fan who had caught up behind him. They awkwardly said they were here to guide Kang Jin-hyuk on the way. Looking at them sinking deep into the snow, Kang Jin-hyuk wondered who was guiding whom. Kang Jin-hyuk used glacial sculpture and fire element to construct a temporary shelter. Thanks to you, we finally don't have to freeze anymore. My name is Kwak Dae-ho. The man's face was filled with a happy smile. Kang Jin-hyuk used the Eye of Gluttony to check these people's stats. All of them had ordinary status bars. No need for thanks. Jang Un-sik sent you here, right? Kang Jin-hyuk's words made Kwak Dae-ho and the others freeze instantly. Your acting is terrible. He had you follow me to find out how to obtain the phoenix feather, right? You said it was dangerous here, but you still came in despite the danger. Jang Un-sik must have given you a direct order, right? Kwak Dae-ho and the others didn't dare to respond. You saw that big stone, right? Those marks were left by frost giants. Frost giants are the strongest force on the 7th floor, with massive bodies and exceptional combat power. Not just any frost giants. Kang Jin-hyuk knew these were the marks of the strongest Frostfang tribe. This isn't the frost giants' usual territory, but they must have come here looking for the phoenix feather too. In other words, the only path to the phoenix feather had been taken by the frost giants first. Suddenly, the sound of arrows cutting through the air came from outside. Glacial sculpture! 3 arrows were blocked by Kang Jin-hyuk. The 3 of them, Kwak Dae-ho, immediately ran out. They didn't want to die and quickly hid behind large trees. Suddenly, he saw Kang Jin-hyuk standing brazenly in the open space and hurriedly reminded him to hide. Kang Jin-hyuk looked at the light flashing again on the opposite mountain, thinking the next attack should come very soon. Kang Jin-hyuk's agile movements dodged the 2 incoming attacks. This close, and you still want to throw javelins? Kang Jin-hyuk's face showed displeasure. At the mountaintop stood the 2 vampires who had visited the Demonic Human Association, along with frost giants. So you're Kang Jin-hyuk. You do have some skill indeed. Seeing these 2 vampires, Alice's ring began to stir restlessly again. While calming Alice, Kang Jin-hyuk activated his Eye of Gluttony. The male vampire was named Belshin, level 108, age 1082 years old. The level gap was too large. Just using the Eye of Gluttony to check basic stats was already more than Kang Jin-hyuk's head could bear. The copy conditions were actually to raise 4 death flags, each sealing one of his skills. As long as he survived, he could copy successfully. Kwak Dae-ho quickly ran to Kang Jin-hyuk's side, asking how the situation was. Mr. Kwak Dae-ho, after we get back this time, please buy me a drink. Let's make that promise. Now hurry and run. Kang Jin-hyuk smiled at the honest Kwak Dae-ho. Watching Kang Jin-hyuk, who was about to cover their retreat, Kwak Dae-ho's admiration reached its peak before being dragged away by his companion. Ding. 1,000 poisons has been sealed. The frost giant didn't intend to wait for them to finish their pleasantries and directly threw a punch, but Kang Jin-hyuk nimbly dodged it. The frost giant's movements were too slow. Before his fist could retract, Kang Jin-hyuk landed a punch on his abdomen. Watching Kang Jin-hyuk fighting below, the female vampire said with satisfaction, Kang Jin-hyuk, your blood smells so fragrant. I'm becoming more and more interested in you. The female vampire smiled sweetly. All right, everyone stop. Belshin spoke to stop the fight below. I am Ophelia, a vampire of the Dakarans family. Nice to meet you, Kang Jin-hyuk. The female vampire introduced herself. Attracting frost giants, kidnapping humans, was all this you're doing? Kang Jin-hyuk turned around. You don't seem surprised to see us arriving? Ophelia didn't directly answer Kang Jin-hyuk's question. That's right, these were all traps we set, Ophelia said confidently, to lure capable individuals who could detect unnatural phenomena on the frozen tundra, a carefully set trap. The demons told us everything about those who survived the corridor of the corrupt. Teresa de Lorenzia, unknown, Cheon Yusong, and you, Kang Jin-hyuk, disguised as a porter. We're certain that one of you 4 helped Alice Fawn Ataraxia escape. And you, Kang Jin-hyuk, happened to be the first of the 4 to arrive here. Why do you think that is? Ophelia tapped her thin lips with her finger, questioning. Kang Jin-hyuk, the people outside the forest won't come to help you, Belshin added. The demons will deal with those in the way. Now it's my turn to ask questions, right? Where is Alice? Ophelia brushed her hair aside. I don't know what Alice you're talking about, Kang Jin-hyuk answered calmly and raised the fang of Fenticris. Are you going to keep playing dumb? Then I have no choice. Belshin tore open his shirt. No problem, I'll help you remember. Belshin drew his sharp sword with an evil grin. Belshin leaped up and instantly appeared behind Kang Jin-hyuk. Activating skill Dark Combat Arts. Belshin's sword was wrapped in dark magic, then countless black sword energies shot toward Kang Jin-hyuk. Kang Jin-hyuk continuously used his movement skills to dodge the attacks. Belshin, don't kill him. We need to capture him alive, Ophelia cutely reminded Belshin. After suppressing Kang Jin-hyuk with one foot, Belshin finally responded to Ophelia. I know, but Kang Jin-hyuk is indeed different from ordinary people. Since they needed to capture Kang Jin-hyuk alive, blood condensed in Belshin's hand. Belshin activated skill Blood Prison. A cage of blood locked over Kang Jin-hyuk's head, binding him. Blood Prison could seal the opponent's vision for 30 seconds. Under Belshin's control, more blood appeared in the air. Kang Jin-hyuk tried to break free from the Blood Prison's restraints, but his surroundings were already covered with blood. Belshin swung his hand forcefully, manipulating the blood into cannonballs. Belshin activated Blood Cannon. The blood continuously exploded. However, Kang Jin-hyuk wasn't afraid of this. The flames in his hands grew larger and larger, activating Skill Fire Element, burning all the blood covering Kang Jin-hyuk's body. Ophelia's expression became serious. Kang Jin-yuk was stronger than expected. After fighting for so long, he hadn't fallen into a disadvantage. She was now even more suspicious that Kang Jin-yuk was the one who helped Alice escape. Belshin and Kang Jin-yuk pulled back their distance. He hadn't expected Kang Jin-yuk to be this difficult to deal with. "Since you told me such interesting things, I'll tell you one too. I knew you were coming all along." Kang Jin-yuk put his hands on his hips. Belshin glared at Kang Jin-yuk angrily, demanding to know how he knew. Kang Jin-yuk wouldn't tell him that Melina was his person. Jang On-suk, seeing the extremely numerous enemies, shouted that enemies were attacking and prepared for battle. He roared at three people who were moving slowly, "Stop dawdling and move quickly." One of the three took off their concealing hat, revealing golden blonde hair. Then, raising the holy sword high, activated skill Divine Blessing. Holy light pierced through the blizzard clouds, shining upon the earth. The sword bearer was none other than Saint Teresa. She shouted to form ranks and prepare for battle. Jang On-suk looked back in surprise at Teresa, along with Lin Tian and Yu Yeonhwa. The demons still surged forward. One person leaped from a wolf's back, briefly hovering in the air above the center of the demon horde. The heaven spear cloud sword in his hand rapidly opened and closed. A sword energy tornado instantly appeared in the middle of the army, causing heavy casualties among the demons. The one wielding the heaven spear cloud sword was none other than the lurking Cheon Yusong, but he had no interest in instantly killing minions. Ophelia's face was full of shock. "Could it be? Are you satisfied with the gift I prepared for you?" Kang Jin-yuk's killing intent surged. Lin Tian occupied a distant mountaintop, aimed at the demon horde, and activated skill Mechanical Lord. The demons were blown away by the sudden barrage of cannonballs. Mana enhancement, swift steps. Yu Yeonhwa also joined the battle. The demons who had just been blown away were kicked flying by the fierce wind. Teresa continued to cast Divine Blessing, bestowing holy power upon all allied personnel. Lancelot, watching the four who suddenly joined the battlefield, gritted his teeth in anger. With cover from her teammates, Teresa directly powered up Divine Blessing to maximum output, covering a vast area. Watching the holy power coming from the distance, Ophelia looked troubled. Why would there be holy power here? Holy power was a fatal targeted attack against vampires and demons. "Belshin, Teresa is here," Ophelia hurriedly called out to Belshin. "Ophelia, we must fight quickly and decisively," Belshin shouted back. Belshin activated skill Blood Paste, wrapping Kang Jin-yuk. Kang Jin-yuk was completely enveloped by blood. "The holy power has been greatly enhanced. We must retreat and make other plans." Belshin quickly retreated. Kang Jin-yuk activated Fire Element, flames attached to his fangs breaking through the blood sphere. "I think I said that move doesn't work on me." However, when Kang Jin-yuk looked up, Belshin and Ophelia had already flown into the air. "Kang Jin-yuk, I will definitely kill you with my own hands." Belshin looked back and roared. Kang Jin-yuk raised his hand toward the two in the sky and activated skill Daylight. "What did you say? Finish your sentence." Kang Jin-yuk's face was full of mockery. A massive beam of light raged forth. Kang Jin-yuk looked at the destroyed forest before him, not knowing whether those two vampires were dead or not. Ding. System notification. Second death flag line completed. Fire element has been sealed. Alice began frantically shaking the ring again, and Kang Jin-yuk could only continue to calm her. Guild Donggun's camp was now in ruins. "Lady Saint, thank you so much for your support." The surviving guild members found Teresa and bowed in thanks. Teresa found Jang On-suk, wanting to discuss the next arrangements with him. She proposed taking the attack team outside the tower, leaving the evacuation route to her and Kang Jin-yuk. "Kang Jin-yuk, Kang Jin-yuk again." Jang On-suk's face showed displeasure. "Hey!" Teresa spotted Kang Jin-yuk's figure. "Mr. Kang Jin-yuk, we're over here." Teresa jumped up and waved, shouting loudly, "Brother Jin-yuk! Big brother!" Lin Tian and Yu Yeonhwa quickly rushed to Kang Jin-yuk's side, seeking credit. Kang Jin-yuk apologized for suddenly calling them, but they said if it wasn't sudden, he wouldn't have called them. Anyway, and they were already in the area looking for items. Kang Jin-yuk's gaze suddenly caught a familiar figure. "Oh my, how did our legendary great swordsman Lord Cheon Yusong also come?" Cheon Yusong had no desire to deal with this bastard. "In any case, we've successfully repelled the demon raid. We don't yet know what will happen next." Teresa stepped forward, her voice firm. Kang Jin-yuk explained the situation. "Vampires from the upper floors had joined forces with demons and seemed to be planning something on the frozen tundra. I speculate they want to trigger a massive explosion." Kang Jin-yuk voiced his conjecture. The four all turned shocked gazes, especially Teresa. She had experienced a massive explosion in her hometown and knew how terrifying it was. The frost giants who can withstand severe cold are now guarding the place where the phoenix feather exists. The phoenix feather can only resist severe cold and is useless to frost giants. Perhaps by combining it with items from the floor one wishes to go to, one could create a route, but that has nothing to do with an explosion. "Kang Jin-yuk, aren't you overthinking this?" Cheon Yusong, who had maintained silence, finally spoke. "Members of Guild Donggun were kidnapped, and in large numbers. Combining the phoenix feather with humans would teleport them outside the tower. Fusing humans? That can't happen." Teresa tremblingly raised her hand. "It would cause the same massive explosion that happened in my hometown." Teresa trembled with fear all over. "Don't worry. Since Kang Jin-yuk brought it up, he definitely won't let it happen." Cheon Yusong placed his hand on Teresa's shoulder to comfort her. "If you have any plan, hurry up and say it. Looks like you didn't stalk me for nothing. You're quite familiar with my movements now." At this time, in a cave built halfway up a mountain, Belshin, Ophelia, neither of you could capture Kang Jin-yuk, who who fell into the trap. Is this player called Kang Jinyuk really that strong? The voice's owner used a wine glass to catch blood dripping from above. I'm very disappointed in you. The vampire count sat on the vampire throne, dressed in noble attire not much different from Alice's. Can you really capture that fugitive like this? Belshin's face was tense. His level wasn't as high as the others. My lord, when Kang Jinyuk fought with Belshin, he was very skilled at dealing with vampire abilities. Ophelia spoke up. There's one more thing I'm certain of. Though it was very faint, I sense Alice's aura from Kang Jinyuk's body. I'm certain of it. You mean Alice escaped with Kang Jinyuk's help? The Count's tone became grave. I found her faster than I expected. The Count smiled coldly. This has improved my mood somewhat. The Count swayed his wineglass, above which hung a human being bled. On the other side, Li Tian and Yu Yonhua, following Kang Jinyuk's arrangements, released drones in the forest, using drones to search for demon traces and attract their attention. Teresa and the Stalker were also assigned specific tasks by Kang Jinyuk, though the Stalker was somewhat reluctant. However, despite appearing unwilling on the surface, he eventually did as arranged honestly. Guild Dangun chose to withdraw from the tower. They couldn't withstand a second demon attack, except for Jang On-suk, who insisted on staying. Moreover, he was determined to follow Kang Jinyuk, even though he was already freezing badly. Kang Jinyuk, where are we going? Jang On-suk, not treating himself as an outsider at all, trudged forward with difficulty while pestering Kang Jinyuk. Kang Jinyuk, annoyed beyond measure, had no choice but to reveal that this trip's destination was the freshwater lake. The freshwater lake Kang Jinyuk mentioned was Frost Giant territory, the place with the densest magical power on the 7th floor's frozen tundra. This place was also the residence of the Frostfang tribe's chieftain. When important matters occurred, the chieftain would come to this place to absorb magical power to turn the tide. Jang Un-sek was forced by Kang Jinyuk to raise a white flag and then follow behind him. Strangely, the frost giants who saw them didn't attack and continued whatever they were doing. Jang Un-suk didn't understand. Previously, their guild had fought frost giants quite a bit. He quickly caught up with Kang Jinyuk to ask why the frost giants just watched as they swaggered in. Kang Jinyuk explained that frost giants weren't barbarians. They valued honor greatly and wouldn't attack those who surrendered. Moreover, what they valued most was the safety of their family members. Not much different from humans in this regard. Jang Un-suk still didn't understand why frost giants with fierce fanged faces would value honor. Under the gazes of the frost giants, the two of them reached the frost fang chieftain. Kang Jinyuk, your reputation precedes you. I hear you fought our tribe members bare-handed. Why would someone as strong as you surrender? The Frostfang tribe chieftain Kalakar looked down and asked Kang Jinyuk. Jang Un-suk, looking at the chieftain who was several times larger than other frost giants, was extremely shocked inside. Kang Jinyuk snatched the white flag from Jang Un-sek's hand and violently threw it on the ground. I don't intend to surrender. I just wanted to save some energy to see you, Kang Jinyuk said with a light laugh. Fake surrender? Do you have even a shred of warrior's honor? Kalakar's eyes filled with killing intent as he roared at Kang Jinyuk. You dare do such a thing and still stand before our chieftain? Other frost giants also shouted angrily. Kalakar raised his warhammer and roared, Kang Jinyuk, prepare to cover this stain with your blood. As chieftain of the Frostfang tribe, I, Kalakar, challenge you to a duel. I shall grant you a glorious death. Watching the imposing and fierce Kalakar, Jang Un-suk already wanted to flee, but Kang Jinyuk actually smiled and asked if he wanted to be captain. Jang Un-suk quickly shook his head to refuse. In that case, step back and watch carefully. Kang Jinyuk released Skillgrave of Sword, leaving Jang Un-suk with a cool silhouette. The massive warhammer was wielded flexibly and violently in the imposing Kalakar's hands. The huge sonic boom rang out like thunder as Kang Jinyuk barely blocked this mighty and heavy hammer strike. Seeing that normal attacks weren't working, Kalakar took a deep breath and charged up a battle technique. Skill Chieftain's Roar activated. Kalakar roared, with sonic wave attacks mixed in. Kang Jinyuk raised his hand to release 2-star barrier reflection, reflecting Kalakar's sonic wave attack right back at him. After reflecting the attack, Kang Jinyuk immediately released Glacial Sculpture to attack Kalakar. Under multiple strikes, Kalakar had no time to block all attacks, his head severely injured by ice crystals. Taking advantage of Kalakar falling to the ground, Kang Jinyuk leaped up holding Twin Dragon's sword. Soul-chasing sword! Kang Jinyuk injected magical power into his sword blade, his aura surging dramatically. Twin Dragon Soul Chase? Kang Jinyuk's sword light flashed as he appeared behind Kalakar, the powerful strike directly severely wounding him. Kalakar spat out a mouthful of blood. He finally realized this man before him hadn't earned his reputation in vain. He fell heavily to the ground, raising massive clouds of dust. Jang On-sik, like the other frost giants, hadn't expected Kang Jinyuk to actually win, and in such a short time. Kalakar coughed a few times, then calmly accepted the fact of his defeat. Kang Jinyuk stood on Kalakar's chest. He knew the frost giant tradition, but he didn't intend to kill Kalakar. In your frost giant duels, the loser must unconditionally obey the winner, right? Kang Jinyuk said slowly. It's truly a sacred principle, but I'm curious. Your strength isn't inferior to those two vampires and those demons. Why would you submit to them? Kang Jin-yuk asked his question. Kalikar turned his head away and explained the reason. He had indeed defeated Ophelia and Belshin, so he wasn't submitting to them and would never bow to the weak. But they didn't come as just two people. They also had a master, a vampire count, a high-ranking vampire of the de Caron's family, Count Michel. Kalikar was no match for him at all. The entire tribe together was crushed by Michel alone. This is all the intelligence I know. Now that I've lost again, please grant me a glorious death. Kalikar closed his eyes resignedly, waiting for death to come. A high-ranking de Caron's vampire had also come down. This wasn't good news for Kang Jin-yuk. Your name is Kalikar, right? Why must I kill you? Stand up and do something big with me. Since you must obey me, then I'll help you find a future for your tribe. Hearing the last sentence, Kalikar's face filled with hope. To make you trust me, I'll use that person as collateral. Kang Jin-yuk pointed at Jang Eun-suk, who looked left and right, uncertain who Kang Jin-yuk meant. Then he realized Kang Jin-yuk meant him, Jang Eun-suk. The scene shifted. Dark projectile. The demonic ones finally couldn't hold back and struck down the drones. This is too strange. These drones are just scouting, and they're deliberately letting us discover them. Lancelot stopped his advance. Count Michel, what do you think? Lancelot turned back to ask Michel. Michel's lips curved up. It seems the human brain does have some use after all. He then ordered Ophelia to go to the freshwater lake. If she found the frost giants had defected, kill them all. Belshin, prepare that thing. Receiving the order, Belshin respectfully acknowledged. Michel spread his wings, his aura converging, slowly rising into the air. Demons, I'll handle these drones. You continue advancing. Michel in midair had blood energy and magical power swirling around his head, his aura steadily climbing. Skill weather change activated. The previously calm sky immediately began a heavy snowstorm, and violent winds arose in the forest. All of Lee Tae-min's drones were destroyed by the blizzard. Lee Tae-min, looking at the signal loss panel before him, reported the situation to Yu Yeonhwa. It's about time. Tae-min, go prepare. Yu Yeonhwa's body burst with massive magical power. Pure meditation activated. Lee Tae-min summoned more control panels, his fingers constantly operating. Skill Fortress Army activated. Lee Tae-min summoned the mechanical army Sidus on the spot. Accompanied by wolf howls, the demon troops stopped their advance. Lancelot understood this was the wolf pack's warning that danger was approaching. He raised his hand to signal the demons behind him to prepare for attack. On the other side, Ophelia was flying on a blood spear. Soon she saw the blurry outline of the freshwater lake. When she got closer, Ophelia's brow furrowed. At the freshwater lake, Kang Jin-yuk was standing on Kalikar's shoulder celebrating their alliance. Seeing their undisguised behavior, Ophelia directly gathered magical power in both hands. Skill Magic Storm activated. The scene before her really made her laugh in anger. They could at least try to deceive her. A massive blood-colored storm gathered above Ophelia, powerful aura emanating from within. Boom! The blood-colored storm violently destroyed where Kang Jin-yuk and the frost giants were located. The freshwater lake swept up by the storm. Surrounding mountain bodies were shattered, rubble continuously crashing onto the freshwater lake area, completely burying this place. Ophelia showed a satisfied smile. What a pity, your blood was so sweet. Massive sounds came from the valley. Yu Yeonhwa and Lee Tae-min looked back toward the freshwater lake where Kang Jin-yuk was, worried expressions on their faces. Kang Jin-yuk suddenly appeared behind them, smiling mischievously as he placed his hand on Lee Tae-min's shoulder, saying he was fine. Lee Tae-min was almost shocked into cardiac arrest on the spot. At least say something before you come, bro. You scared me to death. Lee Tae-min collapsed on the ground, looking at the suddenly appearing Kang Jin-yuk. Ophelia looked at the place she had just attacked in surprise. There were no bodies there, only a two-star barrier illusion being dispelled. Just as she was thinking about why Kang Jin-yuk would set up an illusion, a figure slowly appeared behind her. Suddenly sensing intense holy aura behind her, Ophelia immediately turned back to look. She saw Teresa, positioned there by Kang Jin-yuk's arrangement, now using divine blessing to strengthen herself. Teresa tried to persuade Ophelia to surrender. Ophelia had no intention of listening to her persuasion and raised her hand to condense crimson magical power again. Yu Yeonhwa was also ready, sprinting toward the demons with crazy acceleration. Watching Yu Yeonhwa charging at them, Lancelot immediately commanded his troops to launch an attack. Countless dark projectiles shot out from the demon horde. Yu Yeonhwa relied on her ultra-high speed to dodge these attacks. Lee Tae-min controlled the mechanical army to provide long-range strikes, covering Yu Yeonhwa's assault. The demons activated group defensive skill Mana Shield to block Lee Tae-min's bombardment. The explosion's smoke obscured the demons' vision, making it impossible for them to locate Yu Yeonhwa's position. Taking advantage of the smoke Lee Tae-min created before it dissipated, Yu Yeonhwa accelerated again. Then she leaped up. Yu Yeonhwa gathered magical power in her fist and struck down forcefully. On the other side, Teresa made the same motion as Yu Yeonhwa, except she was using her holy sword. A massive holy cross appeared on the freshwater lake battlefield, holy light permeating everywhere. Teresa's eyes glowed with golden light. She had already circulated her holy power at full capacity. Ophelia, suppressed by holy power, struggled to resist Teresa's holy sword. Kalikar, watching the holy light coming from the distance, knew they had no time to linger. Kang Jin-yuk told them to migrate the entire tribe. He understood in his heart that the all-out war he had been trying to avoid had finally begun. Teresa's right-hand holy sword continued to suppress Ophelia, while her left hand raised the holy shield, constantly infusing holy power. The holy shield suddenly smashed down, replaced the holy sword, and struck Ophelia. This strike from Teresa sent Ophelia flying, embedded into the mountain body. How annoying, holy knight, with that disgusting holy power all over you. Ophelia crawled out from the rubble. Teresa continued using divine blessing to strengthen herself, walking slowly toward Ophelia. Ophelia tried to interfere with Teresa through words, but Teresa completely trusted Kang Jin-yuk. She raised her holy sword again, infusing it with holy power. On another battlefield, Yu Yonhua moved in and out of the demon horde 7 times, as if entering an undefended territory. Lancelot, watching Yu Yonhua fight like a war god, was glad she was the only one here. If Teresa were added, this monster Yu Yonhua would deal with their demons even more easily. Thinking this, Lancelot's lips curved up. In that case, they had a chance to defeat Yu Yonhua and the others one by one. Lancelot ordered the demons to surround Yu Yonhua again. Yu Yonhua, having fought for so long, faced the shrinking encirclement and felt somewhat overwhelmed. She quickly called for Lin Tian to provide support. Receiving the call, Lin Tian immediately launched a large number of disc-shaped objects. Lin Tian excitedly pressed the control panel button. Skill Mana Anti-Tank Mine activated. Under Lancelot's shocked gaze, the Mana Anti-Tank Mine emitted a dazzling light. Then the explosion swept through the entire demonic human army. Yu Yonhua seized the opportunity to break out of the encirclement, grateful that she had Lin Tian support her. Seeing Yu Yonhua about to escape, Lancelot hurriedly rode his wolf in pursuit. How foolish, Lancelot. Can't you even see such an obvious trap? Michelle's voice suddenly echoed in Lancelot's mind. Lancelot immediately blew his whistle, calling back the demonic humans who had already given chase. Lin Tian reported that the demonic humans in the distance had stopped pursuing, and Yu Yonhua asked breathlessly what to do now. If they don't pursue, the mana mines Lin Tian spent so much time setting up would be wasted. Kang Jin-yuk stood in front of the two to assess the situation. Suddenly, Kang Jin-yuk sensed something was wrong and immediately commanded the two to retreat with him. Because Kang Jin-yuk discovered that the demonic humans had condensed a dark gravity bullet in the air. The mechanical legion summoned by Lin Tian and the forest were both destroyed by the dark gravity bullet. After the forest was destroyed, the demonic humans also discovered traces of the three's retreat. The demonic humans rode their wolves in fierce pursuit. Seeing the demonic humans bypass the forest and chase directly across the snow, Kang Jin-yuk accelerated his running speed. But Lin Tian running through the snow wasn't that fast, and he was left furthest behind. Soon, Lancelot caught up with Lin Tian. Just as Lancelot was about to grab Lin Tian, he suddenly froze. Behind his mask, Lancelot couldn't believe why the person before him was here. Lin Tian struggled to catch up with Kang Jin-yuk and collapsed at the feet of Unknown, whom Lancelot feared. Why would Unknown be here? The scene shifts to 1 hour earlier at the Zhonghua Guild headquarters. Learning that all the personnel he sent out were wiped out, Namgung Qian was furious. He wanted to explain the reasons to Murangshu, but Murangshu had already decided to intervene, and Murangshu forbade Namgung Qian from participating in anything related to Kang Jin-yuk. After leaving the conference room, Namgung Qian's rationality nearly collapsed. He had gone completely mad, never having hated someone this much. Even walking on the street, Namgung Qian muttered, "I will kill you, Kang Jin-yuk." Just as Namgung Qian left the guild building, Qian Yusong arrived at the Zhonghua Guild building wearing Unknown's mask. Receiving the news, subordinates hurriedly reported Unknown's intrusion to Namgung Qian. Rushing over, Namgung Qian only saw his people being beaten and thrown around. The one attacking was naturally Unknown before his eyes. Seeing Namgung Qian arrive, Qian Yusong quickly pulled out the note Kang Jin-yuk had prepared and began reading. "If your guild is this weak, you might as well switch careers to running restaurants and children's playgrounds. Your reputation shall be claimed by me, Unknown." Namgung Qian looked bewildered at Unknown reading from the script. Namgung Qian wanted to ask him questions, but he completely ignored them, continuing to read from the note. "If you're not convinced, come find me on the 7th floor. Even the universe's strongest absolute supreme Kang Jin-yuk is there. Son of Beach, will you listen to me?" Namgung Qian's veins bulged with anger. After finishing reading, Qian Yuseong simply threw away the note. Then he blasted open the building and ran off, leaving only Namgung Qian, so angry he could spit blood, standing there fuming. Back to the present, Namgung Qian led a large force blocking Kang Jin-yuk's path. Lancelot looked at the ridiculously large army behind Unknown, cold sweat dripping. Qian Yusong pointed at Lancelot's troops and told Namgung Qian those were Kang Jin-yuk's forces. Namgung Qian grew even angrier. Wasn't it supposed to be just Unknown and Kang Jin-yuk? That shameless Kang Jin-yuk actually called for reinforcements too. Qian Yusong and Kang Jin-yuk walked toward each other, everything going according to plan. As Qian Yusong passed Kang Jin-yuk, he said he would definitely get revenge for making him read those lines. Then Kang Jin-yuk charged toward the Zhonghua Guild's people, while Qian Yusong charged toward the Demonic Association's people. Both Namgung Qian and Lancelot ordered their people to kill everyone on the other side. Thus, the Demonic Association and Zhonghua Guild slaughtered each other unknowingly. While Kang Jin-yuk laughed so hard his stomach hurt from a distance, Lancelot released Knight's Oath to enhance his allied forces and ordered them to capture Unknown. known. Namgong Cheon activated Sword Steel to enhance himself while shouting to capture Kang Jin-yuk. As the two guilds fought each other, 4 people had already run far away. Fight more fiercely and make it last longer. Kang Jin-yuk couldn't help but laugh watching the battlefield behind him. The 4 arrived at Permafrost Creek, the secret base only Kang Jin-yuk knew about. The 4 hid inside, and Kang Jin-yuk said they needed to hold a strategy meeting. But Lee Tae-min and Yu Yeonhwa's jaws dropped seeing the enormous Kalakar before them. Kang Jin-yuk explained he had reached a cooperation with the Frost Giants, and they were now allies. Cheon Yu-seong quietly sheathed his sword, acknowledging Kang Jin-yuk's negotiation skills. Then Cheon Yu-seong saw Jang On-sek huddled in a corner, and Kang Jin-yuk said he was a hostage. No need to worry about him. Kang Jin-yuk's gaze shifted to see a young Frost Giant bandaging Teresa. Teresa blamed herself for being too weak and letting Ophelia escape. Kang Jin-yuk smiled and said it was fine. Ophelia's level was very high. It was normal not to catch her. Lee Tae-min interrupted the chat, asking Kang Jin-yuk what to do next. Kang Jin-yuk said if they wanted to leave the Tower of Trials, they would need to come here to get the Phoenix Feather. Next, they just needed to prepare for battle here. Kang Jin-yuk looked confidently toward the cave entrance, where 4 people had just arrived. He had arranged everything. The arrivals were the 4 chosen workers, frozen stiff. Kalakar brought out the essence he had gathered to rebel against Michelle. This essence, condensed from souls in the freshwater lake, could provide unlimited mana use for 2 hours. Looking at the essence, tiny in Kalakar's hands but actually bigger than his own head, Kang Jin-yuk knew Kalakar now completely trusted him. Then Kalakar solemnly pounded his chest, expressing his determination to fight to the end. For Frost Giants never being slaves. For freedom. Kalakar raised his warhammer. Kang Jin-yuk said nothing, just nodded in agreement with a smile. He didn't need the Frost Giants to join his camp anyway. Moreover, he also wanted to completely liberate Alice's freedom. Kang Jin-yuk found an open space and stomped out a conspicuous circle with his footprints, then stood in the middle himself. "You're quite bold." Michelle's voice reached Kang Jin-yuk's ears from above. Michelle had never seen someone like Kang Jin-yuk who hid but then actively exposed himself. "Your previous behavior clearly shows you're a smart person, so why are you being so foolish now?" Michelle mocked. Kang Jin-yuk directly used the soul-infused essence, his mana value skyrocketing to 320 within 2 hours. He activated Eye of Gluttony, wanting to check Michelle's stats, but at only level 42, he couldn't probe Michelle's information at all. Kang Jin-yuk directly stated Michelle's purpose. Michelle wanted to use the Phoenix Feather to leave the Tower of Trials. Michelle wasn't very shocked, instead asking if Kang Jin-yuk used the Eye of Gluttony to help Alice escape. Kang Jin-yuk played dumb, saying he had no idea what Alice was. Michelle closed his eyes and smiled lightly. Since he came looking, he was absolutely certain Kang Jin-yuk was related to Alice. "I'll ask you one last time, where is Alice? Tell me and I'll spare your life." Michelle glared with undisguised killing intent in his tone. Kang Jin-yuk was speechless because Michelle said he would turn him into Ophelia's blood bag. Kang Jin-yuk disdainfully said he didn't accept that proposal and was curious why Michelle wanted to leave the Tower of Trials. Michelle chuckled lightly, his lips curling up again. Suddenly loud noises came from all around, and the ground began to shake. Only then did Kang Jin-yuk realize Michelle had already laid down a magic formation beneath his feet, Blood Harbor. Michelle casually stated the skill name and activated the formation. Sacrificing human blood to create hungry ghosts? Humans used to come voluntarily, but now it's different. The blood ghosts Michelle summoned had twisted faces and distorted bodies. He even asked Kang Jin-yuk if the hungry ghosts were cute, explaining his reason for seeking the Phoenix Feather. They had learned there were many humans outside the tower. They just needed to send the hungry ghosts out to have an endless supply of humans to attack with blood. This way they could create countless hungry ghosts until they conquered the entire Tower of Trials. This was the first time Kang Jin-yuk learned of this. Could it be that the Tower of Trials arrival actually made the humans outside become variables? "Go find the Phoenix Feather and bring it to me." Michelle commanded the hungry ghosts to move. Though the hungry ghosts moved by crawling, their speed was faster than running as they scattered. Kang Jin-yuk raised the Fang of Fentikriz. He hadn't expected the opponent to prepare such troublesome things. However, he had also made arrangements in advance. Hearing the explosion sounds from the forest, Michelle turned to look, but wasn't very surprised. When he turned back to Kang Jin-yuk, he found a beam of blue light locked onto him. Skill Daylight activated, the powerful beam instantly shot toward Michelle. "The reason for all that preparation was because I take you very seriously." Kang Jin-yuk successfully hit Michelle. As the smoke cleared, a giant blood hand emerged from the dust. It was precisely the skill Michelle instantly activated to defend against the daylight beam. Michelle said with murderous intent that he would beat Kang Jin-yuk until he begged for death. The 4 chosen workers now split into 2 groups. Lee Yuri yanked hard on Kim Hyeong's face, telling him to run faster. Kim Hyeong said he was already using the Resilient Spirit skill. This was his fastest. Yuri pounded Kim Hyeong's head, shouting loudly, "Kang Jin-yuk, you bastard! Why am I always the one doing the most exhausting work?" Holy light flashed. A hungry ghost split in 2. Teresa continuously poured holy power into her holy sword. There were just too many hungry ghosts on her side. One careless moment and she was ambushed by a hungry ghost from behind. Teresa cried out in pain but couldn't shake it off. She could only forcefully charge up power. Activating skill Divine Burst, brilliant holy light shot up into the sky. Teresa knelt on the ground gasping heavily. heavily. This strike consumed almost more than half her strength, but fortunately all the hungry ghosts were eliminated. While resting, Teresa told herself everyone was fighting with all their might. She couldn't fall here. Thinking of this, she drew her sword and stood up again, as several hungry ghosts attacked once more. Kang Jin-hyuk sighed. Blood floated from Michelle's hands, drifting in the air under mana manipulation. After dispersing, it transformed into giant blood fists. This was Michelle's skill blood fist. With the enhancement of sword steps of the king, Kang Jin-hyuk barely dodged the blood fist attack. But Michelle wasn't a low-level vampire. The blood fist that struck the ground bounced back up, transforming into blood hands. 4 blood hands surrounded Kang Jin-hyuk in midair, blocking the 4 directions he could possibly dodge. Boom! The 4 blood hands directly gripped Kang Jin-hyuk, producing a tremendous sound. The next moment, brilliant, holy light burst from the center of the blood hands. Kang Jin-hyuk used the skill blessing of the star to break through the blood hands. Seeing Kang Jin-hyuk able to use holy power, Michelle showed a surprised smile. Kang Jin-hyuk cleverly borrowed the falling momentum to shoot out explosively. This lightning-fast attack was actually dodged by Michelle, but after seeing Kang Jin-hyuk's expression, he felt shocked and confused, then laughed. So you're a mentally unstable human, to still be able to laugh after an attack missed. Mr. Michelle, everything is ready. Ophelia and another had arrived. Michelle ordered them to draw their swords. The two exchanged glances, then drew their ceremonial swords. Kang Jin-hyuk sneered. Is it really okay for you to treat me so unfairly? Michelle's emotions were stirred, and he laughed along. Kang Jin-hyuk, if you tell me Alice's location now, what I said before still stands. Michelle continued to tempt, but Kang Jin-hyuk still claimed to know nothing. Still lying? Michelle's blood fist appeared behind Kang Jin-hyuk without anyone noticing. But Kang Jin-hyuk didn't turn around, just swung his blade backward and cut through this deadly blood fist. Belshin's sword thrust from directly ahead. Kang Jin-hyuk nimbly dodged. Belshin roared, "Where is Alice?" Unexpectedly, he wasn't angry but providing cover for Ophelia's sneak attack. But Kang Jin-hyuk seemed to know already. While crouching to avoid the slash, he said he knew nothing about any Alice. But Michelle's blood fist suddenly attacked. Kang Jin-hyuk had nowhere to dodge and could only take the punch head-on. Kang Jin-hyuk was sent flying by this heavy punch. He looked at Michelle in the distance throwing the punch. Facing 3 high-level vampires simultaneously was somewhat overwhelming. Michelle looked confidently at his fist. Since Kang Jin-hyuk wouldn't surrender, they'd beat him until he did. The 3 vampires continued pressing Kang Jin-hyuk from 3 directions with tight coordination, giving him no opportunity to exploit. Kang Jin-hyuk no longer responded to Michelle's verbal provocations, seriously dealing with each incoming attack, yet still suffered severe injuries. Park Hana finally reached Kang Jin-hyuk's location. The just arrived Yuri also immediately injected mana. Looking at the successful activation of the formation on the ground, Yuri happily shouted, "We succeeded!" A mana inscription suddenly appeared between Belshin and Ophelia. The 4-star barrier's corner suddenly manifested in this clearing. Kang Jin-hyuk picked up Braham's ring and injected mana, sneering, "Alice, Alice, you keep saying it non-stop. You want to see her so badly?" Belshin and Ophelia looked gravely at Kang Jin-hyuk, not knowing what he planned to do. The phantom of high heels gradually solidified, accompanied by the clicking sound of heels on the ground. Alice's angry voice rang out, "You damned traitors!" The gravity on Belshin's face turned to horror. He hadn't expected Alice to actually appear. Michelle instead smiled. He had finally waited for Alice to show herself. Alice didn't respond to him but accumulated mana with a dark expression. Ding! System notification. The tower's restriction has been weakened. Alice's power limit restored to 20%. Feeling the return of her strength, Alice roared toward the sky. A powerful aura shot up into the air. Ophelia couldn't believe why Alice, sealed for so long, could still maintain such formidable strength. Alice's red lips parted. "I, Alice Fawn Ataraxia, hereby judge you traitors. You will pay the price for what you've done." Alice's entire aura surged again. Jang Won-suk sat in Kalakar's hand as Kang Jin-hyuk had them destroy what Belshin had prepared. Soon they encountered hungry ghosts sent by Michelle. Kalakar activated skill White Beast, making the war hammer in his hand transparent while enhancing attack power. In just one round, Kalakar instantly killed the hungry ghost before him. Kalakar protected Jang Won-suk in his hand. If anything happened to Jang Won-suk, he couldn't contact Kang Jin-hyuk. Hearing Kalakar say he would protect him with his life, Jang Won-suk's heart wavered. Perhaps his prejudice had been too deep before. On Alice's side, the barrier was filled with hungry ghosts summoned by Michelle. Alice flapped her wings and flew into the air, looking coldly at the densely packed hungry ghosts below. Activated skill Blood Territory. Following Alice's pointing finger, a massive blood spear emerged from the magic formation. The Judgment Spear came as if piercing through the firmament, its sharp tip directly tearing through the air. Boom! The blood spear landed, instantly leveling the forest within a 5-kilometer radius, its massive shaft like a pillar supporting the sky. The enormous blast nearly blew Lee Taemin and the others away. Park Hana's entire body floated in the air and could only hug a tree to prevent being blown away. The blast helped Teresa blow away the hungry ghosts, allowing her to catch her breath in the hard battle. Teresa couldn't imagine just how intense the battle on Kang Jin-yuk's side must be to cause this. Michelle used blood hands to shield himself and the other two. Kang Jin-yuk condensed glacial sculpture in his hand, splitting forces with Alice. Alice landed dissatisfied, pouting, "Do you think I can't wipe them all out? No, I just don't want important companions to bear the risk alone." When Kang Jin-yuk called her an important companion, Alice's face suddenly flushed for a moment. Kang Jin-yuk left Alice with his back and called out to her again. Just as he was about to say something, he closed his mouth. "It's nothing. After everything is over, it won't be too late to tell you." Kang Jin-yuk casually delivered the classic death flag line. Alice cooperatively laughed lightly. "Ding, third death flag confirmed. 1 second invincibility has been sealed." Then Kang Jin-yuk directly proclaimed he would single-handedly fight both Belshin and Ophelia. Michelle smiled and nodded for the two to engage. After the interfering people left, Michelle directly taunted Alice, shouting her full name. Alice charged at Michelle in fury. Her attack was blocked again by Michelle using blood hands. The enormous blast from Alice's attack swept through the forest once more. "You shouldn't have escaped." The blood hands protecting Michelle were full of cracks. "You, as the strongest vampire queen, can only reach this level fighting me. Your current appearance truly makes me laugh." Michelle's smiling face was actually covered in tears. Alice hated most when people discussed her, especially a being who was once like an ant in her eyes. Alice angrily raised both hands, intense blood-red mana condensing into balls in her palms. "Blood blast!" Alice shouted and fired the blood spheres from her hands. "Maintain the tower's balance? Ridiculous. Look at yourself now." Michelle's figure emerged from the smoke raised by the blood blast, his mocking voice following. "Your power could clearly secure a much higher position, yet for this bullshit balance you've become this laughable state." Blood armor Vestia, full coverage. Fresh blood condensed on Michelle's body, a set of fierce-looking armor covering him entirely. Alice hadn't expected Michelle could use blood armor. The battle was much trickier than she imagined. On the other battlefield, Belshin and Ophelia stood back to back, each holding their ceremonial swords. With Alice now revealed, they had no need to keep Kang Jin-yuk alive. Kang Jin-yuk just laughed lightly, saying he hadn't used his full strength at all. "When fighting you before, I only used less than 20% of my power," Kang Jin-yuk shouted excitedly. The two looked at Kang Jin-yuk like he was an idiot. Ding, fourth death flag confirmed. Successfully copied mana vampirism. Kang Jin-yuk had finally copied the vampire-exclusive mana vampirism. Each attack could absorb the opponent's mana, combining Blessing of the Star with mana vampirism. Ding, soul vampirism. Fusion successful. Can permanently steal 0.01 spirit when attacking opponents to enhance oneself. Sensing the mana vampirism aura from Kang Jin-yuk, Ophelia was shocked and suspicious. How did Kang Jin-yuk obtain the vampire-exclusive skill? Moreover, unlike ordinary mana vampirism, Kang Jin-yuk's mana vampirism was mixed with Holy Power's aura. Kang Jin-yuk burst forth with amazing speed. His enchanted fang's slash was barely blocked by Belshin. Ding. Soul vampirism triggered. Belshin's mana and spirit were plundered by Kang Jin-yuk. Kang Jin-yuk greedily licked his lips. After countless attempts, he had finally discovered this only method to increase hidden spirit value. Now his spirit value could grow without limit, and each increase greatly benefited him. Thinking of this, Kang Jin-yuk's entire body emanated killing intent. Ophelia and Belshin were now his spirit experience packages. Kang Jin-yuk pushed sword steps of the king to the extreme, alone surrounding two people in combat, the sound of weapon clashes constantly ringing. The more Kang Jin-yuk fought, the happier he became, because his spirit value limit kept growing, meaning he was getting stronger every second. Belshin and Ophelia felt increasingly uncomfortable fighting because their mana and spirit kept decreasing. Belshin seized the gap when Kang Jin-yuk attacked him, having Ophelia charge her ultimate. Upon hearing this, Ophelia recklessly poured mana into her sword, activating Skill Blood Axis. This was Ophelia's strongest strike, but it was too slow and easily dodged by Kang Jin-yuk. Kang Jin-yuk stopped attacking and looked toward Alice's battlefield. The battle's aftershocks had reached here. His expression darkened. It seemed he must finish quickly and then support Alice. "The game of house stops here. Reveal what intelligence you know, and I can spare your lives." Kang Jin-yuk pointed his blade at the gasping pair. Kang Jin-yuk activated Skill Grave of Sword on his fang, continuously injecting mana into it. Feeling the terrifying mana emanating from Kang Jin-yuk, Ophelia finally understood Kang Jin-yuk had truly been hiding his strength before. Belshin's angry expression was about to say something when a purple sword light flashed across his neck before the words left his mouth. Ophelia looked in horror at Belshin, whose head was instantly severed. "I'm sorry, I only need one of you alive to provide intelligence." Kang Jin-yuk turned back ominously, asking if Ophelia accepted his proposal. Ophelia was terrified and wanted to flee, but her legs wouldn't move. Kang Jin-yuk directly grabbed Ophelia's foot and stuffed her into the ice water. Ophelia's mouth continuously filled with bone-chilling ice water. The suffocation and pain came simultaneously, making her wish for death. When Kang Jin-yuk pulled her up, she immediately shouted, "The 29th floor. Michelle wants to go to the 29th floor." Kang Jin-yuk hadn't expected Ophelia to submit so quickly. The 29th floor wasn't vampire territory. While struggling, Ophelia shouted everything she knew. Michelle wanted to seize Balmung held by the Empire on floor 29. After obtaining all the intelligence, Kang Jinyuk threw Ophelia onto the ice surface not far away. In his memory, Balmung was a top-grade dragon-slaying sword. It seemed Michelle wanted to use it to slay the dragon on the 48th floor. After understanding the key points, Kang Jinyuk walked toward Ophelia struggling to crawl up. He directly engraved Brand of Tribulation on the back of Ophelia's neck. Kang Jinyuk asked Ophelia whether she chose death or life. Ophelia broke down crying. Of course she wanted to continue living. What kind of question was that? Ding! Brand of Tribulation successfully engraved. After successfully engraving the brand, Kang Jinyuk turned and left, leaving only the weeping Ophelia sitting there. On Kalakar's side, dozens of hungry ghosts pounced at him. He activated White Beast again to enhance himself, protecting Jang-un-suk while dealing with approaching hungry ghosts. Kalakar finally found the giant magic crystal guarded by hungry ghosts and demonic humans. He rushed toward the magic crystal's location regardless of everything, telepathically telling Jang-un-suk Kalakar would handle the enemies. Jang-un-suk just needed to break through those monsters and destroy that magic crystal. Jang-un-suk broke into cold sweat. They wanted him to pass through that horde of monsters and then destroy the magic crystal? He didn't have the same reason to fight to the death as Kalakar. Jang-un-suk just wanted to be the first to clear the 7th floor so he could become famous worldwide. That way he could win girls' attention. He didn't understand why Kalakar trusted him so much. Boy, life is far simpler than we imagine. Our life trajectory is nothing more than doing well what's right in front of us. While charging, Kalakar encouraged Jang-un-suk, even though hungry ghosts were already biting him all over. Kalakar forcefully shook off the hungry ghosts on his body and accelerated again. He leaped high, trying to escape the hungry ghosts pouncing, and shouted loudly, Jang-un-suk, humanity's hymn is the hymn of courage, I believe you can do it. Jang-un-suk shouted wildly in midair, recalling when he became team captain. At that time, holding his sword, he swore he would definitely use this sword to become famous worldwide. Kalakar rammed through dozens of hungry ghosts again. The closer to the magic crystal, the more hungry ghosts there were. He had to raise the hand protecting Jang-un-suk. Jang-un-suk drew his sword and stood up with effort. Now there was an opportunity to realize his dream. He absolutely couldn't back down. Before exhaustion made him fall, Kalakar forcefully threw Jang-un-suk from his hand. The evil ghosts tried to intercept but were too late. Constantly running away wasn't who he wanted to become back then. If he retreated again, Kalakar's protection all along would be wasted. I, Guild Dengun's second attack team captain Jang-un-suk, am absolutely not someone who fears death. Jang-un-suk's full-force strike successfully cleaved the magic crystal. Even though the sword engraved with his identity shattered because of it, Jang-un-suk didn't care at all because he had succeeded. The Blood Harbor barrier within the barrier corner shattered and disappeared. Michelle, mid-attack, suddenly stopped. Why had the Blood Harbor disappeared? He angrily condensed blood fists to strike at Alice. Alice's attacks were all absorbed by Vestia. At this moment, she was precisely hit by the blood fist. Michelle didn't stop there, but heavily smashed Alice into the ground. Alice bounced from this enormous impact force. The intense pain nearly made her lose consciousness. She clenched her teeth, struggling to stay conscious. Her mana was too low now, completely no match for Michelle wielding Vestia. Taking advantage of Alice's stunned state, Michelle raised both hands again to condense blood fists, then angrily smashed down at Alice. The violent explosion echoed through heaven and earth. Alice was imprisoned by Michelle. She painfully tried to struggle free, but Michelle's power was too strong. Michelle lifted the combat incapacitated Alice, taunting, obediently accept exile, Alice. Then he took out the vampire crest and injected mana, about to cast a seal to send Alice back to the cage on the first floor. At this critical moment, a purple sword light flashed, and Michelle's Vestia giant hand was severed. The one who struck was none other than Kang Jinyuk, coming to support Alice. Michelle couldn't believe his eyes. The Vestia that could completely absorb Alice's attacks was actually cut off. Kang Jinyuk caught the weakened Alice and gently placed her on the ground. Seeing Kang Jinyuk arrive, Alice felt relieved, no longer forcing herself to stay conscious, and passed out. Michelle, from now on your opponent is me. Kang Jinyuk put away his fang and summoned Twin Dragon's sword. Michelle angrily raised Vestia and quickly charged at Kang Jinyuk. The blood hand grabbed at Kang Jinyuk, but was blocked by his twin swords. Kang Jinyuk activated Grave of Sword, Sword Steps of the King, and used Soul Chasing Sword, constantly changing positions to attack Michelle from all directions. The awakened Alice watched this battle filled with terrifying aura. Besides Kang Jinyuk, she knew better than anyone how strong Kang Jinyuk was. Could it be that Kang Jinyuk had become even stronger when they split up? Michelle leaped high, deploying Vestia again, cursing at Kang Jinyuk, "You damned insect." He manipulated blood and Vestia, condensing his strongest strike. Seeing this, Kang Jinyuk brought his twin swords together in a defensive stance. The next moment, a supermassive blood fist descended from above, crashing toward Kang Jinyuk. The terrifying blood fist smashed Kang Jinyuk embedded into the the ground. Kang Jin-yuk's sword energy also surged from underground and covered the entire blood fist, instantly pulverizing it. Michelle looked shocked at his strongest strike being shattered like this. As Michelle was in shock, Kang Jin-yuk's twin swords slashed across him. Kang Jin-yuk was helpless. The mana gap was too large. He couldn't break through Michelle's defense at all. Michelle laughed triumphantly. He had blocked Kang Jin-yuk's sneak attack using just a mana barrier. If using soul vampirism to close the gap between them, Kang Jin-yuk would have to slash Michelle for a lifetime. At another battlefield, Jang Un-suk desperately cleaved the hungry ghost before him, but another was pouncing from behind. Just as Jang Un-suk prepared for death, Yu Yeonhwa arrived and killed that hungry ghost. Jang Un-suk looked up to see Cheon Yu-song and the others had come. "You little followers of Kang Jin-yuk are really troublesome," Cheon Yu-song said impatiently, but soon he noticed. This person was Jang Un-suk from Gildangun, and most importantly, his sword had only the hilt left, yet he still fought on. Seeing support arrive, Jang Un-suk hurriedly pointed at Kalakar, asking if they could save his comrade who risked his life. Teresa directly jumped down, saying she could. Teresa quickly activated divine healing, healing Kalakar's wounds. Teresa forced herself to concentrate, pouring all her holy power into Kalakar's body. She held her forehead, saying she barely saved Kalakar's life. Jang Un-suk hurriedly checked on Kalakar's condition. Cheon Yu-song had just noticed Teresa's abnormality and was about to reach out to support her when she had already collapsed to the ground. Cheon Yu-song removed his long robe and covered Teresa with it. As he expected, Teresa had been forcing herself all along. Such a stubborn person, still forcing herself even until she passed out. Cheon Yu-song led everyone to the location Kang Jin-yuk had designated in advance. He only hoped Kang Jin-yuk could arrive soon. He was also reaching his limit. Kang Jin-yuk activated Eye of Gluttony on Michelle again, this time also adding adaptability skill and luck. Even so, Michelle's stats he saw were all unknown, but he got the conditions for copying Michelle's skills. Michelle was the strongest life form from the upper floors. As long as Kang Jin-yuk survived the battle with him, he could copy one of his skills. Seeing the smile on Kang Jin-yuk's face, Michelle couldn't help but mock. "You human are really interesting. About to die yet still able to smile." Michelle raised his hand again, activating skill Eclipse Nails. On the giant blood hand, blood-red nails slowly appeared, making the already exaggerated blood hand even more terrifying. As Michelle swung down forcefully, the blood condensed at the fingertips was released by the blood hand. 4 blood claws crushed down toward Kang Jin-yuk in a devastating manner. Kang Jin-yuk activates Grave of Sword once more to sever the blood claws, but his twin dragon sword gets trapped by Michelle, who comes shooting toward him. His plan worked. Michelle flashes an evil grin, ready to rip out Kang Jin-yuk's teeth one by one, but Kang Jin-yuk simply lets go of the trapped swords. If he can't pull them out, he'll just abandon them. Kang Jin-yuk pulls out the molar of Fentikriz, draws the bow fully, and activates Crimson Magic Bullet. Kang Jin-yuk and Michelle are already at close range, and with the sure shot effect of Crimson Magic Bullet, all 3 arrows hit their mark. Kang Jin-yuk seizes the chance to create distance between himself and Michelle. "Kang Jin-yuk, you certainly have plenty of tricks." Michelle spits out these words through gritted teeth, blood seeping from his facial wounds. Michelle's rage surges again. He's never been this furious before, and over a mere human, no less. Hellfire Catastrophe. Michelle unleashes a massive wave of mana, and blood-red flames begin seeping from the ground. Alice sees Michelle casting Hellfire Catastrophe, her face filling with worry. She rushes to Kang Jin-yuk's side, urging him to run. No matter how strong he is, he can't withstand that deadly attack. But Kang Jin-yuk just smiles and says, "I'm going to block this attack and survive." Alice tries to convince him to flee, but Kang Jin-yuk traps her inside Perseus's shield. Kang Jin-yuk coolly tells Alice to just watch from inside the barrier, while Michelle's power has already skyrocketed on the other side. Alice pounds against the barrier, shouting frantically, "Kang Jin-yuk, you bastard! Why are you trying to look cool at a time like this?" At this moment, veins bulge across Michelle's entire body as he roars at the sky. Hellfire melts through the frozen plains, surging up from below in a blood-red hue that's almost bewitching. "Hellfire!" With Michelle's furious roar, the hellfire shoots skyward, as if to incinerate everything in this world. "Kang Jin-yuk!" Alice cries out his name sorrowfully from within the Perseus's shield barrier. After the attack ends, the ground beneath Michelle no longer resembles the icy plains, now covered entirely in hellfire. Michelle stands there panting heavily. The blood armor Vestia state has been released, as that single strike consumed all his mana. Alice is shocked to find herself completely unharmed. Seeing Alice looking around in confusion, Michelle suggests they start over together. Alice seems to notice something and breaks into a joyful smile. Seeing Alice suddenly start smiling, Michelle senses something is wrong, so he follows her gaze. There's Kang Jin-yuk, leaping high in the air, wielding the molar of Fentikriz as a sword. It turns out Kang Jin-yuk activated 1-second invincibility during the hellfire. System warning. Using a skill that defies causal laws, mana consumption doubled. Kang Jin-yuk dives straight down from above Michelle's head. 1 second was enough time for you to exhaust all your mana. That was the perfect moment for your ambition to show itself. Though the molar of Fentikriz is a bow, it's hard enough. Michelle tries to deploy a mana barrier, but he no longer has enough mana. Kang Jin-yuk swings directly at Michelle's face. Michelle can't believe it. How did Kang Jin-yuk survive 2 of his hellfire catastrophes without a scratch? Kang Jin-yuk grins wickedly and raises the bow again, ready to strike Michelle. But unexpectedly, Michelle reaches out and catches the descending bow. Michelle's face darkens as he says coldly, "You had me panicked for a second there. I thought it would drain all my mana. Even without mana, he's still the strongest life form." Michelle roars and drives his knee toward Kang Jin-hyuk. Kang Jin-hyuk barely raises his arm to block the knee strike. Michelle's force is much greater than he anticipated. Kang Jin-hyuk gets kicked flying. He's barely getting up when Michelle charges toward him at high speed, fist raised and wings beating. Alice immediately beats her own wings. She takes Michelle's furious punch head on. Michelle's face contorts as he looks at Alice, who blocked the attack meant for Kang Jin-hyuk. Alice retorts, "You idiot. Did you really think I'd just watch you attack Kang Jin-hyuk? Why can't you just stay out of this? It truly breaks my heart, Lady Alice." Alice shields Kang Jin-hyuk and asks if he still has enough mana. Kang Jin-hyuk dusts himself off, saying he's doing just fine. Kang Jin-hyuk forces a smile. In reality, his remaining mana can only maintain Alice's physical form. There are only 10 minutes left on the soul-containing essence. The scene shifts to somewhere on the 39th floor of the Tower of Trials. A crystal ball on the round table displays Kang Jin-hyuk's image. "Lord Ither Sion, should we provide support to Michelle?" One of the vampires at the table asks the white-haired vampire. The vampire called Ither Sion calmly says to observe the situation first. Back to the battle, Alice grabs Michelle's hand as he strikes at Kang Jin-hyuk again. Michelle cries out, "Lady Alice, why are you helping this shallow human? Even though you were dethroned, I still respected you. Are you really going to betray your own kind now?" Michelle grits his teeth in anger, tears forming at the corners of his eyes. "Betrayal? You dare speak to me about betrayal?" Alice explodes with rage at the word. Alice grabs Michelle by the collar. "What you all did to me is the real betrayal." Michelle doesn't dare respond. "And one more thing, I'm not helping a human. I'm helping my contractor." Alice yanks Michelle's head toward her. Kang Jin-hyuk seizes the opportunity to leap up and kick at Michelle's head that Alice is holding. Michelle gets kicked flying. He crashes hard to the ground. His mana is no longer sufficient to protect him from basic damage. Blood spears begin forming in Alice's hands. She hovers in the air, raising her spear in fury, aiming at Michelle's location. Michelle looks up at Alice in the sky. He wants to dodge her attack, but he can't. With a thunderous boom, aided by gravity, the blood spear crashes directly into Michelle's chest. At the last moment, Michelle uses his hands to block the spear. Though his hands are pierced, his heart is saved. Alice leans close to Michelle's eyes and roars, "I know you're all watching through these eyes. You filthy traitors. I'll kill you one by one." Alice's furious face and voice appear through the crystal ball. "Lady Alice, your current power is too weak to pierce my heart." Michelle grins savagely. "That's fine. Alice isn't fighting alone." Kang Jin-hyuk arrives with Perseus's shield glowing in his hands. He slams it down on the end of the blood spear, driving it straight through Michelle's body. After coughing up a large mouthful of blood, Michelle's consciousness fades completely. The blood spear embeds deeply into the snow behind him. System notification, copy condition achieved. Survive the battle against Michelle. Successfully copied Eclipse nails. The soul-containing essence effect ends. Kang Jin-hyuk collapses unconscious to the sound of level-up notifications. Alice catches the unconscious Kang Jin-hyuk. Thanks to him, she was able to take revenge with her own hands. "Thank you, Kang Jin-hyuk. Now I completely believe what you said before." Alice's physical form gradually fades. Damn it, Michelle was a high-ranking vampire, and he was killed by a human. Blood Harbor has been destroyed too. Another vampire speaks up. "Alright, don't act rashly. It's unfortunate that Blood Harbor was destroyed, but now we know Alice's situation." Kang Jin-hyuk, "Alice, we'll let you enjoy your freedom a little while longer," Ither Sion says with a dark expression. Kang Jin-hyuk opens his eyes again and realizes he's not where he collapsed. Teresa sees Kang Jin-hyuk awake and breaks into a happy smile, immediately notifying everyone. Once they hear Kang Jin-hyuk is awake, everyone gathers around to check on him. Kang Jin-hyuk sits up suddenly. Teresa explains the condition she found him in. Teresa suddenly remembers that while he was unconscious, Kang Jin-hyuk was lying on her lap, and she hurriedly explains the situation. Kang Jin-hyuk doesn't say anything. Instead, he places his hand on his chest, where the ring of Brahm holding Alice resides. He then expresses his gratitude to Teresa and everyone present. While Kang Jin-hyuk and the others celebrate their successful operation, a battle is raging between Zhonghua Guild and the Demonic Association. "Stop! Everyone put down your weapons!" Nam Gongqian roars with his fist raised. "Why did you attack us? Did Kang Jin-hyuk put you up to this?" Nam Gongqian demands breathlessly from Lancelot. Lancelot is equally exhausted from fighting. He questions whether Nam Gongqian is Kang Jin-hyuk's backup. Lancelot suddenly realizes Nam Gongqian isn't Kang Jin-hyuk's backup. Nam Gongqian is also trembling with anger. Based on Lancelot's reaction, he's figured out the truth too. Watching both groups hurriedly retreat to their own sides, Ophelia is somewhat speechless. She thought the demonic association she contacted would be useful. Turns out they're all worthless. Ophelia rubs the mark on the back of her neck in frustration. She can't remove it. Does it feel like it's burning? The voice of Melina from behind startles Ophelia. She looks toward the source of the voice and sees Melina staring back at her. She recognizes Melina, the woman who pointed a sword at her outside the demonic association. Melina mocks Ophelia for being captured by Kang Jin-hyuk just like her. Ophelia can't stand being mocked like this and immediately draws her sword to attack Melina. Warning: slaves are forbidden from harming each other. A system warning suddenly appears. Both Melina and Ophelia are burned by the flame of ban simultaneously. Their screams echo through the forest. After resting, Kang Jin-hyuk successfully obtains shines the phoenix feather. Everyone then enjoys a feast with the frost giants, with Kang Jinyuk as the head chef. The recovered Kalikar finds Kang Jinyuk and beats his chest in gratitude for saving the frost giant tribe. Ding! System notification, gained Kalikar's approval, successfully copied skill White Beast. Kang Jinyuk says he didn't help the frost giants for free. He extends his hand, saying he just needs them to pay him 500 magic crystals per month. Kalikar freezes on the spot. Where would they get that many magic crystals? Especially every month. Cheon Yu-song points at Kang Jinyuk in contempt, and here he was just worried about Kang Jinyuk's safety. Kang Jinyuk counters that Cheon Yu-song ate a ton of his cooking. Kang Jinyuk grins wickedly and asks if Cheon Yu-song wants to make a bet with him. Whoever catches the biggest fish in the sea gets to play a video on loop in the public channel. The video will be of the loser calling the winner Big Brother. Before Kang Jinyuk can even finish explaining the conditions, Cheon Yu-song slashes through the ice. Then he rips off his shirt. He's going to fight for every second. With a blade clenched between his teeth, Cheon Yu-song dives into the water. He has to beat Kang Jinyuk and broadcast that video. Even with monsters ahead, Cheon Yu-seong completely ignores their presence. Teresa and the other two stare at the hole Cheon Yu-seong cut. They don't understand why he's doing this. Yu Yeonhwa suddenly remembers that she found something on Michelle. Kang Jinyuk takes the item Yu Yeonhwa throws him. It's the object Michelle was going to use on Alice. Kang Jinyuk puts away the pendant and asks where Jang Eun-suk went. Yu Yeonhwa says she doesn't know. Behind her, Cheon Yu-song emerges from the water carrying a massive fish. The Gildengun president looks at the announcement, his whole body trembling with rage. He flips the table over because Kang Jinyuk was the one who cleared floor 7 first, not Jang Eun-suk. The president points at Jang Eun-suk and screams at him. He can't understand how Jang Eun-suk dared to come back empty-handed. He throws the documents at Jang Eun-suk's head, berating him for wasting all those resources and accomplishing nothing. But to Jang Eun-suk, none of this matters anymore. He's found his true self. At the Awakener Association, Kim Tae-chun is reporting to the chairman. Apparently, Kang Jinyuk appeared on floor 7 because higher powers and demons joined forces to attack Gildengun. Kim Tae-chun asks if they should contact Kang Jinyuk. The chairman says to wait for the right moment. In a shopping mall in a human city, a branch manager squeals that there's an emergency. He quickly instructs all staff to initiate the VVVIP protocol. The staff members roll out the red carpet and carefully scatter flower petals around it. As soon as the VVIP steps onto the red carpet, the employees bow respectfully and say in unison, "We wish Her Majesty a wonderful day." The queen they're referring to is, of course, Alice. Alice is very satisfied with this treatment and casually tosses out several boxes of gold and jewels. Under the stunned gazes of the staff, Alice announces that everything she touches from now on will be purchased with this money. The branch manager passes out from excitement, foaming at the mouth. Seeing how happy Alice is, Kang Jinyuk feels relieved. During this time, he thoroughly investigated the Pavet necklace. It produces the strongest sealing effect against dark attribute beings. Michelle almost succeeded with it, but Kang Jinyuk doesn't understand why they wanted to seal Alice instead of killing her. Ding! System notification, Mr. Rick Hennessy invites you to attend a masquerade ball. A masquerade ball held on floor 1. Kang Jinyuk has some vague memory of it. This is an activity quest that only activates after players clear floor 25. When it was still a game, he was the only one who participated. So he tried setting fires, dancing, sleeping at the ball, but never discovered any hidden secrets. But now there should be many leading players receiving invitations. So Kang Jinyuk calls out to Alice, who is busy shopping, and tells her they need to go somewhere together. Kang Jinyuk brings Alice to floor 1. Alice is unhappy about her shopping being interrupted. Kang Jinyuk says they're going shopping now too, and brings Alice to a clothing store. They push open the door and find a familiar face inside. In the clothing store, a goblin is taking Cheon Yu-song's measurements. Cheon Yu-song turns around and sees Kang Jinyuk. Veins immediately bulge on his forehead. That day, after he caught the fish, Kang Jinyuk just ran off. "Stop releasing your mana. The goblins in the store can barely handle it." Cheon Yu-song turns back to see all the goblins except the owner have fainted. Kang Jinyuk notices this too. Normally, goblins on floor 1 can't withstand Cheon Yu-song's mana. Still, Kang Jinyuk continues bickering with Cheon Yu-song while Alice approaches a dress she likes. Kang Jinyuk says he'll give Cheon Yu-song a sword, but Cheon Yu-song doesn't trust him. Kang Jinyuk continues, saying he helped Cheon Yu-song find his familiar sword before. Cheon Yu-song pauses. That's actually true. Kang Jinyuk says he'll give Cheon Yu-song a good sword. Cheon Yu-song thinks about it. If not for Kang Jinyuk, his attribute sword wouldn't have broken. So he turns back to glare at Kang Jinyuk angrily. Only after Kang Jinyuk repeatedly assures him does Cheon Yu-song leave, still fuming. But Cheon Yu-song is still curious. Why does Alice keep following Kang Jinyuk? But since she's not an enemy, he doesn't really care. Kang Jinyuk quickly approaches the owner to apologize for the trouble. The owner says it's fine and asks if Kang Jinyuk and Alice are also attending the masquerade. Kang Jinyuk approaches the incense burner and takes a careful sniff, confirming it's snow rapeseed. He then smiles and asks asks the owner why he has snow rapeseed from floor 16. The owner clasps his hands together and asks with a smile what Kang Jin-yuk means. Kang Jin-yuk continues, asking why the owner can withstand Cheon Yusong's mana, and when he saw Alice, the owner's pupils visibly dilated. Kang Jin-yuk points at Alice in the distance and quietly asks if the owner knows her. Based on all this, I'm certain you're a middle-tier administrator of the tower, just like Rick. The owner lowers his head with a cold smile. Then he looks up and laughs. You really are as interesting as Rick said. Then he turns around saying Kang Jin-yuk got one thing wrong. The owner isn't a middle-tier administrator. Rick is his subordinate. Kang Jin-yuk is shocked. This isn't what he expected. Kang Jin-yuk immediately activates Eye of Gluttony to check the owner's stats, but the level gap is too large. He can't see anything. The owner bows to Kang Jin-yuk, introducing himself as one of the upper-tier administrators Haston. There are only 7 upper-tier administrators in the Tower of Trials. They established the tower's rules. Kang Jin-yuk has never met many administrators before. He never expected this goblin to be Haston. Haston says Rick warned him that someone could identify administrators. This is more interesting than expected. Haston says cheerfully that, since Kang Jin-yuk found a hidden administrator, he deserves a gift. Kang Jin-yuk is disappointed by Haston's gift. It's just a suit. Haston says he can exchange it. Kang Jin-yuk immediately points at Alice, and she doesn't understand why he keeps pointing at her. After they leave, Alice asks Kang Jin-yuk why he did that. Kang Jin-yuk risked offending an upper-tier administrator just for one ball invitation. Kang Jin-yuk says, only administrators have invitations, so why not try? Alice says upper-tier administrators are extremely powerful. Even at her peak, she couldn't beat them. Kang Jin-yuk plays with Sweet Potato, assuring Alice it's fine. Then Kang Jin-yuk grins deviously. As long as he plays it right, he can get benefits from the administrators. After waiting a while, Haston directly contacts Kang Jin-yuk through communications to pick up the formal attire. Outside the masquerade ball venue, many curious players have gathered to watch. Members of the traditional samurai guild push through the crowd, making a grand entrance. President Hoshikawa Masao is extremely irritated because the guild's sacred relic was stolen. Ben leans close to Hoshikawa Masao's ear, asking if they should reconcile with Zhonghua Guild. His massive body bumps into a white-haired girl. Ben immediately roars in fury, telling the girl to get out of the way. The next moment, he crashes hard to the ground. The white-haired girl's hair flows in the wind as she asks Ben in an angry voice what he just said. The girl is Alice, dressed in elegant formal attire. Still think I'm in your way? Alice's petite form is now wearing the formal dress custom-made by Haston. Ben tries to get up, but his entire body is pinned down by overwhelming pressure. Seeing he won't speak, Alice increases the authority's suppressive force. Hoshikawa Masao can't believe it. Ben, the strongest in the guild, was instantly suppressed. She doesn't know who these two people in formal attire and masks are. Kang Jin-yuk calms Alice down, saying it's better not to reveal their identities just yet. Though Alice is annoyed, she releases the authority's suppression. Without the pressure, Ben immediately stands up, saying stopping Alice isn't enough. Hoshikawa Masao puts her hands on her hips, saying she can apologize, but she has conditions. Kang Jin-yuk never planned to let them off anyway, and now she dares make demands? Kang Jin-yuk uses glacial sculpture to form a mini warhammer, a replica of Kalakar's. He smashes it hard on Ben's head. Ben, who just got up, is knocked unconscious by Kang Jin-yuk. Even Alice didn't expect Kang Jin-yuk to do that for her. Kang Jin-yuk says he stopped Alice from acting only because he wanted to handle it himself. Now, do you understand what I want to do? President of the Traditional Samurai Guild, Kang Jin-yuk activates Eye of Gluttony. Maybe Hoshikawa Masao has some rare skills. Hoshikawa Masao's stats are even lower than Kang Jin-yuk expected. There is one decent skill, but the copy conditions are extremely complicated. Do you know who I am and still dare to attack? Hoshikawa Masao demands sharply. The more she talks, the more confident she gets. Finally, she roars, can you handle the wrath of our guild? Kang Jin-yuk removes his mask and asks Hoshikawa Masao if their guild can handle his wrath. Hoshikawa Masao's confidence instantly vanishes, replaced by fear. Everyone watches as Kang Jin-yuk reveals his true face, whispering about who the girl beside him might be. Annoyed by the noise, Kang Jin-yuk activates glacial sculpture to create a wall blocking the battlefield. Hoshikawa Masao is startled by the 2 ice walls that rise up. Kang Jin-yuk slowly walks toward Hoshikawa Masao. With each step, ice forms beneath his feet. After getting close to Hoshikawa Masao, the ice beneath Kang Jin-yuk rises higher. It knocks off Hoshikawa Masao's mask. Kang Jin-yuk threatens to kill her if she gets in his way again. Alice walks right over Ben's massive body. After catching up with Kang Jin-yuk, she's in an excellent mood, leaving Hoshikawa Masao fuming in place. After entering the masquerade ball, Alice is surprised that floor 1 can be decorated so grandly. She immediately starts looking around. After all, this is her first time at a ball with so many people. Kang Jin-yuk spots Teresa wearing a rabbit mask right away, as well as Maria wearing a fox mask, and Cheon Yuseong the stalker wearing a gold-trimmed mask. What Kang Jin-yuk didn't expect is that 2 unexpected people are also here. It's the S-rank solo twins from Country E, Cassie and Jude Law. They're now infamous because they indiscriminately slaughter humans in the Tower of Trials. Kang Jin-yuk chuckles. He might be able to use these 2. Anyone who becomes S-rank must have exceptional skills. Alice sees Kang Jin-yuk grinning and trembling and knows he's definitely plotting something shady. Hoshikawa Masao and Li Aoi meet up to discuss what just happened. Hoshikawa Masao wonders if Ben will be punished for not participating in the event. Hearing Kang Jin-yuk's name gives Li Aoi a massive headache, and Murong Shu won't even let Yonghua Guild take revenge on him. Someone suddenly appears behind Liao Wei and the others, saying he'll deal with Kang Jin-yuk. The person pushes past other players and approaches Kang Jin-yuk. The players who got pushed aside notice that the pusher is a small boy with a single horn on his head. Seeing the small boy arrive, Kang Jin-yuk immediately opens his communication panel. The boy introduces himself as Kaman, a lower-tier administrator. Kang Jin-yuk asks what he wants while typing on the communication panel. Kaman asks with a squinting smile if Kang Jin-yuk was the one who seriously injured his invited guest. Kang Jin-yuk sends the text he just typed, then says helplessly that all he did was bump into Alice, and the guy turned to mush. Hearing this, Kaman's anger surges. He releases his mana without hiding it. He continues smiling. Do you really want to die at the hands of an administrator? Kang Jin-yuk isn't afraid. He removes his mask. Kaman says dismissively that killing Kang Jin-yuk here would be easier than drinking water. Then he reveals a secret. On the second floor of the ball, many high-level forces are watching them. See? Even though I'm radiating killing intent, no one is stopping me. Alice releases her mana, ready to act. Kang Jin-yuk extends his hand to stop Alice. Man! Hastin's roar echoes throughout the entire venue. Kamen, who was about to attack, jumps in shock. It turns out Kang Jin-hyuk had messaged Hastin earlier, complaining that the suit he made was terrible quality and deserved a bad review. Hastin refuses to believe that clothes he made with his own hands would have buttons falling off. When he arrives with Rick to find Kang Jin-hyuk, he sees a scene that enrages him. Seeing the furious Hastin, Kaman screams in terror. Kamen, what exactly were you planning to do to my guest? Veins bulge on Hastin's face. When Kamen doesn't respond, Hastin kicks him directly in the shin. Kaman kneels on the ground in tears from the pain. Hastin presses Kaman again. Kaman breaks out in cold sweat, too afraid to speak. No one expected this. First a tiny lower-tier administrator, now a goblin upper-tier administrator. I've heard that some administrators accept bribes from certain forces and abuse their authority. As an administrator, endangering another administrator's guest, who would dare accept invitations in the future? Kaman. Kaman is too scared to speak, stammering an apology to Hastin. Hastin says Kaman should be apologizing to Kang Jin-hyuk. Kaman refuses to apologize to a lowly human, but he doesn't dare defy Hastin. Kang Jin-hyuk immediately summons the system and starts recording. Kang Jin-hyuk says with a wicked grin that he'll accept lower-tier administrator Kaman's apology. Kaman bows and apologizes, but only mumbles the words. Kang Jin-hyuk immediately shouts in dissatisfaction, "Mr. Kaman, did you skip breakfast? Louder!" Hearing this, Kaman grits his teeth, wanting to attack Kang Jin-hyuk. But Hastin's glare behind him looks like he's about to devour him. Kaman hastily bows and shouts his apology loudly. A white-haired elder on the second floor watches Kang Jin-hyuk's actions. Now he finally understands why his lord said to keep an eye on Kang Jin-hyuk. If they can win over Kang Jin-hyuk, perhaps they can end their conflict with the Miram. Rick activates the amplifier skill and takes over hosting the ball in Kaman's place. He explains that inviting these high-potential players here has another purpose, which is to give these players a chance to choose a faction. The masquerade ball officially begins. As Rick's voice fades, an item appears before everyone. This item allows players to teleport to a floor of their choosing, limited to floors 10 to 30. Good luck to all. With that, Rick leaves with Hastin. The sudden announcement leaves everyone stunned. Maria whistles to get everyone's attention. Everyone here is a professional player, so listen up. Seeing everyone looking at her, Maria and Teresa remove their masks. As everyone whispers among themselves, Alice also tosses aside her mask. Xian Yusong removes his mask and walks over to Teresa's side. Just as Maria is about to explain to everyone, someone has already gone to press the button. The beeping sound doesn't stop until everyone stops arguing. Kang Jin-hyuk directly selects floor 25, former King's Valley. Alice opens another bottle of wine. Maria stares at Kang Jin-hyuk in horror. She can't believe he actually chose floor 25. Xian Yusong covers his face in exasperation and curses. Teresa's body begins teleporting while she's still in shock. All players will proceed to floor 25. Kang Jin-hyuk gives a thumbs up amid everyone's cursing. Everyone sees a flash before their eyes, and suddenly they're in former King's Valley. Former King's Valley requires either successfully navigating the maze or gaining a faction's favor to clear. The man who is arguing with Maria plans to immediately earn points to gain a faction's favor. Maria says they're unfamiliar with this place and turns to look at Kang Jin-hyuk, but he's already gone. Only Alice remains, troubled that she's out of wine. Seeing everyone asking her where Kang Jin-hyuk went, Alice shrugs and says she doesn't know either. In reality, Kang Jin-hyuk has already gone ahead to find the mechanism. Following the strategy from his memory, he finds the mechanism here. 5 passages appear with a 60-second time limit to choose, but Kang Jin-hyuk knows each passage is a trap. No matter which one you choose, you'll encounter a guardian spirit, and if you don't make a choice within the time limit, all 5 passages open. The first to appear is Salamander, a fire spirit in the shape of a salamander. After emerging from the passage, his power surges. Raging flames form a supersized salamander. Hearing Salamander say he'll execute him, Kang Jin-hyuk turns and asks Sweet Potato if she heard what it said. Sweet Potato crouches down angrily, ready to attack. Salamander looks at the small Sweet Potato that suddenly appeared, confused. Sweet Potato wastes no time and takes a massive breath. Seeing this, Kang Jin-hyuk immediately puts in his noise-canceling earplugs. Because Sweet Potato is about to use her skill Roar, the powerful shockwave completely blows away Salamander's flame armor, revealing a terrified salamander in its true form. The powerful shockwave blasts out of the passage. Players at the entrance immediately abandon any thought of entering. As everyone panics, Teresa finds Alice and asks where Kang Jin-hyuk went. Alice finds the Holy Knight annoying, but then remembers Teresa is on her side. Just as Alice is about to speak, Cheon Yu-song interrupts, saying he saw Kang Jin-hyuk enter through the hole in front of him. Seeing Cheon Yu-song about to walk straight in, Alice grabs his clothes. Then she expressionlessly picks up a stone and throws it where Cheon Yu-song was about to walk. The next moment, a fire-breathing mechanical giant jaw suddenly appears and clamps down hard on the stone. Teresa is dumbfounded and asks Alice if she knew about the trap. After seeing Alice nod, Teresa is speechless. They won't be able to go in and support Kang Jin-hyuk. Suddenly, Teresa feels like she's seen Alice somewhere before. Her aura is very familiar. Gnome, the earth spirit, stumbles out of the passage dizzy. Sylph, the wind spirit, comes out equally dizzy, asking what happened. Undine, the water spirit, and Wisp, the light spirit, also emerge from the passages. Undine remarks that it's been a while since they all mobilized together. Then she sees Salamander's true form kowtowing on the ground. Salamander trembles as he tells the other four spirits to kowtow to the demon with him. The four spirits who just emerged question internally, what demon? Then they see a terrifying black creature in the direction Salamander is kowtowing. Murangshu can't believe it. In the mirror, Kang Jin-hyuk actually has an ancient species. Kang Jin-hyuk brands all 5 spirits with the flame band, instantly gaining 5,000 points. All major factions frantically call Kang Jin-hyuk. Even the third faction has taken interest in him. Kang Jin-hyuk didn't expect both the third faction and the spirit realm to notice him. He scratches Sweet Potato's chin. This is all thanks to Sweet Potato. Kang Jin-hyuk can't be bothered listening to Murangshu's nonsense and hangs up on him. Kang Jin-hyuk threatens the spirits to practice as he says, or become Sweet Potato's snack.